Your childhood friend tells you to forfeit and give your resources to her boyfriend. She thinks you're still that sycophant, unaware that you've long since changed your ways and that you've now bound yourself to the villain system. She reaches out condescendingly, ordering you to hand over your battle pass. You laugh, swat her hand away, and the word asshole slips out. She is stunned, while a virtual screen appears before your eyes. Ding. You've been detected hurling insults at your childhood friend. Villain points plus 500. Villain system loaded. You looked at her shocked face, then glanced at the points that had just been credited to your panel. Only one thought crossed your mind: damn it, I'm going all out against them. You casually went all in on your marksmanship, feeling the thrill of power instantly coursing through every fiber of your being. Great, you were gradually starting to understand it all. While others train and suffer, you just speedrun high martial arts? Author, Shansho Bu Hui Fei. Status, updated to, Chapter 540. Who is still missing? Synopsis. Yi, your opponent this time is my boyfriend. You're no match for him, you'd better forfeit right now. You actually knocked him to his knees? Yi, why did you list Fengyun Academy as your top choice for college? Didn't your teacher tell you to stay humble and down to earth? You've already been accepted on a scholarship? Yi, this monster is the overlord of this region. There is a huge gap between us and it. We mustn't alert it while retreating. How did you just slaughter it? Yi, now that you've joined the ranks of the demigods, you can't act as recklessly as before. Remember to handle things tactfully. Among the demigods of all nations, we must. Love reading ebooks in TXT format? Visit the following links to read, download, and share more ebooks. Traditional Chinese, https, axdzs8.tw. Simplified Chinese, https, xdzs8.com. Email, support@ixdzs.com. Chapter content begins. Chapter 1, Damn it, I'm going all out against them. Alternate Universe, Brain Repository. The next exhibition match will feature Rin from the school team versus Yili from Class 9, Senior 3. Both sides, please begin warming up. You'll take the stage in 10 minutes. The shrill announcement, the bright lights. In the locker room, Yili looked at everything before him, his expression somewhat dazed. Had he been transported to another world? Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, helping him quickly make sense of his current situation. A world of high martial arts, where martial arts flourished. His predecessor had been quiet and honest, with average talent, a happy family, and a childhood sweetheart he'd known since they were little. At first glance, this seemed like the makings of a winner in life, but based on the memories he'd absorbed, his predecessor hadn't actually been happy. Right now, he was here to participate in a school-level sparring tournament. Yili. Your opponent in this match is my boyfriend. You're no match for him. Withdraw now, do you hear me? Just then, an angry, shrill shout came from nearby, interrupting his recollections. Yili rubbed his temples and looked up. At the entrance to the lounge stood a young girl wearing a light blue floral dress. Her sweet face was full of impatience as she stared straight at Yili. The moment he saw her, Yili's slightly unfocused eyes snapped back into focus, and related memories surfaced in his mind. Shen Lian, his previous incarnation's childhood friend. But unlike the secretly infatuated childhood friends you see in anime, this Shen Lian not only constantly belittled his previous self while elevating herself, but also loved to subject him to all sorts of brainwashing. In short, she was a master of PUA in a high martial arts world. As he recalled this, Yili furrowed his brow slightly. Damn it! What the hell was the matchmaking system thinking, pairing him with a childhood friend like this? Yili, I'm talking to you. Seeing that he wasn't responding, Shen Lian, standing in the doorway, frowned. The impatience on her face grew more pronounced as she said coldly. Rin is a substitute on the school team, with a martial arts cultivation at level 1, stage 5. You just advanced to level 1, stage 3 a couple of days ago. What do you have to fight him with? I told you to forfeit for your own good, do you understand? So what? A sharp, stabbing pain shot through his mind, and Yili rubbed the corner of his forehead in agony. According to his memories, today was the school-level sparring tournament hosted by Linhai No. 1 High School, featuring live combat matches between school team members and registered regular students. What made it unique was that, regardless of the outcome, both participants in the sparring match would receive a generous subsidy of spiritual medicines. His predecessor had managed to secure one of the few available spots, which should have been a good thing. But he never expected to be matched against Shen Lian's boyfriend, Run. The rules of the sparring match explicitly state that if one party forfeits, the other will receive double the spiritual medicine allowance. Furthermore, it would affect their future college admission records. A measure designed to prevent ordinary students from turning into cowards. After all, how could a martial artist who was too afraid to even compete ever face the terrifying beasts that prey on humans in the future? Shen Lian coming at this critical moment to pressure Yili into forfeiting clearly shows she doesn't care about his future. How disgusting! Yili's brow furrowed even deeper. So just forfeit already. Seeing Yili hesitate to hand over his participation token, Shen Lian grew anxious, while a hint of confusion crept into her mind. Usually, a single word from her was enough to make this puppet do as she was told. What is going on today? I'll say it again, Ren needs spiritual medicine to break through his cultivation barrier right now. Give him your subsidy first. Shen Lian's expression darkened completely. She held out her hand toward Yili, furrowing her brow as she urged him. Your participation token, give it to me now. You idiot. Yili snorted derisively and swatted Shen Lian's outstretched hand away. His previous self was willing to be completely subservient to Shen Lian. That was his previous self's business. But he was a normal person, how could he possibly put up with this nonsense? At that moment, an ethereal light screen suddenly appeared before Yili's eyes. Ding! Detected you speaking harshly to your childhood friend, whom you've secretly loved for over a decade. Wickedness points plus 500. Wickedness system loaded. In a high martial arts world, the strong are meant to humiliate the weak. Commit wicked deeds recognized by the system to earn corresponding wickedness points. Current skills. Water Fist skill, mastery 78%. Cloud piercing spear technique, beginner 36%. Current wickedness points, 500. You can invest wickedness points into relevant entries to increase their progress. Comment, your infamy is virtually unknown. Ha! Yili was taken aback at first, but then a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Could this be his golden finger? Idiot, you idiot! Hearing Yili's words, Shen Lian's stunned voice rang out in the break room. A look of disbelief flashed across her pretty face. Once she came to her senses, she snapped in a fit of anger. You've lost your mind, Yili. Let me tell you, I don't have time to mess around with you right now. Hurry up and give me the battle pass. Otherwise, watch out, I'll never speak to you again for the rest of my life. Great, double trouble. Yili casually closed the interface and said with a light chuckle. A slut like you wants to decide the outcome for me? Is there anything but nonsense in your head? Harsh words toward a childhood friend she has had a crush on for 10 years, malice points plus 300. Shen Lian froze in place, her expression one of utter shock. She hadn't expected Yili's attitude to be so abhorrent, it felt almost unreal. Slut? He actually dared to call me a slut? Shen Lian stared at Yili in disbelief, her lips trembling slightly as she shouted. You dare call me that? I'm talking about you, you idiot. Yili furrowed his brow slightly and said coldly. I'm about to go up on stage and knock your boyfriend to the ground. As for you, head out the door and turn left, go to Linhai Hospital and get checked out by a neurologist. Harsh words toward a childhood friend she has had a crush on for 10 years, malice points plus 200. I'm not sick. Shen Lian was enraged by Yili's mocking gaze, which seemed to treat her like an idiot. Her face flushed so red it looked like it might bleed, and her chest heaved violently. She stared at Yili for a full 2 or 3 seconds. Then she took a deep breath, gradually calming down, and said in a cold, menacing tone. Go ahead and keep up your tough talk. Anyway, as long as you dare step into the ring, Ron will definitely beat you so badly you'll question your existence. Her words were laced with menace. With that, she turned and walked out of the locker room. On her way to the stands, she grew angrier the more she thought about it, grinding her back molars. Damn it! You lonely loner with hardly any friends, don't you realize I've always looked out for you? You're so ungrateful. You actually want to beat my boyfriend? That's laughable. You'd be lucky to walk away from this without being crippled. Inside the dressing room. Taking his eyes off the spot where Lian had left, Yili silently pulled out his phone and quickly blocked all of her contact information. He chose to keep his distance from an idiot like her, whose brain was underdeveloped and whose cerebellum was completely non-existent. Next, he brought up the system panel and let his gaze rest on the top. Current evil points, 1000. This was the small reward for humiliating Lian just now. The system's judgment of evil deeds seemed rather harsh. The reason he de-accumulated so many evil points was likely because his previous self had secretly harbored a crush on Lian for 10 years, pouring a great deal of effort into it. So, in just a few short sentences, he completely shattered Lian's defenses. It could only be said that the shot his predecessor had fired in his youth had now struck him squarely between the eyes. There were less than 5 minutes left before he took the stage for the match. Yili's eyes flickered. Based on his memories, there was a huge gap in skill between him and Run. Before figuring out the exact value of evil points, the smart move would be to use them sparingly to avoid wasting them. So, the best strategy for him in this exhibition match was to hold out for a few rounds and then concede defeat. After all, even if he lost, he'd still receive a spiritual medicine subsidy. Judging by his memories, that was exactly what his predecessor had planned to do. But just thinking about Lian's attitude made Yili feel a nameless rage burning in his heart. He wasn't his predecessor. He despised people like Lian and Rin from the bottom of his heart. If he lost here, no matter how much he tried to console himself later, Yili would still feel a deep sense of disgust. In his past life, he had to kowtow to those dog-like superiors. Was he supposed to be meek and submissive even after crossing over? Ridiculous. All I know is that I'm going to go on a killing spree. Yili let out a sinister laugh, waved his hand, and a pale blue light screen rapidly unfolded before him. Forbearance is a virtue of mortals, cowardice is a gambler's greatest sin. System, I'm going all in. Buzz. As his evil points drained at breakneck speed, the progress bars for his 2 skills began to jump rapidly. Chapter 2, A Glimpse of Cold Brilliance. Ding. 100 evil points consumed. Tier 1 skill, Water Fist, has been upgraded to perfection. 800 evil points consumed. Tier 2 skill, Cloud Piercing Spear Technique, has been upgraded to perfection. Ding. Through your diligent cultivation of these 2 skills, your martial arts level has broken through to Tier 1, Level 5. Remaining sin points, 100. The light screen shimmered, as if dancing with joy. In an instant, Yili felt every cell in his body bubbling with joy, as if he had truly been honing these skills day after day, raising his proficiency to this level. Not only that, but his vitality surged sharply. Moreover, he felt no discomfort whatsoever in controlling it. It was just like the natural improvement in physical condition that came after his usual skill training. Is this the allure of spending real money? Yili's eyes sparkled with delight. He felt his current state was more perfect than ever before. Just then, the announcement sounded. 5th match of the mentorship tournament. Yili, Class 9, Senior 3, Martial Arts Department, versus Run of the school team. Upon hearing this announcement, both combatants are requested to take the stage immediately. The timing was perfect, and Yili rose to his feet with a smile. He casually picked up a great spear from the weapon rack, and a fierce aura burst forth from his body. The corner of his mouth turned up slightly. Very well, I'm gradually beginning to understand everything. Yili gripped the spear tightly and stepped into the aisle. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was as clear as a wash. The entire training ground was buzzing with the voices of mostly curious teenage boys and girls. In addition, there were some social media videographers holding SLR cameras, as well as several school administrators with stern expressions. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a male student wearing a sky blue team uniform stepped onto the martial arts stage. It was none other than the school team's substitute, Run. The moment he stepped onto the stage, his iconic school team uniform drew a wave of cheers from the students in the stands. Woohoo! The fifth match is about to start. What do you think? What do you mean, what do you think? I thought I'd learn something, but the first 4 matches were all instant wins by the school team. What am I even here for? Don't get ahead of yourself. This match is between the school team's substitute and a regular student. I think it'll be a bit of a stalemate for a while. You're overthinking it, bro. Even the school team's substitute is way stronger than a regular student. I bet this one'll be over in under a minute. True, if it doesn't end in a minute, I'll eat my words. I don't think so. That Rin is only at Tier 1, Level 5, while my buddy Yili is at Tier 1, Level 3. Even if there's a gap, it's not that big. What do you mean? I'm betting 2 minutes. Amid the buzz in the spectator stands, most students' opinions converged. It wasn't really their fault that they lacked confidence in Yili. To ordinary martial arts students, members of the school team represented an all-around advantage in skill proficiency and martial arts rank. Not to mention that some school team members had even awakened martial arts talents. The two groups were simply in completely different leagues in terms of raw ability. Shen Lian, sitting in the stands, let out a cold laugh. Yili, just wait until you're beaten so badly you can't get out of bed. Let us see who'll take care of you then. On the martial arts stage in the center of the stands, Run was brimming with confidence. He first waved at the audience, then turned his gaze toward his opponent. There, a handsome young man dressed in a white martial arts uniform was slowly stepping onto the stage. The youth carried a massive solid iron spear on his back, his expression impassive, his dark eyes icy. It was Yili. Lian sent me a message saying you absolutely refused to forfeit. So it seems she was telling the truth? Seeing Yili step onto the stage, Ren smiled with great composure. That's quite a surprise. Don't you usually go out of your way to avoid me wherever you go? Did you take the wrong medicine today? A whore and a dog, truly a match made in heaven, Yili said with a faint smile. Verbally insulted a hostile martial artist at the first tier, 5th level. Malice points plus 10. As expected, it's not much, but even a fly is still meat. Yili sighed inwardly. Upon hearing his words, Ren's smile gradually faded, and he said with a cold glint in his eyes. It seems you really have taken the wrong medicine. Your mind isn't clear, and suddenly you're not afraid of getting beaten up. He drew the long sword from his back, pointed it directly at Yili, and, standing towering over him, sneered. Let me remind you, there aren't many rules in a sparring match. Even if I cut you to pieces today, the school won't hold me accountable. An idiot shouldn't be lecturing others on the rules. Everyone knows this stuff. Yili slammed his spear down beside him with a clang and said calmly. Also, tell your dad to shut his mouth. One more word, and I'll send you flying. Very well. A savage grin curled at the corners of Ren's mouth. You're a tough-talking kid. I was actually planning to go easy on you, but now I've changed my mind. Don't expect to have a single intact piece of flesh left on your body today. The match begins. The referee's voice rang out at just the right moment. Rip! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a white streak suddenly swept across the arena, accompanied by a thunderous roar as it tore through the air. Under the gaze of hundreds of spectators in the stands, Yili, who had been standing still, suddenly charged forward, his figure blurring into an afterimage. At the same moment, the pitch-black spear in his right hand thrust forward with a thunderous force. Whoosh! The spearhead, radiating a blinding cold glow, tore through the air like a soaring dragon, instantly reaching Ren's front. First came a speck of cold light, followed by the spear itself, sweeping forth like a dragon. The cloud-piercing spear technique. Before the cold smile on Ren's face had even faded, he felt an incredibly fierce gust of wind rushing straight toward his face. The threat of death was almost upon him. Ren's pupils suddenly contracted. In that moment, he barely had time to raise his longsword horizontally before him. Boom! The pitch-black spearhead swept toward him like a dragon the instant they made contact, the longsword shattered with a thunderous crash. The spearhead, carrying immense force, pierced straight through Ren's right shoulder, followed by a bone-chilling crack that made one's scalp tingle. A spray of blood blossomed from Ren's shoulder as he was hurled backward by the immense force, slamming violently into the edge of the platform and sending a shower of debris flying. A piercing scream erupted from Ren's mouth. The excruciating pain in his shoulder caused him to writhe frantically. He hadn't even seen his opponent's spear thrust before being gravely wounded by a single strike. It was too fast. And Yili actually followed through on his words. He really sent him flying. Apart from him, the entire training ground was now deathly silent. The students all stared blankly at the scene. On the raised platform, even the usually composed teachers were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? The school team's star stepped up, only to be taken out in a single shot? Is there really a monster like this among the ordinary martial arts students? If you're that badass, you should have said so earlier. What era is this, still playing the hiding your true strength game? At that moment, Yili on the training platform didn't stop moving. Amid countless stunned gazes, he leaped forward, arriving right in front of Ren almost the instant the spear hit the ground. His experience from reading 200 action manga in his past life told him that delivering the finishing blow was always the top priority. Boom! Just as Ren lifted his head, a long, slender hand reached out and pressed down on him. A tremendous force erupted, slamming his head hard into the ground. The massive impact sent stars dancing before Ren's eyes. He instinctively curled up and reached for the spear on his shoulder, trying to pull it out. But just then, a martial arts boot stomped down, crushing his raised hand back into place. Ren's consciousness was still flickering. He struggled to channel the energy within his body, hoping to buy some time. He opened his eyes slightly and saw only a pair of incredibly cold black pupils staring straight down at him from above. The owner of those black pupils had already spread his arms wide. Ren recognized this movement. It was the opening stance of the water fist skill. Terrified, he no longer cared about saving face. Yili, I've already. Too late. Boom. 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 Yili swiftly crouched down, his fists raining down like a storm, cutting off Ren's surrender, sending rubble flying, and causing the entire training platform to tremble slightly. The perfected water fist skill was unleashed to its fullest potential at that moment. Publicly crushed a fellow martial artist of the same rank. Villainy points plus 200. Boom. 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 As the notification sound rang in his ears, Yili's punches grew faster and faster. Only when Ren's body stopped struggling did he straighten up again. His handsome face now looked extremely fierce. If this is the best the school team has to offer, they shouldn't come out here and make fools of themselves. Useless. His flat voice echoed throughout the arena. He casually drew his spear and walked toward the audience below. Publicly humiliated a defeated rival martial artist. Villainy points plus 500. Detected a collapse in Ren's self-confidence. Villainy points plus 1000. Congratulations. Unlocked cultivation skill point path. The entire training ground fell deathly silent. Chapter 3, A Bountiful Harvest. Yili wins. It wasn't until Yili had stepped down from the combat platform that the referee's hollow, desolate voice finally rang out. Only then did the audience snap out of their stunned silence, erupting into a roar of astonished cheers. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What just happened? Unbelievable. The school team's guy got taken out in an instant. Damn, I'm blown away. That shot was ridiculously fast. An ordinary student? Is this really an ordinary student? This guy is amazing. He is a hidden gem. Who says ordinary students can't beat the school team? At that moment, the students were overcome with excitement. No one could have imagined that a school exhibition match would produce such an upset. Shen Lian, sitting in the spectator stands, was completely thrown off balance. She sat rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the scene unfolding on the field. People's joys and sorrows are not always shared right now. She just found the people around her to be incredibly noisy. Ren lost? how is that even possible? She had revealed all of Yi Li's strategies to Ren, specifically so that Ren could win more easily. After all, even as a full-fledged member of the school team, she herself would find it difficult to defeat Ren so easily. Lian clenched her fists, bit her lip, and her eyes flashed with intensity. Yi Li, how on earth did you do it? On the elevated platform behind the spectator stands. The teachers all exchanged glances. Anyone could see the astonishment on their faces. The school team was made up of the cream of the crop among the students. Even the substitutes were far stronger than ordinary martial arts students. This was practically common knowledge. When one's skills, level, and natural talent were all inferior to the opponent's, defeating a stronger foe was simply impossible. The only explanation for the current situation was that Yi Li had been hiding his true strength all along. Principal Li, this student named Yi Li, he is a real promising prospect. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 pushed up his glasses with a hand, his tone betraying his unmasked astonishment as he addressed the vice principal. Principal Li smiled and replied, indeed, the intensity of his chi and blood is on par with Ren's. They should both be at the 5th sublevel of the 1st rank. But his skills are truly impressive. Although the two skills he demonstrated aren't of a high rank, they both exude a sense of perfection. For someone his age to have cultivated two low-rank skills to perfection, that speaks to his exceptional aptitude. This boy must have been training incredibly hard behind the scenes. Principal Li's tone carried obvious praise. Young Yang, he immediately turned to a young woman behind him, who also looked utterly astonished, and asked, seemingly offhandedly. This is a promising talent from your Class 9. I think he is more than qualified for the school team. Why haven't you recommended him? Hearing this, Yang Shan, the homeroom teacher of Class 9, broke out in a cold sweat. Principal Li, during the Qi and blood test 2 weeks ago, Yi Li was still at level 1, stage 3. I didn't expect him to improve so quickly, she hurriedly explained. She knew full well that the other party suspected her of deliberately holding back talent out of personal grudges. This Vice Principal Li of Linhai No. 1 High School was notorious for his fierce devotion to talent. Once, in front of the entire school as faculty and students, he had beaten a teacher who had maliciously targeted a student until the teacher was on his knees begging for mercy, a truly pitiful sight, and only stopped when agents from the Qingyi Bureau arrived. It was truly terrifying. And to be honest, Yang Shan actually quite liked the student, Yi Li. His parents had passed away early, leaving him to live on his own, and he trained quite diligently. Aside from being too honest and having rather average aptitude, there was nothing else to fault him for. So, heaven is my witness, Yang Shan truly could never have imagined, not in a million years, that Yi Li, who had always been as tight-lipped as a sealed gourd, was actually hiding such power. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? Is that so? I'll look into it when I get back. Li gave Yang Shan a penetrating look, then turned his gaze back to the slender figure below, walking back toward the raised platform. The teenager was dressed in white, his back straight and his stride steady. He looked truly full of vigor and confidence. He casually handed his spear to the stunned referee, gave a polite nod, and turned to walk down the aisle. Not bad, really not bad. Having watched Yi Li's performance, Li nodded with a smile. Principal Li, a teacher said, looking at him and tentatively suggesting, since Yi Li defeated Run, why not give him Ren's spot as a substitute on the school team? The provincial high school exchange tournament is just half a month away. The more outstanding students we have competing, the better our ranking at Linhai No. 1 High School will be. Hearing this, Li turned to look at the homeroom teacher of Class 1. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 immediately nodded and said, I have no objections. Ren was, in fact, a student in his class. Seeing that he had no objections, the other teachers also nodded in agreement. Li said with a smile, then it's settled. Xiaoyang, go help him apply for a training room reserved exclusively for the school team, and let him know about some of the benefits available to team members. Got it, Yang Shan replied immediately. But Principal Li, the provincial competition is just a month away. Bringing Yi Li onto the school team at this point, Yang Shan's expression turned concerned as she asked. One that caused resentment among the other team members? The official members of Linhai No. 1 High School's team all possessed a minimum strength of level 1, stage 7. At present, the gap between Yili and them was enormous. If they were dissatisfied with the school's last-minute substitution, they would inevitably ostracize Yili in the future, which could affect his state of mind. This was exactly what Yang Shan was worried about. Let him learn to be patient, it's a form of training, after all, Li replied with a smile. All right. Yang Shan fell silent for a moment, but ultimately agreed with his reasoning. Meanwhile, Yili was naturally unaware of the school administration's change in attitude toward him. After collecting his share of the spiritual medicine subsidy, he left the school directly and took a taxi home. Once back home, Yili retreated to his room, locked the door from the inside, and began studying his golden finger. Infamy LV1, your infamy is virtually unknown. Note, upgrading infamy will grant generous rewards. Current infamy points, 1,800. Seeing that his infamy points had nearly doubled since before the all-in bet, Yili felt much lighter at heart. Indeed, going all in was a form of wisdom. Thanks to his predecessor's accumulated points, he had spent only 900 infamy points to upgrade 2 skills to the perfect level. Not only did he feel no discomfort whatsoever, but casting them felt as natural as moving his own limbs. On top of that, his martial arts rank had risen by 2 levels. The system's capabilities were already evident. In other words, as long as I commit evil deeds recognized by the system, I can use the earned sin points to upgrade my martial arts and raise my rank. Beating up just one Ren added nearly 2,000 points of evil points. Is this thing built on the suffering of others? Yili rested his finger on his chin, deep in thought. He then recalled that after defeating Ren, the system seemed to have added a new feature. Cultivation level point allocation path unlocked. Current level, Tier 1, level 52%. Upgradable. His gaze swept over the screen as thoughts swirled through Yili's mind. Earlier, when he had brought 2 skills to perfection, his cultivation level had naturally risen to Tier 1, level 5. That was merely a byproduct of upgrading his skills. Now that he could specifically allocate points to his cultivation, the results would surely be even better than before. System, allocate points. Yili waved his hand, intending to use 100 points of evil points first to test the depth of this new pool. Ding! 100 evil points consumed. Beginning cultivation. No external aids detected. Your cultivation speed is the same as usual, slow as a snail. Poet-esque grip. Cultivating. Cultivation complete. Current level, first tier, 5th layer 50%. Comment, due to the absence of any cultivation buffs, the gains from this session are equivalent to only half a year of your arduous cultivation. Note, gains from the same point expenditure may vary due to external factors. The gains can change due to external factors? Why didn't you mention that sooner? Yili felt his vision go dark. It was just like spending real money on a gacha pull, only to realize he'd picked the wrong pool. Thankfully, he hadn't gone all in like the first time, otherwise, he really would have felt like he was suffocating. There was still hope. Buffs, huh? Easy enough. Yili opened the exquisite iron box containing the spiritual elixirs and took out a small white porcelain vial. Inside the vial was precisely the body-shaping spiritual elixir beneficial for cultivation. For a first-tier body-tempering realm martial artist, the increase in vital energy and blood provided by this single vial was equivalent to 2 months of arduous training. It was truly a precious treasure. As a cultivation boost right now, it was quite suitable. As he unscrewed the cap, a rich, refreshing fragrance immediately wafted out, soothing the mind and lifting the spirit. Without hesitation, Yili downed the entire vial in one gulp. As the cool elixir flowed down his throat, he began his next round of attribute allocation. Chapter 4, Rapidly Rising Martial Rank. Ding! 1,000 evil points consumed. Beginning cultivation. Detected a Tier 1 advanced resource, body-shaping elixir. Your cultivation speed has increased by 20%. You finally seem like a normal person. Accelerating cultivation. Cultivation complete. Vital energy and blood have significantly increased. Current level, Tier 1, 8th sub-level 90%. Comment, The elixir has been a godsend for you. The benefits from this session are equivalent to 8 years of arduous cultivation. Leveling up is just like riding a rocket. Yili's vitality surged dramatically, his eyes burned with intensity, his skin glowed with a healthy radiance, and his muscles and bones were strong and powerful. The numbers displayed on his stats panel showed that, in the span of just a few breaths, he had consecutively broken through 3 levels. Now, he was just a step away from level 1, tier 9. Yili was utterly stunned. As far as he could recall, even geniuses with exceptional aptitude would find it difficult to break through to this level before entering the martial arts university. In other words, Yili had taken less than an afternoon to leap from being a nearly invisible average student into the ranks of the geniuses. Anyone witnessing this speed would have to admit it was outrageous. However, from Yili's own perspective, despite 8.5 years of relentless hard work, he hadn't even reached the peak of the first tier. His natural talent really wasn't very good. It's okay. Once I allocate more points in the future, my aptitude will naturally improve. Yili silently comforted himself as he casually closed the interface. After all, judging by his apparent cultivation speed, who would dare say he wasn't a genius? Allocating points is precisely what makes a king. He still had 700 evil points left, a fairly generous amount. Tomorrow, he'd head to the school's library to pick out some new skills and tweak his skill setup. Mastering just one fist technique and one spear technique was really a bit too limited. It was like a fragile martial artist who maxed out attack but didn't learn a single other skill. He needed to learn offensive techniques, as well as evasion and defense. Only then would his skill set be well-rounded. After a quick wash, Yili flopped down on his bed. Only then did a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Having gone through so much so soon after arriving, it was time for some rest. Yili let out a long sigh, switched his phone to silent mode, and listened to the sound of the wind outside the window. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, the cypress trees lining the road swayed in the morning breeze. Linhai No. 1 High School. Wearing casual clothes, Yili walked through the campus, entered the academic building, and made his way up to the 3rd floor. He adjusted his sleeves, walked into the classroom, and headed to his seat. The back row by the window, Wang's usual spot. Perhaps because of yesterday's exhibition match, the students around him were casting quite a few glances his way. Most of those glances were rather complicated. Yili was very familiar with this kind of gaze. In his previous life, as a social nonentity in his class, he'd received exactly this kind of look when he suddenly showcased an extraordinary talent at the graduation ceremony, stunning the entire audience. Fortunately, thanks to his previous self's taciturn nature, no classmates approached him to strike up a conversation until he reached his seat. Of course, that didn't mean no one would speak to him. "Bro Yi! You're finally here!" Just as Yili sat down, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Yili looked up and saw his classmate Fong Ming, who was also his best friend, running over excitedly. "What's up? Need something?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "It's not me, it's Teacher Yang who wants to see you." Fong Ming waved his hand and immediately said with a look of excitement, "Never mind that, for now you were absolutely incredible yesterday. I was totally blown away." His own strength was considered pretty good for the entire grade, at stage 1, level 4. But even so, he was no match for that guy Ren. Yet Yili had taken that Ren out in an instant. "Beating a member of the school team, aren't you excited?" Fong Ming asked excitedly. "It's okay, I guess." Yili stood up, stretched casually, and walked toward the door. "Let us go find Teacher Yang first." "Huh?" Fong Ming froze, not understanding why Yili was so nonchalant. In his eyes, defeating his school team substitute was definitely a thrilling, momentous event. Why did his best friend seem completely unconcerned about yesterday's match? Fong Ming walked out of the classroom, his face full of suspicion, and followed Yili. It wasn't until the two of them reached the 4th floor that Fong Ming finally couldn't help but ask, "Bro Yi, don't you have anything to say? That was a school team substitute, you know." "Nope." Yili casually patted him on the shoulder and pushed open the door to the teacher's lounge. Fang Ming stood there for a long time, staring at the closed door, before finally sitting down with an expression of utter bewilderment. Was it his own problem? Could it be that beating a school team substitute wasn't worth getting excited about? After thinking for a moment, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to his dad. "Dad, I beat a school team bench player." His phone vibrated, and a reply came quickly. "Dad, really? Holy crap! My son has made something of himself." "Dad, ha 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 ha. I've contacted all your aunts and uncles. Your old man here is going to host a banquet tonight for every martial arts clan in Linhai City." "Dad, I just told your grandpa the news. He has already torn up the family tree, saying he is going to start a new one with you." Reading his dad's messages, Fang Ming smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, it wasn't his fault. Brother Yi's personality was just too honest. Was that cocky attitude he showed during yesterday's match really just a passing whim after all? Fang Ming sighed, then replied immediately. "Dad, I was just joking. I'm only at the 4th level of the 1st rank. How could I possibly beat him?" "Dad?" As he put his phone back in his pocket, Fang Ming felt it vibrate intensely. The sender was clearly very excited. Inside the office. "You're here." Yang Shan set down the documents in her hands, looked at Yili as he approached, and smiled. "Have a seat. I called you in to share some good news." "Good news?" Yili pulled up a chair and sat down. Yang Shan nodded. "After watching your match yesterday, Principal Li has decided to grant you special permission to replace Ren as the school team as substitute." "What are the perks?" Yili asked. "Of course. Not only will you have your own private training room, but you'll also be able to arrange your own training schedule." Yang Shan clasped her hands together and laughed. "In other words, you won't have to attend the classes on the regular schedule anymore, but in return, you'll need to participate in the training program arranged by the school team. Additionally, you'll have access to the 3rd floor of the library to browse the collections, and you'll receive an extra monthly allowance for spiritual medicines and so on. What do you think?" Yang Shan looked at the young man with a touch of pride, hoping to see a look of surprise on his face. Unfortunately, the young man merely smiled faintly and said, "Sounds pretty good." He happened to be in need of new skills and resources, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. "Then it's settled." Yang Shan smiled as she took a silver badge from a drawer and handed it to Yili. "This is a special badge for school team members. It also serves as an access card for many places." After Yili took the badge, her smile faded slightly, and she continued. "Also, since you're taking Ren's spot, the members of the school team who were close to him will likely have some issues with you. There is still a gap between your current strength and theirs, so try to avoid conflicts with them to prevent hurting yourself." At this point, Yang Shan paused for a moment before adding, "Especially that young girl, Shen Lian. She seems to have a strong opinion against you. I heard she strongly opposed your joining the school team. If you run into her in the future, you might want to give her a wide berth." She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but Yang Shan felt that after she finished speaking, the smile on the boy's face actually grew a little broader. "I see," he said, nodding lightly. "I understand. That's good." Yang Shan let out a sigh of relief, then smiled. "All right, if you don't have anything else to do, head straight to the training building and pick a training room you like. Just go there. Shen Lian is waiting for you there." "Shen Lian?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "That's right," Yang Shan nodded, saying with a touch of resignation. "She insisted on helping you get familiar with the new environment, and the instructor agreed. You'd better be careful. If she tries to give you a hard time, just lie low for a while. Got it?" "I'm supposed to lie low first?" Yili chuckled softly but said nothing more. He simply said calmly, "Then I'll head over." With that, he took the ID badge, stood up, and walked out the door. His steps were unusually light and brisk. Watching the direction Yili had gone, Yang Shan muttered uncertainly, "That kid seems to have changed a bit. It feels like he has become a lot more confident." The main door swung open, and Yili strolled out at a leisurely pace. "Let us go," he called out to Fang Ming. "Where to?" Fang Ming asked curiously. The training building, Yili said casually, flashing the silver ID badge in his hand. I made the school team. Teacher Yang told me to go check out the training facilities. Chapter 5, 3,000 evil points out of nowhere. The two walked side by side and soon arrived in front of the training building. Upon hearing from Yili that the person coming to pick him up was Shen Lian, Fong Ming's expression was quite something. He hadn't expected that the girl who usually treated his best friend like a sycophant would actually be kind enough to come help. Although it was a good thing, why did it feel so off? Fong Ming let out a soft tsk. He intended to warn Yili that something might be fishy, but the moment he thought of how deeply his best friend cared for Shen Lian, he simply couldn't bring himself to speak up. Based on past experience, the moment he said anything bad about Shen Lian, he'd be sternly reprimanded, and they'd end up parting on bad terms. Fong Ming had always found this situation rather frustrating, yet there was nothing he could do about it. After much deliberation, all he could manage to say was, Bro Yi, if Shen Lian asks you to test the power of a new skill again like she has done before, don't agree to it. He spoke very quickly, as if afraid Yili would interrupt him. It's not that I don't want her to test it, it's just that she has no sense of restraint. Last time, she actually cracked a few of your bones. With the martial arts exam coming up, we martial arts students can't afford to have any physical setbacks. Fong Ming spoke with such gravity that he was practically saying, don't be her punching bag. After all, in his experience, that girl named Shen Lian often used the excuse of testing new skills to use Yili as a practice partner, leaving him battered and bruised every single time. As a friend, Fong Ming simply couldn't bear to watch it happen. And, to be honest, a first-tier, 7th-level practitioner using a first-tier, 3rd-level practitioner to test new skills wasn't that just looking for a moving punching bag? It's downright shameful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Under Fong Ming's exasperated gaze, Yili chuckled softly and stepped into the training hall first. As far as he could recall, there were less than 2 months left until the provincial martial arts exam. To gain admission to his dream top-tier academy in such a short time, he'd need to reach the 2nd tier of martial arts to be on the safe side. The most urgent task now was to quickly accumulate evil points. Unfortunately, the system hadn't provided any hints yet, so he'd have to figure it out on his own for now. At this stage, beating people up was a relatively simple way to earn evil points. Yili's thoughts raced as Fong Ming followed close behind him. The two quickly crossed the 1st floor lobby and reached the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Just then, Yili spotted a familiar figure, Shen Lian. She was wearing a sky blue training uniform, her eyes filled with resentment, her silver teeth clenched tightly. She looked quite indignant. Upon seeing Yili, Shen Lian was the first to break the silence. Yili. She ground out the words through clenched teeth, you're finally here. Lead the way, Yili said, tilting his chin slightly. Like I'd ever lead you anywhere. Shen Lian stomped her foot and pointed a finger right at Yili's nose, shouting. Yili. I haven't even settled the score with you yet for what you said to me yesterday. Fong Ming was taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected this turn of events for her to start yelling at him right off the bat. However, he soon looked as if it all made sense. That damn woman Yili's voice must have been just a little too loud, and she took it as an insult. Fong Ming thought to himself. Seeing Yili's calm expression only confirmed his suspicion. He immediately took a step forward and said in a deep voice. Shen Lian, Brother Yi is here to get familiar with the surroundings. If you don't want to help, then get familiar with the surroundings? He is not getting familiar with a damn thing. Shen Lian stomped her foot in a fit of rage, cutting Fong Ming off mid-sentence. She shot Yili a hateful glare and shrieked. It's bad enough that you beat my boyfriend using underhanded tactics, but now you actually want to steal his spot on the reserve list? You despicable thief. Vicious words poured from Shen Lian's mouth, as if she were attacking Yili with the most repulsive language in the world. There was a reason for her brazenness. With a martial arts rank of level 1, stage 7, coupled with a C-class martial arts talent, she was considered one of the stronger members of the school team. Even if Yili had defeated Ran, his strength was at most 5th tier, level 1 he'd struggle against a 6th tier, level 1 fighter, let alone someone like her at 7th tier, level 1. Shen Lian couldn't wait for Yili to lose his temper and lash out at her. That would give her a perfect excuse to beat him so badly he'd be bedridden. Ideally, he wouldn't even be able to take the martial arts exam. However, considering Yili's meek and timid nature, Shen Lian didn't think he'd dare lay a hand on her. Therefore, she planned to strike first. Although Yili's parents had been very kind to her when they were alive, Shen Lian didn't care about any of that right now. All she wanted was to beat Yili senseless to vent her pent-up anger. To that end, she had deliberately sent the rest of the school team away. At that very moment, there were only the three of them in the entire training building. Even if he were to let out pitiful wails later, no one would hear them. How dare she block my contact info? How dare she insult me? How dare she hit my boyfriend? How dare she steal my boyfriend's spot on the team? Yili truly deserves to die 1,000 deaths. At this thought, Shen Lian's rage flared even more, and she sneered. Yili, let us be honest, are you even worthy of being on the school team? You should just died along with your parents. What did you say? Fang Ming was so enraged by those words that his face flushed red. He clenched his fists and immediately channeled his true qi. With his strength at the peak of the 4th level of the 1st tier, even if he couldn't defeat her, he wouldn't lose too badly. Probably. Just then, a long, knuckled hand reached out and gently pressed down on his shoulder. Fang Ming turned his head to look at Yili's calm face, wanting to tell him just how despicable the person in front of them was. Bro Yi, no matter how much you like Shen Lian, you should come to your senses in a situation like this, right? Under his gaze, Yili calmly shook his head. Fang Ming reluctantly let go of his fists. He knew that, given Yili's personality, he would most likely choose to swallow his anger and keep quiet. Brother Yi, there are as many girls in the world as there are stars in the sky. There is no need to. Fang Ming was just about to offer some words of advice when he suddenly stopped. Because Yili had already vanished from where he stood. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Shen Lian, who looked utterly stunned. In the blink of an eye, the young man spread his arms wide, and under Shen Lian's horrified gaze, his fist like a meteor shattered the ground as it slammed heavily into her soft abdomen. Boom! With a dull thud, Shen Lian's body was sent flying backward. Her feet left the ground, and her body, swept up by the immense force, flew past the staircase and crashed heavily onto the 2nd floor steps, blood spurting wildly. Detected, you severely injured your childhood friend, whom you've secretly loved for 10 years, with a single punch. Evil points plus 2,000. Fang Ming turned his head in disbelief, then shuddered. Yili was seen adjusting his cuffs as he climbed the stairs, walking step by step toward Shen Lian, whose nose and mouth were bleeding. His posture was composed, and his expression calm as he said, "If I ask for your help, just help me. Why all the nonsense?" Detected Shen Lian's fear level at maximum. Evil points plus 1,000. Current evil points, 3,700. Eek. A terrified scream burst from Shen Lian's mouth. Her eyes were wide with fear as she stared at Yili, as if she had seen some kind of demon. Ignoring the pain in her body, she scrambled backward frantically, using both her hands and feet. Yili cast a cold glance her way. Shen Lian immediately clamped her mouth shut, but the excruciating pain radiating from her abdomen caused her eyes to well up with tears. Terror and disbelief filled her heart. She simply couldn't understand why, as a 7th tier, 1st rank cultivator, she hadn't been able to see Yili's movements clearly just now. She hadn't even had time to activate her martial talent before she'd been beaten to the point of serious injury. Moreover, she never in her wildest dreams would have imagined that Yili would dare to lay a hand on her. Where is my room? 3, 3rd floor, the room on the far left. Shen Lian replied, her voice trembling. I can show you the way. Please spare me. First defiant, then submissive, thinking it over. Yili shook his head slightly and paid her no further attention. With an indifferent look, he turned away and said flatly, Fang Ming, let us go. Hearing this, Fang Ming snapped out of his daze. He stiffly raised his head and looked at his friend's impassive expression. His throat involuntarily tightened. If he remembered correctly, Lian was at the 7th level of the first tier, yet the opponent had taken her out with a single punch. That kind of power. Level 8? Or even level 9? And what's more, had his friend broken through? Fong Ming's breathing quickened as he lifted his foot to follow after Yili. Just as he was about to leave, he instinctively glanced at Lian, who was curled up in agony nearby, and couldn't help but ask. Bro Yi, what about her? She won die. Don't worry about her. Yili's voice was flat as he leaped steadily over Lian and headed upstairs. Not killing her with a single punch, but merely dislocating her internal organs, that was the utmost mercy he could show. Fortunately, the rewards from this encounter were substantial enough to barely quell the rage burning within him. He really was a good person. Chapter 6: Rapidly Surging Fist Power. The training room was located on the 3rd floor. Yili's private training room was situated near the edge of the floor. After swiping his access card, the door opened automatically. Yili stepped inside and looked around. The training room was about 200 square meters, with exquisite and tidy facilities. The walls were engraved with formations designed to gather spiritual energy. Once activated by his access card, they significantly accelerated the pace of training within the room. In addition, it was fully equipped with a fist power tester, a vital energy and blood strength analyzer, a data logger, and a mental capacity meter, everything one could need. No wonder Teacher Yang was watching my reaction with such anticipation. It turns out this is such an impressive cultivation room. As Yili looked around, he nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased. Not only had he received 3,000 evil deeds points out of the blue, but he'd also gotten a cultivation room for free. A cultivation room like this would cost at least several thousand Hanxia coins a day if rented elsewhere. That certainly saved him a chunk of money. Fong Ming followed behind him, watching the boy's cheerful profile, and couldn't shake the feeling that it was all somehow unreal. In the past, his best friend would have been completely at Lian's beck and call. Never mind being used as a punching bag. If Lian so much as gave a nod, Yili would have given up something important without a second thought. It wasn't just Lian who thought this way, even Fong Ming believed it to be true. But what Fong Ming never in a million years would have imagined was that just moments ago, Yili had actually gone on a killing spree, landing a punch that left Lian unable to even stand up. That's so awesome. So cool. As the earlier scene flashed through his mind, Fong Ming took a deep breath and pinched his thigh hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. The pain shot through his thigh. Everything before his eyes was indeed real. He swallowed hard, then hesitated before asking. Bro Yi, what's gotten into you today? What do you mean, what's going on? Yili turned to look at him, asking with a hint of confusion. While Fong Ming gestured wildly with both hands, and after a long pause, finally blurted out. Why did you suddenly stop going easy on that Lian? Why should I go easy on her? Yili furrowed his brow and replied matter-of-factly. She was pointing her finger at me and cursing. It was as if she had the words "hurry up and hit me" written all over her face. Of course I had to grant her wish. That's true. Hearing this, Fong Ming nodded vigorously. Driven by genuine curiosity, he asked another question. Bro Yi, what exactly is your cultivation level now? One day he was at the 3rd sublevel of the first tier, and the next he could instantly knock out a full-fledged member of the school team with a single punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fong Ming would never have believed it. Yili's gaze swept over the formation patterns on the wall. After hearing his question, he replied casually, I've just entered the 8th sublevel of the first tier. The accurate answer was actually the peak of the 8th sublevel of the first tier. But since Yili had only advanced that afternoon, it wasn't wrong to say he'd just entered the 8th sublevel of the first tier. Yili had no intention of hiding his true strength. First, he and Fong Ming had a good relationship, so there was a certain level of trust between them. Second, he might not even be at this level by tomorrow. Even so, Fong Ming's expression still betrayed obvious shock. Fong Ming, wait, bro? So you've been holding back all this time? Why bother? If you'd shown your true strength sooner, our school would have been worshipping you like a god. Well, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration after all. we've got a monster like Senior Jiang up there. Fong Ming exclaimed excitedly. But even without comparing you to Senior Jiang, Brother Yi, you're still one of the top players at our school right now. I doubt there are many on the entire school team who are stronger than you. Senior Jiang is one, Vice Captain Liu Yande is another. Are there any others besides them? That's it. Why are we even acting as substitutes? Brother Yi, just wait, I'm going to talk to Coach Yang right now and make sure she gives you a spot on the official roster. Fong Ming counted on his fingers, growing more and more excited as he spoke, until finally he jumped to his feet and headed for the door. Close the door for me, Yili waved his hand. Got it, bro. After Fong Ming left, Yili walked slowly over to the punching power tester. The last time he tested his punching power was the last time. Since the opportunity had presented itself, it wouldn't hurt to check his current level. Yili lowered his center of gravity, let his true chi circulate through his body, gathered power in his right fist, and then struck out with all his might. His fist flew like a cannonball, slamming heavily into the punching bag in front of him. Boom! Accompanied by a dull explosion, the numbers on the testing machine flashed rapidly, 645 kilograms. That high? Yili was somewhat surprised. This number had already surpassed the human limit he remembered from his previous life. Had he finally ceased to be human? Yili chuckled softly, turned, and walked to the control center of the formation, inserting his silver waist token. The formation patterns on the wall lit up one after another. Accompanied by a faint humming sound, Yili could feel the concentration of spiritual energy around him steadily rising. There's no time to waste, let us start the next round of cultivation. Yili found a suitable spot to sit down with the right cultivation bonuses in place. Boosting his cultivation was the best course of action. Current evil points, 3,700. Ding! 1,000 evil points consumed. Beginning cultivation. C-rank spirit energy gathering array detected. Your cultivation speed has increased by 10%. Accelerated cultivation in progress. Cultivation complete. Vitality has significantly increased. Current level, peak first tier perfect. Comment: the buff from the formation is remarkably effective. The gains from this session are equivalent to 7 years of arduous cultivation. Yili's vitality surged once more, and the cluster of true chi within his body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, surging true chi filled his entire body, a clear sign that he had reached the peak of Tier 1. The effects of this formation are only slightly inferior to those of spiritual elixirs, but while spiritual elixirs are rare, this formation is permanent. Feeling his growing strength, Yili murmured with a touch of emotion. No wonder the school team is so much stronger than ordinary martial arts students. This is a double advantage of resources and talent. After pondering for 2 seconds, he walked straight up to the punching power tester and raised his dark eyes. After a brief adjustment to his breathing, Yili gently pressed his palm against the test punching bag and exhaled deeply. Immediately afterward, as he exhaled, he twisted his waist and abdomen, pushed off with his right foot, and clenched his hand into a fist. He unleashed a fierce punch from that tiny space. Boom! A muffled sound even louder than before echoed, and the testing machine's screen clearly displayed the number. 885 kilograms. The standard for peak first-tier punching power should be 800 kilograms, yet Yili's punching power had surpassed that figure and by a wide margin. Yili looked at the number, his expression calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. That makes sense. After all, others' cultivation is built through practice, it's nothing but empty show. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. But I've been improving step by step, thanks to the system's stat points. The difference is clear. What Yili didn't know was that this punching power tester was connected in real time to the school's database. At that moment, his ranking in punching power had shot straight to second place in the entire school. He was second only to Zhu, the universally recognized genius of Linhai No. 1 High School. The teacher in charge of the relevant data hadn't noticed this development yet. Chapter 7, Yili's Taunt, Liu Yande's Rage. Inside Linhai Hospital. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, and medical staff in white coats bustled back and forth. Inside a hospital room. Ron, who had been beaten unconscious by Yili the day before, was now leaning back against a hospital bed. His face deathly pale, he looked at the man in a blue team uniform sitting upright at the bedside and said respectfully, "Brother Lu, I." "Just say what's on your mind," the young man addressed as Brother Lu sighed. His gaze swept over Ren as he added in a deep voice, "If it's about your spot on the reserve list, don't even bother. It was Principal Li's decision, there's nothing I can do about it." Ren clenched his jaw tightly and said resentfully, "So my spot is just going to that Yili? Do you have any other options?" Brother Lu asked with a cold laugh. Ren slowly clenched his fists, his fingernails digging into his flesh. This man was the person he knew who was most likely to help him. Lu Yangde, vice captain of the Lin High No. 1 high school varsity team, had already reached the peak of the first tier half a year ago. In the past, before making a substitution, the school team's coach would always ask for his and Ju's opinions first. But this time was different. This time, he was simply notified that a martial arts major named Yili would be taking the substitute spot on the school team. He didn't even have a chance to object. "Give it a rest." Lu Yangde patted Ren on the shoulder and said sympathetically, "There's no way you're keeping your spot as a substitute. Since you've performed well in the past, I'll have that Yili come over and apologize to you, and we'll call it even." But Ren still looked utterly resentful. He intended to teach the other guy a lesson, only to end up getting beaten like a dog instead. He simply couldn't accept that. "Enough." Lu Yangde frowned and sneered, "Didn't you send Shen Lian to teach that kid a lesson? Do you think I don't know? You even went out of your way to clear everyone out of the training hall. Clearly you intended to make an example of him. That kid is probably going to be bedridden for 10 days or half a month after Shen Lian's beating, isn't? I've already pretended I didn't know anything about it. What more do you want?" Lu Yangde's voice was as deep as water. Ren was silent for a long moment before finally muttering, "I understand." Lu Yangde nodded with satisfaction. "Then I'll call him right now and have him come over to apologize to you. I'm afraid he might not even be able to walk by now." Ren added with a sinister smirk. With Yili, a 5th-tier first-rank cultivator, facing off against Shen Lian, a 7th-tier first-rank cultivator, he didn't even dare to imagine what kind of beating Yili must have taken. He'd have at least a few broken bones, for sure. Lu Yangde picked up the phone on the table, ignoring Ren's face full of schadenfreude, and dialed the number for Yili that his mentor had given him. "Hello, who is this?" The call connected quickly, and a calm, polite voice came through. "You must be Yili, right?" Lu Yangde said casually, "I'm Lu Yangde. Just call me Brother Lu. I need to talk to you about something." "Don't know you." "No time." Beep beep. The calm tone, accompanied by the dial tone, rang in Lu Yangde's ears, leaving him stunned and causing his blood pressure to rise slightly. Ren, standing beside him, hadn't expected Yili to dare hang up either and looked at him with a bewildered expression. This made Lu Yangde feel even more embarrassed. He considered himself a big shot at school and had always carried himself with the air of a boss. In his view, Yili would surely obey him and come over to apologize after receiving his call. He never imagined that before he could even get a word out, the call would be hung up. Lu Yangde's expression gradually darkened. "Brother Lu, that kid Yili never used to dare act like this." Ren snapped out of it, and upon seeing Lu Yangde's expression, immediately chimed in to fan the flames. "He has probably joined the school team and thinks he is all that now. He is acting like he is above everyone else." Hearing this, Lu Yangde's expression darkened, and he immediately redialed the number without a word. The moment the call connected, he snapped. "Yili, this is the school team's vice captain. I need to talk to you." "Go ahead," came the slightly mocking voice on the other end. "You went too far in yesterday's match," Lu Yangde said, his brow relaxing slightly as he spoke in a low tone. "You even took Ren's spot. That was a huge blow to him. So what? I want you to come apologize to him, and we'll consider this matter settled," Lu Yangde said. "Got it," Yili replied flatly. "Is that so?" Hearing this, Lu Yangde felt his anger subside slightly, replaced by a touch of contempt. Yili's capitulation had come faster than he'd expected. Once he found out who I was, he got scared after all. Lu Yongda's lips curled upward as he suppressed a hint of smugness, then added. Then go see your coach later and tell him you're voluntarily withdrawing from the school team for personal reasons. We're about to participate in an exchange tournament, and having you join the team at this point would disrupt. I understand. Before he could finish, Yili cut him off, chuckling lightly. So the school team is full of self-important assholes like you, huh? Hearing this, the corner of Lu Yongda's eye twitched slightly. His burly frame sprang to his feet, and his voice turned icy as he said. What did you say? As he spoke, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew tense. Ren, lying on the hospital bed, felt his heart racing as he stared fixedly at the furious Lu Yongda. I said you're an asshole, and I suspect the entire school team is full of assholes like you. On the other end of the line, Yili didn't take his reactions seriously at all and immediately replied with a laugh. Fine, Lu Yongda laughed bitterly in his rage, his tone dark and threatening. I've seen plenty of troublemakers, but someone like you is a first. If you've got the guts, then. But before he could finish, the phone disconnected again, beep, beep. This is outrageous. Lu Yongda's face turned bright red as he flung Ren's phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Yili, you're nothing but a nobody with no martial arts talent, you're way too cocky. Just you wait, you'll pay for this. At the peak of his rage, he spun around abruptly and strode out of the hospital room, his entire back radiating a thick aura of murderous intent. Ren stared blankly at the shattered phone on the floor. He wanted to demand compensation, but he was afraid of provoking a furious Lu Yongda. He had no choice but to lie back down on the hospital bed, seething with frustration. It was only then that it suddenly occurred to him. During their earlier phone call, Yili's voice had been strong and resonant, showing no sign of injury whatsoever. A hint of doubt immediately welled up in Ren's mind. That as strange could it be that Shen Lian didn't catch Yili, and he managed to slip away? Never mind. If they didn't catch him, they didn't catch him. A look of schadenfreude flashed across Ren's face. To actually dare go up against Lu Yongda, Yili, you're as good as dead. One was at the 5th sublevel of Tier 1, while the other had been at the peak of Tier 1 half a year ago. Who was stronger and who was weaker? He could tell the answer with his eyes closed. Chapter 8, Rare Treasure. Heavenly Gangs Treading the Void Technique. Linhai No. 1 High School, 3rd floor of the library. This place houses all the various skills Linhai No. 1 High School has acquired since its founding. Students can learn or borrow them by paying the corresponding amount of Hansha coins. Not only are the prices much cheaper than outside, but the variety in tiers are also quite extensive. It is considered one of Linhai No. 1 High School's most important buildings. Most of the skills on the 1st and 2nd floors are Tier 1. Tier 2 skills make up only a small portion of the collection. Yili learned his water fist skill and cloud-piercing spear technique right here. The 3rd floor, however, houses Tier 2 and higher skills, but access is restricted to teachers and students in the school's special training program. After swiping his ID card, Yili walked straight up to the 3rd floor amid numerous curious and envious glances. He didn't pay much attention to Lu Yongda's hostility. After all, with a phone call standing between them, many things were inconvenient to carry out. Let me ask, what do you do when you run out of misdeed points? Answer: beat the enemy senseless until they cough up the corresponding evil points. So, if Lu Yongda were sitting across from him, Yili was confident he could resolve the conflict between them. Pushing aside his jumbled thoughts, Yili stood before the massive electronic screen and began browsing through the various skills stored there. Tier 2 skill, Mountain Shattering Fist, 100,000 Hansha coins. Tier 2 skill, Serpentine Movement, 120,000 Hansha coins. D rank breathing technique, Scorching Flame Breath, 200,000 Hansha coins. Yili's general plan was to choose a suitable movement skill and a relatively high-tier attack skill. However, perhaps the system had subtly raised his standards. Amid the dazzling array of options, he couldn't find a single suitable skill. The reason was simple. It wasn't that they were junk, it just felt like a waste to spend evil points on skills of this level. Although low-tier martial arts aren't officially classified by rank, one can still discern their relative merits from the corresponding descriptions. In Yili's assessment, most of the second-tier skills listed here were merely mediocre. Their only real advantage was that there were plenty of them to choose from. I guess I'll just have to pick a few at random for now, as a stopgap, Yili said, rubbing his temples with a slight headache. As for breathing techniques, he'd have to put those on his to-do list as well. These are methods that can only be mastered after reaching the second tier. Though called breathing techniques, they could just as well be referred to as second-tier martial arts. Like martial arts talent, their tiers are ranked from highest to lowest, S, A, B, C, D, and E. Yili scanned through the breathing techniques available at Lin High No. 1 High School. The highest ranked one was only C grade, and even that cost 300,000 Hansha coins. Yet, all told, Yili had no more than about 100,000 Hansha coins to his name. He was really stretched thin. Sigh. For students in the martial arts track, all they had to do was place their skills here, but for students like him in the martial arts department, there were so many more things to consider. Picking out a skill? As his thoughts swirled, a clear, young woman's voice rang in Yili's ears. He turned his head and saw a bookish-looking girl wearing round-framed glasses, holding a book and standing not far away, tilting her head as she looked at him. "Who are you?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "Yu Chanxian," the artsy girl smiled. Then, as if sensing the confusion in Yili's eyes, Yu Chanxian quickly added, "I'm on the school team too. I watched your match yesterday. Your name is Yili, and you're at Tier 1, Level 5, right?" "I see," Yili nodded politely and said, "I'm picking out a skill. Is there something you need? It seems like you're not satisfied with the skills here." Yu Chanxian stepped forward, stood side by side with him, and looked at the electronic screen with a faint smile. "You've been frowning the whole time." "The quality is just too poor," Yili said calmly, stating his opinion. "Of course it is," Yu Chanxian chuckled. "The rare skills are all used by the school as various rewards. Why would they be openly displayed for sale here?" "Alright, I was being an idiot." Yili waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Yu Chanxian called out to him. After pausing for a couple of seconds, she asked, "Although there aren't any complete rare skills here, we do have some fragments. Are you interested?" "Yes." Yili stopped in his tracks. "Then wait a moment, I'll look it up for you." "Thanks." Soon, Yu Chanxian swiped across the screen to highlight a name. Second tier skill rare, Heavenly Gangs Treading the Void Technique Fragment, 100,000 Hansha coins. What do you think? Want to buy it and take a look? Yu Chanxian asked tentatively. But the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. After all, 100,000 Hansha coins was no small sum, and Yu Chanxian worried Yili might think she was trying to rip him off. Meaning well but causing trouble. Yu Chanxian often made mistakes like this. Even so, she just couldn't shake her bad habit of sticking her nose into other people's business. "Sure." To Yu Chanxian's surprise, Yili simply thanked her again, then quickly paid and completed the order. Next, all she had to do was go to the front desk to pick up the facsimile. "I'll go get it for you." Rarely feeling such emotional fulfillment, Yu Chanxian volunteered and ran toward the front desk. But Yili suspected she was just trying to steal his book, so he followed behind her. "Your family must be well off. You just went ahead and bought a 100,000 skill on a whim," Yu Chanxian joked. Yili glanced at her and said indifferently, "Both my parents are dead. That 100,000 is my last bit of savings." Successfully triggered a strong sense of guilt in Yu Chanxian. Evil points plus 200. If it turns out to be completely useless later, I'll have to survive on grass from now on. Hearing the system's alert tone, Yili's eyes lit up, and he continued. Detected increased guilt in Yu Chanxian's heart. Evil points plus 100. Upon hearing this, Yu Chanxian took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Don't worry, it'll be useful. When it comes to understanding skills, I'm the best in our grade." Yili nodded slightly. The two quickly retrieved the relevant texts. Yili flipped through them casually and discovered that the texts contained numerous gaps. These weren't the kind of fragments where only the second half or the first half was missing. Rather, there were vast gaps in the text itself, a sentence missing here, a page of explanation missing there. No matter how he looked at it, the texts were completely unusable for learning. To put it simply, it was like throwing 100,000 yuan into water, it made no splash at all. I'm so sorry. Yu Chanxian wished she could sink into a crack in the ground. She screamed inwardly. Why was it like this again? Why did her good intentions always backfire? This was a disaster given Yili's situation. She was truly guilty beyond redemption. Yili paid her no mind for the moment, simply flipping through the tattered book with a calm expression. And in his eyes, on the pale blue panel visible only to him, text was slowly emerging. Heavenly Gangs Treading the Void Technique Beginner Level. Points available. Current evil deed points, 3,000. Finally found a hidden gem. Chapter 9, Lightning Fast Ascent, Mastery of the Treasure Art. This should be a skill that combines movement techniques and defense. According to the description, this skill has 3 major stages. When cultivated to its highest level, it can make one's body as insubstantial as air, making it impossible to discern what is real and what is illusory. Combined with peculiar footwork, it can nullify or evade most attacks and even increase one's speed. Yu Chanxian carefully observed Yili's expression while offering a sheepish smile. This is definitely a top-tier skill among second-tier skills. Most third-tier skills probably aren't as sophisticated as this one. If only I could learn it well, I'm sorry. No matter how exquisite it is, in my current state, even a martial immortal wouldn't be able to master it. But I really did try my best to help you choose. Could you please stop looking at me like that? I'm truly sorry. I'm willing to reimburse you for part of the loss. Yu Chanxian hung her head in shame, covering her face with both hands, feeling she had no face to look at the handsome young man before her. Classmate Yu, when you apologize, you're supposed to kneel. Don't you even know that basic etiquette? Yili suppressed the joy in his heart, propping his chin with one hand as he said casually. Hearing this, Yu Chanxian's eyes widened, her pretty face turning pale in an instant, and she stammered. Really? Of course not. What are you thinking? Yili waved his hand dismissively. Then, with a teasing tone, he added, but if that is how you want to apologize, I wouldn't object. Yu Chanxian crossed her arms in front of her, bit her lip lightly, and then dropped to her knees with a thud. As she pressed her hands down, her full breasts were squished and distorted against the floor. It was truly a textbook example of a lady getting out of a car pose. If there hadn't been so few people on the 3rd floor, her dramatic gesture would have certainly drawn quite a few stares. Forcing a young girl to kneel before you, evil points plus 100. You're taking this too far, Yili said, looking at her in surprise. I was just joking, I didn't really mean for you to kneel. But since you knelt so perfectly, I'll forgive you. Making you waste 100,000 yuan for nothing, an apology like this is only fair. Yu Chanxian climbed to her feet and said, somewhat sheepishly. You're the first person I've ever met who trusted me so much, and in the end, I still couldn't be of much help. I'm really sorry. Yili said with a touch of resignation. At the end of the day, I wanted to buy it myself. Besides, I never said I couldn't read it. Really? It's in such a tattered state. Really? If anything, I owe you one. Yili Yu Chanxian's face lit up with emotion. In her view, that fragment of the Heavenly Gangs Treading the Void technique was something no one could possibly understand or master. His current words were clearly just him putting on a brave face to spare her feelings. I understand. Yu Chanxian pursed her lips slightly and said earnestly, Yili, whether you can understand it or not, if I ever get my hands on a valuable skill in the future, I'll definitely share it with you. Hearing this, Yili simply waved his hand casually and said, got it. Go ahead and get back to work. Only then did Yu Chanxian nod with a smile and turn to leave. Once she was out of earshot, Yili refocused his attention on the interface. Yu Chanxian's panic wasn't unfounded after all. This fragment was practically a fill-in-the-blank exercise. No matter how cheap it was impossible to train with. However, he had immense perseverance and hard work as a foundation, plus a little help from his God mode. He believed he could accomplish what ordinary people couldn't. Current evil points, 3,100. Thankfully, he hadn't gone all in while in the cultivation chamber to force a breakthrough to the second tier, otherwise, he'd be stuck watching helplessly right now. Yili let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief, then immediately began his next round of attribute allocation. Just to be safe, he'd start with 500 points to test the waters. Based on experience, this was roughly equivalent to 2.5 years of his own arduous cultivation. 500 points of sin points rapidly flooded into his interface, and the numbers associated with the heavenly gang's treading the void technique began to change. Ding! 500 sin points consumed. Beginning to upgrade Tier 2 skill Heavenly Gang's treading the void step. Detected lack of cloud mist essence resources and incomplete cultivation. Manual cultivation speed reduced by 70%. Do you wish to consume 2,000 points of evil points to attempt deriving the complete skill and remove the negative buff? That's way too expensive. I can't afford to derive it. Besides, attempting to derive it, I don't know a damn thing about skills. If I can't derive it, will the system compensate me? No. Yili chose to forcefully allocate points without hesitation. Your speed is comparable to that of a 70-year-old woman running a full marathon beginning a full throttle charge toward the breakthrough. Cultivation in progress. Cultivation complete skill successfully mastered at the entry level. Heavenly Gang's treading the void step, entry level 60%. Byproduct: after 2.5 years of arduous training dedicated to mastering this skill, your mental resilience has grown stronger, and your vitality has increased slightly. Sure enough, they slapped a negative buff on me, 70% reduction in speed. That's ridiculous. Besides, wouldn't a 70-year-old woman running a marathon risk her life? Is this really okay? Yili's gaze swept over the interface as he muttered his inner complaints. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that it actually worked. Even if he were filling in the blanks of a word puzzle without having read the book, even without the corresponding training resources, he could still force his skill progress forward. As the saying goes, allocating points is precisely what makes a king. Forcing it through, ha! Yili murmured softly, raising one hand and gently channeling his true chi, which began to circulate along the corresponding meridians. Whoosh! A faint white mist wafted from his palm. His already somewhat pale skin grew even whiter, taking on a faintly ethereal and translucent quality. If he were to use this palm to block an attack, the damage he sustained would be reduced by several tenths compared to other parts of his body. In short, it provided a certain degree of damage mitigation. This was a true gem among second-tier skills. Yili's heart stirred slightly. Regarding Shen's earlier remark that most third-tier martial arts are likely no match for its sophistication, he had initially thought she was just trying to save face for him, but now it seemed there was indeed some truth to it. It's just that the energy cost is quite high. It really does need to be used in conjunction with a breathing technique. Yili sighed in admiration. Simply transforming the flesh and skin of this single palm had already drained a significant amount of his true chi. Without the breathing technique to replenish his true chi in real time during combat, even at the peak of the first tier, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. Moreover, after spending 500 evil deeds points, he had barely managed to reach the entry level. In the past, that would have been enough to max out a second-tier skill. Unfortunately, Yili didn't have any better solutions for the time being. Not to mention that he had no idea where to find the so-called mist essence. The time and money required alone would be more than he could handle. With the martial arts exam approaching, he didn't have much time left. Alright, I'll go all in. After confirming the results, Yili didn't hesitate to access his interface and began pouring all his energy into this skill. Target detected. Beginning continuous enhancement of the Heavenly Gang's treading the void technique. Current negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 70%. Cultivating. Ding. As your understanding of this skill deepens, you recall similar techniques from literary works in your past life and incorporate them into your cultivation. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 30%. The old woman you've transformed into puts on a Dachi Ken's senior shoes and begins sprinting down the track known as the heavenly pole, treading the void technique. Accelerated cultivation in progress. Cultivation complete. This consumed 2,400 evil deeds points, roughly equivalent to 12 years of your arduous cultivation. Heavenly Gang's treading the void technique has reached perfection. Byproduct: over a decade of single-minded, arduous cultivation has brought your understanding of this skill to a terrifying level. You have mastered the technique of Hua Jing, and your qi and blood strength have increased slightly. Yili exhaled a puff of white vapor. The qi and blood surging through his body grew ever more vigorous, like a boiling cauldron. His entire being radiated vitality, his tendons and bones resonated in unison, and his spine stood as straight as a mighty dragon. He was just a hair's breadth away from that so-called second-tier realm. Chapter 10, Breaking Through the Gate Straight to the Point. It really feels like I'm using a cheat code. Feeling his surging qi and blood, Yili couldn't help but marvel. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary martial arts student who blended into the crowd. It had taken him nearly 3 years just to barely master a first-tier skill to perfection. Forget those renowned martial arts academies, even getting into an ordinary martial arts university would have been a tall order. But things are different now. Thanks to his persistence and hard work, along with the refinement of several perfected skills, Yili's martial arts foundation has been honed to a nearly terrifying level. To anyone observing him, he was the type of fighter who had risen step by step through arduous training. Vital energy surging, skills mastered, and aura steady. In Yili's estimation, with his current arsenal, an ordinary peak-tier first-tier practitioner would be no match for him. Phew! He exhaled silently, feeling much more confident about the martial arts exam a month away. But before the martial arts exam, he still had to prepare for a so-called inter-high school exchange tournament. Compared to the solemn and momentous martial arts exam, this exchange tournament held far more interest for young people. As it turned out, gladiatorial combat had always been one of the most popular events throughout history. Yili had heard Fong Ming mention the details of this city-level exchange tournament more than once. It was said that if one performed exceptionally well in the exchange tournament, not only would they receive a precious skill as a reward from the school, but they might also catch the eye of the only martial arts university in the province, thereby securing a spot through early admission. The exchange tournament was scheduled for next week, and even substitutes would have a chance to compete. Thinking of this, Yili grew even more excited. A martial arts university is the institution every martial arts student aspires to attend. The skills and resources provided there are far beyond what a martial arts high school can offer. Many of these universities also collaborate closely with local cities, allowing talented students to venture outside the city to slay beasts in exchange for the training resources they need. The more prestigious the martial arts university, the greater the support it can provide. To gain admission to the institution of one's choice, one must stand out in the martial arts exam and achieve outstanding results. Only by reaching the second tier does one qualify to compete with the very best students at martial arts high school. So close, just so close, the second tier is right within reach. This hurdle stops 50% of martial artists in their tracks. However, as far as Yili is concerned, as long as he has enough evil points, he can break through even with negative buffs maxed out. The system hasn't yet established clear standards for acquiring evil points, but Yili has figured out a trick on his own. The suffering of others, his own pleasure. Satisfying even a single aspect of these behaviors yields the corresponding evil points. Yili didn't see anything wrong with this after all. In a high martial arts world, the weak deserve to be thoroughly humiliated by the strong. Of course, this is just a general guideline. There are cases where satisfying both conditions still fails to yield evil points. The system reserves the right of final interpretation. I'll head back for today. Yili closed the tattered book, glanced at his status panel, and immediately felt a pang of regret. The rewards he'd just looted from Shen Lian were already completely depleted after he'd used them to deduce just one rare martial art. Current evil points, 200. I've got to find someone to loot some more rewards. Yili sighed, stood up, and walked out of the library, heading toward the training building. The rooms set aside specifically for them, the school team members, were all suitable for overnight stays. Anyway, he lived alone at home, so it didn't matter whether he went back or not. Sigh, when on earth would he run into one of those brainless, in-your-face, provocative villainous minions? With that thought in mind, Yili stepped through the training building's entrance, climbed the stairs, and arrived at the door to his training room. Squeak! He pushed open the door, walked over to the bed, lay down, and stretched comfortably. He then closed his eyes to rest, intending to take a quick nap. The unexpected windfall of the Heavenly Gang's treading the void technique, a rare tier skill, had lifted his spirits considerably. Knock, knock, knock. It was just past 6 in the evening when a series of knocks sounded at the door. Who's there? Yili sat up, the drowsiness vanishing from his dark eyes. It's me, Yu Chanshan. Coming. Yili hurried over and opened the door. Looking at the bespectacled girl, whose expression seemed somewhat awkward, he raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Did you find that precious skill? So fast?" No, it's something else." Yu Chanshan waved her hands repeatedly, her unease becoming increasingly obvious. Taking note of her expression, Yili formed a rough guess in his mind. "If you have something to say, just say it," he said. "It's just," Yu Chanshan twisted her hands in front of her, "Captain Lu wants you to go to his training room. It's the room on the far left of the 4th floor. "Captain Lu?" "He is the vice-captain of our school team, Lu Yangda." As she spoke, a hint of conflict flashed in Yu Chanshan's eyes. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, "Never mind, you'd better not go. I have a feeling he is up to no good." "Up to no good?" Yili's interest was immediately piqued, and he asked calmly, "Why do you say that?" "He said he is going to show you that there is always someone better than you, and teach you a thing or two about the school team's rules." After saying this, Yu Chanshan let out a long sigh. It seemed to have taken a great deal of courage for her to bring this up. She pushed her glasses up with her finger and continued. "Have you had any run-ins with him before?" "Just a little." "Exactly." Yu Chanshan clenched her teeth and said angrily, "He is incredibly petty. Don't go over there just yet. He is not alone in the training room. He has got his 2 sycophants with him. Both are members of the school team, one at level 1, rank 9, and the other at level 1, rank 8 plus Lu Yangda, who is at the peak of level 1. If you go there, you're definitely in for a world of trouble. Seriously, they're taking advantage of the fact that Senior Jiang doesn't interfere with this stuff to bully the newbies with impunity." Yu Chanshan grew angrier as she spoke. A perfectly good school team, it's bound to be ruined by his little clique sooner or later. "Got it. You lead the way." Yili tilted his chin. "Lead the way? What do you mean?" Yu Chanshan stared at him in bewilderment and hurriedly explained, "I'm going to find the coach. As long as the coach comes over, he won't dare do anything to you." "No, I mean, you're actually going?" Before she could finish, Yili had already brushed past her, waved his hand, and strode purposefully toward the 4th floor. Watching his upright figure recede, Yu Chanshan's eyes widened. She simply couldn't fathom why anyone would deliberately walk straight into the line of fire. If you know there's a tiger on the mountain, you shouldn't go there in the first place. Those who know you're at level 1, stage 5, but those who don't might mistake you for Senior Jiang. And in the few seconds Yu Chanshan stood there dumbfounded, Yili's figure had already vanished at the top of the stairs. He appeared on the 4th floor, in front of Lu Yangda's training room. "Brother Lu, do you think that kid dares to show up?" "Not sure. He was acting super cocky when he talked to me on the phone this morning. Who knows, maybe he really will come." Inside the room, someone said with a cold laugh. "Ha ha ha, he definitely won't dare come, Brother Lu. That kid is just a benchwarmer at stage 1, level 5. If he dares show up, I'll take him down with just one hand. Brother Lu, if Yu Chanshan can't get that kid to come, we'll just go over there and block him." Listening to the boisterous banter inside, Yili silently exhaled. Then, he kicked the door with all his might. Boom! The entire door burst open in an instant, shards flying everywhere, revealing the 3 stunned figures inside. Chapter 11, Defensive Counterattack. The perfect Heavenly Gang's treading the void technique. The leader was, of course, Lu Yangda. Sitting on a cot, he stared in astonishment at Yili, who had burst through the door. The other two young men in team uniforms hadn't expected him to be so bold, storming in without so much as a word. He really was a troublemaker. Once they regained their composure, the two immediately stood up, a hint of mockery appearing on their faces as their true chi began to circulate within them. "I never would have thought you'd be this brainless." Looking at the handsome teenager at the doorway, Lu Yangda curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. "You vandalized my room without permission. For that alone, I can ask the teacher to kick you off the school team. You don't actually think that being at the 5th level of the first tier is that rare, do you? Let me tell you the truth, a martial arts student with your level of strength is as useless to the school as a chicken rib. But I'm different. At the peak of the first tier, I'd be a top student at any martial arts high school. Guess which one the school cares about more, you or me?" After Lu Yangda finished speaking with smug satisfaction, the two men beside him burst into laughter. Then, the two walked toward Yili at the doorway, their eyes filled with hostility. The atmosphere in the training room suddenly turned oppressive. Lu Yangda grew even more smug. He looked at Yili, hoping to see some signs of inferiority or panic on the teenager's face. Unfortunately, Yili's expression remained as calm as a still pond. Only his dark eyes burned with an ever-intensifying fire. "You." Lu Yangda frowned, just as he was about to speak, when Yili's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. The next second, he appeared right in front of the two young men who were closing in on him. Looking into the teenager's icy black eyes, one of them turned pale with shock. He hadn't expected the other's speed to be this fast. Immediately afterward, Yili swung his right arm out, his chi and blood surged in unison, and a mighty burst of true chi erupted. He thrust out a fist, slamming it heavily into the man's lower back and abdomen. Boom! A force of over 1,000 kilograms erupted instantly. Caught off guard, the man spewed a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the shattered wall. Seriously injured, a level 1, rank 8 martial artist, evil deeds plus 700. Holy shit! Seeing this, the other man finally snapped out of it. As he looked at Yili, whose aura was wild and terrifying, a look of obvious terror flashed in his eyes. He was clearly thrown off balance. In his panic, he hastily channeled his true chi, crossing his arms to shield himself. He intended to buy some time to call for help. Yili had grasped the true essence of the water fist skill, mastering the technique of delivering continuous punches like flowing water. After blasting one of them away with a single punch, his second punch was already poised to strike. Even before he had cultivated the Heavenly Gang's treading the void technique, the force of his punches had already reached nearly 900 kilograms. Now, having devoted more than a decade to the Heavenly Gang's treading the void technique, although his cultivation level hadn't improved much, the force of his punches had solidly surpassed 1,000 kilograms. Just as the young man raised both arms to block, Yili unleashed a punch like a cannonball. The raised arms were forcibly shattered, as if bearing 1,000 joule of force, and a distinct cracking sound rang out from his limbs. The young man screamed and stumbled backward, but Yili followed like a shadow. His slender hand shot out like lightning, seized the opponent's face, and then slammed him viciously onto the shattered floor. Seriously injured, a level 1, 9th tier martial artist. Evil points plus 800. After such an impact, the young man immediately fell into a deep, infant-like sleep, collapsing face first onto the floor. Lu Yangda watched the scene in horror, completely baffled as to how a martial artist at the 5th level of the first rank could possess such terrifying speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, he had severely injured two people. If it were him, he'd probably find it hard to pull off. At that moment, Yili stood up, raised his hand to adjust his cuffs, and looked impassively at Lu Yangda, who was staring blankly from the bed. "It's your turn," the teenager said in an icy tone. Having rarely encountered such a perfect opportunity to strike, he had no intention of giving his opponent a chance to beg for mercy. "What realm are you actually at?" Lu Yangda stared at Yili's face, as calm as still water, and shouted in a mix of shock and fear, "You're definitely not at the 5th level of the first rank. You were hiding your strength yesterday." As he spoke, he sprang to his feet. Things had come to this judging by Yi Li's expression. There was absolutely no way he'd let him off. Since that was the case, he'd fight him head on. So what if I held back? Let me show you the gap between us. Lu Yongde roared in anger, and a strange green light immediately flared up around him as he unleashed his martial arts talent. C-class martial arts talent, bone and muscle reinforcement. His muscles began to swell, and his already burly frame grew even larger. Immediately afterward, he slammed his foot down on the ground. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, his massive body began to move, like a small, mobile fortress, charging toward Yi Li. Yi Li remained calm, as if he hadn't noticed Lu Yongde's terrifying presence. Ignoring everything around him, he lowered his center of gravity and shifted his weight, extending his right arm like a bow being drawn as his taut muscles began to gather power. Qi and blood surged through his body, and powerful true qi continuously poured into the meridians of his right arm, causing even his skin to glow with a faint white light. There was no doubt about it, the force of this punch would be far greater than that of the previous two. Boom! 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 The entire floor trembled with every step Lu Yongde took. He left deep footprints on the ground. In the space of a few breaths, his massive form surged forward to stand before Yi Li. His fist, as solid as a stone pillar, tore through the air, channeling all his kinetic energy as it slammed violently toward Yi Li. Mountain-shattering fist. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yi Li's body rapidly became ethereal and transparent, and a faint wisp of white mist even rose from his skin, a truly mystical sight. Heavenly gangs treading the void technique. Just then, Yu Qianqian finally arrived from downstairs, and the very scene that met her eyes was this. She saw Yi Li extend his left hand, which was so white it was almost transparent. The next second, Lu Yongde's punch infused with all his strength crashed down heavily upon it. At the instant that terrifying force erupted, it was as if a mud ox had plunged into the sea and merely sent that slender palm flying back slightly. Lu Yongde's pupils suddenly contracted. He was completely baffled by the scene before him. Immediately afterward, Yi Li's body spun at high speed along with his knocked back hand. As soon as he came to a stop, his right fist fully charged finally slammed out with a thunderous roar. Boom! The air exploded outward in ripples like water, and Lu Yongde's massive body was swept backward by the colossal force, smashing through the bed behind him and crashing heavily into the shattered wall. Amidst a shower of wood shavings, the school team's vice-captain, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, lay motionless with his head tilted to one side on a pile of debris. He was already unconscious. Phew! Yi Li exhaled a puff of white breath, withdrew his fist, and came to a stop. He immediately turned around and gave a polite nod to the stunned Yu Qianqian. Chapter 12, Breaking Through to the Second Tier. Yu Qianqian still had a pretty good impression of Yi Li. Although they'd only just met, Yi Li was the first person who, after being tricked by her, hadn't uttered a single word of complaint. This made Yu Qianqian regard him as a friend in her heart. So, as soon as she came to her senses, she immediately rushed over from the third floor, afraid that the three of them might take harsh action against Yi Li. After all, Yi Li was only at the 5th sublevel of the first tier. Even with his good nature, it would be hard for him not to come out on the losing end against the three of them. But at that moment, the scene unfolding before her made Yu Qianqian doubt her own eyes. Inside the training room, Yi Li stood there with a composed expression, his back straight and his dark eyes as cold as ice. All around him, Lu Yongde's two henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless and motionless. As for Lu Yongde himself, he had been violently knocked flying by Yi Li's punch just moments ago and had lost consciousness on the spot. He had clearly been severely injured. A deep sense of shock welled up within Yu Qianqian. In less than a minute, he had severely injured two late-stage first-tier martial artists and one at the peak of the first tier. What terrifying strength was this? It couldn't possibly be 5th level first tier. His true strength was likely on par with Senior Jiang. In Yu Qianqian's mind, only that Senior Jiang could possibly accomplish such a feat. But who was she? She was a martial arts prodigy recognized throughout Linhai City. Not only had she broken through to the 2nd tier before graduation, but she even practiced an S-rank breathing technique passed down through her family for generations. Even if you combined all the martial arts high schools in Ying Province, Zhang Qingzhu's strength would undoubtedly rank among the very best. And Yi Li. was nothing more than a substitute who had just joined the school team. At this thought, Yu Qianqian's heart trembled violently. A hint of fear unconsciously crept into the look she cast at Yili. If he could take down Lu Yongde in an instant, he could certainly do the same to her. Recalling her earlier worries, Yu Qianqian felt inexplicably amused. Upon sensing her gaze, Yili turned around, gave a polite nod, then gestured toward the three men on the ground and asked, "How should we handle this?" "It's simple." Yu Qianqian composed herself and explained, "They were the ones who came looking for trouble first. Even if you've left them seriously injured, they'll just have to deal with it themselves. Because in situations like this, the school 1T holds you responsible." "I see." Yili's eyes lit up. This really is the high martial arts world. If this had happened at his high school in his previous life, they probably would split the blame equally between both sides. He thought for 2 seconds, then asked, "So, does that mean as long as someone wants to pick a fight with me, I can fight back however I want?" "Well." Yu Qianqian hesitated for a moment before answering, "As long as you don't go too far, it should be fine." "I see." Yili nodded, then looked at the three people on the ground and asked, "So should we just leave them here?" "Of course not," Yu Qianqian said with a wry smile. "We'll have to call the instructor over to handle this, but I can take care of that for you. If you have other things to do, go ahead and take care of them." Yili thanked her, stood up, and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out the door of the training room, Yu Qianqian called him back. "Oh, right, there is one more thing." "Go ahead." "Senior Jiang, our team captain. According to the rules, she'll be having a talk with you in the next couple of days to get a preliminary understanding of your situation." "Got it." Yili nodded and turned to leave. Yu Qianqian watched the direction the boy had disappeared in, murmuring absent-mindedly, "Another freak." Back on the 3rd floor, Yili walked into his training room and casually closed the door behind him. That feeling of an impending breakthrough was growing stronger. He had already been just a hair's breadth away from the 2nd tier, and after another battle, the true chi within him had not diminished but actually increased, though his chi flow had become somewhat chaotic. It wasn't that he couldn't break through right now, it was just that he hadn't found a suitable breathing technique yet, and he still felt a bit uneasy about it. "Oh well, since it's come to this, I might as well break through first." Although the breathing techniques in the school's library weren't of a high grade, they could be switched midway through cultivation, so they weren't completely unusable. At worst, I'll just switch to a more suitable one once I find it. Yili sat down by the bed and summoned the interface. Seriously injured a young martial artist at the peak of the 1st tier evil points plus 1000. Detected a collapse in Lu Yongde's self-confidence evil points plus 500. Detected intense fear in 3 people towards you evil points plus 1500. Current evil points, 4700. Quite a haul. The corners of Yi Li's mouth turned up slightly. Although it didn't compare to Shen Lian's windfall, it was still his biggest haul aside from that incident. It should be enough for him to break through to the 2nd tier. He sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes gently, and focused his mind on the interface. Current level, Tier 1, 9th layer, peak perfection. Ding! Training goal set to breakthrough to Tier 2. Beginning training. The 2nd tier, Jade Tendon's realm, involves gradually fusing abundant true chi with the meridians, tendons, and bones to enhance the power of chi and blood. Over the past 2 days, you've been relentlessly training your skills. Nearly 2 decades of arduous practice have given you complete mastery over the true chi within your body, so this task will naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 50%. You have begun using true chi to strengthen your meridians and nourish your chi and blood, but since you lack a breathing technique to replenish your true chi in a timely manner, this process is proceeding rather slowly. Gained debuff, cultivation speed reduced by 20%. Gained debuff, emotion, impatience. The moment the text appeared on the interface, Yili actually felt a surge of restlessness welling up inside him. This surprised him somewhat. However, this fleeting sense of restlessness didn't affect him much after all. Yili was merely performing a straightforward skill point allocation. Accelerating cultivation. Through your persistent efforts, you have finally strengthened a portion of your meridians. Your vital energy has surged accordingly, and you have successfully broken through to Stage 2, Level 1. Your punching power has increased significantly. Your reaction speed has increased significantly. Cultivation complete. Comment: this cultivation session went smoothly and did not require much mental effort. A total of 200 evil deeds points were consumed. As the final line of text appeared, a distinct cracking sound suddenly emanated from Yili's bones and tendons. Immediately afterward, a portion of his meridians underwent a transformation in the blink of an eye, radiating a jade-like luster as they nourished the chi and blood throughout his body. Yili's aura surged accordingly. Torrential true chi coursed through his body compared to just a few minutes ago. Its total volume had increased by more than several times, and even his chi and blood instantly returned to peak condition. The exhaustion caused by the earlier battle was now completely wiped away. Phew! Yili exhaled a puff of white vapor the moment he opened his eyes. They shone with a piercing brilliance. He raised his palm and channeled his true chi. A wisp of ethereal white vapor swiftly swirled out from his fingertips, quickly permeating his flesh and appearing semi-transparent from a distance. Heavenly Gangs treading the void technique. At this moment, he was finally able to unleash the full might of this second-tier skill. According to Yili's estimates, when he had channeled this skill at full power yesterday, he could barely deflect 50% of the force from attacks by martial artists of the same tier. But now, with just a thought, he could deflect at least 70% of such attacks. A 70% damage reduction, more than enough to go toe-to-toe with monsters. From now on, any second-tier martial artist who dares to clash head-on with him will pay a heavy price. Racing full speed down the path of the brute. Yili gazed at his palm, from which white mist was billowing, with a touch of emotion. With every breath, the true chi he had expended began to slowly replenish. Now, he no longer had to rely solely on meditation to restore his true chi, he could replenish it simply by breathing. Although it wasn't as efficient as a breathing technique, this was one of the hallmarks of a second-tier martial artist. Back when I used to play video games, I thought regenerating health through breathing was ridiculous, but now that I'm restoring my own true chi just by breathing, it feels perfectly normal. Yili casually dispersed the white mist from his palm and said with a light chuckle. He sensed the various changes within himself. At this moment, he was finally certain that he had entered the second tier of martial artists, the Jade Vein realm. If he were to encounter Liu Yangda and his two companions again now, Yili was confident that even without using the Heavenly Gangs treading the void technique, he could defeat all three of them within half a minute. Next, he needed to start preparing for his breathing technique. Otherwise, every time he leveled up in the future, he would most likely be subject to a negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 20%. Chapter 13, Rumors Abound. For the 2 days following his breakthrough to the second stage, Yili stayed in the scripture hall. It was quite peaceful there during that time. Yu Chanxian was right. Even though the instructor who rushed over that night was shocked by what had happened to Liu Yangda and his two companions, after learning the full story, he didn't impose any punishment on Yili. Instead, he actively petitioned the school administration to make Yili an official member of the school team. His attitude was incredibly enthusiastic. Upon hearing about the matter, Vice Principal Li immediately gave his approval. Afterward, he had planned to have a chat with Yili to build a better rapport, but upon learning that the boy had been spending the past 2 days in the library, he decided not to disturb him. In any case, Yili is now an official member of the Lin High School team. It's worth mentioning that on his way to the library this morning, he happened to run into Ren, who was returning from the hospital. Ren's face was wrapped in bandages, and he was wearing a cast. Upon seeing the calm and composed Yili, Ren's face immediately contorted as if he'd seen a ghost, and he cried out in disbelief. "How come you're unharmed?" With Liu Yangda involved, he'd assumed Yili would definitely come out on the losing end. At the very least, he expected him to be dejected, looking as downcast as a plucked rooster. But the Yili standing before him was full of energy, composed and unhurried, with a steady, deep breath. Where was even a hint of defeat? Could it be that Lu Yangda hadn't laid a finger on him? Yili asked casually, why would anything happen to me? Lu Yangda actually didn't lay a finger on you, Ren blurted out instinctively. Lu Yangda? Oh, him. Hearing this, Yili looked as if a light bulb had gone off, then chuckled lightly, I've already taken care of him. Taken care of him? What do you mean? Looks like you two didn't go to the same hospital, Yili said, shaking his head with a hint of regret. As he spoke, he took a step forward. He intended to earn some evil points on the side, but to his surprise, Ren was so startled by his movement that he took off running. Watching the other's disheveled figure disappear into the distance, Yili was a bit taken aback. I'm not some villain, is that really necessary? There was about a week left until next week's exchange match. There were only 6 spots for official team members, and Yili didn't care whose spot he'd taken. All he knew was that the school team's coach had secured him an A-level scholarship as a result. 500,000 Hansha coins had already been deposited into his account. This meant he could now choose a slightly more advanced breathing technique. C-rank breathing technique, Blazing Flame Force 450,000 Hansha coins. C-rank breathing technique, Raging Tide Art 500,000 Hansha coins. A fragment of a B-rank breathing technique 700,000 Hansha coins? On the 3rd floor of the library hall, Yili stared at the rows of breathing techniques displayed on the light screen, feeling a terrible headache coming on. There really wasn't anything suitable. The only grade B breathing technique available was a fragment, priced at 700,000 Hansha coins. If he wanted to use the system to restore it, it would cost a massive amount of evil points. Forget it. If all else fails, I'll just ask the school for it. It's just one breathing technique, I don't believe they'd be too stingy to give it to me. After spending 2 straight days sifting through the library of classics, Yili's decision-making paralysis had fully set in, and he ultimately decided to take advantage of the school. Leaving the library of classics, Yili made his way to the training building. Along the way, he drew quite a few strange glances, most of which were filled with fear. Only then did Yili remember something. The day before yesterday, after he knocked Lu Yangda and his 2 companions to the ground, the school administration had said they had no objections. Yet for some reason, the news had spread like wildfire throughout the campus. Only, the rumors had taken a rather far-fetched turn. The new school team substitute openly provoked other members and disrupted team morale. Yili from Martial Arts Class 9 is so arrogant he actually beat 3 team members so badly they're seriously injured. How could a substitute possibly beat 3 regular members? I heard this guy's strength is only at the 5th level of the 1st rank. He must have used some underhanded tactics. The exchange match is next week. What's his motive for attacking his own teammates like this? I also suspect he has ulterior motives. If it weren't for Senior Jiang, it feels like the Lin Hai No. 1 high school team would been ruined by this guy. Most of these rumors were more or less the same. The general gist was that Yili was arrogant and had used underhanded tactics to seriously injure 3 teammates. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. Rumors can be terrifying. This kind of outlandish rumor, akin to a certain student challenging the principal to a fight over the weekend, quickly became the talk of the school. Yili naturally became the focus of the gossip. And because the tactics described in the rumors were so ruthless, students who believed the rumors began to fear him. Rumor mongers are so annoying, no matter where they are. Yili shook his head in exasperation, though deep down he didn't really care about the whole affair. With only a month left before the martial arts graduation exam, after which everyone would scatter to the 4 corners of the land to fend off beasts, the 2 matters would likely be worlds apart. There was no need to worry over a baseless rumor. I'll never fall into the trap of trying to prove my innocence. I'll lead by example. Yili nodded slightly and walked into the training hall as if no one else were there. Still, not caring was one thing. But if I ever caught that rumor-mongering bastard, that damn rumor-mongering scumbag, I'll definitely make you pay. Just then, a heavenly voice rang in Yili's ears. Ding! Congratulations, infamy level up. Infamy LV1, your infamy is known to very few. Golden quality reward has been issued. 5th floor of the training building, inside the captain's office. Senior Jiang. Shen Lian sat in her chair, tears welling in her eyes, and spoke in a pitiful tone to the person across the wooden desk. We really can't keep Healy around. Not only did he injure Captain Liu, but he also attacked me before that. If I hadn't reacted quickly that day, I'd probably be lying in a hospital bed right now. Seated at the wooden desk was a young woman with black hair cascading down to her shoulders. She had delicate features and a cool, composed expression, with a copy of Essentials of Marksmanship resting before her. After listening to Shen Lian's complaint, Zhu's expression remained completely impassive. She continued to look at the Essentials of Gunmanship on the table. After turning to the next page, she said indifferently, "You should take this up with Teacher Wang. It's no use telling me." Shen Lian was momentarily at a loss for words, but she had gone to great lengths to spread rumors these past few days precisely for this moment. No matter what, she had to make sure the young girl taught that detestable Yi Li a lesson. Shen Lian immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Senior Jiang, you know Teacher Wang never intervenes in this sort of behavior, but Yi Li is different. The high school exchange tournament is right around the corner. By stirring up internal strife at a time like this, he is clearly trying to ruin our futures. Vice Captain Liu has already been beaten so badly he is in the hospital. If even you, Senior Jiang, don't step in, there really won't be anyone left to stop him." Hearing this, Zhu finally looked up at Shen Lian and said calmly, "Shen Lian, your playing the victim act is really terrible." Shen Lian's face flushed instantly. "Senior, I..." "Get out." "No, Senior, I really..." "I'll say it again." Zhu furrowed her brow slightly. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew several degrees colder as she said in an icy tone, "Get out, and close the door behind you." Shen Lian's face was filled with resentment. Not daring to defy the black-haired girl, she finally had no choice but to leave the room, her face ashen. Click. Once the door closed again, Zhu tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, producing a tap-tap sound. The air fell silent for 2 seconds. Zhu picked up her phone from the table, dialed a number, and said politely, "Classmate Yu Chanshan, it's me. Are you in the training building right now? According to the rules, I'm supposed to have a talk with Yi Li. I hear you're close with him. Could you please go get him for me? Thank you." Chapter 14, A Celestial Sign SSS Rank Martial Arts Talent. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Yi Li rushed straight to his training room without a moment's delay. He closed the door and summoned the interface. Notification: a golden quality gift pack is waiting to be opened. Look at that, a golden legend. Yi Li's eyes sparkled as he stared at the interface. As everyone knows, getting a golden quality reward has always been the dream of every gacha player, symbolizing the highest tier rewards in the card pool. He still remembered the system specifically mentioning that raising his infamy level would yield generous rewards. It seemed the system hadn't lied to him after all. Come to think of it, this was the first time the system had ever distributed a golden quality reward. What could it be? Open the gift pack. Whoosh! With a thought, Yi Li caused a golden pillar of light to shoot up from the screen before him, dazzling and crystalline, shooting straight toward the ceiling. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful energy ripple erupted from his room, spreading out in all directions. Boom! The entire training building shook under the force of this energy ripple, and the immense commotion instantly drew countless stunned glances. Every teacher and student at Lin Hai No. 1 High School and even passers-by within a radius of several dozen li witnessed a strange blue light surging from above the training building, shooting straight into the sky. The magnificent spectacle shattered the cloud cover, illuminating the sky above Lin Hai No. 1 High School. Inside the dean's office, Li, who had been sipping tea, froze for a moment, then spat out the tea in his mouth and leaped to his feet. This startled the several teachers sitting in front of him. "Principal Li, what's wrong?" Li paid them no mind, striding quickly out of the room and gazing toward the training building. Deep horror welled up in his eyes as he muttered, "Could this be the emergence of an A-rank martial arts prodigy?" Such a phenomenon only occurs when a martial arts prodigy of exceptionally high caliber is born. Had Li not already advanced to the third stage of martial arts cultivation, he would not have been able to discern the specific implications of this phenomenon. A Class B phenomenon wouldn't be this dramatic, and as for Class S, he didn't even dare to think about it. After all, it had been decades since a student with a Class S martial arts talent had appeared in any martial arts high school in the entire Ying province. Therefore, Class A was the most likely possibility. Grade A. This is a talent level that appears in only 1 out of every 10,000 martial artists who awaken their abilities. Lian's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, and even his palms trembled slightly. No wonder he was so flustered. This was already the second student in this year's martial arts class, after Zhu, to possess a grade A martial arts talent. His future prospects were limitless. After lying low for so long in Ying province, is Linhai #1 high school finally set to rise to prominence again in this martial arts exam? Lian's throat tightened. The excitement in his heart was almost too much to contain. Immediately afterward, coming to his senses, he turned to the two people inside the room and asked, "Who on the current school team hasn't awakened their martial arts talent yet?" "If I had to say, Yili, who just joined a couple of days ago, doesn't seem to have awakened yet," a teacher replied quickly after a moment's thought. Yili turned his gaze back toward the training building. The shock in his eyes gradually gave way to ecstasy, and he murmured excitedly, "You little rascal, just how much more are you hiding?" Behind him, another teacher asked curiously, "Principal Li, are you planning to remove Yili, the one who hasn't awakened his martial arts talent, from the school team? Come to think of it, this student has been causing quite a stir lately. He is clearly a troublemaker. It'd be best to remove him from the school team, Principal Li. In my opinion." "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Li spun around abruptly, glaring intently at the teacher, and said coldly, "Lu Shangshan, your nephew ending up in the hospital is his own fault. As his uncle, you didn't raise him properly. What kind of complaint are you coming here to make? Let me tell you this, even if I expelled both you and your nephew, Lu Yangda, the school wouldn't dare touch Yili. A martial arts major capable of defeating 3 martial artists of the same rank. We both know exactly what that means." Lu Shangshan's expression suddenly became quite a sight. Inside the training room, a whirlwind of energy surged around Yili, creating a magnificent spectacle. A refreshing coolness kept emanating from the depths of his spiritual core, as if his soul were undergoing a metamorphosis. This extraordinary phenomenon lasted for a full dozen or so breaths. Only then did it slowly dissipate. Yili, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. A vast golden radiance gradually welled up within his dark pupils, and relevant information immediately surfaced in his mind. "Congratulations! You have obtained an SSS rank martial arts talent, Undying Golden Soul. Undying Golden Soul LV1, a survival type talent that allows the resilient and transcendent golden soul to nourish the physical body. As long as your spirit and physical strength have not been completely depleted, your body will continuously repair itself until it is restored to its original state. Upgradable. Legend has it that in ancient times, a certain innate being born of heaven and earth also mastered this divine ability, causing even the celestial emperor of the age of the gods great headaches. To follow in his footsteps, please feel free to accumulate as much evil deed points as you wish. Innate Ability 1, Spear Martial Saint's Physique. Spear Martial Saint's Physique dramatically enhances your proficiency with spear and staff type weapons. The cultivation speed of spear and staff related skills increases by 500%. Yili stared at this exaggerated description on the interface for a long time in silence, his heart racing wildly. An SSS rank martial arts talent. A rank he'd never even heard of. As far as he could recall, the highest ranked martial arts talent ever recorded in the entire Ying province was S rank. And even that had happened decades ago. An S rank martial arts talent could absolutely be described as 1 in 10,000, a chosen one. As for Yili SSS's class ability, even if you looked at the nearly 10 billion people on Blue Star, it was doubtful you could count the number on one hand. Is this what they call turning misfortune into fortune? Isn't the scale of the misfortune and the fortune a bit too different? Yili's heart was racing as he felt the mysterious power that had suddenly appeared within him, unable to believe it. He'd expected it to be terrifying, but he hadn't imagined it would be this terrifying. He hadn't prepared himself mentally enough. Doesn't this mean he is invincible among those at his level? Yili opened his mouth slightly and rubbed his chin. Oh well, since I'm the one with the cheat, so be it. Invincible is invincible. Knock knock knock. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door. Yili rolled out of bed, suppressed the supernatural aura surrounding him, and let the golden glow in his eyes slowly fade. He opened the door and saw Yu Chanshan's familiar figure standing there. "What's up?" Yili asked. "Something." Yu Chanshan had originally intended to ask if he'd seen the supernatural phenomenon from earlier, but when she thought of the task Senior Jiang had entrusted to her, she said directly, "Senior Jiang wants to talk to you. I think I mentioned it to you a couple of days ago. Do you remember?" "I remember," Yili nodded and said. "I'll go right away." Having delivered her message, Yu Chanshan turned to leave. But she suddenly paused, turned around as if she'd just thought of something, and hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to. Finally, under Yili's calm gaze, she gritted her teeth and said, "There have been rumors about you on campus these past couple of days. Senior Jiang might ask you about them later. Just tell her the truth, don't try to stand up to her." "What's the deal? Is she mean?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "Not exactly." Yu Chanshan looked hesitant as she chose her words carefully. Senior Jiang hates bullies who abuse their power, and she is not one to cut people any slack. If you come across as too domineering, she might teach you a lesson. I know you're truly strong and naturally gifted, so you probably don't want to back down, but Senior Jiang reached the second tier half a year ago. Plus, with her distinguished family background and top-tier talent and resources, her strength ranks among the very best in all the martial arts high schools across Ying province. There's no shame in bowing your head to her." Having said that, Yu Chanshan looked nervously at Yili, afraid he might show any sign of displeasure. After witnessing Yili's performance over the past 2 days, she had come to view him as the kind of ruthless person who wouldn't take even the slightest loss. If possible, Yu Chanshan didn't want to get involved in this at all. But she had no choice. Both Yili and Zhu were martial arts prodigies. If they actually came to blows, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best-case scenario would be Yili losing his ability to fight and Zhu's combat effectiveness being compromised. But if that happened, they'd most likely lose next week's exchange match, and her own future prospects would be affected. So, if she could convince Yili to back down and make amends through a conversation, that would be ideal. "Whatever you do, don't take a hard line, you might end up hurting yourself," Yu Chanshan said cautiously. She believed she'd made her hint clear enough. Even though Yili was among the top-tier first-tier martial artists, advancing to the second tier marked a transformative leap in martial arts cultivation, and the gap between the two tiers was enormous. If things came to a fight, Zhu might get hurt, but Yili would definitely end up in the hospital. By then, he might not even be able to take the martial arts exam. Just then, Yu Chanshan saw a smile appear on Yili's previously calm face. "I understand." He nodded and said, "Thanks for passing on the message." With that, he walked straight past Yu Chanshan toward the captain's office on the 5th floor. "Perfect. Just when I was worried I didn't have enough misdeed points to spend, along comes a genius girl who is soft on the inside but tough on the outside. I have to show her through action that the world is cruel, and that picky people can't find happiness. I'll just help her understand a little bit of suffering." Watching that figure gradually fade into the distance, Yu Chanshan felt an inexplicable sense of unease welling up inside her, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. After much deliberation, she decided to go find her advisor, just in case. Chapter 15, You said it, so here I am. Inside the captain's office. Yili, punching power, 885 kilograms. Zhu looked at the punching power rankings on the instrument, and a hint of surprise finally flashed across her cool, composed face. This student, who'd been the talk of the school these past few days, really did have some skill. She recalled how her instructor had rushed over excitedly a couple of days ago to tell her that Yili had been hiding his true strength and that his actual power was likely second only to her own. It turned out to be no exaggeration. Zhu nodded slightly. Among first-tier martial artists, this level of punching power already placed him among the top performers in terms of strength. Even back when Zhu was a first-tier martial artist, her peak punching power had barely reached 1,000 kilograms. And that was only after the Jiang family had provided her with all sorts of top-tier medicinal baths and training equipment. Yet Yili's family background was reportedly quite ordinary. To have reached this level was indeed something to be proud of. No wonder he didn't take his peers seriously. As for the rumors circulating outside the academy, Zhu chose to believe only half of them. He had no trouble disbelieving that Yili was flawless, nor that Yili was that arrogant and overbearing. After all, over the past 3 years, Zhu had never even heard the other's name, proof enough that he wasn't the type to seek the limelight. If it weren't for the approaching martial arts exam, he might still not have revealed his true strength, Zhu mused to himself. To be so restrained, just how resilient must this man's character be? But, musings aside, no matter what, severely injuring Lu Yanda and his 2 companions was going a bit too far. He carried the weight of countless expectations on his shoulders before driving every last one of the beasts out of Hanxia. He absolutely could not afford to lose even once. To that end, he must train diligently every day, so he cannot afford to waste too much energy on matters like this. This is also why Zhu rarely gets involved in such affairs. I'll just give him a slight warning, enough to ensure he doesn't lay a hand on his teammates in the future. Having made up his mind, Zhu returned to the wooden table, opened the book Essentials of Spearmanship once more, and began reading it intently. This was no ordinary text. It contained the insights and realizations of generations of Jiang family spearmasters, helping low-level martial artists avoid many detours in their training. In fact, it would allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating the spearmanship skill in the future. So, strictly speaking, the value of this book even surpassed that of some third-tier skills. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Zhu made a bookmark, closed the book, and said calmly, "Come in." She looked toward the doorway and saw a handsome, graceful young man in white walk in. "Hello." As soon as he stepped through the door, Yili greeted the other person with a faint smile. "I'm Yili. I heard you wanted to see me?" Being polite before getting down to business had always been one of his finest virtues. Zhu hummed in acknowledgement, gestured for Yili to sit across from her, and asked in a cool, clear voice, "You just joined the school team recently. Is there anything you're not used to?" "Actually, there is one thing." The boyish bluntness took Zhu a bit by surprise, but he remained calm as he asked, "What exactly are you not used to?" "There are too many idiots." Yili sighed. Under Zhu's peculiar gaze, he counted on his fingers. 1 Shen Lian, 1 Lu Yanda, and 2 of Lu Yanda's lackeys. That's 4. Add Ren, who left the team not long ago, and that makes 5. The school team, including substitutes, only has 7 people total. They say birds of a feather flock together. "Jiang, I'm worried you're just like them," Yili said, interlacing his fingers in front of him and sighing as if in resignation. Zhu felt her head buzzing. She'd never heard such a blunt insinuation before and was momentarily taken aback. "Worried that I'm just like them? Does that mean he thinks I'm an idiot too?" At this thought, Zhu furrowed her delicate brows. A flicker of anger stirred in her usually cool heart, and she said coldly, "You don't need to worry about that. I'm not that idle." "So, Captain Jiang, are you admitting they're idiots?" Yili asked with a smile. "I didn't say that." "Why not admit it?" Yili asked calmly, "Don't you secretly think you're not the same kind of person as them?" Zhu took a deep breath, realizing something was off about the conversation. She had clearly intended to give him a stern warning, to rein in his reckless style of doing things. How had the topic strayed so far off course? She immediately pushed aside her jumbled thoughts and said in a cold tone, "I didn't call you here to discuss this. I mainly wanted to inform you of something." Listen to that inform. They were peers, yet speaking in such a condescending tone was really getting on his nerves. Yili leaned back against the uncomfortable chair, not immediately showing his displeasure. "Go ahead." "Someone reported to me that you maliciously inflicted serious injuries on several teammates." Zhu looked at him and said slowly, "For now, I'll assume there was a reason behind this. But going forward, I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again. The martial arts exam is coming up. Everyone needs to think about their future. You should focus your energy on training, not on being so hot-headed and aggressive. Bullying the weak isn't a sign of true skill. If you really can't control yourself. As she spoke, Ju's clear eyes glinted slightly, and an aura of confidence radiated from her. In a voice cold to the bone, she said, "You can come straight to me, and I'll take care of it." She spoke with utter sincerity, and coupled with the faint hint of second-tier energy she revealed, it was sure to have a certain intimidating effect on Yili. Her icy, confident voice echoed through the office. The air remained silent for several full seconds. Just as Ju thought the matter was settled and her warning had hit home. The teenager sitting on the wooden chair suddenly raised a pair of vast, golden eyes. Instantly, a heavy pressure descended upon Ju's heart. At the same time, Yili's voice, tinged with a hint of a smile, rang in her ears. "You're the one who said that." Chapter 16, I can't be bothered to explain this to you, you're not worthy of hearing it. Judging by the aura he previously emitted, Ju's cultivation level should be considerably higher than his. Probably around the 4th sublevel of the 2nd tier. Add to that the so-called S-rank breathing technique, and a rank martial arts talent, and various skills that's a pretty outrageous setup for someone at the 2nd tier. Thanks to this combination, Ju enjoys a considerable reputation at Linhai No. 1 High School and indeed, throughout the entire city of Linhai. She is hailed as the most gifted young martial artist at Linhai No. 1 High School in nearly 2 decades. Even among all martial arts high schools in Ing Province, her strength ranks among the very best. You really want to attack me? I advise you to think it over again. Seated at the wooden table, Ju furrowed her delicate brows slightly, and a hint of ice blue light quietly flickered in her clear eyes. Looking at Yili, whose eyes had turned golden, she suppressed a trace of unease welling up inside and calmly advised him. The gap between the 1st and 2nd tiers is much greater than you imagine. If a martial artist is defeated head-on while at the height of their confidence, the sense of defeat that arises can even affect their future breakthroughs. As she spoke, a hint of chill crept across the girl's cool face, and her aura began to radiate outward. For the sake of your own state of mind, leave this room now, and I'll pretend you never said a word. With that, she ceased holding back her aura, and the energy of a mid-2nd tier martial artist erupted unreservedly throughout the room. Whoosh! The strong gust of wind sent the documents on the wooden table flying, and the wall clock began to sway uncontrollably. The golden light in Yili's eyes grew even more intense, and the aura surging from his body provided his answer. You're also at the 2nd tier. Feeling the surging aura emanating from him far surpassing that of the 1st tier, a hint of surprise flashed in Ju's eyes. According to the information she received, assuming her instructor Han T deliberately lied 2 days ago, Yili should have been at the peak of the 1st tier in martial arts. At most, he'd be one of the few without equal at that level, which still posed no real threat to a 2nd tier practitioner. But now it seemed. So the peak of the 1st tier still isn't your true strength? Ju shook her head slightly, her expression growing even colder, and asked, since you possess such strength, why do you still bully those who are far inferior to you? Bullying the weak, don't you feel any shame? As she spoke, she was clearly getting genuinely angry, and a hint of accusation could be heard in her voice. In Ju's view, Yili was using his 2nd tier strength to bully team members who were far weaker than him. This kind of behavior, using strength to bully the weak, was precisely what she despised most. If, earlier, it had been the numerous rumors circulating on campus that had prompted Ju to issue a warning. Now, however, Ju had come up with the idea of teaching Yili a lesson all on her own. She said, there are always people better than you, and there is always someone stronger out there. Behavior like yours will one day be. What are you babbling about? Faced with Ju's relentless tirade, Yili cut her off. You had me come here just so I could listen to your lectures? Well, I'm afraid not. He stood up and glared at Ju with an icy stare. I can't be bothered to reason with you, you're not worthy of it. Verbally humiliated Ju, the genius girl from Linhai No. 1 High School. Malice points plus 200. The malice points reward for humiliating Ju is actually that high? Upon hearing this, Ju gradually clenched her fists, a clear flash of anger welling up in her eyes. I see. It seems you really do need a little lesson. Since you're so determined to suffer a defeat at my hands, let us move to a different location. I'll be waiting at the training ground in 5 minutes. Crash! Before she could finish her sentence, the wooden table in front of her was swept off the table by the boy and hurled straight at her. Why go all the way to the training ground? If you want to teach me a lesson, we can do it right here, Yili said impassively. Boom! At the critical moment, Zhu struck out with a palm strike, her expression unflinching, and the heavy wooden table instantly exploded in midair. Wood shavings flew everywhere, and splinters rained down onto the ground. Just then, before the dust had even settled, a figure stepped out of the swirling debris and charged straight toward her. Zhu looked up and happened to lock eyes with a pair of icy golden eyes. The fear and tension she'd seen in her past opponent's eyes were nowhere to be found in those vast golden orbs. However, she wasn't flustered. In her view, it would take no more than a few minutes to take down Yili. Zhu shifted her feet lightly, stepping backward as an icy blue glow gradually lit up her clear eyes. Her voice was as crisp and cold as a winter spring. To break through to the second tier at this age, your talent is indeed impressive. But unfortunately, you can't beat me. As she spoke, Zhu's eyes completely transformed into a clear, icy blue, radiating an otherworldly aura. Hoo-oo! She exhaled a puff of white mist. The moment it spread, the temperature in the entire room plummeted, and the air within a radius of several meters filled with the bone-chilling sound of ice forming. Grade A martial arts talent, Ice Maiden Manifestation. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of ice began to form on the walls, and a chill swiftly spread throughout the room. The entire office seemed to have been plunged into a world of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted, dropping below zero in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the bitter cold did not stop. Instead, the temperature continued to drop at an astonishing rate. Amid the white mist filling the room, Yili's figure, which had been charging forward, suddenly slowed down. His movements became abnormally sluggish, as if every joint in his body had frozen solid. He trudged forward with great difficulty, each step feeling incredibly heavy. At that moment, Yili felt as if he were trapped inside a massive ice cellar, unable to break free from this eerie confinement. It's over. Zhu's eyes flashed as he strode forward, appearing before Yili in the blink of an eye and unleashing a palm strike without hesitation. Boom! Just as Zhu's slender hand made contact with Yili, his form suddenly became somewhat translucent, and a vast cloud of white mist surged from his body. Accompanied by a muffled thud, the terrifying force of the palm strike was instantly neutralized by more than half. It was clearly a strike powerful enough to render a second-tier martial artist incapable of fighting, yet he took it without batting an eye. End your nonsense! Harnessing the residual force from her strike, Yili let out a cold laugh, spun rapidly, and then delivered a crisp, clean roundhouse kick that slammed viciously into Zhu's lower back and abdomen. Boom! Just as a strange sensation began to well up in Zhu's mind, as if the fist she swung with all her might had struck a pile of soft cotton, leaving her with absolutely no leverage. But before she could figure out where that strange sensation came from, an incredibly powerful force surged up from her lower back and abdomen like a tidal wave. In an instant, she felt as if her body had been struck by a speeding truck. Swept up by the immense force, she was sent flying backward with tremendous force. Boom! A large, distinct dent was smashed into the office wall, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward from it. Zhu struggled to push herself up from the floor and, gritting her teeth, looked at the figure across from her. Upon seeing the white mist rising from Yili's body in his semi-transparent form, her pupils contracted slightly, and she exclaimed in disbelief. Heavenly Gangs Treading the Void Technique? Chapter 17, Head-on Clash. Heavenly Gangs Treading the Void Technique. Zhu had only ever seen a fragment of this rare, second-tier skill in the school's library. Although she was deeply intrigued by its described power, the fragment was so damaged that, even after purchasing it, she had never managed to master the basics. Her opponent didn't come from any distinguished background. She must have also found this incomplete skill in the school's library and successfully mastered it. It was truly hard to believe that someone could learn this skill relying solely on such a fragmentary manuscript. Moreover, judging by the transparency of Yili's body and the natural, surging white mist emanating from her, she was clearly far beyond the beginner stage. Every movement exuded a sense of perfection, and even his skin glowed with a soft, radiant white light. He must have already cultivated the heavenly gang's treading the void technique to the pinnacle of mastery. With such insight, is this even human? At this thought, Zhu's heart gave a slight jolt. Her movement to stand up unconsciously slowed by a fraction of a second. However, it was precisely this one slip-up that allowed Yili's figure to appear right before her eyes. Seeing those calm yet fiery golden eyes, Zhu couldn't help but ask. "You, how can you be so contradictory? If you're this powerful, why haven't you said a word for the past 3 years?" No one answered her question. At that very moment, Yili spread his arms wide, leaning forward slightly, as a sense of perfect, flowing water surged ceaselessly from his fists and feet. The water fist skill, perfected to its ultimate realm. This sensation of flowing water was like a surging, roaring river, carrying unparalleled power and momentum as it swept toward Zhu. Another skill at the pinnacle of perfection? Seeing this, Zhu took a deep breath, then flicked her wrist and a long spear, pure white from tip to base, materialized in her hand. The spear shimmered with a strange, precious glow. Holding it in her palm, she sensed a faint boost to her energy. Clearly, this was a top-tier treasure. Yili's offensive was far too ferocious. It had earned her full attention. Immediately afterward, Zhu's gaze turned icy as she wielded her spear like a dragon, swinging it with tremendous force and momentum, colliding head-on with the countless fist strikes surging toward her from Yili. Boom! 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 A gale of wind swept through the air, and a chill sent shivers down the spine. Empowered by the heavenly gang's treading the void technique at its peak, Yili's entire body had become nearly translucent, rendering him largely immune to the surrounding cold. Each punch was so ferocious it seemed as though he intended to shatter his opponent's spear. Under his relentless assault, Zhu was forced to retreat step by step. "You've already lost." Zhu gritted his teeth as he wielded his spear. As his true qi was depleted, the temperature inside the room continued to drop. Even the ceiling was on the verge of freezing solid. Even the heavenly gang's treading the void technique at the perfect realm could not completely immunize him against the cold. Not only that, but thanks to his S-rank breathing technique, the true qi Zhu channeled into his spear also possessed the ability to freeze meridians. With each successive clash, it penetrated deep into Yili's body. Even though Yili currently appeared completely unaffected, his meridians and bones had undoubtedly sustained varying degrees of damage. Unless, of course, he was hiding some lethal move up his sleeve. Then what follows will be a protracted battle testing the depth of both combatants' true qi reserves. Boom! As another round of clashes erupted between them, Zhu's body skimmed the ground, flying backwards several zhan before slamming heavily into the wall. Phew! Zhu exhaled a breath of cold air, her expression grave as her qi and blood churned uncontrollably within her. Although unleashing her innate ability took a heavy toll on her, her opponent was constantly sustaining the heavenly gang's treading the void technique, so his exhaustion surely wasn't much less than hers. Yili was likely just entering the second tier and hadn't even cultivated a breathing technique yet. Zhu believed her martial arts level was considerably higher than Yili's, and with an S-rank breathing technique constantly restoring her true qi and sustaining the cold aura. If they kept clashing like this, there was no doubt that victory would be hers. "Do you think you've got this in the bag?" Just then, Yili suddenly chuckled. "With all that resource advantage, and yet the fight's still this close, I'm actually starting to feel a bit sorry for you. If I hadn't left my big gun at home today, I'd have sent you flying for sure." "You?" Zhu furrowed his brow slightly, just as he was about to speak. He saw Yili sprinting toward him at high speed. Once more the white mist surrounding his body had actually dissipated somewhat, and his form had become noticeably more solid. His chance! Yili's true qi could no longer sustain the heavenly gang's treading the void technique at full power. Zhu's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he took a step forward, thrusting his spear infused with true qi forward with a thunderous roar. Thud! Surprisingly, Yili completely ignored Zhu's spear, allowing the immense force channeled into the spear tip to pierce right through his shoulder. Blood gushed forth as he charged straight toward Zhu. What? Such a ferocious attack caused Zhu's expression to falter for a split second. You're... A cold glint flashed in Yili's eyes as he threw a hard punch straight at her face. Boom! In an instant, excruciating pain swept through her face. Zhu let out a scream, instinctively dropping her spear, and was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground not far away. Yet Yili's expression remained as calm as still water. Even at a time like this, she was still spacing out? You've almost finished spouting all that show-off nonsense. Anyone who didn't know better would think you actually had a system. Zhu's vision was filled with stars as she struggled to lift her head, but her eyes suddenly widened. There, the youth in white was drenched in blood. With a composed expression, he pulled the spear embedded in his shoulder free, his brow furrowed slightly in pain, but he quickly regained his composure. Immediately afterward, countless nerves and blood vessels suddenly emerged from the gushing wound on his shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, it healed completely. What kind of ability is this? Zhu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Your spear technique is as terrible as a pile of shit, your reflexes are as slow as an old man's, your mind is as simple as a spoiled young lady who knows nothing of the world, and you keep saying you've already lost, you're so full of yourself. The golden glow in the youth's eyes gradually faded, eventually returning to a deep, inky black. He then walked slowly toward Zhu, raised his knuckled hand, and slapped her without hesitation. It landed with a heavy thud on Zhu's cold, composed face. Smack! Before the chaos in her mind had even cleared, another massive force struck her, causing the genius girl from Linhai City to roll her eyes back and slam her head uncontrollably onto the ground. It was a pitiful sight. In the final second of her remaining consciousness, she heard the boy ask calmly, "Zhu, what kind of genius are you?" Damn it! Overwhelmed by immense humiliation, Zhu, her spirit pushed to the limit, fainted instantly. Defeated and humiliated Zhu, the prodigy from Linhai No. 1 High School. Evil points plus 8,000. Chapter 18, The Shocked Teacher and Student. On the first floor of the training building, inside the coach's office. Coach Wang, Yili isn't the type to back down easily. What if, on a whim, he gets into a fight with Senior Jiang? That would be a real problem. Yu Chanshan looked anxious as she explained the situation to the figure behind the wooden desk. Seated in the chair behind the desk was a middle-aged man dressed in teacher's attire. It was none other than the school team's coach, Wang Yongfeng. His strength was just a hair's breadth away from Tier 3. His primary responsibilities typically involved overseeing the training plans for school team members and allocating resources. I understand. After listening to Yu Chanshan's report, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Zhu was Linhai No. 1 High School's star student, in whom the school and the Jiang family had invested a great deal of effort and resources. As for Yili, he was a talented martial artist. Wang had only recently taken notice of. He hadn't yet had the chance to provide any substantial assistance. Both were like his own flesh and blood. If they were to fight, Zhu might come out unscathed, but Yili would definitely end up injured. If they weren't careful, serious injury was a real possibility. This was not the outcome Linhai No. 1 High School wanted. They were counting on Zhu and Yili to team up and achieve a top ranking in the exchange matches and martial arts exams, bringing glory to the school. With that in mind, Wang Yongfeng immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice, "How long has he been there?" "Not long, just about 10 minutes. Yu Chanshan glanced at the wall clock and replied quickly, "Good. Then they probably haven't started fighting yet." With that, Wang Yongfeng headed for the door and called out, "Hurry up, take me to see what's going on." Yu Chanshan was just about to nod in agreement. But suddenly, her cell phone in her pocket vibrated slightly. Someone was calling her. Yu Chanshan picked it up, glanced at the screen, and immediately looked at Wang Yongfeng in surprise, saying, "Teacher, it's Yili calling me." "Great." Wang Yongfeng visibly let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "It must be okay now. Go ahead and answer it." Yu Chanshan nodded and answered the call. "You?" The boyish calm voice came from the other end of the line. "Are you free right now?" "I'm free." Yu Chanshan hurriedly asked, "How are things going with you and Senior Jiang?" "I was just about to tell you about that." His voice sounded a bit hesitant. "To put it simply, we've reached a tentative reconciliation." "That's good." Yu Chanshan let out a sigh of relief. Then, a remark from Yili made her heart sink again, but she is unconscious right now, and I need you to help me handle this. Unconscious? Yu Qianqian exclaimed. Wang Yongfeng, standing nearby, was also startled and whispered, "What happened?" "Yeah, she passed out." The voice on the other end of the line confirmed calmly. Senior Jiang Shi. Yu Qianqian struggled to compose herself, covered the phone with her hand, and asked cautiously, "How did she pass out?" "I knocked her out." The voice on the other end said it matter-of-factly, as if a little puzzled as to why Yu Qianqian would ask such a stupid question. "What?" Yu Qianqian shuddered at those words, unable to believe it. "What is wrong?" Wang Yongfeng was startled by her reaction. Forgetting to keep his voice down, he hurriedly asked, "Is there someone next to you?" Yili asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes, there is." Yu Qianqian took a deep breath and replied in as calm a tone as she could manage, "I'm in my advisor's office on the first floor right now. You just bring Senior Jiang over here." "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Yili hung up the phone. "What is going on?" Watching Yu Qianqian sit down in her chair, her expression dazed, Wang Yongfeng felt his heart racing with anxiety as he asked urgently, "How could a simple phone call have left her in such a state?" Wang Yongfeng's mind was in turmoil, and he immediately imagined the worst-case scenario. Did those two get into a fight? "Yeah, we got into a fight." Yu Qianqian came to her senses a little, pressed her hand to her forehead, and bluntly confirmed his fears. In her view, Zhu's skills far surpassed anyone on the school team. Even though Yili was pretty good, there was still a huge gap between him and Zhu. That was why she rushed over to ask her coach for help. "And now you're suddenly telling me you knocked Senior Jiang unconscious?" At that moment, Yu Qianqian felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the world had truly turned upside down. "What? They really got into a fight?" Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng quickly stepped in front of her and asked anxiously, "What happened? Is Yili seriously injured?" "That kid, it's only been a few days, and she is already fighting, sparring, all over the place. Doesn't she worry her body can't handle it? Sparring with Shen Lian and Lu Yangde is one thing, but why did she have to get into it with that Zhang girl? She usually doesn't hold back when she fights." Wang Yongfeng pounded his chest and stamped his feet, clearly deeply distressed. With the exchange matches and martial arts exams approaching, Shen Lian, Lu Yangde, and the others hadn't even fully recovered from their injuries yet, and now Yili, such a promising young talent, had been injured again. How could he not be heartbroken? The Linhai No. 1 high school team was about to turn into a disabled athletes social club. Sai, where is he now? Once his emotions had settled somewhat, Wang Yongfeng looked at Yu Qianqian and sighed, "I have a top-quality healing elixir back there. Go give it to him later." Creak. Before he could finish his sentence, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A teenager in white walked in, his shoulders torn and stained with blood. His expression was as calm as water, and he was cradling a figure in his arms. Upon seeing Yili, Wang Yongfeng was taken aback for a moment, then instinctively stood up, his gaze falling on the figure in the youth's arms. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. There lay a black-haired girl with a cool, aloof demeanor and a swollen, pretty face. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she lay in Yili's arms with a look of agony on her face. If it wasn't Zhu, then who else could it be? This. Wang Yongfeng's head buzzed, his lips trembled, and he stammered for a long time without managing to form a complete sentence. He could only turn to Yu Qianqian behind him, his eyes wide with shock. "What on earth is going on?" "Just as you see, Teacher Wang." Yu Qianqian was equally incredulous as she struggled to say, "Senior Jiang was knocked unconscious by Yili. Now we need to find a place for her to recover." Wang Yongfeng's whole body went rigid as he slowly turned his gaze back to the boy in white standing by the door. "Hello, teacher." Yili gave him a polite nod, then turned to Yu Qianqian. "Where should we take her?" "To the hospital, it's not far from school. Follow me." Yu Qianqian dragged her leaden legs and walked numbly out of the office. Yili followed closely behind her as they left the office. Only Wang Yongfeng remained, standing there in a daze. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The ticking of the wall clock sounded as clear as thunder in his ears at that moment, making his heart twinge repeatedly. That was Zhu. She was the most gifted martial arts student at Linhai No. 1 High School in nearly 20 years. She had a cool and serious demeanor in the past. Beside Zhu's hospital bed, a female doctor in a white coat was using her healing ability to treat the wounds on her face. Yili sat in a chair nearby, his arms crossed, and summoned his interface. Current evil points, 12,700. His original reserves, combined with the 8,200 points of evil points earned from his battle with Zhu, had pushed Yili's total past the 10,000 point mark. This was the first time since his transmigration that he reached a 5-digit evil points total. Once he obtained a suitable breathing technique, he'd be able to rack up a massive number of points. The battle with Zhu had given Yili his first taste of the pressure an enemy could exert. A second-tier martial artist who possesses a breathing technique is vastly different from any opponent he'd faced before. Yili's fist technique skill, which had reached perfection, combined with punching power far exceeding that of other martial artists at his level, was still unable to quickly break through Zhu's spear defense. Even when nearly 70% of his internal energy had been depleted, there was still not the slightest sign of exhaustion on his opponent's face. This was likely due to her breathing technique, which allowed her to continuously replenish her true qi. Zhu's mastery of the breathing technique was by no means high after all. A legendary S-rank breathing technique surely offered more than just slightly faster true qi recovery. Even so, her endurance far surpassed Yili's. This is precisely why breathing techniques are so important. Had it not been for the Heavenly Gang's treading the void technique and his SSS-class martial arts talent which first disrupted Zhu's true qi circulation and then capitalized on her momentary lapse in concentration, this clash would have been far more difficult for Yili to win. It wouldn't have been impossible to win, though, since the indestructible golden soul really is a bit of a tough nut to crack. As long as the gap in rank isn't too great, one can rely on trading blows to wear the opponent down until they're defeated. Keep in mind that someone of Zhu's caliber is merely in the top tier in Ying province. She is far from the only one. Combining those of similar strength to her, or even stronger, there are probably a dozen or so such individuals in the entire province. If these dozen or so people were to gang up on him during the martial arts exam, given Yili's current setup, even if he were to utter his famous line, "When it comes to making a run for it, this one SA pro," it would still be a real struggle to break through the encirclement, let alone actually winning. Although the probability of being ambushed is very low for the average person, given his system's nature, if he wants to earn more evil points, he'll have to prepare for the possibility of being ambushed in advance. Aside from the necessary breathing techniques, I'll have to start preparing offensive skills as well. Yili exhaled silently, quietly calculating in his mind. He could already clearly feel the water fist skill losing its potency. It was fine for finishing off opponents, but it was severely lacking when it came to offense. Yili. Just then, Yu Chanxian, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. "I really didn't expect you to actually beat Senior Jiang." Her tone was thick with astonishment. Yili raised an eyebrow. "It was fine. She's pretty weak." Although the fight had actually put a bit of pressure on him, a big shot back home had put it perfectly. Strategically, look down on your enemy. Tactically, take them seriously. As long as he could earn evil points, he'd dare to mock even an ancient deity right in front of you. You really are. Hearing this, Yu Chanxian finally broke into her familiar smile, though her gaze remained fixed on Yili, who looked as calm as a summer breeze, as if drawn by a magnet. A strange gleam flickered in her eyes, as if she'd discovered some delightful treasure in the young man. Only you would dare say something like that. Not a single martial arts student in all of Linhai City would dare to say it. Yu Chanxian chuckled softly. Yili gave a non-committal chuckle. Just then, the female doctor treating Zhu finished her work and, after completing her examination, silently let out a sigh of relief. "Nothing serious, just a mild concussion." She stood up and said to Yili, who was sitting in a chair. The swelling in her face has subsided as well. "Now we just have to wait for her to wake up, and she'll be able to be discharged." "Thank you," Yili said politely. Yu Chanxian also stood up to thank the doctor. Once the doctor had left, Yili also stood up. Aren't you going to wait until Senior Jiang wakes up before you leave? Yu Chanxian asked curiously. What does it matter to me whether she wakes up or not? Yili waved his hand dismissively as he walked toward the door, saying, She is both incompetent and full of herself. Stepping in this time was basically a good deed on my part. Sarcastic remark, Ju's malice points plus 100. She is awake? Hearing the notification sound, Yili's eyes lit up, and his departing footsteps came to a halt. What is wrong? Yu Chanxian looked at him in confusion. I wasn't finished speaking. Yili cleared his throat and turned toward the unconscious girl on the hospital bed, his expression a mix of a smile and a sneer. As the captain of the school team, you've been a hands-off leader, letting scum form cliques and letting the entire team's atmosphere go to hell, and that is bad enough. But to go on the hospital bed, Zhu's delicate hands gradually clenched into fists, and she gritted her teeth. A nameless rage flared up inside her, yet she couldn't find a single reason to refute him. Yili's words cut like knives, piercing deep into her heart, which had remained untouched by the world's troubles. His meaning was clear. Either stay out of it, or stick with it. You didn't care before I arrived, so why are you suddenly acting like a captain now that I'm here? In that case, I'll take care of you too. The girl despised those who bullied the weak, yet what difference was there between her actions today and those of the very people she detested? At best, she'd merely gone about it in a slightly more proper manner. At this thought, a deep sense of shame welled up within Zhu. I'm sorry, she murmured in a voice only she could hear. A wave of unprecedented shame and humiliation washed over her, causing this genius girl from Linhai City to suffer immensely at that moment. Successfully broke Zhu's defense with words. Evil deed points plus 500. A moment later, Zhu sat up and took a deep breath. Although she made a mistake, there was still a chance to make amends. Her clear eyes gradually brightened. Seeing Zhu get up, Yu Chanxian looked over in slight surprise and asked, Senior, are you awake? Zhu nodded, then rolled over and got out of bed. Her fair, delicate feet slipped into socks and then into her shoes. Yu Chanxian hurried forward and asked tentatively, You've just woken up. Shouldn't you rest a little longer? No need. Then where are you going? Seeing Zhu immediately preparing to walk out, Yu Chanxian hurriedly asked. To apologize in person. Zhu's tone was firm, and she quickly disappeared through the doorway. Apologize in person? To whom? Countless questions flooded Yu Chanxian's mind. But soon, Zhu reappeared at the hospital room door. Looking at the bewildered Yu Chanxian, she asked in a cool, detached tone. On which floor is Yi Li's training room? Yu Chanxian's expression froze instantly. Chapter 20, The Dragon Shakes the Mountain. Before she knew it, evening had fallen. Linhai No. 1 High School, 3rd floor of the training building. Upon returning to the room, Yi Li unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. He had already come to regard this training room as his home. So, what should I upgrade first? Yi Li sat in his chair, summoned the interface, and fell deep in thought. Name, Yi Li. Current level, Tier 2, Sub-Tier 1 10%. Current skills. Water Fist skill, perfect. Cloud Piercing Spear technique, perfect. Heavenly Gangs Treading the Void technique, perfect. Current talent, SSS rank. Indestructible Golden Soul LV1 upgradable. Innate ability, Spear Martial Saint's physique. Additionally, on his way back, Yi Li stopped by the library and spent 200,000 Hanxia coins to purchase a Tier 2 fist technique. It was called Dragon Shaking the Mountain, considered one of the more powerful Tier 2. There was a possibility that even if he poured over 10,000 sin points into it, he might not even hear a sound. So, he decided to max out the relatively cost-effective Dragon Shakes the Mountain first, and then consider upgrading Indestructible Golden Soul. Everything requires taking it one step at a time. The same goes for allocating points. Yi Li chuckled softly. With a thought, a massive amount of sin points surged into Dragon Shakes the Mountain on his interface. Ding! Consuming sin points, beginning to upgrade the level 2 skill Dragon Shaking the Mountain. Thanks to your in-depth study of the heavenly gangs treading the void technique, the difficulty of cultivating fist techniques like this one, which are far less sophisticated, has been significantly reduced in your eyes. Gained buff, cultivation speed plus 20%. Sure enough, not a single point of sin points went to waste. Yili looked at the interface with satisfaction. It had been well worth the effort he put in back then, spending a massive amount of sin points to forcibly max out the incomplete heavenly gangs treading the void technique. Accelerating cultivation. After consuming 200 points of sin points, you finally grasped the secret of this fist technique. By contracting your muscles as you punch and releasing them all at once the moment you make contact with the enemy, you not only increase the power of your punch but also unleash a dizzying secondary effect. This is the origin of the shock in the skill's name. Successfully mastered the basics of Dragon Shakes the Mountain. This domineering and fierce skill reminds you of the Bagwazang style that was widely practiced in your past life. By combining the principles of both, you've successfully made a slight improvement to this fist technique. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 30%, evil points consumption reduced by 10%. After consuming 800 evil points, you have finally mastered the techniques of the shock fist. You can now freely control the Dragon Shaking the Mountain mastery. After consuming 1000 evil points, you have this skill down to a fine art. Not even its creator would dare claim to understand it better than you. Zhelongjin Shen, Perfection. A skill acquired half an hour ago. It took less than 5 minutes to max it out. This is the power of the system's stat allocation. It really is just a matter of adding and adjusting. Yili exhaled silently, raising his slender palm, repeatedly opening and closing his fist to feel the muscles engaged by the movement. Skills like Dragon Shakes the Mountain, which emphasize power generation techniques, have significantly improved his control over his own body. He closed the interface and walked over to the familiar punching power tester. He looked at the massive punching bag used for testing. Yili relaxed his shoulders, lowered his elbows, shifted his weight downward, and slowly clenched his fist. The muscles across his entire upper arm gradually tensed and contracted, revealing terrifying lines that resembled long snakes, as immense power brewed within. The next second, Yili's right arm lashed out violently, shattering the air like a cannonball leaving the barrel. The moment his fist struck the punching bag, the muscles along his entire upper arm expanded in unison, instantly unleashing a terrifying force powerful enough to shake massive boulders. Boom! With a heavy, muffled thud, the massive punching bag flew high into the air and slammed hard into the backstop, causing the entire machine to shake violently. Immediately afterward, the large screen displayed a staggering figure. Punching power, 2,100 kilograms. For an ordinary martial artist who has just broken through to the second tier, first level, even if they were to break their own arm, their punching power would be 1,200 kilograms at most. 2,100 kilograms, that's nearly double that limit. If supplemented by a higher level breathing technique, he could likely break through the 3,000 kilogram barrier with ease. But even more difficult to deal with than this terrifying force was the extremely hard to counter tremor carried by the punch. If one were to block it head on, 3 or 2 punches might be manageable, but if the number reached 7 or 8, one would definitely be shaken to the point of feeling their chi and blood churning and seeing stars. Even if one could withstand the immense force of the punch, it would certainly not be a pleasant experience. From this perspective, Dragon Shakes the Mountain does possess a slight armor-piercing effect. Yili withdrew his palm and flexed his wrist. Having broken through to the second tier, my punching power has increased significantly. However, Dragon Shakes the Mountain is quite physically draining. Given my current physical condition, I can only manage to land about 10 punches at most. Yili checked his internal energy consumption, felt the swelling in his muscles gradually subside, and sat back down in his chair. Current evil points, 12,200. It has to be said that compared to the over 3,000 points required by the heavenly gangs treading the void technique, the Dragon Shaking the Mountain, which only costs 1,000 points to master, is truly economical. That makes sense. After all, not only is the text of the former severely incomplete, but its condition is also much better than that of Dragon Shakes the Mountain. If Heavenly Gangs Treading the Void is an S rank among second-tier skills, then Dragon Shakes the Mountain is roughly a B rank. However, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Although there is a huge price difference, The former is far more versatile than the latter. He'd rather have dragon shakes the mountain consume a bit more evil points. Yili shook his head and summoned his interface. After all, these skills are just temporary abilities when it comes to long-term investment. It all comes down to martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS rank. Indestructible Golden Soul LV1. The rank is right there. It all comes down to whether you dare to place the bet. Taking a deep breath, Yili rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Next, he would have to start feeding this bottomless pit. Chapter 21, The Golden Soul Awakens, A Young Girl Calls. With a single thought from Yili, over 10,000 points of evil deeds surged into the system panel. Ding! Hostess second all-in detected. Special title unlocked, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental power, granting the bearer immunity to mental attacks below Tier 3. Immunity to mental attacks below Tier 3? It's said that many martial artists who VE awaken psychic talents like to hide in every corner of the exam site during the martial arts exams. When the other candidates let their guard down, they suddenly launch psychic attacks to defeat them. If the top-seeded competitors are like a mudslide in the martial arts exams, then these nasty underdogs are like poisonous wasps lurking in the shadows. They yell come out of nowhere and knock you down. But with this title, you won't have to worry about this type of underdog anymore. What a windfall! Yili nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the text continuously appearing on the light screen. Developing martial arts talent is a headache for the vast majority of martial artists. Unlike skills, where many seniors can offer guidance allowing one to make rapid progress once the knack is mastered, martial arts talent comes in countless varieties and is deeply mysterious. Even if there is a powerful martial artist with the same talent as you, they might not be able to offer any useful advice. Therefore, even those possessing a rank or even S-rank martial arts talents must devote a tremendous amount of time and effort to developing their talents in order to awaken the corresponding abilities. For those with mediocre aptitude, it's difficult to fully develop their martial arts talents even if they devote their entire lives to it. However, Yili paid no heed to any of this and poured his sin points in all at once. Over 10,000 sin points, that's a hell of a gamble, my friend. Ding! Consuming sin points, beginning to upgrade the indestructible Golden Soul. After consuming 1,000 points of sin points, your nascent Golden Soul has become even more refined, as translucent as the first light of dawn on the horizon. Its ability to heal your body has increased. Suddenly, a cool sensation surged between Yili's eyebrows, and a tingling, invigorating sensation spread through his muscles and bones. This was a sign that the Golden Soul was becoming increasingly refined. Text kept appearing on the interface. After consuming 5,000 points of evil points, your Golden Soul reached the limit of what your body could bear. You wisely stopped refining it further and began attempting to have the Golden Soul nourish your vital energy and blood. After consuming 8,000 points of evil points, your Golden Soul has successfully nourished your entire body's vital energy and blood, taking your physical strength to a new level and awakening a new innate ability. Immortal Golden Soul upgraded to LV2. New innate ability, Golden Soul Revival. Golden Soul Revival. The Golden Soul enters an active state, drastically enhancing your vital energy and boosting your physical strength. Current evil points, 4,200. Consumed 8,000 evil points. He had finally managed to level up this SSS rank martial arts talent. His mental power had increased significantly, and he gained an additional special ability. Unlike the passive spear martial Saint's physique from last time, this one appeared to be an active skill. Golden Soul Revival. Yili hesitated for a moment, then decided to test its capabilities. He walked over to the punching power tester. The massive punching bag still bore the imprint of his fist from earlier. He took a deep breath. Yili slowly closed his eyes, focused his mind, and activated the Golden Soul awakening state. In the blink of an eye, the chi and blood throughout his body began to boil. The muscles beneath his skin bulged, and his entire aura suddenly became ferocious. Phew! Yili exhaled softly, opened his eyes, and a pair of fiery, intense golden pupils suddenly appeared, sharp enough to seem capable of piercing through illusions. At the same time, a strand of golden hair quietly emerged from the tips of his locks, radiating a strange glow. As the golden hue expanded, his entire being began to show signs of transforming into a super scion. Throughout this process, Yili's aura continued to grow, as wild and terrifying as a ferocious beast awakened from ancient times. The mental power granted by the golden soul allowed Yili to quickly adapt to his surging strength. He looked at the punching bag and immediately unleashed a punch with all his might. Yet even this simple motion generated an astonishing wind pressure, causing the air compressed to its limit to emit a piercing, explosive roar. Boom! The massive punching bag was torn open, sending it flying high into the air as its filling scattered in all directions, shattering the backstop behind it. Rumble! The entire training hall shook from the impact. On the giant screen above, a line of text flashed just a second before the screen went black. Punching power, 6,500 kilograms. That was more than 3 times his previous level. This was nearly on par with the punching power of a third-tier martial artist. Not a bad improvement. Yili stared in astonishment at the now dark screen and at his own fist. This posture, comparable to that of a super scion, truly delivered an extraordinary boost. At that moment, Yili felt every cell in his body buzzing with excitement. Although the strain was considerable, he was overcome by a sense of omnipotence as if he could do anything. If he were to face Lian again, he might even be able to slap her into the wall so hard she couldn't be pried out. So this is the state of Golden Soul Awakening? It's definitely intense. It could serve as a trump card, a solid backup option. Although it clearly couldn't be sustained for long, Yili could sense from this state that many of his abilities had been enhanced, such as his dynamic vision, reaction time, and hearing. Just then, Yili raised an eyebrow slightly. Someone else at the door? He heard faint footsteps approaching from afar clearly. Someone was coming to see him. But it was so late. Who would be coming to his door at this hour? After mulling it over, the only possibilities were Fong Ming or Yu Chanxian. Soon, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yili exited the Golden Soul Awakening state, and his appearance quickly returned to normal, though the domineering aura swirling between his eyebrows served as a constant reminder of his supernatural ability. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Yili called out, "Coming," then got up and walked toward the front door. As he opened the door, a cool-looking girl with black hair cascading down her shoulders and delicate features appeared before him. Her cherry-red lips were slightly pursed, and her eyes, as clear as spring water, gazed at Yili as if she had mustered all her courage. Zhu? Yili furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't expected her to show up at this moment. Could it be that she wasn't satisfied with the outcome of their earlier battle and wanted to continue? At this thought, the corners of Yili's handsome mouth turned up slightly. A flash of gold flickered in his pitch-black eyes. Thanks to War 2. Chapter 22, The Strongest Spearman. Yili had already gained some insight into this type of martial artist with modest talent. If they thought they could easily defeat him, only to be knocked down in 2 or 3 moves, they would inevitably feel a sense of resentment. To prevent this from happening, he never held back, striving to shatter their pride in one fell swoop and thereby reap a large amount of evil points. He'd done a good job the previous few times. Ren, Shen Lian, and even Lu Yangda had all been beaten so badly they lost the courage to come looking for trouble again. Even if they still harbored resentment toward Yili, they wouldn't dare show it openly. However, Zhu actually showed up again not long after, which surprised Yili a bit. It seemed that a true martial arts prodigy was, after all, a cut above the rest. As his thoughts churned, Yili asked calmly, "Is there something you need from me?" True Qi circulated slowly within him. Even though his true Qi reserves had been depleted to less than half due to his earlier activation of Golden Soul Revival, Yili was absolutely confident he could take down his opponent within 3 moves. "Yes, I do." Upon hearing this, Zhu took a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, and said earnestly, "I'd like to apologize to you first." Apologize? Yili raised an eyebrow, unsure what she was getting at. "Yes, I heard everything you said at the hospital." Zhu nodded slightly and said apologetically, "I did call you here with the mindset that I can't waste too much time on cultivation. I need to resolve this as quickly as possible. I have no complaints about being defeated by you. I just hope you'll accept my apology." She spoke with such sincerity that even Yili couldn't detect any trace of pretense. Besides, if it were an act, it would be far too contrived. I see, Yili said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He thought she'd come to cause trouble. But he still hadn't completely given up. He turned to her and said indifferently. However, if you're sincerely apologizing, Jiang, the least you could do is bow. Don't you know that? Bow? A look of confusion flashed across Zhu Qing's cold face. What's that? Never mind. Yili sighed. Since she'd come to apologize and her attitude seemed sincere enough, he couldn't be bothered to demand anything more. For him, it was only fun to force unrepentant people to do things like this. People like Lian. It takes a villain to deal with a villain. For someone like Zhu, who was so eager to admit her mistake, giving her a chance wasn't such a bad idea. With that in mind, Yili waved his hand and said impatiently. I'll grudgingly accept your apology. You may go now. Wait a moment. Seeing him about to close the door, Zhu hurriedly called out. At the same time, she instinctively reached out, trying to stop the door from closing. But the moment her hand made contact, she felt an overwhelming force she was completely unable to resist. Her outstretched hand didn't even manage to slow the door's momentum before it was slammed back. Immediately afterward, the door slammed shut with a thunderous crash. Bang! Giving the simple-minded eldest daughter of the Jiang family the cold shoulder, evil deeds plus 200. Shu stared blankly at the closed door in front of her, then looked down at her slender hand. Judging by their clash earlier that afternoon, the other person's strength shouldn't have been much different from her own. So what was the deal with that immense force? Just as she was puzzling over this. Squeak! The door swung open again, and Yili looked at her with an impatient expression, asking, What else do you want? Before she had time to figure out the cause of that immense force, Zhu hurriedly said, I have something else I'd like to ask of you. Speak. Didn't you say this afternoon that my gunmanship was like a pile of nonsense? The girl asked earnestly. Huh? Yili's interest was immediately piqued. Judging by the tone of her question, had she finished apologizing and was now looking to give him a hard time? Not bad. She's even learned to be polite before getting down to business. Yili nodded immediately and chuckled lightly. I did say that. So what? Zhu nodded, then launched into a rapid-fire list as if reciting a memorized list. You also said my reflexes were as slow as an old person's, and that I'm full of myself. That's right. So what? Then please teach me. As Yili looked on in mild astonishment, Zhu lifted her little face and said earnestly, As long as my shooting improves, I'm willing to do anything. Teach you how to shoot? After a moment of bewilderment, Yili furrowed his brow and replied without hesitation, I refuse. As if he was already struggling to find a suitable breathing technique himself. On top of that, his money was running out faster than ever. He couldn't even afford to buy cultivation resources or a few high-quality new skills. Yili had even started considering whether to leave the city and venture into a dungeon to hunt monsters for money. At a time like this, he was supposed to teach a young lady how to use a gun? No way. Besides, I don't know how to teach people, Yili said, shaking his head. Find someone else. With that, he prepared to close the door again. Seeing this, Zhu hurriedly said, I can teach you everything I know in exchange anything at all. The door, which had been closing, suddenly paused. Yili turned to her with a look of surprise and asked, as if to confirm. Anything at all? If he remembered correctly, even a single S-rank breathing technique cost over 5 million Hanxia coins. Moreover, they were so rare that they were practically priceless. Generally, only direct disciples of major sects could learn them, or the direct descendants of certain noble families were permitted to study them. To casually teach them to an outsider. At least, Yili had never even heard of such a thing. So, he found it really hard to believe that anyone could be that naive. By comparison, it was more likely that the other person was playing a trick on him. Yes. As if he'd seen a glimmer of hope, Zhu's clear eyes lit up slightly, and he blurted out. You've just entered the second tier and haven't started practicing a breathing technique yet. I can teach you my dust, mist, frost, and snow. This is an S-rank breathing technique passed down through generations in our Zheng family. It's sure to help you. I also know 3 or 4 rare grade second tier skills, and I've already begun learning a third tier skill. Just give me a little more time, and I can teach you all of these as well. Having said that, Zhu looked at Yili, who had fallen silent, feeling a bit anxious. She couldn't be blamed for her impatience. Zhu was well aware that her cultivation had been stuck at a plateau for quite some time. Although she possessed a natural talent for martial arts and breathing techniques, allowing her martial arts level to far surpass that of most people her age, her mastery of skills was, quite frankly, a complete mess. Several precious second-tier skills hovered at the proficiency level, never quite reaching the mastery stage. Meanwhile, the elders in the Zheng family who had cultivated these skills were all stationed on the front lines defending against beasts, leaving them little time to teach her. With the martial arts exam drawing ever closer, it would be a lie for Zhu to say she wasn't anxious. That's why she has been training tirelessly day and night, paying almost no attention to school team affairs, all in the hope of making a breakthrough in her skill cultivation. Unfortunately, the results have been minimal. If this continues, she'll easily find herself at a disadvantage whenever she faces an opponent with a martial arts rank and natural talent comparable to her own. Zhu was well aware of this and kept searching for a solution. Among everyone she met so far, Yili was the only one who called her spear technique terrible. Moreover, relying solely on a text that was so incomplete it was practically useless, he managed to cultivate the heavenly gangs treading the void technique to what appeared to be near perfection. So, even if the chances were slim, Zhu wanted to give it a try. Looking at the youth dressed in white, she bit her lower lip lightly and, steeled her nerves, asked, Is that okay? With that expression, it was truly hard to tell if she was lying. After confirming this, finally, under the gaze of the Zheng family's eldest daughter, filled with boundless expectation, Yili took a deep breath and finally gave his answer. Anything at all? Anything at all. Then I'll damn well train you to become the strongest spearman in the entire school. Chapter 23, Treasure the classic of the dragon riding the wind. Although breathing techniques are often likened to second-tier skills, their benefits extend far beyond second-tier martial artists. Until a martial artist reaches the 4th tier and unlocks the body's hidden potential, breathing techniques play a vital role in combat, cultivation, and many other aspects. Even after reaching the 4th tier, high-level breathing techniques can still provide significant assistance in various areas thanks to their extraordinary properties. S-rank breathing technique, Crimson Gale Flame martial art. Latest transaction price, 8 million Hansha coins. S-rank breathing technique, Endless Vitality. Latest transaction price, 8.5 million Hansha coins. Seated on a wooden chair, Yili watched the prices displayed on his phone, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. Clearly, prior to this, his understanding of the prices for S-rank breathing techniques had been far too limited. He assumed they cost no more than 5 million Hansha coins at most, yet the search results turned out to be this expensive. It could only be said that poverty had limited Yili's imagination. But when he considered that this single breathing technique could bring lasting benefits to a distinguished family or martial arts sect, thereby increasing their chances of cultivating an outstanding younger generation, the price actually seemed reasonable. Fortunately, he agreed to it in advance. Otherwise, if someone else had snatched up this bargain, it would have been more agonizing than death itself. Yili closed his phone, looked up at Zhu, who was closing the door, and asked softly, "What do you want to learn?" "Spear techniques." Zhu turned around, her lips moving slightly. "My spear technique is terrible. Actually, it's just average in terms of how bad it is." Thinking of the help she could provide, Yili's tone was, for once, a bit more tactful. In fact, during the afternoon's battle, Zhu had tried to cast skills several times, but Yili had spotted the flaws in her technique at a glance and interrupted her casting each time. While his mastery of the cloud-piercing spear technique had played a part in this, the truth was that, at best, it was a lower middle-tier second-tier skill, and even at max level, it wasn't all that impressive. The main reason lay in Yili's spear martial saint body. Significantly enhances one's proficiency with spear and staff-type weapons. The cultivation speed of spear and staff-related skills is increased by 500%. Just reading the description is a bit intimidating. Seeing it in action is even more terrifying. At this very moment, even across the entire Ing province, among those of the same tier, Yili's spear technique is absolutely and undisputedly the strongest. After all, if we think back to the myths of his past life, there were two great figures who possessed the indestructible golden soul. One was the Qitian Shang, who could still display his might and flaunt his spirit even while surrounded by the 24 principal gods of the Thunder Department. The other was the heavenly Cortes war god, the second son of the Yang family, a figure whose feats were truly remarkable, capable of splitting mountains to save his mother, and who obeyed orders but not summons. Both were masters who had taken this type of weapon to the pinnacle of perfection. Since Yili possessed the same golden soul as them and had awakened such extraordinary abilities, it made perfect sense. First, show me your most frequently used spear technique. Yili held out his hand toward Zhu and said calmly, "Let me see how I should teach you." Now that the terms had been agreed upon, he no longer felt any reservations. All right. Hearing this, Zhu saw nothing amiss and obediently nodded. This classic of the roaming dragon riding the wind is the spear technique I use most often right now. But since I've only just begun learning it, my execution is still a bit clumsy, just like this afternoon, when I couldn't pull it off at all. As she spoke, she retrieved a tome from the ring on her finger and obediently handed it to Yili. "Should I go back first and come see you again tomorrow?" Zhu blinked, looking at the skill that had taken her over half a year just to master the basics, and replied sensibly, "The martial arts exam is still a while away, so I'm not in a particular hurry." "The martial arts exam is still a month away, but isn't the exchange tournament just a few days from now?" Yili flipped through the tome in his hand as he casually remarked, "Stay here for a bit. I'll just browse through this, there's no rush." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Looking at the text that appeared on the interface, his mood brightened. Tier 3 skill, classic of the wandering dragon riding the wind, rare. As expected of the Jiang family's eldest daughter, her go-to skill is actually. This skill is really hard to learn. Zhu's expression was somewhat complicated as he gently advised, "It took me a long time to master it back then. Even if your natural talent is far superior to mine, it'll be hard to get the hang of it in such a short time." Among the opponents in this exchange tournament, aside from Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion, the rest aren't very strong. Even if my skill hasn't improved yet, I can still beat them. "Training is a slow and steady process, you can't rush something like a skill," Zhu quoted a famous saying his father had once used, trying to get the young man to change his mind. But all he got in return was a furrowed brow from Yili. "You have two choices right now." He looked up at Zhu and said calmly, "Go wait outside, or shut up and stay here for a while." "Which one?" "The second one." Zhu lowered his head and, knowing better, said no more. Silence fell over the room for a moment. Taking his gaze off the boy's serious profile, Zhu began to survey his surroundings. The basic facilities in each room were standardized, the differences lay in the equipment each person had added themselves. Take Zhu's room, for example. It contained a spirit-gathering formation completely different from those of ordinary school team members, quite expensive to construct. Not only did it condense vital energy and blood, but it also significantly accelerated the purification of the marrow and meridians. It even reduced the risk of spiritual backlash and could regulate the ambient temperature to suit the user. Yili's room, on the other hand, had a much simpler design. The only thing noticeable was that the young man seemed to have used the punch power tester quite a bit. But wait, huh? As her gaze fell on the punch power tester, Zhu froze, her pupils contracting slightly. It wasn't just the punching bag with a huge hole in it that caught her attention. It was also the blood-red numbers that had reappeared on the large screen after previously vanishing due to a malfunction. Punching power, 6,800 kilograms. Chapter 24, Zhu's shock. How is this possible? 6,800 kilograms? What does that even mean? Zhu remembered that her own maximum punching power was barely 2,000 kilograms. Even so, that was already far beyond that of most second-tier, fourth-level martial artists, ranking him first in the entire school, well, second now. For an average martial artist who had just entered the third tier, the maximum punch power was 6,000 kilograms. That was a figure that would hold back an average martial artist for decades, or even a lifetime. And yet, it had been matched and surpassed by a martial artist who had just advanced to the second tier, and Han Ti even begun cultivating breathing techniques. Zhu couldn't help but think. If that figure of 6,800 kilograms was Yi Li's maximum punching power, then during the sparring match that afternoon, she would have been fully capable of seizing the right moment to seriously injure him with a single punch. But in the end, she didn't do that. She merely landed a punch and a palm strike on his face that didn't even sting. It merely knocked her unconscious. This wasn't just holding back, it was going all out. Zhu was deeply shaken, and a wave of shame welled up from the depths of her heart. Even though Yi Li had shown such mercy, she had been so full of herself at the time, spouting arrogant remarks like, "You can't beat me, and it's over. This is just so embarrassing." A true genius should be like Yi Li. Not only does he hide his true strength, but he also keeps his enemies in the dark, making them think it's an evenly matched battle. "If I hadn't left my spear at home today, I would have sent you flying with a single thrust." Recalling Yi Li's words, Xu Hong pressed her lips tightly together. She had thought it was just senseless bluster, but now it seemed he was actually right. To defeat her who was wielding this silver dragon white spear with his bare hands with that kind of strength, it was a foregone conclusion that he would shine brightly in this year's martial arts exam. And then there was that martial arts talent for rapid physical recovery. Though its exact rank was unknown, it certainly wouldn't be lower than grade A. All things considered, Yi Li's strength had already secured him a spot in the absolute top tier among all martial arts high schools in Ying Province. His chances of claiming the championship title were also quite high. Just as Zhu was startled by the numbers flashing on the punching power tester, text began to appear continuously on Yi Li's interface. Consuming 1,000 evil points, upgrading the roaming dragon riding the wind skill by 3 tiers. Your spear martial saint body is taking effect. Skills that once seemed as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures now appear quite simple to you. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 500%. It's as if someone had given you the answer to a complex calculus problem. Now all you have to do is copy down the detailed solution. Accelerating cultivation. As your sin points are consumed, your understanding of this precious skill deepens, and you begin to grasp the true meaning of roaming dragon. The so-called roaming dragon refers to the ability to wield the spear with the ferocity of a soaring dragon when casting this skill. Both the spearhead and the shaft possess immense destructive power, sufficient to effortlessly tear through the defenses of warriors of the same tier. Having grasped this, you begin to devote yourself wholeheartedly to mastering this aspect. Ding! Training complete. Roaming Dragon Riding the Wind Manual, Mastery 70%. Comment: the gains from this training session are roughly equivalent to 20 years of your previous arduous practice. With 20 years of such training under your belt, I truly wonder who could possibly stand in your way. Remaining evil points, 3,400. 20 years of arduous training, and he has only just reached the great accomplishments stage in the classic of the dragon riding the wind? Yi Li's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't choose to go all in. Skill proficiency is divided into 5 stages: beginner, proficient, mastery, great accomplishment, and perfection. At this rate, it would take less than 1,000 evil deeds points to bring the classic of the dragon riding the wind to perfection. He vaguely recalled that a second-tier rare skill had previously cost him 3,000 evil points, yet now this higher-tier rare skill required only 1,000 points to reach the great achievement stage. While the spear martial saint's physique certainly provided a boost, Yi Li felt it was also inseparable from his perseverance and hard work. A veteran martial artist who was trained for many years and a young martial artist just starting out, even if they had the same natural talent in their youth, would still differ in how quickly they master a skill. The former would be considerably faster than the latter. I'm done reading. Yi Li looked at Zhu, who was lost in thought, handed him the tome, and said, I'm going to start teaching you now. Are you ready? All ready? Zhu snapped out of her daze and asked, instinctively a bit surprised. She immediately stood up. Should I demonstrate it for you right now? She assumed Yi Li had merely skimmed through it to assess her proficiency level. No need to go to all that trouble. Yi Li stood up as well, walked over to the weapons rack in the corner of the room, and took down a large, jet black spear. Turning to look at Zhu, he said calmly. Cast the roaming dragon riding the wind technique, then attack me. Learning by fighting is always the fastest way to improve. Of course, skill point allocation is a different matter. Attack me? Zhu was taken aback. How was he planning to guide her to a breakthrough? Was he trying to expose flaws in her skill? Puzzled as she was, upon seeing Yili nod in confirmation, she swiftly ran her finger over the ring on her hand, summoning a snow-white spear. As always, it blended seamlessly with her aura, enhancing her presence. He found this spear intriguing the last time. Seeing it a second time confirmed his impression. Yili looked at the silvery white spear and nodded slightly. Silver Dragon White Spear, a top-tier second-tier artifact. Noticing Yili's gaze lingering on her weapon, Zhu said in a cool, clear voice. It not only amplifies the projection of my cold energy but also enhances the power of my skills. Let us go. Yili tucked his chin in and raised his spear. His gaze remained calm as he looked across at her. Zhu nodded and took a deep breath. As she activated her breathing technique, the true qi within her body began to surge. The next second, her figure vanished from where she stood. When she was fully focused, her speed was even faster than during their clash that afternoon. By the time she reappeared, Zhu was already less than 3 feet in front of Yili. The 7-foot-long white spear, like a dragon emerging from the sea, slammed toward Yili's center with thunderous force. The sharp spearhead emitted a white glow, piercing the air directly unstoppable. Yili lowered his dark eyes. Zhu's mastery of the roaming dragon riding the wind classic was likely at the proficient level. A white glow capable of piercing armor was already surging from the spearhead. Among peers of the same age, this was already considered an exceptionally outstanding achievement. However, now that he had perfected the roaming dragon riding the wind classic, Zhu's attack patterns seemed a bit too predictable to him. Surging true qi welled up within Yili's body, circulating at breakneck speed through the acupoints opened by the riding the dragon with the wind manual. Hum! Accompanied by a piercing spear cry, an ethereal shadow of a dragon suddenly materialized on Yili's jet black spear. At that moment, Zhu's spear tip had already reached right in front of him. Yili shifted his body slightly to the side, dodging the spear tip by the narrowest of margins. He raised his right hand, which gripped the spear slightly, then suddenly exerted force, casually swinging it toward Zhu's body. The entire sequence flowed as smoothly as water, without the slightest hint of hesitation. And in the instant the jet black spear whirled through the air itself seemed to tear apart, and the illusory scales of a dragon flickered in and out of view. This is... Upon seeing the strange sight on the spear, Zhu's eyes filled with profound astonishment. This phantom image was precisely what she had been longing for day and night. This was a phenomenon that only appeared when the roaming dragon riding the wind manual had been mastered to perfection. How could this be possible? From the moment her opponent obtained the roaming dragon riding the wind manual until now, it hadn't even been 10 minutes. Chapter 25, Breakneck Progress. Zhu's hand gripping the spear trembled slightly as she struggled to suppress the horror in her heart, subconsciously channeling her protective true qi. In an instant, surging true qi welled up like a tidal wave. Immediately afterward, Zhu exhaled a blast of freezing breath, and the true qi swiftly condensed into layer upon layer of incredibly hard ice crystal barriers, stretching out before her. However, even though this thick, solid, and layered ice defense line appeared impregnable, but in the face of that ferocious, overwhelmingly powerful illusory dragon, it appeared utterly fragile, as if made of paper, and offered no resistance whatsoever. Crack! A series of piercing sounds as the ice layers shattered rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the spear shattered Zhu's true qi defense, and the pitch-black shaft struck her with effortless ease. Boom! Yili pulled back slightly at the last moment, forcibly reeling in the pitch-black spear, leaving only a fierce gust of wind to slam into Zhu. Her neat garments were instantly torn open, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin beneath. Zhu was sent flying backward more than 10 zhang before she finally steadied herself and regained her ragged breath. Though she looked somewhat disheveled, her eyes as clear as a winter spring shone even brighter. From the roaming dragon riding the wind technique his opponent had deliberately demonstrated, Zhu had successfully discerned what he himself lacked. Zhu stood with his spear in hand, silent, as if deep in thought. The air fell into a momentary silence. Yili planted his spear on the ground, tilted his head to look at Zhu, and made no move to interrupt. He had already done his best to explain all the key points of this skill. Whether she could grasp it or not depended on her natural talent. I see. After the air had been still for over 10 seconds, Zhu raised her spear once more and assumed a fighting stance. Whoosh! This time, an ethereal dragon scale also appeared on her silvery white spear. I did it! Zhu looked up at Yili with delight. I've finally reached the mastery level described in the book. You're truly amazing. She felt as if she'd hit the jackpot. Breaking through the bottleneck that had plagued her for months in such a short time was something the elders back home could never have achieved. Yili smiled without speaking, though inside he was silently shattered. Damn it, it took me 20 years to master this skill. You've only exchanged 2 moves with me, and you're already telling me you've broken through? How long have you been practicing this skill? Yili suppressed the urge to spit blood and asked, feigning casualness. If it hadn't been such a short time, he might have been able to accept it. I started practicing it as soon as I entered the 2nd tier. As of today, it's been almost half a year. Zhu lowered her head in shame as she replied. After speaking, she lifted her head, a forced smile appearing on her cool, delicate face. Before I met you, I always thought I was a genius. Damn it, as if you aren't a genius now. If I had your talent, I'd have advanced to tier 3 long ago. Yili took a deep breath and said calmly, you are a genius, there's no doubt about that. How could that be? Compared to you, Zhu's voice trailed off, and an unprecedented look of desolation spread across her face. I'm just a mediocre person who was spoiled by resources. Then just train hard. Yili sighed, giving up on trying to explain. He immediately chuckled lightly. There's a saying back home, a great teacher produces great students. Since you call me a genius, now that I'm teaching you, if you don't show some results, don't blame me for scolding you, okay? As long as he pushed Zhu past her breaking point, he'd get 500 points of malice. Yili still remembered that clearly. Okay. Hearing this, Zhu's eyes gradually brightened, and a look of admiration unlike anything she'd ever felt before appeared on her face. She had originally thought of Yili as just another hot-headed, combative type. After getting to know him a little better, she'd come to see him as a genius with a sharp tongue. But now, Zhu suddenly felt that the kind of person described in legends, someone with extraordinary natural talent who was also eager to help others, was right in front of her. He is so amazing. He really is amazing. Yili, Zhu said with a smile, her delicate face full of earnestness, please do your best to scold me from now on. I can't believe you can actually say something so embarrassing. Embarrassing? Is it embarrassing? Zhu looked down at the large expanse of snow-white skin exposed on her body, her pretty face flushing slightly as she asked. But that was clearly what she truly felt. It's very embarrassing. Please don't say that again. Yili exhaled silently, returned his spear to its place, turned to face Zhu with her bright eyes, and chuckled softly. Well then, that's all for today. She no longer had to worry about direction, she simply needed to follow the path he pointed out and stride forward. It's worth noting that Zhu always entered with her clothes neatly pressed and left with them disheveled. This had sparked a flurry of rumors on campus, with many students secretly speculating about the reason. Among them were plenty of malicious rumors. Zhu didn't give it a second thought. In her eyes, apart from Yili, no one else's opinion at Lin Hai No. 1 high school mattered. Even Yili's criticism sounded far more pleasant to her ears than their flattery and slander. Chapter 26, Pre-Exchange Match Meeting. Training Building, Conference Room. With less than 2 days remaining before the exchange match, Wang Yongfeng, the school team's coach, had gathered the entire squad. The purpose was to discuss pre-match strategies. Yili sat beside the head of the table, his eyes slightly closed. Not far away, Lu Yangda, Shen Lian, and several others looked exceptionally grim, as if their faces were covered in a layer of ashen pallor. Their glances kept drifting toward the young man, appearing very subtle and cautious, occasionally meeting one another's. Yet every time their eyes met, they seemed to betray a deep fear, and the object of that fear was none other than that calm, handsome young man. Clearly, the events of the past week had given them a preliminary understanding of Yi Li's strength. Apart from Zhu, no one on the entire school team could stand a chance against him. Sitting in her seat, Lian clenched her teeth and balled her fists. She couldn't help but glance at Zhang Qingzhu, who was also seated beside the head table, and felt a surge of irritation. A couple of days ago, Zhang Qingzhu had sought out Yi Li for a talk. Originally, Lian had hoped that Zhu would take action against Yi Li because of the complaint she defiled that day, thereby allowing her to use one to eliminate the other. Unexpectedly, several days had passed, and Yi Li was still full of energy, showing no signs of being set back in the slightest. This proved that Zhu hadn't taken the rumors she spread to heart at all. Damn Yi Li, who on earth could put him in his place? Lian felt incredibly frustrated. But she didn't have the slightest courage to pick a fight with Yi Li right now, so she had no choice but to let it go for the time being. Just then, Wang Yongfeng, seated at the head of the table, stood up. Our opponent for this exchange match is Qingshan No. 1 High School from Qingshan City. He first glanced at Yi Li and Zhu, seated on either side of the head seat, then smiled and said, "Many of you are already familiar with their school team captain, Tang Yao. She is not only the young heiress of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion but also a renowned young martial artist in Qingshan City. Her martial arts rank is Stage 2, Level 6, 2 levels higher than Jiang S, and her martial arts talent is the Grade B, True Self Sword Heart. As the name suggests, she excels with the sword. Rumor has it she is confident and haughty. She is undoubtedly the backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School. She is also the only opponent on this trip who could be considered a real challenge. Judging by the lineup they provided, this Tang Yao is set to appear as their final ace." Wang Yongfeng's smile faded, and a hint of warning crept into his tone. However, after hearing his account, Yi Li's eyes lit up. He couldn't help it. The prospect of humiliating a confident and haughty kendo girl truly piqued his interest. Apart from him, everyone else wore grave expressions. Noting their reactions, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly. A martial artist at the second tier, 6th level, was already considered a high-ranking martial arts student at Ying Province's martial arts high schools. Many substitutes on the school teams of some martial arts universities were also only at this level. However, Wang Yongfeng wasn't overly concerned. In his view, Yi Li and Zhu combined would certainly be able to defeat this young master of the Sword Pavilion. Among the remaining 6 from Qingshan No. 1 High School, 4 were at the 7th level of the first stage, 2 at the 8th level of the first stage, and 1 at the peak of the first stage. On his side, even including Lian, who had been demoted to the bench, their overall strength was significantly superior. Barring any unexpected twists, this was essentially a sure win. Fortunately, with Yi Li on their side, what had been an uphill battle instantly turned into a smooth victory. The winning side's official members will receive 1 million Hansha coins, plus a vitality pill as a reward. Wang Yongfeng leaned on the table as he explained. Substitutes will receive 20,000 Hansha coins, but no vitality pill. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Lian could no longer sit still. She sprang to her feet and glared angrily at Wang Yongfeng, exclaiming, "Only 200,000 Hansha coins for substitutes? On what grounds? Are you trying to fob off beggars?" The reason she lost her composure was very simple. After all, Yi Li had just forcibly stripped her of her status as a full member. Originally, Lian had felt that since she was about to graduate, losing this status wouldn't be a huge loss, so she had reluctantly accepted it in the end. But today a sudden revelation told her that not only had she lost a full 800,000 Hansha coins, but she would also have to part with a vitality pill, a rare and priceless item that had a significant effect on first-tier martial artists. How could she possibly not lose her composure? Lian's spirits plummeted instantly. Recalling the series of heavy blows she recently suffered at the hands of Yi Li, a wave of deep resentment and anger surged within her. She'd been on the school team for 2.5 years, working diligently and giving her all in every competition. Even so, the total prize money she'd earned from all the competitions she'd participated in over those 2.5 years didn't even add up to this amount. And Yi Li, her childhood friend, whom she'd always regarded as nothing more than a tool, had not only stripped her of her spot on the school team and beaten up her boyfriend, but had also suddenly transformed into the school's darling. Shen Lian, you're getting a little worked up, aren't you? Faced with Shen Lian's anger, Wang Yongfeng pushed his glasses up slightly and explained patiently. Miss Shen Lian, I haven't finished speaking yet. Go ahead, Shen Lian said, calming down slightly as she sat back down. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and continued. In addition to the aforementioned rewards, the student who performs the best in this exchange tournament will also receive a sacred artifact jointly provided by the two cities. Having said that, he looked at Shen Lian and smiled. Also, this reward has nothing to do with being a substitute. At that moment, Shen Lian's mental defenses completely crumbled. Yili! She pushed her chair back and glared angrily at the teenager not far away, shouting with righteous indignation. If you have even a shred of conscience left, give me back those 800,000 Hanxia coins and the vitality pills. No matter how one listened, there was an undeniably aggressive edge to her tone. Such a haughty and domineering demeanor left Lu Yangda and his little sidekick standing nearby dumbfounded. This Shen Lian, has she always been this bold? Doesn't she know that Yili could kill her with a single punch right now? Yili opened his eyes and looked at her calmly, his expression devoid of any emotion. It had only been a few days, and she'd already forgotten her previous lesson. But he had only himself to blame. He'd been too lenient, allowing her to recover so quickly that she could speak again. She even had the chance to get 200,000 Hanxia coins. Are you mute? I'm talking to you. You ungrateful wretch, and to think I used to be so good to you. Shen Lian seemed to have regained her former confidence, growing bolder as she spoke. Let me tell you, Yili, the school only values your talent right now. If you didn't have these martial arts skills, do you think the school would let someone with such a notorious reputation join the school team? As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears as she glared straight at Yili, looking utterly wronged. Zhu raised her gaze. She didn't care about her own reputation, but that didn't mean she didn't care about Yili's. A faint, ice blue glow flickered in her clear eyes, and the temperature around her began to drop steadily. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng frowned. Shen Lian, don't make up these baseless stories. He couldn't stand anyone trying to drive a wedge between Yili and the school. The potential this young man was now displaying was so staggering that the school's higher-ups were doing everything in their power to make him feel more at home at Linhai No. 1 High School. And now this damn Shen Lian had to jump in and throw a wrench in the works. A surge of anger welled up inside Wang Yongfeng. If it weren't for the fact that Shen Lian was still a substitute on the school team, he would have kicked her out on the spot. What? Am I wrong? Shen Lian glared at Yili, having long since cast aside any fear she once felt toward him. She sneered, now the whole school knows that Yili is a hot-headed, bullying scoundrel. It wasn't for nothing that I helped spread the word about his heroic deeds on the school team. Yili, you're nothing but a rat that everyone wants to hunt down at Linhai No. 1 High School right now. Just then, Shen Lian suddenly saw a flash of ferocity in Yili's dark eyes, as if he'd found the very rat that had been wreaking havoc in the rice bin all day long. There was no trace of pity in his gaze, only pure, unadulterated murderous intent. The next second, the boy let out a soft chuckle. At the same time, his entire aura shifted abruptly, and a familiar sense of oppression instantly settled upon Shen Lian's heart. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew stifling. Shen Lian immediately realized she'd let her success go to her head. She felt as if she'd been plunged into an ice cave, a thin sheen of cold sweat breaking out on her smooth, delicate back. As the owner of those dark eyes slowly rose to his feet, Shen Lian's heart, which had been relatively steady until then, began to race wildly. Chapter 27. Hey, buddy, do you know what my cultivation level is? How dare you threaten me with rumors? Yili, don't go too far. After more than a decade of knowing each other, Shen Lian had developed a habit. At this critical moment, she subconsciously tried to threaten him. But she quickly realized she had nothing in her hands that could threaten him. No, wait, she did. Shen Lian suddenly recalled a novel she'd read. Even when the female lead was weak, she could smear her powerful senior sister with slander, leaving her unable to defend herself and driving her to a tragic, self-inflicted death out of grief and anger. As long as she played by the rules, she was sure she could make Yili hesitate, afraid of causing collateral damage, and prevent him from acting rashly. Yili, don't forget your reputation at school. If you dare lay a finger on me, you can forget about ever clearing your name. Shen Lian backed away while calmly snapping at him. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, Yili immediately stopped in his tracks. A hint of bewilderment still lingered on his handsome face. It's working. Seeing this, Shen Lian's heart began to race even faster, and she kept reassuring herself in her mind. Don't panic, we're in the conference room. We're surrounded by members of the school team, and even the coach is watching. If Yili dares to lay a hand on me, all those rumors about him bullying classmates will be confirmed. No matter how talented he is, the school will reconsider his eligibility for the school team. It really will work. As long as I hold the moral high ground, Yili absolutely won't dare lay a hand on me. If you apologize now, you still. Shen Lian was just about to say something when her eyes suddenly widened. In her line of sight, Yili's figure vanished from where he stood in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Shen Lian felt a palm gently press against her chest. The scent of death washed over her. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous crash echoed throughout the conference room. Boom! The heavy wooden door exploded open with a thunderous crash. Amidst a shower of debris, Shen Lian's body was flung backward, blood spurting wildly. A horrifying indentation appeared in her chest. Most of the ribs protecting her internal organs were shattered. Her body slammed heavily onto the bluestone floor, rolling over a dozen times before finally coming to a halt. Yu Chanqian's throat went dry as she watched the scene in silence. Lu Yongda trembled all over, not daring even to turn his head, his gaze fixed intently on the table before him. Zhu nodded slightly, as if he had anticipated the teenager's move, and calmly sat back down. Fighting fire with fire, repaying kindness with kindness, that was precisely the other party's modus operandi. Wang Yongfeng's expression froze, then his throat moved as he cast a complex glance toward Shen Lian, who lay outside the room, barely clinging to life. He said nothing more. He had seen it all clearly. If Shen Lian hadn't stepped forward to stir up trouble herself, Yili wouldn't have even bothered with her. If he had held back and refrained from acting until the very end, it would have made him seem somewhat lacking in sharpness. Martial arts isn't about academic research. For a martial arts prodigy of Yili's age, displaying his sharp edge is an essential quality. Moreover, he could tell that Yili had held back slightly at the last moment. Otherwise, that punch just now could have taken Shen Lian's life outright. Instead, she only ended up with a few broken ribs. Sigh, you're not a true youth if you don't act a little wild, Wang Yongfeng sighed inwardly. Right before Shen Lian's eyes, Yili cracked his knuckles, a smile on his face, and walked toward her at a leisurely pace. Seeing this, Shen Lian's whole body shook violently as overwhelming fear and regret welled up within her. That madman Yili. Doesn't he care about his reputation at all? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why did I even go and provoke him? Now, forget about the 800,000 and the chi and blood pills, even the 200,000. No. Even my martial arts exam results will be affected. No. Even my future cultivation might be marred by hidden injuries. Ah. Shen Lian's features contorted as she writhed in agony on the ground, blood continuously spilling from her mouth. Immediately afterward, Yili's flat, mocking voice rang out right beside her ear. Classmate, get up already. You're not allowed to sleep here. Severely injured and humiliated her childhood friend, whom she secretly loved for 10 years. Evil points plus 3,000. Current evil points, 10,200. Shen Lian's vision went black, and as excruciating pain swept through her entire body, she fainted on the spot. Teacher Wang, she first spread false rumors about me publicly, then humiliated me to my face. Yili turned to look at Wang Yongfeng, whose expression was a mix of emotions, and said calmly, I just gave her a little lesson. That shouldn't count as a violation of school rules, right? To be honest, he was also puzzled as to where Shen Lian had found the courage. Didn't she know what kind of cultivation level he had? These 3,000 points of wickedness were practically being shoved into his lap. Of course. Hearing this, Wang Yongfeng took a deep breath. His expression gradually turned resigned as he offered a wry smile, running into someone like that when you're young really does get under your skin. Losing one substitute 1T make much of a difference for this exchange match. Well then, that concludes today's meeting. As he spoke, Wang Yongfeng took out his phone and dialed emergency services. Before the call connected, he addressed the group earnestly. You all go back and get ready, we're setting off tomorrow. Chapter 28, Qingshan No. 1 High School's Plan. Qingshan No. 1 High School, inside the training building. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline looked at the group of people in the room, all wearing serious expressions, and said with a smile. Regarding our opponents for this exchange match, the relevant information has already been sent to you. They'll arrive at our school tomorrow morning. Since this is essentially a pre-match meeting, feel free to share your thoughts now. His gaze finally settled on a figure across the long table, and he smiled gently. Tang Yao, why don't you go first? Across the long table. The girl named Tang Yao was dressed in a black and white kendo uniform. A straight horizontal sword lay flat on the table in front of her, and her entire presence exuded an incredibly sharp aura. She simply sat there quietly, yet everything around her seemed to pale in comparison, losing its original sharpness and luster. This was a presence one could only possess after truly mastering the way of the sword. The girl's identity was plain to see. She was none other than the sword art prodigy who was the pride of Qingshan No. 1 High School. And also the young mistress of the Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao. I have no opinion on the matter. Tang Yao raised her bright eyes, and a smile devoid of any warmth spread across her delicate face as she said, aside from that Jew, they're nothing but a rabble. Her tone carried an air of extreme confidence that couldn't help but inspire conviction in others. Hearing this, the middle-aged teacher nodded with evident satisfaction. Over the years, she remained the most promising prodigy he had ever encountered. Her future achievements would likely rival even those of the current head of the Sword Pavilion. The middle-aged teacher immediately turned his gaze to the others and said with a deliberate smile, what about you all? Go ahead and speak up. Surely you can't all be like your captain, thinking the other side is just a rabble? Of course not. Hearing this, a boy with a gentle, effeminate demeanor stood up. As he picked up the documents on the table, he said in a deep voice. We've already researched most of the members of Linhai No. 1 High School. But on this official roster, there is one person we don't know much about yet. Just to be on the safe side, I'll briefly share what we know about him with everyone here. This person is the other peak first-tier martial artist on Linhai No. 1 High School's team, aside from that vice-captain Liu Yangda. His name is Yili. He was suddenly added to the roster last week. I asked a few friends who attend Linhai No. 1 High School, and they all said they hadn't heard a single word about him over the past 3 years. The middle-aged teacher looked at him in surprise. Shen Deng said with a dark look in his eyes, although this rumor is surely exaggerated, and Yili himself certainly didn't win easily, he might pose a threat to the captain, so we can't afford to let our guard down. Ha! Hearing this, Tang Yao, who had been resting her eyes, let out a soft chuckle, a mocking curve forming at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, she did not agree with Chen Deng's assessment. Tang Yao believed that for a martial artist at the peak of the first rank, simply being able to withstand a single strike from her would mean she had gone easy on them. Within the Linhai No. 1 High School contingent, with over 100 first-tier martial artists taking turns, will definitely wear them out. Listening to their words, Chen Deng nodded slightly, glanced at the closed door not far away, and smiled with a touch of self-deprecation. If team leader Tang found out we were planning to win this way, do you think he'd be really angry? The others knew he was worried about being found out, and immediately one of them stood up and said anxiously, Brother Chen, people from Sword Pavilion and Fengyun University will all be here to watch the competition tomorrow afternoon. For the sake of our futures, we have to give it our all. Our overall strength is inferior to theirs. Even with team leader Tang leading us, we might still be outmatched. That's right. Without that million Hansha coins and the vitality pills, how are we supposed to stand a chance against those beasts in the martial arts exam? Brother Chen, we all know how you feel about Captain Tang. If you want to keep up with him, you absolutely have to catch the eye of either the Sword Pavilion or Fengyun University. As the words fell, everyone fixed their intense gazes on Shen Deng, and excited voices filled the conference room. They all wanted to win this exchange match, claim the generous rewards, and boost their own strength. They even hoped to catch the eye of the Sword Pavilion and Fengyun University. Jiangya is the undisputed leading martial arts sect in Qingshan City and enjoys considerable prestige throughout Ying Province. As for Fengyun University, it is widely recognized by martial artists within Ying Province as the martial arts university with the best resources, the deepest roots, and the greatest strength. If they could perform exceptionally well in the exchange tournament, they would likely catch their attention and secure early admission. The path ahead would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. With such generous rewards staring them in the face, it was no wonder they were willing to risk suspension to pull off such a stunt. Upon hearing the other's words, the self-deprecating expression on Chen Deng's face slowly faded. In its place was a somewhat cold, grim expression. With the martial arts exam approaching, he had come to terms with the fact that his strength was lacking. At the peak of the first tier, he was considered an honor student among the martial arts students at martial arts high school. But compared to those geniuses who had reached the second tier, he was simply no match. If he wanted to keep up with that dazzling figure, he would have to stop at nothing. Clear out the training arena in advance. Keep it quiet, the school must not find out. Make sure to drain most of their stamina. Understood. Also, Chen Deng's eyes flickered as his thoughts raced, and he said, as long as they enter the training arena, it doesn't matter if the performance is a bit clumsy. The first group to act will be ordinary martial arts students. Even if the matter is exposed afterward, it won't affect our futures. Chapter 29, Arrival in Qingshan. S-rank breathing technique acquired. Shanghai City, high-speed rail station. The dragon-like high-speed train roared into the station, gradually slowing down as it approached the platform. Yili rose from his seat and looked out the window. Come to think of it, in this world, some high-level martial artists can outrun a high-speed train simply by running with their own physical speed. Furthermore, some low-level martial artists can also achieve this after awakening the corresponding martial arts talent. When beasts riot in the dungeons outside the city or even launch a beast horde, the railways are highly likely to be destroyed, at which point these martial artists can prove invaluable. To maintain high-speed rail operations, the Railway Bureau occasionally issues commissions inviting martial artists to clear out the strange beasts that appear around the tracks. These martial artists are sometimes adventurers taking on jobs, and other times martial arts students from martial arts universities looking to earn some pocket money. Different worlds give rise to different industries, don't they? Yili let his thoughts wander as he followed the crowd off the high-speed train. As soon as the group stepped out of the station, two students in school uniforms approached them. You must be the friends from Linhai No. 1 High School, right? One of the students said with a smile. We've already arranged a hotel for you to rest. Just follow us. Okay. Soon, the group arrived at the hotel arranged by Qingshan No. 1 High School. The hotel was located in the city center. Judging by the interior decor, it was a high-end establishment. It was clear that the hosts from Qingshan No. 1 High School had put some thought into the arrangements. Teacher. After the Linhai No. 1 High School team members had gone to their respective rooms, two student hosts from Qingshan No. 1 High School approached Wang Yongfeng and said with a light chuckle, if you don't have any plans for the rest of the day, why not come take a tour of Qingshan No. 1 High School? It's not too far from here, and it'll give you a chance to get familiar with the surroundings in advance. Wang Yongfeng thought for a moment, then nodded. That sounds good. I'll go get the others right away. No rush. The two students exchanged glances, each seeing the delight in the other's eyes. As long as they set foot on the Qingshan No. 1 High School campus, their plan would already be half successful. In one of the hotel rooms, Yili surveyed the room and was generally satisfied with it. The exchange match was scheduled for 3 p.m. He still had plenty of time to kill. After sitting down on the bed, he summoned the system panel. Name, Yili. Martial arts level, Tier 2, Sub-Tier 1 15%. Current evil points, 10,200. It had been several days since he'd broken through to Tier 2, yet he was still stuck at Sub-Tier 1. He was really starting to get impatient. In order to wait for the bonus from the breathing technique, Yili hadn't allocated any points, even though he had over 10,000 sin points at his disposal. But after asking several times, Zhu had consistently replied, "It'll take a little more time." He figured an S-rank breathing technique wasn't something that could be obtained so easily, so Yili didn't press the issue, he simply nodded silently. But as time went on, seeing all those points he couldn't allocate was starting to feel a bit frustrating. He'd wait 2 more days, until the exchange tournament ended. If he still hadn't received the breathing technique by then, he wouldn't wait any longer. Yili let out a sigh. Once the exchange tournament was over, the martial arts exam would be just around the corner. To be on the safe side, he had to find a breathing technique to use first. His unwillingness to settle for less was really holding him back a bit. Knock, knock. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Yili got up and walked over. Upon opening the door, Zhu's cool, delicate face came into view. "Teacher Wang told us to gather and go take a tour of Qingshan No. 1 High School together." Confinement? Caning? For a moment, Yili imagined countless punishments the other person would face. But Zhu didn't seem to care much. She calmly waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, they won't beat me to death." How is that supposed to put my mind at ease? Yili raised a hand to rub the corner of his forehead, then said, "Still, thanks a lot. If you ever need help next time, I'll be there for you." Don't be silly, this was a fair trade. Zhu's face grew serious, she felt he was being too polite. He'd clearly done her such a huge favor, yet he acted as if he'd been the one at a disadvantage. Besides, the two of them were now friends, or so Zhu believed, so why bother splitting things so finely? Hearing this, Yili chuckled softly, then nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll take a look right away. Could you let the teacher know for me? I have other things to do, so I won't be going to Qingshan No. 1 High School to get familiar with the surroundings." "All right." Zhu pursed her red lips slightly, then added, "This, White Mist Frost Snow, is extremely difficult to master. It's far beyond anything those previous skills were like. I've been practicing for nearly a year and have only just reached the entry-level stage. I'm still very far from mastery. So, if you don't understand it right away, there is no need to worry. You can come ask me, I'll teach you everything I know. I should be able to guarantee that within a year, no, given your aptitude, 3 months you'll be up to speed within 3 months. With that, she waved to Yili. "Well then, I'll be heading over now." Yili gave a slight nod, neither confirming nor denying her words. 3 months? By then, the opportunity would likely be long gone. Once she had walked far enough away, he slammed the door shut and turned back to his bed. After calming his emotions, he slowly opened the interface. Chapter 30, White Mist and Frosty Snow. Frosty snow fills the sky. Yili really hadn't expected this. 1 second he'd been racking his brain over the breathing technique, and the next, it had been delivered right to him. He'd originally planned to use the Tier 2, Level 1 white interface to test the waters against that so-called Tang Yao, collect the reward afterward, and then find a makeshift breathing technique to use for the time being. Now it seemed there was no need to wait for the time being. Yili looked at the interface. Current sin points, 10,200. He let out a silent sigh as the thick tome opened before him. He flipped through the pages one by one. S-rank breathing technique, White Mist and Frosty Snow beginner level. According to Zhu, this S-rank breathing technique was extremely difficult to master and would likely consume a significant amount of sin points. Yili hadn't dabbled in breathing techniques before, so he doubted this point allocation would yield any significant buffs. Still, there was no need to worry too much. Last time, 8,000 sin points were enough to upgrade the SSS rank Immortal Golden Soul to level 2. There was no reason why over 10,000 sin points this time wouldn't be enough to reach the introductory stage of this S-rank breathing technique. Let us see just what mysteries lie within this advanced breathing technique worth millions of Hansha coins. System, allocate points. Yili focused his mind, and the tens of thousands of sin points on his stats panel transformed into a torrent, surging mightily into the breathing technique. Ding! Consuming sin points, beginning to upgrade the S-rank breathing technique, White Mist and Frosty Snow. Upon first opening this mysterious breathing technique manual, you fall into deep thought. You recognize every single character on the page, but when strung together, they form a sentence you cannot understand at all. A question arises in your mind: how do these characters form a sentence? To master this extremely difficult S-rank breathing technique, you have no choice but to temporarily calm your mind and begin trying to understand it by considering the context. After consuming 1000 points of evil points, you've mastered a new method of restoring true chi through breathing. Unlike the crude, gluttonous technique of the past where you'd indiscriminately inhale both air and spiritual energy, you've now found a way to channel spiritual energy, ensuring that a large amount of it accompanies every inhalation and exhalation. After consuming 2000 points of evil points, you have mastered the method of channeling spiritual energy through your breathing rhythm. You begin to try imbuing your true chi with a sensation of icy cold. After consuming 3000 points of evil points, you have mastered the method of imbuing your true chi with frosty properties. With every physical contact, you can force a wisp of frost into your enemy's body. White Mist in Frost Beginner. This is likely the realm Zhu has reached. By infusing your fists and feet with cold enchanted true chi, you can gradually stiffen your opponent's limbs and even cause frostbite through repeated collisions. However, for ordinary practitioners who reach this stage, the cold enchantment is still limited to their physical bodies. In contrast, Zhu also wields a matching spear, which he can directly imbue with the cold effect. Money really does make a difference. Yili shook his head slightly and continued allocating his skill points. After consuming 5000 points of evil points, through years of dedicated study, you no longer. After consuming 10,000 points of evil points, you have mastered the technique of instantly unleashing a massive burst of cold energy that sweeps across all directions. Mastery technique: Frost and Snow Fill the Sky. Frost and Snow Fill the Sky increases the output power of true chi, granting the ability to instantly unleash a massive burst of cold energy, freezing everything in the vicinity. Skill level upgraded. White Mist and Frost have reached perfection. Comment: this upgrade consumed a total of 10,000 evil points. The improvement is roughly equivalent to 50 years of your arduous cultivation. Don't let your age, you're not even 20 yet, fool you in terms of mastery of this breathing technique alone. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for that Zhu to call you Grandmaster. 50 years of arduous cultivation have finally brought this S-rank breathing technique to its peak. The true chi within his body circulates at an extremely rapid pace, and with every breath, he feels it growing. With just a thought, the true chi surging through his entire body can instantly transform into bone-chilling cold air. Looking at the text on the interface, Yili's heartbeat quickened slightly. He was finally beginning to understand why S-rank breathing techniques were so expensive. First, the rate of true chi recovery is extremely fast once mastered. It's dozens of times faster than that of martial artists who haven't cultivated a breathing technique. While the latter might need a full day of intensive practice to replenish their true chi reserves, the former can do it in just 1 hour. And there is no need to worry about breathing rhythm, noisy environments, spirit energy density, or any of those kinds of factors. It could be said that aside from being expensive and difficult to learn, S-rank breathing techniques had virtually no major drawbacks. Not to mention that upon reaching perfection, one directly gained an ability akin to a superpower. Yili's gaze lingered on the description of frost and snow filling the sky, and his heart fluttered slightly. Frost and snow filling the sky, I just wonder just how powerful that so-called burst of power will be. He made his way to the inn's training room. After briefly surveying the roughly 20 square meter space, Yili's eyes flashed a brilliant icy blue, and an incredibly biting cold wind swept out from all around him. Boom! A sound like an explosion echoed through the air, and visible cold energy spread outward in the form of a shockwave, slamming heavily against the walls and instantly causing layers of crystal clear ice to burst forth. Yili watched the extraordinary phenomenon around him with some surprise. This single move had likely consumed about 20% of his true chi. Thick white mist filled the cultivation chamber. A mere inhalation of it would cause intense, stinging pain in the lungs of an ordinary first-tier martial artist. With the white mist in frost and snow, the name of this breathing technique was indeed fitting. Furthermore, the cushion, the steps, the equipment, all the objects between Yili and the wall were completely covered by a thick layer of solid ice, frozen solid. Yili tried to chip away at the ice and found it was a full. There were still several hours left until that so-called exchange match. By then, he'd have to earn a good chunk of evil points. Having only a 3-digit balance was still too unsettling. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a reason to start a fight just yet, and there weren't any suitable candidates at the moment. He could only hope that this so-called Tang Yao was just as popular on campus as Zhu, otherwise, it would be hard to rake in a large sum of evil points. Just as he was about to climb into bed for a nap, the phone Yi Lifeng had left on his nightstand began to vibrate. He picked it up and glanced at it. The lazy expression on his face vanished instantly, and he sat up straight in bed. The screen clearly displayed 2 short messages. Zhu, we're surrounded at the training ground. Zhu, a lot of people are here with hostile intentions, insisting on sparring with us. We can't get away, it's a bit tricky. Are you free to go get some backup? Chapter 31, Classmate, you can't come in here. Inside the vast training ground. Beneath the tall, majestic buildings, well over 100 figures had gathered in front of the sparring platform, completely surrounding a group of people. A striking, aloof-looking girl stood behind the crowd, her fair fingers tapping away at her phone screen. Just call their teacher over. This group isn't playing by the rules. Isn't their teacher here? No, they're all students from Qingshan No. 1 High School, and they've been pressuring us to fight. Okay, got it. Upon reading that, Zhu let out a sigh of relief and slipped her phone back into her pocket. The boy had always been reliable, she shouldn't have to worry. Zhu looked up at the crowd not far away, who were arguing fiercely, and her handsome brows furrowed slightly. A hint of warmth quietly welled up in his clear eyes. He had originally thought this would be just a routine tour. Wang Yangfeng, the group leader, had casually headed to the grade-level office, intending to discuss teaching and mentoring insights with the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School. However, the moment Zhu and his group stepped into the martial arts arena, the peaceful atmosphere suddenly changed. Out of nowhere, over 100 martial arts students appeared and ran over enthusiastically to strike up a conversation. As team captain, Zhu exchanged a few polite words with them. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they abruptly changed the subject and asked, "We've long heard that Linhai No. 1 High School's team is exceptionally strong. Could we have a friendly sparring match?" Although Zhu coldly rejected this request, there was a girl in the Linhai No. 1 High School team named Yu Qianqian, a good-natured soul who seemed to lack a brain, who couldn't resist the other side's repeated pleas and stepped right up onto the stage. Zhu felt a vague sense of unease about this. But considering Yu Qianqian's cultivation at the 8th level of the first stage, he figured a sparring match against an ordinary martial arts student wouldn't take much time or waste too much energy, so he ultimately acquiesced. As it turned out, trouble erupted during the match. The opponent sent out a boy with a soft, effeminate, "You're just spouting hot air. Is Linhai No. 1 High School full of loudmouths like you? If you've got the guts, come up on stage and show us what you've got." The two groups exchanged heated insults, and the argument quickly escalated into a full-blown brawl. One side was driven by anger, while the other had ulterior motives, so there was no sign of the tension easing. Throughout this, the effeminate boy standing on the opposite side of the stage remained calm, looking incredibly cool. Meanwhile, after helping the unconscious Yu Qianqian down from the stage to rest, Zhu immediately sent a message to Yili. At that moment, taking in the crowd in the midst of the argument, she took a deep breath to calm herself. She then shot a cold glance at the effeminate young man on the stage and stood up to walk over. Casually injuring a member of her own team, the other side's provocation was all too obvious. Zhu's second-tier, 4th-level cultivation began to manifest, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the foot of the stage. Seeing the aloof young woman with a faint trace of anger on her face rise and walk toward him, cold sweat broke out on Chen Deng's back as he stood on the platform. An aloof, beautiful girl with long black hair, this was most likely the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from Linhai City. Second tier, 4th-level cultivation, a class martial arts talent, S-class breathing technique. After quickly running through her stats in his mind, Chen Deng immediately felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even at the peak of the first tier, his strength could only be considered mediocre. Suppressing the panic in his heart, Chen Deng gave a faint smile and asked in a deliberately high-pitched voice, "Jiang, what are you trying to do?" His raised voice immediately caught the attention of the crowd below. The arguing fell silent, and over 100 pairs of eyes turned toward them. Upon seeing the aloof young woman slowly stepping onto the stage, everyone's gaze sharpened. Her second tier, fourth level cultivation was exceptionally solid, instantly making them feel the pressure. "Brother Chen, don't worry," someone beside him said with a laugh. "Many ants can bring down an elephant. With 126 first-tier martial artists on our side, do you really think we can't wear her down? It'll only take 20 or 30 of us to drain her true chi." "That's true," Chen Deng nodded slightly, feeling much more at ease. At this point, the plan was essentially a success. That deputy captain named Lu Yangda, still rubbing his hands together in anticipation of taking the stage, was nothing but a clown. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chen Deng's mouth. "Brother Chen, what about that Yili?" Just then, someone leaned in and asked anxiously, "He didn't come to watch? What if he hears about this and runs off to call the teacher?" "Let him call if he wants to." Chen Deng shook his head nonchalantly. "Our school has so many buildings. He is just a transfer student who doesn't know his way around. By the time he gets someone here, it'll be too late. What if he doesn't call for help and comes over himself? Then there's even less to worry about. Even a first-tier peak martial artist might not be a match for me." Meanwhile, outside the training grounds. Inside the pavilion used to check the identities of people entering and exiting, a student on watch duty was dozing off. As long as they didn't let anyone in for the next hour, their plan would be a complete success. To that end, they already turned away several students from their own school who'd come to stroll around the training grounds. Just then, a figure emerged from a bend in the path not far away. The student on watch in the pavilion caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye. His drowsiness vanished instantly, and he sat up straight. He saw the approaching figure striding toward them with fluttering robes, flowing black hair, and an impassive expression. "He is so handsome, but he is not wearing a school uniform. Is he from another school?" He found himself staring blankly for a moment. As he thought this, the black-clad teenager had already drawn near. Seeing this, the student on break hurriedly stood up and called out, "Hey, classmate, over here." Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the newcomer let out a cold snort, spun on the spot, and slammed his right foot into the pavilion like a cannonball. Amid the deafening roar, the entire pavilion was instantly reduced to splinters, and the student on watch was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. He was unfamiliar with Qingshan No. 1 High School, and he didn't have Wang Yongfeng's phone number. If he went to seek help from those outside allies, it would inevitably waste time. In that case, even if he managed to rescue Zhu and his group, it would be meaningless, because the enemy would have already achieved their objective. Therefore, if he wanted to provide substantial help, he had to inflict combat losses on the enemy that they couldn't accept. The enemy must have had prior knowledge of the combat capabilities of Linhai No. 1 High School and the others. Since they dared to set this trap, they naturally had the confidence to take out the entire group. And he himself was the wild card in this scenario. He had been worrying about his evil value hitting rock bottom, but now it seemed he had nothing to worry about. Yili felt a slight surge of excitement, but it quickly subsided. The howling wind roared in his ears, and his jet-black robes fluttered in the gale. Drawing upon his mastery of the roaming dragon riding the wind technique, his slender form seemed to ride the gale as he surged toward the entrance of the training ground. Boom! The heavy, tightly shut wooden doors burst open with a thunderous crash as a figure, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, crashed through and landed in the center of the arena. Stares of astonishment fell upon the newcomer. Such a dramatic entrance clearly startled everyone present. Even Zhu, who had just blasted his opponent off the combat platform, raised his spear and looked up. As the gale subsided, a handsome, slender youth in black robes came into view. "Big brother." Upon recognizing the newcomer's face, Lu Yangda, standing below the platform, was instantly overjoyed. "My goodness! You actually came." Even an idiot would have sensed something was wrong upon seeing Zhu gradually struggling. Lu Yangda was no exception. After realizing something was amiss, he intended to find an opportunity to slip away and call for backup, but he remained blocked by over 100 people from Qingshan No. 1 High School at the base of the platform. Even his henchmen were no exception, they were being watched like hawks. This had Liu Yangda in a. Yili surveyed the area around him as the true qi within him roared with surging energy. Lifting his gaze, he smiled. I just meant that I really like your style of one-on-one. You mean? Chen Deng narrowed his eyes slightly. You're willing to accept a sparring match? Of course. Yili smiled as if he were making an announcement. Whoosh! The moment his words fell, rolling, ethereal white mist began to surge from his entire body, and even his form became semi-transparent. What is this? This bizarre sight caused Chen Deng's expression to shift slightly on the stage. Judging by the aura emanating from his opponent and his current stance, he certainly didn't look like a peak first-tier martial artist. Something was off, very, very off. Wait a moment. The moment Chen Deng spoke, Yili's figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already standing before the group of Qingshan No. 1 high school students, his body shrouded in billowing white mist, looking just like a burning immortal. The white mist swirled around his body like lively spirits, giving him an otherworldly and extraordinary appearance. As everyone's pupils contracted, this immortal took a single step forward, delivering a mighty punch that shattered the air and slammed into the person at the very front. A deep, explosive sound instantly echoed throughout the entire arena. As the old saying goes, not even 10,000 taels of gold can buy such a sound. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of cracking bones rang out with such clarity it made one's scalp tingle. The ferocious force exploded against the man's body, sending him flying backward. Blood spurted wildly as he screamed, knocking over several people and crashing into the wall all at once. Boom! The entire sequence unfolded as fast as a bolt of lightning. It wasn't until a flame like white mist flared up around Yili that the others finally reacted, their eyes filled with utter horror as they instinctively stumbled backward. Chen Deng, watching from the stands, was equally stunned. He never would have imagined that his opponent would be so ruthless once the fight began. That single punch had directly left 5 or 6 first-tier martial artists severely injured and completely incapacitated. Moreover, with injuries this severe, it was doubtful whether any of them would even be able to participate in the martial arts exam as planned. Boom! Just then, another sound like cracking concrete echoed through the air. Chen Deng instinctively looked down and saw several more students from Qingshan No. 1 high school being struck by the black-clad youth. They coughed up blood, flew backward, and collapsed unconscious. His previously calm heart finally began to tremble violently. At that moment, Yili, who had been below, looked up and locked eyes with him. Those eyes, as black as ink, were utterly cold, showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. This made Chen Deng unable to suppress the trembling in his heart any longer, and he roared, "Is this what you call a friendly sparring match? Stop fighting! Stop it right now!" As he spoke, he leaped suddenly, soaring downward. A sharp, gleaming golden broadsword materialized in his palm, and he slashed viciously at Yili's forehead. C-class martial talent, focused blade. The other students from Qingshan No. 1 high school snapped out of their daze. Furious and humiliated, they roared in unison, drew their weapons, and closed in on the black-clad youth. The moment Chen Deng's broadsword came, he dodged the blade with effortless ease, grabbed Chen Deng's face as he fell, and with a sudden burst of strength, slammed him violently into the ground. Boom! He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. But he actually saw a hint of pallor on Yili's face, a clear sign of extreme energy depletion. My hunch was right after all. Overjoyed, the student shouted excitedly. Everyone, join me in attacking him. Let us see how much true qi he has left to squander. With that, everyone was moved by his words. The fear that had begun to take root quickly dissipated, and they began to close in on the black-robed youth in perfect unison. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaomei furrowed her brows slightly. The other party had spoken the truth. Yili's previous moves had all been astonishingly powerful. Not only did he show no intention of conserving his true qi, but there was even a hint of wastefulness in his technique. Such extravagance in the use of true qi would inevitably result in massive depletion. Judging by her own true qi reserves, she had already consumed about 70%. And since Yili's martial arts rank was lower than hers, his consumption rate would likely be even higher than 70%. With that in mind, Zhu seized her spear and prepared to charge forward. Unexpectedly, Yili shot her a cold glance. The warning was unmistakable. "Don't you want my help at all?" Zhu halted her movement and stared, somewhat bewildered, at Yili, who stood calmly amidst the crowd, unable to comprehend his actions. But she respected Yili's choice. Her footsteps faltered slightly as she watched him with concern. Meanwhile, the first-tier martial artists from Qingshan No. 1 High School had already closed in on Yili. The student closest to him was no more than 3 feet away. Just then, the student suddenly noticed that Yili had closed his eyes. Immediately, the white mist surrounding him vanished, and his translucent form solidified in an instant. No matter how one looked at it, this was the posture of someone who had exhausted his true qi and was forced to stop cultivating. The student had intended to smile. But for some reason, a tinge of fear suddenly welled up in his heart. An aura of extreme danger seemed to wash over him. It wasn't just him, everyone around him also felt a chill that made their hair stand on end, and they instinctively looked up. They saw a streak of sky-blue light quietly emerge from the pitch-black eyes of the youth in the black robe. Bathed in the bright lights, it resembled the center of a lake blanketed in winter snow. The very next second, a visible, raging storm erupted from within the black-robed youth. Carrying an intense chill, the storm caused the temperature in the air to plummet by several dozen degrees, while spiral shockwaves spread rapidly in all directions. Frost and snow fill the sky? Zhu, who recognized the technique, felt her pupils contract sharply as an utterly absurd emotion surged from her heart, leaving her dazed. He'd only had the breathing technique for less than an hour, and he'd already mastered frost and snow fill the sky? How is that even possible? Ha! At that moment, from below the stage, came the sound of the teenager's soft chuckle. In an instant, the frigid storm swept across a radius of several dozen meters. Dozens of first-tier martial artists turned pale as they tried to retreat. They fell into chaos and were instantly swallowed whole by the storm. What a terrifying skill! In the final seconds before losing consciousness, the same thought surged through their minds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid the howling sound of a blizzard in the far north, the bone-chilling crack of ice breaking rang out one after another, blending with countless screams to form a symphony titled Frost and Snow Fill the Sky. When the storm subsided, it revealed dozens of lifelike human-shaped ice sculptures. No matter how much the figures inside struggled, they could not break free from the ice. Clang, clang. One by one, the ice sculptures crashed to the ground, producing a series of crisp, melodious sounds. Under the stunned gazes of Zhu and the others, the youth in the black robe exhaled a cloud of white breath without a hint of restraint, then strolled leisurely out from among the dozens of ice sculptures, his expression serene. The true qi within his body was now truly down to its last few drops. Fortunately, the rewards were substantial. As he walked, he heard notification sounds ringing in his ears. Seriously injured 1 peak first-tier martial artist, evil points plus 1,000. Seriously injured 17 fifth sub-tier first-tier martial artists, evil points plus 8,500. Seriously injured 46 third sub-tier first-tier martial artists, evil points plus. Seriously injured. Current evil points, points. Ready to draw a treasure artifact. Yili strolled toward the exit, feeling quite pleased with himself. This way, he had made up for the evil points he'd expended on his breathing technique. Now he could go back to tally his spoils and wait for the afternoon's exchange match. Clean up the mess a bit. Under the stunned gazes of Zhu and the others, Yili waved his hand, casually tossed out that remark, and walked out the gates of the training ground. No sooner had he stepped out of the training ground than he ran into Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School, who were walking toward him, chatting and laughing. Yili? Are you done with your business? This short chapter isn't over yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows. Upon seeing Yili, Wang Yongfeng said with a hint of surprise, "I was actually planning to go back and ask if you needed any help." "No need, thank you, teacher." Yili nodded politely and walked straight past him. Oh. Teacher Wang, is this Yili from your team? He seems very polite, one teacher said with a smile. Another, burly teacher, however, seemed slightly displeased, a martial artist who looks so gentle and refined acting like a scholar. That's ridiculous. How can he get by without a bit of edge? Teacher Wang, I recall this Yili is at the peak of the first tier, right? Just as everyone was discussing Yili, one of the teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School casually asked. In that case, his natural talent is quite good. I wonder if he has awakened his martial arts talent. Well, you find out this afternoon? Wang Yongfeng's eyes darted about as he skillfully changed the subject, laughing. Let us not talk about him for now. It's almost lunchtime, and we have matches this afternoon. We need to go tell the students watching at the training ground to go eat. You're right. The group quickly walked into the training ground. But when they saw the scene before them, the few who had been chatting and laughing just a moment ago froze in their tracks. All over the training ground, students from Qingshan No. 1 High School lay scattered everywhere, some collapsed beneath shattered walls, others face down on the ground nearby, and still others with their heads completely buried in the earth. In addition, dozens of crystal-clear, human-shaped ice sculptures stood beneath the combat platform, with cracks steadily spreading across their surfaces. On the ground in the center of the ice sculptures, there were concentric rings of ice marks radiating outward. These marks were irregular in shape, looking as if they had been left by a powerful impact. They were strikingly conspicuous. There was no doubt that a heart-stopping battle or a violent release of energy had just taken place here. My God! Seeing this scene, Wang Yongfeng and the group of teachers from Qingshan No. 1 High School felt as if the world were spinning. They were so dazed they nearly collapsed to the ground. Looking at the school team members lying there, these were all senior-year martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 High School. With so many of them lying here now, what on earth had happened? In the vast arena, only a few students from Linhai No. 1 High School remained standing, their faces still etched with shock. Wang Yongfeng forced himself to regain his composure and looked at Zhu on the opposite platform, his voice trembling as he asked the question on everyone's mind. Who did this? Huge thanks to all the big shots out there or two. Chapter 34, he took you all down all by himself. Upon hearing this, Zhu replied without hesitation. I did it. Lu Yongda's initial excitement quickly turned to gloom. He even felt a suffocating sense of heartbreak. That Zhu, who had always been aloof, upright, and unconcerned with worldly affairs, had actually stepped forward on his own to take the blame for Yili and cover up the truth. Lu Yongda felt an overwhelming pang of bitterness in his heart, yet he couldn't bring himself to feel any jealousy. You did this all by yourself? Not far away, a teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School snapped out of his daze. His expression immediately darkened as he demanded. There are over 100 Qingshan No. 1 High School students here. Did you beat them all up all by yourself? Don't even think about trying to wriggle out of this. You must give us an explanation. Is this any of your business? Zhu interrupted him in a cool, clear voice. As she spoke, her clear eyes suddenly flared with an icy blue light, looking exactly like Yili had moments before. Whoosh! Visible cold energy surged from her body, instantly forming a lifelike, ice woman phantom behind her, an exact replica of herself. Grade A martial talent, Ice Maiden's avatar. One of her companions immediately turned pale and rushed forward to grab the teacher who had been questioning Zhu, shouting in a low voice. You're out of your mind. This girl is the daughter of the Jiang family of the far north. What? The teacher snapped back to his senses. The Jiang family of the far north, that was a top-tier clan with genuine high-level martial artists at its helm, one that had even suppressed a level 2 disaster. It was no exaggeration to say that if the Jiang family wanted to take him on, they had more than enough means at their disposal. He was so used to flexing his authority in front of students that he never expected to run into a real force to be reckoned with today. The teacher looked at Zhu and forced a grim smile. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Zhu ignored him completely, turned to Wang Yongfeng, and said calmly, Teacher Wang, these students from Qingshan No. 1 High School are rotten to the core. They love resorting to underhanded tactics. He was the one who tried to attack us, but he didn't have what it takes, so we beat him into this state. In your report, you can write that I did this alone, or that the 6 of us did it. It's up to you. With that, she nimbly leaped down from the combat platform, helped the still unconscious Yu Chanshan to her feet, and walked out of the training ground. The teachers of Qingshan No. 1 High School were left staring at one another in silence. So that's how it is. Watching the girl's receding figure, Wang Yongfeng was deeply shaken. Having served as her mentor for 2.5 years, he had some understanding of her temperament. If Shu had really done it, she would never have acted so decisively. At the very least, she would never have struck unless the opponent was on the battle platform. And as far as he could recall, there was only one person on the entire school team whose fighting style was so sharp and who possessed sufficient strength. That boy in the black shirt who had politely greeted him just 5 minutes ago. "You little rascal, just how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve?" 1 hour later. Qingshan City People's Hospital, inside a very spacious and quiet ward. The room had been carefully arranged to provide a comfortable and safe healing environment, with 2 full rows of hospital beds. A figure lay on each bed, all wrapped in thick bandages and with plaster casts secured to their heads. These poor souls were the very students who had been injured and collapsed on the martial arts field at Qingshan No. 1 High School earlier. At this very moment, most of them remained unconscious. Although the medical standards in the high martial arts community were advanced, the attending physician's capacity was limited. Faced with such a large number of severe injuries all at once, even Qingshan City's largest hospital couldn't treat them all quickly. The attending physician at Qingshan Hospital was also stunned, wondering to himself, who on earth has Qingshan No. 1 High School offended? It seems like half the senior class has been brought in. Could it be that a monster has attacked the city? After all, even he hadn't witnessed such a spectacular scene over 100 martial artists being carried into the hospital at the same time in many years. Meanwhile, in a private room next door, Su Ligong, the coach of Qingshan No. 1 High School's school team, stood before a hospital bed, his brow furrowed and his expression shifting between anger and frustration. "You mean you actually asked them to attack you?" He looked at Chen Deng on the hospital bed and asked in a deep voice, "You asked them to hit you, and then they knocked you to the ground?" "Yes." Chen Deng on the hospital bed hung his head in shame. The thick bandages wrapped around his face effectively hid his complex expression. It wasn't that he dared to brazenly admit his actions, it was simply because there were too many eyewitnesses and pieces of evidence at the scene. It could be said that if the school wanted to investigate, it would only take a little effort to get to the bottom of it. Since that was the case, it was better for him to come clean right away. He might even earn the school's understanding. After all, even if he'd been knocked unconscious by Yi Li's single punch, there were still over 100 first-tier martial artists behind him. Even if that Yi Li were a second-tier martial artist, he would have been soundly beaten. Given the current situation, it was most likely that Linhai No. 1 High School had suffered severe injuries, leading to a major uproar and demands for an explanation from Qingshan No. 1 High School. "Are you kidding me?" Hearing this, Su Ligong's face turned ashen as he snapped, "You have over 100 first-tier martial artists on your side, while Linhai No. 1 High School had only 6 people and they beat you into this state? There's a limit to lying. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Because of this incident, our school's martial arts exam this year has become a major problem. Why? We've got no one left. More than half the students in the entire senior class of the martial arts department are now in the hospital." Su Ligong's voice rose, and the veins at his temples throbbed with agitation. No wonder he'd lost his composure so completely. The current situation had practically ruined the martial arts exam results for an entire graduating class at Qingshan No. 1 High School. He'd just checked, without healing abilities from the medical department, the students currently in the hospital would need at least 2 months to recover. 2 months by then, the martial arts exam results would have already been announced. Just thinking about it made Su Ligong so furious his face turned red and his neck bulged. He had hoped to hear Chen Deng admit that students from Linhai No. 1 High School had deliberately attacked and injured others, so he could hold them accountable and demand hefty compensation. Instead, all he heard was Chen Deng's confession. Didn't he that essentially tell him that Qingshan No. 1 High School had brought this incident entirely upon itself? Utter nonsense. How could just those 6 students from Linhai No. 1 High School possibly take down over 100 students from Qingshan No. 1 High School? Su Ligong's fists gradually clenched. He simply couldn't accept such an absurd situation. More than half of them ended up in the hospital? Upon hearing Su Ligong's words, Shen was instantly dumbfounded. He thought the Linhai No. 1 high school students had been wiped out, and that they were demanding an explanation from his side. But listening to his own advisor, it sounded as if his side had come out on the losing end? No way. After all, there were only about 200 martial arts students in the senior class, all the cream of the crop among Qingshan City's younger generation. With over 100 of them ganging up on 6 martial artists of similar rank, how could anything go wrong? And the fact that more than half ended up in the hospital, did that mean all 100 plus of his own people had been wiped out? No way. That's over 100 first-rank martial artists. Even if they were 100 steamed buns, it would take those 6 guys a whole morning to finish them off. Shen Deng's mind reeling, he asked, still to believe it, Teacher Su, how many people from our school are in the hospital right now? Su Ligong replied with a cold laugh, including you, a total of 126. All critically injured? What else? Total annihilation. Shen Deng felt the world spinning for a moment. He was completely dazed. After all, the senior class at Qingshan No. 1 High School had fewer than 200 first-tier martial artists in total. Now that over 100 had been critically injured, how many would actually be able to take the martial arts entrance exam normally? Qingshan No. 1 High School's martial arts exam results would likely rank at the very bottom among all martial arts high schools in the province. At this thought, Shen Deng's heart sank. He simply couldn't understand why, with a flawless plan and such a promising start, the outcome had turned out this way. After all, his side had a force of over 100 people. Where exactly had things gone wrong? Do you realize how serious this is now? Su Ligong suppressed the rage boiling inside him. His eyes were so red they looked as if they might bleed. Teacher Su. Lying on the hospital bed, Shen Deng, breathing heavily, asked rapidly, were there really only 6 of them on the other side? To be honest, I lost consciousness pretty early on, so I still don't know exactly what happened afterward. Su Ligong furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean? Could there be more than 6 people on the other side? Otherwise, how could they have seriously injured over 100 of us? I think they brought in outside help. Shen Deng's tone was firm and decisive, and he added. Or maybe they used some unknown method. In any case, there couldn't have been just 6 people involved. Indeed, you're half right. Just then, a calm, cold, and noble voice drifted in from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the door swung open, and both Shen Deng and Su Ligong turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a young girl dressed in a black and white long robe walk in. A white jade sash was tied around her waist. Her beautiful features were filled with a startling sharpness, and a solid sword intent constantly radiated from her. It was none other than the young mistress of the Sword Pavilion, the true backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School, Tang Yao. Shen Deng. Stepping into the hospital room, she looked down at Shen Deng from above and said mockingly, "It certainly wasn't just 6 people who sent over 100 of you to the hospital." Not 6 people? Hearing this, Shen Deng perked up instantly, his joy showing on his face as he said, "I knew it. How could just 6 people possibly have beaten so many of us into such serious injuries? What's the rush?" The girl's cold, contemptuous voice rang out next, dousing Shen Deng's elation like a bucket of cold water. "I'm not finished yet." Shen Deng asked blankly, "What else?" Su Ligong, however, felt a chill run down his spine, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. Could it really be that Jew? The next second, Tang Yao's mocking chuckle rang out. "It wasn't 6 all of you, over 100 of you, were sent to the hospital by the same person. Yili, he single-handedly cut right through your ranks." Chapter 35, They are the true challengers. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the most shocked person wasn't Shen Deng, but Su Ligong, who had remained silent from the very beginning. As a teacher at martial arts high school, he understood better than anyone present just how mind-boggling that statement was. One person fought his way through over 100 people? Su Ligong stared intently at the girl, his face betraying utter disbelief. "You really aren't joking, are you?" Tang Yao replied casually, "I've already asked more than a dozen people." It wouldn't be funny if I were still joking, would it? Even after learning that Yili had single-handedly defeated over 100 people, not a trace of nervousness could be seen on the girl's proud, delicate face. Upon hearing this, Shen, lying on the hospital bed, slumped back onto the mattress. As he gasped for breath, he let out a bitter laugh. Apart from you, there's actually another genius like this in Ying province. A genius of Tang Yao's caliber was likely one of a kind in the entire Ying province. Even if the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Linhai City had awakened an A-rank martial arts talent, it would be no different. After all, Shen had witnessed firsthand the young girl's heroic figure as she brandished a broadsword and single-handedly challenged the entire student body. That was precisely why he had admired her so deeply. So much so that he regarded her as his personal goddess, pursuing her recklessly, all in the hope of keeping up with her. Unfortunately, it was nothing more than a fool's fantasy. Chen Deng's smile turned bitter. Tang Yao back then and Yili today were so strikingly similar. Tang Yao furrowed her delicate brows slightly. Unlike Chen Deng, she didn't think Yili was in the same league as her. She merely found him somewhat interesting. But never mind. She had no intention of explaining herself to Chen Deng. Such a mediocre person was destined to lead a life of mediocrity. There was absolutely no need, not even the slightest bit, to waste her time getting to know him. With that in mind, Tang Yao turned around, ready to leave. She had come over simply to get a sense of the situation. Now that she'd done so and found nothing worth noting, she naturally had to return to prepare for the afternoon's exchange match. She slowly walked out of the hospital room. Just then, Su Ligong, who was sitting in a chair, suddenly sighed. He looked at Chen Deng on the hospital bed and said with a wry smile, "It looks like this afternoon's exchange match is off. I'll go file a forfeit for you guys in a moment. You just focus on recovering." "Forfeit?" Tang Yao's questioning voice rang in his ear. Su Ligong turned his head and saw the elegant young woman who had just left return. She looked at him with a displeased expression and said coldly, "Who said we're going to forfeit?" But Su Ligong was taken aback. 6 out of the 7 members of our team are already seriously injured. "So what?" Tang Yao asked calmly. Well. Su Ligong didn't know how to respond for a moment. In his view, given the situation, they should obviously forfeit the match and focus on recuperating. But when he thought of the girl's almost arrogant, extreme personality, he swallowed those words. At such a young age, she had already unlocked an attack power from her Class B talent that rivaled that of a Class A talent. Her martial arts cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd stage, 6th level, and she possessed countless rare skills from the Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao certainly had every reason to look down on her rivals. He took a deep breath. For some reason, Su Ligong felt his confidence soar. He looked at the young girl and asked in a deep voice, "So what do you mean? Do I even need to ask?" A hint of a smile flashed across Tang Yao's eyes, but it quickly faded. Immediately afterward, an incredibly fierce sword intent erupted from her, as if it were about to split the hospital beneath her feet right down the middle. As Su Ligong stared in a daze, this strikingly beautiful young woman, radiating extreme confidence, raised her cool eyes and said calmly, "If it's a normal competition, I'll participate. But that Yili, he's actually not half bad." Tang Yao suddenly spoke up, cutting off Su Ligong's words, her cherry red lips uttering icy words. "But that's all there is to it. He merely swept aside a bunch of small fry. Anyone could have done that easily. It's hardly something to brag about. Let me make this clear from the start. In this competition, they are the challengers. Xingshan City, downtown. Inside a rather upscale hotel. Yili sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling somewhat downcast. According to Wang Yongfeng, Xingshan No. 1 High School would most likely forfeit this afternoon's exhibition match due to a lack of players, meaning his plan to beat up that kendo prodigy would have to go down the drain. No more chance to earn evil points. Yili sighed, composed himself, and summoned his interface. Current evil points, 46,000. Ready to draw a noble phantasm. Even with his temperament, upon seeing that number on the interface, he couldn't help but smile again. Sure enough, no one could see their account balance and not smile. If they didn't smile, it meant their account was empty. Although the students from Aoyama First High School provided only a small amount of evil points each, the sheer volume made up for it. With the support of over 100 people, his reserves had reached a terrifying level. Through several rounds of experience, Yili had also discovered a slight pattern in how the system determined sin points. Only when he defeated martial artists who harbored hostility toward him would he receive a normal amount of sin points. Take Zhu, for example. Back when he was coaching this young lady on her skills, Yili didn't hold back. Every move he made was aimed at racking up evil points. But even after he left Zhu limp on the ground with a dazed look in her eyes, the evil points recognized by the system were still only in the double digits. Damn it, is this to prevent me from farming points endlessly? Yili sighed. In any case, now that he successfully acquired the breathing technique, he could start allocating points to his martial arts level, which hadn't been upgraded in a while. Though he said it hadn't been upgraded in a while, it had actually only been 2 or 3 days. However, before that, Yili turned his gaze to the new text that had appeared next to the evil points display. As evil points were accumulated, the system seemed to gradually unlock new features. For example, right after he first arrived, after defeating Ren, the system added the cultivation point allocation feature. This was truly a good thing. Not to mention that he was currently missing a suitable gun-type artifact. With a thought, the text on Yili's interface immediately began to change. Spend 1000 sin points to spin the artifact wheel once. Artifact wheel, a wondrous wheel containing all manner of artifacts from across the multiverse. Any kind of magical item could be drawn from here. If you want to rise to the top in one fell swoop, why not come up and try your luck? Note, this artifact pool guarantees a reward after 40 spins. A golden quality artifact is guaranteed. Damn it, no wonder this thing only showed up after 40,000 sin points. It suddenly dawned on Yili, so the system thought he had the guts to go all in, which is why it immediately brought out this wheel. System, you've got the wrong guy. I'm not that kind of gambling addict. Yili let out a cold laugh. Then, without hesitation, he decided to take a single spin to test the waters. No other reason. With a brand new pool right in front of him, would any normal person pass up the chance to give it a try? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a purple quality artifact. A purple glow illuminated Yili's handsome face. Not bad. It wasn't a single pull gold, but purple was still pretty good. He nodded slightly and shifted his gaze to the interface. Functional artifact, Ring of Harmony. Effect, consumes true chi to force enemies within a 5-meter radius to kneel before you. The higher the enemy's level, the more true chi is consumed. Cooldown, 1 day. Yili was speechless for a moment. Are you sure using this noble phantasm will help me get along harmoniously with others? Not only does this noble phantasm lack a rank, it only has a quality, but this effect is way too. It's tailor-made for me. Yili's dark eyes glinted slightly. Knock knock knock. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Are you still resting? Zhu's slightly surprised voice came from outside the door. Qingshan No. 1 High School didn't forfeit, they've called us over for the match. Huh, not only did they not forfeit, but they're actually coming after me? Inside the room, the corners of Yili's mouth slowly curled upward. This Tang Yao, her courage is commendable. But unfortunately, that's the only thing I can praise her for. Chapter 36, I Will Win. A victory declaration before the battle. As the best martial arts high school in Qingshan City, Qingshan No. 1 High School's training hall was no smaller than that of Linhai No. 1 High School. At that moment, the training hall was already buzzing with excitement. The spectator stands, large enough to hold over 1,000 people, were more than half full, with the vast majority being students from various departments at Qingshan No. 1 High School. They were chatting animatedly among themselves, their voices rising and falling in waves. Only Senior Tang will be competing in the upcoming match. Seriously? Why? Well, this is kind of embarrassing to admit, but apparently all the members of our school team were beaten so badly by that Jew from Lin Hai No. 1 High School this morning that they're all in the hospital. Senior Tang is the only one left who can still fight. Are you kidding me? Is that Jew really that good? Yes, not kidding at all. And it's not just the school team, more than half of the entire senior class at Wuka High is out. Didn't you see how empty their spectator stands are over there? Holy crap? You're right. Holy crap, then what's the point of even playing? Don't panic. Even if they got that Jew on their side, don't we still have Senior Tang leading us? Stay calm. Is Senior Tang going to pull off another 1 versus 7 this time? I remember she did exactly that during the exhibition match against Yuzhong City, right? Now that you mention it, I'm getting a little excited. Senior Tang really is bold and skilled. That's true. Senior Tang is talented and good-looking. That Wei Ji guy really got lucky. Wait a minute, who's Wei Ji? I haven't heard anything about Senior Tang dating anyone. If I may be so bold, that would be me. Aminos. The students in the spectator stands were discussing it excitedly. The start of the match was drawing ever closer. It was clear that the students of Qingshan No. 1 High School were all confident that Tang Yao would go on a 7-match winning streak as if it were a foregone conclusion. And no wonder. After all, Tang Yao had been the talk of Qingshan City since childhood and had yet to suffer a single defeat in any mock matches. Moreover, all her victories had been overwhelming. There were even rumors that the young girl had once challenged a master in person, defeating a veteran instructor who had been at the peak of the 2nd tier for many years head-on with her 2nd tier, 6th level cultivation. There were many similar outlandish rumors, most of which were backed up by evidence. With all this support, the students of Qingshan City naturally regarded this absurdly powerful sword art prodigy as their goddess, the light of their lives, and even the backbone of Qingshan No. 1 High School. To them, as long as Tang Yao hadn't lost, Qingshan No. 1 High School hadn't failed. On the elevated platform above them, several powerful auras could be faintly sensed. Bright sunlight shone down on the smooth competition platform. In the pre-match locker room, Yili paced back and forth in front of the weapon rack, his hand gently running over the weapons before coming to rest on a jet black spear. The weapon he was currently most skilled with was still the spear. It was just a pity he didn't have a suitable spear-type noble phantasm, so he'd have to make do with this unremarkable Tier 1 spear for now. He wondered if he might be able to spin a 3-pronged double-edged sword or the golden monkey staff out of the noble phantasm wheel. Yili's thoughts wandered. He slowly drew the jet black spear from its stand and gripped it in his hand. His entire aura instantly became sharp and intense. Since time was tight before the match, Yili hadn't allocated any skill points to his cultivation, so he remained at the 2nd tier, 1st level. Still, it wasn't a big deal. It wouldn't be too late to allocate points after the exchange match was over. Holding the spear, Yili walked slowly out of the lounge and made his way to the preparation area beneath the battle platform. Perhaps because he arrived early, Zhu was the only one currently seated at the Lin Hai No. 1 High School bench. "You're here." Seeing him approach, Zhu immediately stood up from his chair. "Have you picked out a weapon yet?" "I'd say it's just passable," Yili replied indifferently. Zhu thought for a moment and said, "I've got plenty of unused spear artifacts at home. They're all pretty suitable for 2nd or 3rd tier martial artists. Should I bring you one next time?" What a boastful remark. As if the high martial arts world would die if it had one more rich kid. Yili sat down at his seat and let out what sounded like a sigh. "Sure." Zhu nodded slightly, averted his gaze, and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, discussions about Tang Yao from the spectator stands began drifting into their ears. They soon got the gist of it. Zhu opened his eyes, looked at Yili who was bent over, wiping his spear, and said softly, "Tang Yao is very powerful and has mastered many skills. Even for me, facing her would be a risky proposition. You're the first to go up there. Be very careful of her slashing attacks." She keenly sensed the gradually quickening heartbeat beneath the teenager's calm, composed exterior. Zhu naturally assumed he was nervous. After all, they were fighting on enemy territory, and with tales of the opponent's heroic deeds constantly ringing in his ears, it was only natural for his heart to race and for him to lose his composure. In response, Yili merely gave an almost imperceptible nod. He really hadn't expected this. So this Tang Yao was actually such a prominent figure at Qingshan No. 1 High School. In terms of reputation alone, Zhu was no match for her naturally. Tang Yao would have a higher malfeasance score. This was truly an unexpected bonus. The corners of Yi Li's mouth turned up slightly. Yi Li. Wang Yongfeng walked over from a short distance away, followed by Yu Chanxian, Lu Yanda, and others. There's less than 10 minutes left until the match. They're about to announce the lineup, you'd better go get ready. Yi Li nodded, quietly stood up, and walked into the entrance tunnel. Meanwhile, at the Qingshan No. 1 High School Team's preparation area, Coach Su Ligon was drenched in sweat. The pressure Yi Li was putting on him was simply too much. Although he was very confident in Tang Yao's abilities, the thought of having a Zhu backing up the opposing team still made him a little nervous. Moreover, Su Ligon had only just found out a moment ago. An elder from the Qingshan Sword Pavilion and a senior instructor from Fengyun University had already arrived at Qingshan No. 1 High School to watch this exchange match. The latter was fine. He was mainly there to see if either of the two municipal martial arts high schools had any promising young talents this year, so he could extend an offer. But the elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion had come specifically to observe Tang Yao's performance. If he saw Tang Yao lose in her very first match, he would inevitably question and express dissatisfaction with Qingshan No. 1 High School's teaching capabilities. In that case, Su Ligon, as her coach, would certainly be held accountable. At this thought, Su Ligon's body began to tremble slightly. Just then, the referee's booming voice rang out over the training ground. The 5th Municipal Exchange Tournament officially begins. First match. Yi Li of Linhai No. 1 High School vs Tang Yao of Qingshan No. 1 High School. As soon as the words were spoken, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from the spectator stands. The sound pierced through clouds and shattered rocks, soaring straight into the heavens, a testament to the young girl's near unparalleled prestige at Qingshan No. 1 High School. Su Ligon took a deep breath and looked at the delicate, beautiful girl sitting in her seat with her eyes slightly closed. He asked the question that every student at Qingshan No. 1 High School was thinking at that moment. Can she win? Whoosh! A loud, defiant sword cry rose from the ground in an instant, reverberating throughout the entire training ground. Amid countless gasps of astonishment, Tang Yao opened her eyes and tucked her hands into her black and white robe, its sleeves fluttering in the breeze. I will win. Her voice was cool and nonchalant. With all eyes upon her and the dazzling light shining down, Tang Yao walked toward the entrance. At that moment, she carried the hopes of over 1,000 students from Qingshan No. 1 High School on her shoulders. Although such pressure could crush an ordinary person, she being extraordinary had long since grown accustomed to these expectations. Amid the deafening roar of the crowd, Tang Yao stepped out of the entrance and slowly ascended the battle platform. Her demeanor was composed and confident, her gaze sharp as a blade. She stood like a sword towering over the arena, making everything around her seem dull by comparison. Buzz! As the white jade sash at her waist glinted faintly, a broadsword engraved with golden dragon patterns materialized in her palm. Behind her stood the cheering students of Qingshan Academy. Before her stood a handsome young man who had stepped onto the stage with an air of ease and composure. That's really impressive. The young man's tone betrayed his undisguised surprise. This is the first time I've faced an opponent with such high popularity. That's just because you're narrow-minded. Also, there's one thing I hope you don't get wrong. Tang Yao looked at Yi Li with a calm expression. Her cherry red lips moved slightly as she repeated the phrase in a teasing tone. You're the challenger. Chapter 37, The So-Called Genius. The elevated platform above the spectator stands. As the two combatants made their entrance, the many figures gathered here began to converse. Tang Yao is as sharp and assertive as ever. I just wonder how much this Yi Li will be able to wear her down. The teachers on the elevated platform watched the action below with bated breath. Even their voices had grown quieter than before. The intensity of both combatants' auras roughly matched the information on the preview sheet. Tang Yao's martial arts rank was at the peak of the second tier, 6th level, and she had awakened the B rank martial arts talent, True Sword Heart. Yili, on the other hand, was barely at the first level of the second tier, and the martial arts talent column was marked as none. The level disparity alone created a massive gap in their physical strength, not to mention factors such as skills, combat experience, and so on. Yili had virtually no chance of defeating his opponent. Consequently, the teacher's discussion naturally shifted from who would win to how much of Tang Yao's stamina Yili could deplete. The middle-aged elder from Qingshan Sword Pavilion looked down at the arena and nodded slightly, inwardly quite satisfied with the mastery of sword intent Tang Yao was radiating. At this rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before the young girl advanced to the 4th tier, qualifying her to receive the sword art baptism from the successive pavilion masters in the pavilion's secret treasury. But before that, she would need to find a good martial arts university to nurture her talent. After all, the Qingshan Sword Pavilion was a martial arts sect. Though it had abundant resources, it lacked peers within the sect who could spar with Tang Yao. With this in mind, he turned to the sprightly, white-bearded, and white-haired elder beside him and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, "Elder Yu, in your opinion, could the young pavilion master of our sword pavilion be admitted to your Fengyun University for further studies?" "Of course." Elder Yu from Fengyun University glanced at him and chuckled. This young girl, though still so young, already possesses the aura of the way of the sword. Given time, she will surely become another outstanding pavilion master of the sword pavilion. If she takes the martial arts entrance exam normally, she'll definitely be admitted to Fengyun University. As if afraid the middle-aged elder might not believe him, Old Master Yu added with a smile, "If she doesn't get in, just come find me. Old Master Yu, will make it happen for you." The sword pavilion elder remained silent and averted his gaze. What he had just implied was that he wanted the other party to use his privileges as a senior instructor to have Tang Yao directly admitted to the university. Receiving a direct admission to Fengyun University meant that Tang Yao would be granted access to the university's most precious resources. Only then would she truly have a bright future ahead of her. But the other party had insisted that she could get in by participating in the martial arts exam normally, clearly evading his intentions. Most likely, he wanted to observe Tang Yao's performance a little longer before making a decision. With that thought, the sword pavilion elder snorted coldly. "Well then, just watch closely." The top-tier sword art prodigy of that era was right there on the battle stage below. On the combat platform. Gazing at the composed, black-robed youth across from her. Tang Yao's delicate features brimmed with confidence that seemed ready to overflow. Even if her opponent could single-handedly defeat over 100 first-tier martial artists, in her eyes, it was nothing to speak of. People these days sure are confident. The young man murmured under his breath, speaking to himself, or are also called geniuses like this. If that were truly the case, he'd have to make a point of picking fights with those kinds of geniuses in the future. Yili made up his mind, then glanced over casually. "I'm the challenger? Don't go secretly wiping away tears if you lose later. Your assumption is meaningless." Tang Yao gripped her broadsword tightly as true qi began to surge through her body at breakneck speed. In a flat tone, she said, "Because I'm not going to lose. Also." As she spoke, she slowly slid the broadsword out of its sheath with her thumb, her gaze turning slightly cold. "I'll make you realize just how ridiculous your current thoughts are in the face of my talent." Yili raised an eyebrow slightly, a completely emotionless smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "If you can do it, go ahead and try." What had started as a matter of evil points had now genuinely piqued his anger. In Tang Yao's eyes, Yili saw confidence and contempt but not a shred of respect for himself. This infuriated him. He was such a badass, yet he always knew how to be polite when out in the world. Even when conflicts arose, he resolved them in his own way. "Fine, so you're a sword art prodigy, huh? I just love beating up rude little brats like you." The next second, the referee's voice rang out at just the right moment. "Match begins." Boom! The moment the battle cry rang out, a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the arena erupted from the ground. Tang Yao's figure transformed into a blinding white streak, streaking straight toward Yili. A second-tier rare skill, flash of lightning. As the saying goes, great fame is never undeserved. As a sword art prodigy, the young girl had clearly mastered this skill to an extremely high level. Her sword sliced through the air at an unbelievable speed, slashing down at Yili at high velocity. Yili gripped his spear tightly as true chi surged through his body, and almost instantly, he activated the Heavenly Gang's Treading the Void technique. His opponent was a top-tier practitioner at the 6th level of the 2nd tier, while he was merely a greenhorn who had just entered the 1st level of the 2nd tier. The level gap was quite significant logically, he should have taken it easy. But Yili wouldn't have it. If he was going to get angry, he had to look the part, otherwise, he'd easily be mistaken for a pushover. In the blink of an eye, billowing, ethereal white mist surged from his body, making his form appear somewhat translucent. The moment he stepped into the Heavenly Gang's step, he swung his sword horizontally through the air, only to send a shower of shattered white mist flying in all directions. Under Tang Yao's slightly solemn gaze, Yili let out a cold laugh and swung his pitch-black spear in a wide arc. The spear's shaft traced a clear, striking pattern of dragon scales through the air. The momentum was immense. A flash of light seemed to burst from the spearhead, which glinted with a cold radiance, and it swept down toward Tang Yao before him like a soaring dragon. Hum! Amid the piercing cry of the sword, Tang Yao raised her broadsword to block the attack. A gigantic, illusory sword image several zhang tall rose from the ground, towering majestically and suddenly radiating an unshakable sense of solidity. However, a dragon in flight is powerful enough to shatter mountains. Boom! The massive spear crashed down with the force of Mount Tai crushing an egg, creating a piercing whistling sound as it sliced through the air. The gigantic sword illusion opposing it exploded with a thunderous roar under the impact of this terrifying force. For a moment, sword energy surged in all directions, and rocks flew through the air as the entire battle platform shook violently. Tang Yao herself was sent flying backward with a thunderous crash, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her delicate hand gripping the broadsword trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 38, Living in Harmony. What? As Tang Yao's figure was blasted away, the Qingshan Academy students in the spectator stands watched the scene on the arena with looks of utter astonishment. Senior Tang got knocked back? Is that guy named Yili cheating? How did he break through Senior Tang's defense? Holy crap! They all cried out in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Normally, when Tang Yao faced opponents of a lower rank, she could end the battle in an instant. But that sword strike just now wasn't just effortlessly parried. He countered with a spear thrust that shattered Senior Tang's defense and sent her flying. How on earth did he do that? Back on the platform, watching the black-clad youth recede into the distance, Tang Yao's heart was in turmoil. This was the very first time her giant sword illusionary cauldron had been so brutally shattered. Giant sword illusionary cauldron was a rare 2nd-tier skill, and she had spent an entire year perfecting it to its fullest potential. Not to mention fending off a martial artist who had just entered the 2nd tier. Even that peak 2nd-tier master at the martial arts hall back then hadn't been able to break through the illusory shadow of that giant sword. It wasn't that Yili's strike was too powerful to withstand, rather, the white light flashing from the tip of his spear possessed an extremely potent armor-piercing effect. It was most likely another rare skill, cultivated to an extremely high level. After a momentary start, Tang Yao, still in midair, quickly regained her composure. It was merely a skill with armor-piercing effects. She had never even given it a second thought. On the high platform, the teachers, who had originally thought this match held little suspense, perked up the moment they saw Tang Yao get blasted away. They were instantly captivated. This kid named Yili is quite interesting. Yuang looked at the confident, black-robed youth on the stage and said in a tone of surprise, "The white mist surrounding him has a remarkable effect. It reduces the power of the sword energy striking him by 50%, no, at least 70%. In his memory, low-tier skills capable of such an effect could be counted on one hand, and they were all rare treasures. Rare treasures often meant a high level of difficulty in cultivation. And to use a low-tier rare treasure skill to achieve this effect required at least a great achievement level of mastery or higher. Furthermore, the spear technique the black-robed youth had just displayed exuded a sense of perfection. These were two rare skills that appeared to have reached the perfect level. To have cultivated two rare skills to perfection in just 3 years, his aptitude for skills was nothing short of terrifying. At this thought, Old Man Yu's astonishment grew even deeper. Even if he can negate damage and possesses a skill that pierces armor, he still poses no significant threat to the young sect master. With the young pavilion masteress' mastery of the way of the sword, she will undoubtedly be able to force her way through his defenses. The sword pavilion elder said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the battle platform. He wasn't just blowing his own trumpet. Among everyone present, no one understood the power of the skills in Tang Yao's arsenal better than he did. That was definitely enough firepower to threaten even a third-tier martial artist. Back on the stage, Tang Yao steadied herself in midair, her legs skimming the ground as she glided more than 10 zhan, barely managing to dissipate the force surging through her body. She immediately raised her sharp, beautiful eyes and glared coldly at the strikingly handsome youth, whose body was shrouded in white mist and exuded an otherworldly aura. "Is that all you've got?" the youth asked with a slightly mocking chuckle as he held his long spear. "How presumptuous!" Tang Yao's cold tone carried a faint yet clearly perceptible hint of defiance. Her pride remained as solid as a rock. "So what if you manage to avoid injury? I'll still defeat you." Boom! A resounding clap of thunder rang out once more, and Tang Yao's figure transformed into a blinding white streak, hurtling toward Yili at breakneck speed. Yili remained calm as he extended his palm toward the white streak hurtling toward him. Just as everyone was wondering what he was about to do, on that hand with its prominent knuckles, a ring shimmering with radiant light quietly glowed. Buzz! The next second, the blinding white streak hurtling toward him came to an abrupt halt mid-air. With a look of utter bewilderment on her face, Tang Yao's body knelt down uncontrollably right there in mid-air. Thud! Her pale knee slammed heavily onto the battle platform, and the sound of humiliation echoed throughout the arena. In full view of everyone, this prodigy of Qingshan City knelt on the ground, sliding along the floor due to inertia until she came to a stop right in front of Yili. Seeing this, every one of the thousands of spectators in the stands was left speechless. In an instant, a suffocating silence swept through the arena, and the previously boisterous atmosphere suddenly turned almost frozen. It was as quiet as the calm before a blizzard. Publicly humiliating the proud young sect master of the Qingshan sword sect, villainy points plus 1,500. Tang Yao, standing on the platform, was now completely bewildered. She looked down in disbelief at her knees pressed against the ground. What am I doing? How could I possibly be kneeling before a boastful commoner in a setting like this? In an instant, a vast surge of rage welled up within Tang Yao. Her eyes, usually so composed and elegant, now seemed ready to burst into flames. She raised her head to look at the young man mere inches away, her teeth clenched so tightly they were nearly crushed. "You're done." Yili's hands shot out like lightning, clamping down on her delicate, beautiful face. Immediately afterward, his knee slammed forward like a tiger charging down a mountain, carrying a fierce gust of wind that exploded against that haughty, confident face. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled thud, that delicate, beautiful face instantly contorted in agony. As excruciating pain surged through her face, Tang Yao saw stars and felt dizzy. Her words were forcibly cut off as her body lurched backward uncontrollably. "It's not the time for chit-chat, is it?" Yili let out a cold laugh, charged forward, and in the blink of an eye was back in front of Tang Yao. The effect of the harmonious coexistence ring was stronger than he'd imagined. From now on, he could use it as a one-time immobilization technique. That's how immobilization techniques work in our high martial arts realm. Do you guys have anything like that? Yili chuckled inwardly as he thrust out his palm and clamped it firmly over Tang Yao's face. If he'd used the tip of his gun for that strike, I'd already be dead. Dazed, Tang Yao subconsciously thought this, but the thought was immediately swallowed up by overwhelming rage. A mere nobody, and he actually smashed his knee into her face. Moreover, with such a perfect opportunity, instead of capitalizing on his earlier gunplay to press his advantage, this behavior he clearly didn't take her seriously at all. Kneeling, slapping her in the face. From the day she was born until now, this was the first time anyone had dared to humiliate her like this. Just then, Tang Yao felt someone's 5 fingers clamp down on her face. "You're asking for death!" She roared in fury, her true chi surging upward as she forced herself to snap out of her daze. Boom! A staggering surge of sword energy erupted from her body, instantly reducing visibility on the battle platform. Sword energy filled the sky like countless blades drawn from their sheaths, sweeping across heaven and earth. In an instant, Yili was engulfed by it. Splatter, splatter. The sounds of flesh and bone being pierced rang out one after another, and Tang Yao used this opportunity to break free from his grip, retreating at full speed. As she watched that frail figure, engulfed by countless sword auras yet still standing firm, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Earlier, that was your only chance to defeat me. Since you couldn't seize it, don't blame me. Tang Yao. Chapter 39, You're nothing but a good for nothing. Tang Yao's voice was icy as she gripped her broadsword tightly. Her stance shifted instantly, and a colossal surge of sword energy rapidly coalesced within her. Mount Tai holding the sun. A student in the spectator stands recognized the move and shouted excitedly. Whoa! The next second, an astonishing sword intent surged from Tang Yao's body, and a fierce gale swirled around her. This was the opening move of the third-tier rare skill Mount Tai holding the sun. Even among the secret treasures of the Qing Shan Sword Pavilion, this was considered a top-tier skill, and now Tang Yao was unleashing it. Her intention was clear. She had no intention of dragging this out any longer. She was about to strike down Yili with a single sword stroke. Majestic Mount Tai soars high, its splendor piercing the blue sky. Boom! A sword energy so dazzling it resembled the great sun in the heavens burst forth from the broadsword in Tang Yao's hand. With the terrifying might of the sun shifting eastward and Mount Tai toppling, it fiercely struck toward the figure below. She had long since mastered the technique Mount Tai holding the sun to perfection. The first second was for gathering energy, the second was for striking. The destructive power contained within the dazzling sword energy was precisely what enabled her to fight opponents of a higher tier. Years ago, even a martial artist at the peak of the second tier had been gravely wounded and knocked to the ground by this move. Now, unleashed against an opponent of a lower martial arts rank, the outcome was already obvious. In an instant, that frail figure was swallowed whole by the sword energy. Immediately afterward. Boom! The massive roar unleashed a terrifying gale, causing the entire combat platform both above and below to tremble slightly. Many people's ears rang from the sound, and the fierce wind blew their eyes shut. Such was the terrifying might of a single sword strike. Dust and debris swirled across the combat platform. Senior Tang has won. The thousands of students in the spectator stands were filled with excitement, and many couldn't help but shout out loud. The teachers on the high platform nodded slightly, each silently acknowledging Tang Yao's strength. Tang Yao exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly sheathed her sword. 5 more to go. My true qi is still fairly abundant, no problem. Just as she thought this, a sudden wave of intense unease and alertness surged through her. Her heartbeat quickened rapidly, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Tang Yao instinctively drew her broadsword and gazed solemnly toward the direction where the dust was billowing. Amid the billowing dust and mist, a pair of fiery, intense golden eyes suddenly flashed into view, dazzling like burning flames. Immediately afterward, an indescribably powerful sense of oppression surged toward her like a tidal wave. Tang Yao felt as if a massive mountain were crushing her, leaving her almost unable to move. At the same time, an icy, utterly emotionless voice reached her ears. Is this what you call taking it seriously? It was the distinctive voice of the youth in the black robe, yet it carried an unprecedented air of indifference. It was as if he were saying, I had such high hopes for you, but I never expected you to be so useless. Those words pierced Tang Yao's heart like a sharp sword. But before anger could well up within her, a sudden chill ran down her spine, and an inexplicable fear gripped her. Ahead of her, dust swirled in all directions. Yili's figure emerged slowly from the cloud of dust. His hair fluttered in the breeze, his posture straight as an arrow, and his tattered black robe flapped in the wind. With black hair and golden eyes, he exuded an air of unbridled arrogance. You're just putting on a show. Tang Yao's gaze sharpened as she gripped her broadsword tightly, unleashing her formidable second-tier, 6th-level aura without reservation. She sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Yili. Yili's expression remained calm as he advanced with unhurried composure. Amid countless stunned gazes, The qi and blood within his body surged like a boiling cauldron, and his overwhelming aura swept across the entire arena without restraint. After activating Golden Soul Awakening, his physical strength increases by approximately 300%. This is an all-around enhancement, not merely a boost in punching power. It was as if he had activated Super Saiyan mode. Li now felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, and the flesh pierced by the sword's aura healed completely in the blink of an eye. He casually pulled out the long spear stuck in the ground, then darted forward, closing the distance to Tang Yao in the blink of an eye with a counterattack. As Yi Li gripped the spear tightly, the muscle groups across his back bulged like living creatures, forming what looked like the grinning face of a demon. A casual thrust of the spear caused Tang Yao's expression to change drastically. She swiftly raised her sword horizontally before her and let out a soft cry. A massive sword's phantom image materialized around her. Yi Li remained expressionless as dragon scales emerged on the spear in his hand, and he slammed it with overwhelming force against the phantom image. Boom! Yi Li exerted just a little force, and a terrifying surge of power erupted from the spear. The giant sword's phantom image that had just materialized around Tang Yao shattered on the spot, and the sword she held horizontally in front of her suddenly let out a piercing screech. Tang Yao staggered backward, her slender frame trembling. A look of grave determination, as if facing a formidable enemy, appeared on her delicate face, and cold sweat poured down her back. Her arms had already gone numb. Even lifting them was a struggle now. A single strike had robbed her of more than half her combat effectiveness. Such terrifying power. Was this really not the ultimate move unleashed by some exceptionally gifted third-tier martial artist? What should she do? What should she do? She was given no time to think. Yi Li had already appeared right in front of her. Tang Yao's pupils contracted slightly as she struggled to raise her broadsword. The next second, the pitch-black spear swept toward her with tremendous force. Clang! The golden dragon broadsword, which had accompanied her through countless days and nights, let out a piercing, mournful wail under the impact and snapped clean in two. The sweeping spear slammed into her lower back and abdomen, snapping several ribs on impact. Tang Yao felt as if she'd been struck head-on by a speeding truck. Her internal organs trembled and were crushed, and the excruciating pain felt as though they were about to burst. Her mind went almost completely blank. Ugh, ah. In a daze, she felt herself tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground. Uncontrollable moans of agony escaped her cherry-red lips as she curled up on the ground. Her once proud and composed demeanor had vanished completely in that moment. The young girl's delicate, beautiful face was contorted with agony. She coughed up blood repeatedly, tears welling in the corners of her eyes, as the shattered broadsword slipped from her grasp. Under such terrifying force, her sword art mastered through years of arduous training and her formidable cultivation at the second tier, 6th level, seemed so fragile and utterly laughable. All her previous pride and confidence had become a joke. The talent she had once boasted about was now being trampled and crushed under her opponent's feet. An indescribable sense of defeat welled up from the depths of her heart. How could a martial artist who had only just entered the second tier be this absurdly strong? Tang Yao's face was pale as she struggled to steady her breathing, straining to pull herself up from the ground. Just as she was about to stand, a martial arts boot slowly pressed down on her face. Her fair, delicate features distorted slightly beneath the sole. Tang Yao felt as if her heart had turned to ash, and tears of humiliation welled up in the corners of her eyes. Overwhelming shame and rage threatened to consume her, yet at that very moment, even moving a single finger felt impossibly difficult. Powerless to resist, she could only stare at her opponent with eyes still brimming with tears, filled with resentment. Senior Tang. A student in the spectator stands, witnessing this scene, his face filled with pity, couldn't he help but shout out. Senior Tang, whom they never even dared to speak to in the past, was now being so brazenly trampled upon by this Yi Li. How outrageous! How brazen! This filled them with rage, and they clenched their fists. But when Yi Li raised his gaze and swept it over them, they felt a chill run through their bodies and instinctively fell silent. Tang Yao, forgive my frankness. Just as Tang Yao was feeling utterly humiliated, Yi Li's voice came down from above. Accompanying it was a sharp, jet-black spear, its tip first resting on her full chest. It then slowly moved upward, gently tapping her red, swollen cheek. The youth in the black robe wore an impassive expression, his golden eyes burned with intensity and authority, yet his voice carried a hint of mockery. "You're nothing but a good-for-nothing." Tang Yao's heart suddenly clenched. Chapter 40, The Exchange Tournament comes to a close. Born in the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao had been the subject of high expectations from the current pavilion master since childhood. Although the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion carried itself with the air of a leading sect within Green Mountain City, it still paled in comparison to the prestigious major sects of Ying Province. Not to mention that under the current pavilion master, the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion was actually facing a generational gap, causing the entire sect to fall into decline. At a time like this, there was an urgent need for a prodigy to emerge and lead the faltering Qingshan Sword Pavilion back to its former glory. Tang Yao arrived at just the right moment. Her extraordinary talent led the entire Qingshan Sword Pavilion and indeed, all of Qingshan City to regard her as the cream of the crop among the younger generation and the hope for the future. The young girl, too, knew she was no ordinary person. She had originally planned to first win first place in the Ying Province martial arts exam, then enter the martial arts university to hone her skills, and eventually travel the world with her sword, reaching the pinnacle of the high martial arts realm. Unexpectedly, before she could even achieve the first stage of her plan, reality dealt her a harsh blow. Tang Yao's face grew paler by the moment her beautiful features lay trampled beneath his foot, and even lifting her head seemed a distant dream. The talent and swordsmanship she took such pride in appeared as powerless and laughable as a street performer's act in the presence of the black-robed youth. Up until that moment, she had never lost a single match among her peers. The bitterness in her heart at that moment was more intense than ever before. "Tang Yao, forgive my frankness. You're nothing but a waste of space." Hearing these words, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes gradually faded, and her clenched fists slowly relaxed. She lay on the training ground like a dead dog, remaining unmoved by another's humiliation for the first time. Yili, however, didn't even glance at her. When it came to self-righteous geniuses like this, he had always returned kindness with kindness and resentment with frankness. No matter how pitiful the girl appeared at that moment, it had nothing to do with him. Just as if he had lost this match, no matter how pitiful his performance, his opponent would show him no sympathy either. In a world of high martial arts, the strong are meant to humiliate the weak mercilessly. Consequently, Yili did not pull back his foot. Instead, he chose to step on her head as he strode toward the exit. Yili wins. The referee's hollow, desolate, yet excited voice echoed across the training ground. The spectator stands, filled with over 1,000 people, were now as silent as if a heavy snowfall had begun. Countless Qingshan Academy students, some wide-eyed in disbelief, others with mixed emotions, and still others unable to accept what they were seeing, stared at the scene on the stage, their hearts aching as if being torn apart by a sharp blade. No one could have imagined that the sword immortal maiden, whom they had regarded as lofty and dazzling, would be defeated so brutally. Moreover, it was a one-sided, crushing defeat. They couldn't even detect much of a hint of an evenly matched contest. All they saw was the dust settling, followed by the ink-robed youth strolling out with the ease of a man in his own backyard, dispatching Tang Yao with just a few swift moves. A top contender in the martial arts exam, wielding a second-tier high-grade treasure, had been defeated with astonishing speed. As far as the outcome was concerned, it was no different from Tang Yao's previous matches, only the roles of the victor and the vanquished had been reversed. Tap. Amid the deathly silence that gripped the entire arena, only the sound of unhurried footsteps echoed. The sound was faint, yet it felt as heavy as if it were crushing everyone's hearts. Under countless complex and horrified gazes, a handsome, black-haired, golden-eyed youth with an impassive expression was seen walking steadily down from the opposing platform. Behind him, the once smooth opposing platform was covered in cracks, a stark contrast to his calm demeanor. And that strikingly handsome face now exuded an air of natural authority, even without a trace of anger. Even the students from Lin Hai No. 1 High School felt their mouths go dry. Lu Yongda looked at the youth and, recalling his own suicidal provocation from last week, couldn't help but shudder. With such power, even Qingshan City's universally recognized sword art prodigy had been beaten into that state. If he hadn't been killed back then, his ancestors would likely have banged their heads against the walls in the underworld. No wonder his uncle, the department head, hadn't been able to discipline the boy back then. If he dared to lay a finger on a genius like that, the school would ve likely kicked both him and his uncle out on their ears. Lu Yangda's heart was pounding with fear, and he made a silent resolution. From now on, he'd rather rely on Shishi than court death again. Since the remaining contestants from Qingshan No. 1 High School have withdrawn, Linhai No. 1 High School is declared the winner. This exchange match is hereby concluded. The referee's excited voice continued. On the high platform, the Jiangya elder's face darkened as the hand hidden within his sleeve slowly clenched into a fist. A peer capable of crushing Tang Yao so completely. Not only had he never seen anyone like this, but even the head of Jiangya had likely never encountered such a talent. Recalling how he earlier intended to show the senior faculty at Fengyun University what a true genius looked like, his face now burned with embarrassment. The elder of the Sword Pavilion had intended to say something to salvage his dignity, but when he turned around, he discovered that old man Yu had already left. The moment that youth named Yili had exited the arena, his opponent had vanished without a trace. His purpose was now self-evident. Sigh. At this thought, the Sword Pavilion elder's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, he finally let out a sigh. With Fengyun University's guaranteed admission, the achievements of that black-robed youth in the future would likely rival even those of the Sword Pavilion master. Sure enough. No sooner had the figure of the black-robed youth vanished from the exit passage than a wave of gasps suddenly erupted from the spectator stands. A figure on the high platform leaped down as gracefully as a bird in flight, descending to the ground as swiftly as a diving falcon. A thunderous boom echoed through the air, sending countless fragments of rock and dust flying, as if a small explosion had occurred right there. The crowd looked on in astonishment to see an elderly man with snow-white hair and a beard, his face radiating both kindness and an air of dignity, standing steadily atop the crater. His posture was as upright as a pine tree with his hands clasped behind his back. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, giving him an exceptionally ethereal and otherworldly air. Behind him was a vivid depiction of flowing clouds, as if winds and clouds were swirling there. The emblem of Fengyun University. The thousands of students in the spectator stands, all martial arts majors from Ming Province, naturally knew the name of Fengyun University and recognized it at a glance, their eyes filling with obvious surprise. They had long heard that representatives from Fengyun University would be attending the exchange tournament, but they never expected them to actually jump down from the high platform. However, that surprise quickly turned into deep astonishment. The elderly man, who had just looked incredibly dignified, suddenly broke into a sprint down the cultivation corridor. His enthusiasm was as intense as if he'd discovered some priceless treasure. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from everyone's sight. Once he was gone, the spectator stands erupted like a pot of boiling oil. That SA professor from Fengyun University, right? What's he doing? Dude, are you an idiot? Isn't it obvious? He's going after that Yili. Holy crap, could he be getting a direct admission spot? Direct admission? In municipal-level competitions like this, if you perform well enough, you can be selected by professors from prestigious universities who are here to watch the matches. You don't have to take the martial arts entrance exam, you get admitted early. What? That Yili treated Senior Tang like that, and he still gets a spot at Fengyun University? I can't accept that. I can't accept it either. Isn't that like having your cake and eating it too? The spectator stands were abuzz with discussion, followed by a chorus of wails as a wave of despair swept through the crowd. The very same jerk who'd just beaten their moonlight like a doghead, in the blink of an eye, secured the early admission spot they'd all been dreaming of. It was simply unacceptable. In the eyes of over 1,000 Qingshan students, a mix of shock and resignation welled up, and they sat rooted to their seats as if their bottoms had taken root. The teachers on the podium exchanged glances, each seeing the bitterness in the other's eyes. There was no doubt about it. With such talent and having secured admission to Fengyun University, Yili's future was bound to be one of steady growth. He was certain to become another high-level martial artist renowned throughout the region. That lousy Linhai No. 1 High School really had some luck, didn't it? As if Wenzhou weren't enough, now they've produced an even more outrageous Yili. It's enough to make anyone weep with envy. The teachers from Qingshan City could only stare with eyes reddened by envy. In the break room, No sooner had Yili sat down in his chair than he saw Wang Yongfeng walk in, his face beaming with excitement. "Way to go, kid! That was incredible. Principal Li was practically in a trance because of you." Wang Yongfeng eagerly leaned in, examining him from head to toe. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine. I just used up a lot of true qi. I'll recover in an hour." Yili waved his hand, setting the long spear aside. His eyes had returned to their ink-black hue, and the injuries on his body had long since been fully healed by the indestructible golden soul. With each breath, the true qi within him that had been somewhat depleted rapidly replenished. Most of the depletion was due to the massive energy drain caused by casting Golden Soul Revival. Even without using this talent, which was akin to a power surge, Yili was quite confident he could secure victory. But if he did that, he'd have to engage in a back-and-forth battle with Tang Yao, and he'd likely have to unleash techniques like frost and snow filling the sky and roaming dragon riding the wind. In that case, it would be all too easy for his opponent to think, "What a thrilling battle that was," and feel no sense of resentment whatsoever. Then he wouldn't gain a single point of malfeasance. People might even mistake it for two geniuses admiring each other's skills. So, Yili acted decisively, choosing to end the battle in the most brutal way possible. He aimed to shatter his opponent's psychological defenses. The effect was striking. Severely wounded and publicly humiliated the haughty young master of the Sword Pavilion. Evil points plus 5,000. Current evil points, 51,500. It was an excellent number, and Yili's heart swelled with excitement. "You've worked hard. You fought so many matches this morning, and now you're facing Tang Yao this afternoon." Wang Yongfeng felt the young man was looking more and more impressive with every passing moment. Glancing at his tattered black robe, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "If there are any more matches like this before the martial arts exam, I'll help you decline them so you can focus on preparing." As he finished speaking, whether it was his imagination or not, he felt as though Yili's gaze had suddenly grown sharp. "That won't be necessary." Yili cleared his throat lightly and said calmly, "I'm used to honing my skills through combat. You still need to take care of your health, though." Wang Yongfeng smiled wistfully and offered encouragement. "As long as you maintain this level of skill, even Fengyun University, the best in the province, would be clamoring to recruit you." No sooner had he finished speaking than footsteps sounded from outside the door. Yu Wang, with his snow-white hair and beard, pushed the door open and chuckled, "That is certainly true. I just wonder if student Yili is interested?" Chapter 41, Lying Low for the Time Being. Upon seeing the visitor, Wang Yongfeng was momentarily stunned. His gaze swept over the man, and his eyes widened instinctively. The man was dressed in Fengyun University's academic robes, which meant he was a professor there. Had they really come to recruit him early? Wang Yongfeng found it hard to believe. He'd heard rumors about Fengyun University's early recruitment practices before, but he'd never witnessed it firsthand. After all, there were nearly 100 martial arts high schools, large and small, across the 12 cities of Ying Province. Each graduating class produced tens of thousands of young martial artists, yet those selected for early admission to Fengyun University could be counted on one hand, at most 2 or 3, and sometimes not a single one. Early admission meant guaranteed enrollment, and guaranteed enrollment meant a massive infusion of resources. Even though Fengyun University was the undisputed leader among martial arts universities in Ying Province, it didn't have enough resources to select more than a dozen guaranteed students every year. In previous years, most of these guaranteed students were selected from martial arts students in Shanzhou City. Other cities usually had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. It had been many years since Fengyun University last selected direct admission students in Linhai City. To receive such treatment now meant he was truly poised to soar to new heights. Yili, Fengyun University is the best martial arts university in Ying Province. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and reminded him as tactfully as possible, "If you're accepted early, it'll be a huge boost to your future development." Exactly. As he spoke, Old Man Yu quickly moved closer, rubbing his hands together nervously. Upon seeing that the skin beneath Yili's torn black robe showed not a single scratch, a distinct fervor flared in his eyes. Sure enough, he hadn't misjudged it. The injuries caused by the sword aura just minutes ago had completely vanished. That healing speed was nothing short of miraculous. What grade of martial arts talent must this be? To stumble upon such a treasure in a place like this, I've really hit the jackpot. On the battle platform earlier, Yuang, the most accomplished martial artist present, had seen it clearly. Tang Yao's earlier attacks hadn't been entirely ineffective against Yi Li. In fact, most of them had actually inflicted damage on him. In particular, that move, Mount Tai upholding the sun, even with that mysterious white mist shielding him, the fierce sword energy had pierced straight through Yi Li's right abdomen. However, injuries that would have left an ordinary martial artist gravely wounded were fully healed on Yi Li in just a few breaths. When Old Master Yu witnessed this scene, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and a storm of astonishment raged within him. No one understood the true value of such a feat better than he did. If it weren't for the group of teachers surrounding him, he would have rushed down immediately to verify it. Fortunately, the opportunity wasn't entirely lost. Yi Li. Yuang swallowed hard, looking at the calm-faced youth in the black robe, and smiled gently. I happen to have a special admission spot available. If you're willing, I'll personally serve as your mentor. You can enroll at Fengyun University right now without even having to take the martial arts entrance exam. To be perfectly honest, I am a senior instructor at Fengyun University, and my martial arts cultivation is that of a true master. I would never mislead my students, you can rest assured of that. Upon hearing this, even Wang Yongfeng's expression took on a strange look. Was this really a teacher from Fengyun University, or just a salesperson from some martial arts cram school? Wasn't he being a bit too enthusiastic? It felt strange, yet also a little bitter. After all, he hadn't seen anything like this during his own martial arts entrance exam back in the day. Those intermediate-level instructors from Fengyun University had all been stone-faced, exuding nothing but cold indifference. But with Yi Li, even a senior instructor was acting like a salesperson. The direct admission spot is understandable after all. Yi Li, who defeated Tang Yao, has the potential for it. But this attitude, where they practically have "say yes" written all over their faces, is an entirely different matter. Did this mean that Yi Li's potential was exceptional even among the direct admission students? At this thought, Wang Yongfeng's breathing quickened. Could it be that Yi Li possessed some potential he hadn't yet recognized? Yi Li didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "What are the benefits of this direct admission spot?" What he lacked most were opportunities to earn evil points, as well as various skill techniques. Of course. Old Man Yu smiled confidently, straightening up as he said, "With just the Wind Cloud University library, you'll be able to use your credentials to go straight to the 4th floor. Never mind 2nd or 3rd tier skills, even 4th tier rare skills, as long as you want to exchange for them, you'll be eligible to obtain them all. Furthermore, there's the level of exposure. Many of the professors at Fengyun University hold high-ranking positions within major factions. To be honest, ordinary martial arts students only have the chance to see them while on campus. These are all potential connections." As he spoke, he deliberately hinted, "Come to think of it, I myself am a guest elder for quite a few associations. I have access to numerous resources and opportunities for dungeon training. If I wish, I can allocate them to students I favor. Furthermore, whenever you're cultivating a skill and have questions, you can freely approach any instructor. With the title of direct admission student, they'll be more than happy to explain things to you." Old Master Yu spoke so enthusiastically that his throat grew dry. He looked at Yi Li, whose expression remained unchanged, cleared his throat, and continued with a smile, "If you're willing to become my student, that would be absolutely wonderful. What I can offer you will certainly surpass what the leaders of those second-rate factions can provide." Hearing this, Yi Li nodded slightly. True to its reputation as the martial arts university with the deepest roots in Ying province, the benefits were indeed tempting. Although the actual difficulty would likely be far greater than what he described, the opportunities Fengyun University could offer were undeniably plentiful. He didn't lack teachers to instruct him in skills, nor did he want connections that crumbled at the slightest touch, but he did have a need for this kind of opportunity. "I see. That's indeed quite good." Finally, under Yuang's intense gaze, Yi Li said calmly, "But I decline." Verbally outwitted Fengyun University's 106-year-old professor evil points plus 500. Yuang, who had thought the deal was a sure thing, was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Why? Aren't the terms generous enough? They're generous, Yili nodded nonchalantly. Then what about you? I decline. Verbally outwitted a 106-year-old professor at Fengyun University. Evil points plus 200. You know what? Teasing old men is actually pretty fun. Yili sighed to himself. This habit of saying no to people who think they've got it in the bag, he'd probably never be able to shake it. So, why are you turning it down? Old man Yu's face flushed slightly. Yili chuckled softly, because I'm going to take the martial arts exam. You're still going to take the martial arts exam? Mr. Yu was taken aback, then said earnestly, there is absolutely no need. After that fight, the students at Qingshan No. 1 High School have probably come to hate you with a passion. If those 100 or so students free up their hands during the martial arts exam, they might all gang up on you. You'll be outnumbered, and something could easily go wrong. Then what if I wait until after the martial arts exam to claim this direct admission spot? Wang Yongfeng asked tentatively. He suspected that Yili was likely hoping to use the martial arts exam as a way to hone his skills, so he intended to help secure the spot for him. That makes it even more unnecessary. Old man Yu glanced at him and said with a sigh. This year, Fengyun University has only one guaranteed admission spot, the one I hold. You all know about the academy, right? It's the martial arts high school in Ing province with the deepest roots, and it's produced the most geniuses over the years. As far as I know, they have several gifted competitors this year as well, each one outstanding and full of themselves. If they hear that you, a martial arts student who was granted direct admission, have come to take the martial arts exam, they'll definitely make a point of coming to meet you. As he spoke, he looked at Yili and explained earnestly. To put it bluntly, they'll come looking for trouble to test your skills. Why? Yili asked. They're just not willing to accept it. Yu Wang sighed. Yili, take an old man's advice, the martial arts exam is no joke. Aren't you just asking for trouble? There's absolutely no need to compete with them over this, is there? As he finished speaking, old Master Yu suddenly noticed that the black eyes of the young man standing before him were growing brighter and brighter. Indeed. Under old Master Yu's puzzled gaze, Yili said calmly, then let us do this, we'll each give a little. I'll take the guaranteed admission spot, and I'll also participate in the martial arts exam. Wait, you want it all? Mr. Yu looked at Wang Yongfeng beside him in shock, wondering if he'd heard wrong. Chapter 42, Skill Points Allocated. Peak of Tier 2. Night fell, and a faint chill settled over Qingshan City. As Mr. Yu watched him leave with a hint of reluctance, Yili exchanged contact information with him before they parted ways. Shortly after, led by Wang Yongfeng, he and Zhu and the others quickly returned to that rather upscale downtown hotel. I knew you'd win. That day in your training room, I saw the numbers on that punch power tester. Under the envious gazes of Lu Yangda and the others, Zhu walked alongside Yili and said earnestly, you've been holding back all along. That's true. Tang Yao should be ashamed for not letting me go all out. Yili chuckled softly, then stopped in front of the door. Well then, see you tomorrow. He couldn't wait to level up. See you tomorrow. Zhu's eyes sparkled, and she pursed her red lips slightly. Yili nodded and casually closed the door behind him. Watching his figure disappear, Zhu took a deep breath. Ever since that day, whenever she looked up, she could see the sky and his back both seemed so far out of reach. But she, too, carried a heavy burden. No matter what, she must not give up easily. She had to catch up to him as soon as possible. Zhu encouraged herself silently. At the very least, his martial arts rank wasn't higher than hers yet. He shouldn't be able to catch up anytime soon. Alright, let us begin. Inside the room, once silence fell, Yili, having washed up, returned to the bed and sat cross-legged. His white bathrobe fluttered gently, and a hint of anticipation flickered across his handsome features. Current evil points, 52,200. Can draw a noble phantasm. It was the first time he'd ever seen such a massive number. It was like receiving a salary of over 10,000 for the first time after becoming an adult. He wasn't quite sure how to spend it all. Defeating Tang Yao didn't mean everything was settled. a new round of trials was on the horizon. According to Old Manu, in this martial arts exam, not only might hundreds of martial arts students from Qingshan No. 1 High School make a comeback, but several so-called geniuses from Shanzhou City would also come knocking. It looked like another major battle was on the horizon. The hundreds from Qingshan No. 1 High School were nothing to fear with his terrifying stamina. Yili had absolutely no fear of these uncoordinated wimps. The only threat worth being wary of is the one coming from Shanzhou City. As the provincial capital of Ying Province, Shanzhou City is rich in resources, and the martial arts culture there is the most vibrant among the 12 cities in the province. Naturally, the academy has become the top martial arts high school in Ying Province with the highest college acceptance rate. Among them are students hailed as geniuses. Even though Yuang Han Ti explicitly mentioned their specific strength, one could imagine they wouldn't be much weaker than Tang Yao and might even be stronger. Until he possessed the combat power to crush these opponents, he truly couldn't eat or sleep in peace. It really is high reward, high risk. Yili chuckled, seemingly in jest. He knew full well that, given his chosen path, even a single failure along the way could result in massive losses, both material and mental. Therefore, he had to eliminate any possibility of that happening. Yili exhaled softly and summoned his interface. He had to admit, he stayed at Tier 2, Level 1 long enough. He had more than enough of the red tape. It was time to put all that hard work to use. Current evil points, 52,200. Artifact draw available. Since he already maxed out his S-rank breathing technique, there was no reason not to try boosting his cultivation. Go for it, my perseverance and hard work. Ding. Beginning to consume Sin points to continuously boost cultivation. Through your previous arduous training, your understanding of the S-rank breathing technique White Mist and Frosty Snow has reached the point where you know it by heart. This has greatly enhanced your control over true Qi, accelerating its integration with your meridians. Gained buff, cultivation speed plus 400%. Your cultivation speed is like that of a legendary race car driver who has been banned for years only to be told one day that they can finally drive fast again, racing at top speed in a top-tier Mercedes. Unlocked new achievement, Drift Through a Turn. Drift through a turn, no matter how fast your vehicle is traveling, it will not roll over due to drifting. You sent Grandma Kenidachi, who used to race down this road, flying, and your cultivation began to rise at breakneck speed. After consuming 1,000 points of evil deeds, you have refined all the meridians in your arms with pure true Qi. The meridians now radiate a jade-like luster, naturally strengthening your physical body and enhancing your vital energy and blood. You have successfully advanced to the third level of the second tier. With a sufficiently high level of true Qi mastery, your true Qi recovery rate far exceeds that of martial artists of the same rank, making the cultivation methods of the Jade Vein realm increasingly second nature to you. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 20%. After consuming 3,000 evil deeds points, you mobilized your entire body's true Qi to temper all the meridians in your torso. The functions of your 5 viscera and 6 bowels were strengthened as a result, with the kidneys showing the greatest improvement. While tempering your meridians, you seem to favor them particularly, allocating 40% of the replenished vital energy and blood to them. You have successfully advanced to the second tier, 6th level. This is utter nonsense. I have always treated all 5 viscera and 6 internal organs equally. How could there be any question of favoring a single organ? At most, it's simply because the kidney's blood-producing function will be beneficial for the future third-tier true blood realm. I had no choice but to do this. On the light screen, text continued to appear. After consuming 5,000 points of evil deed points, you now circulate true Qi throughout your body with unparalleled skill. You have thoroughly tempered the meridians in every limb and bone. Your entire meridian system has undergone a complete transformation, and a rich, mellow fragrance like that of a precious elixir emanates from within you. You have successfully advanced to the 9th sublevel of Stage 2. After consuming 8,000 points of evil points, you have fully mastered your surging power. Your formidable tendons and bones have made your physical body far stronger than before, and your blood has begun to show signs of transformation. You have officially reached the peak of the second tier. This advancement consumed a total of 8,000 points of Sin points, equivalent to over a decade of your normal arduous cultivation. Current sin points, 44,200. As the final line of text appeared, Yili felt every bone and joint in his body grow hot. The flow of true chi within him surged uncontrollably, swelling to a torrent before racing through his meridians at a speed far exceeding anything before. He clenched his fist slightly, and surging true chi welled up from within him at an astonishingly rapid pace. If he were to cast a skill now, the speed would undoubtedly be several times faster than before. Yili looked at his slender palm, a glimmer of delight flashing in his dark eyes. Sure enough, the decision to perfect his breathing technique before advancing his cultivation had been the right one. He recalled how, back then, it had taken him 8 years of arduous cultivation just to advance from the 5th sublevel of Stage 1 to the 8th sublevel of Stage 1. Now, after just over a decade of arduous cultivation, he had risen from the 1st level, 5th stage to the peak of the 2nd level. Although this cultivation speed still lagged behind that of the true geniuses, compared to when he first arrived, it was like trading a musket for a cannon. Beneath his smooth skin lay meridians as clear as jade, no longer as fragile as before, which in turn enhanced the strength of his physical body. Even the blood surging through his body, nourished by these completely transformed meridians, now had a few drops faintly glowing with a mystical golden radiance, a sight unlike anything he'd seen before. Having defeated so many opponents, his prowess was now fully on display. This was what he deserved. Yili exhaled a breath of fresh air, his mind clear and focused. He knew this was the next stage on the path to martial perfection, what one must do to reach the 3rd tier of the true blood realm. Once every drop of blood within his body glowed with a faint golden radiance, it would signify that he had officially entered the true blood realm. For low-tier martial artists, advancement is essentially a gradual metamorphosis of the physical body. And effective breathing techniques and tempering methods can accelerate this process of metamorphosis. Once he found a suitable tempering technique, Yili would most likely be able to max it out immediately. With that in mind, he glanced at his interface. The numbers there were still plentiful. Current sin points, 44,200. Although he hadn't found a suitable tempering technique yet, it was still worth trying to break through to a point close to the true blood realm using a brute force method for now. With a thought, Yili channeled a vast surge of sin points into the interface once more. Chapter 43, Golden Soul Upgrade, a new superpower. Ding! Consuming sin points, beginning martial arts level upgrade. You haven't studied any methods for tempering chi and blood yet. It's as if, in a past life, you'd attended college for 2 years only to then take the college entrance exam, leaving you staring blankly at the test paper. Out of sheer helplessness, you can only rely on your transformed jade vein to nourish your chi and blood, thereby achieving the goal of tempering them. Gained a negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 80%. After consuming 1,000 points of sin points, a faint golden glow appears in about 1/5 of the blood within your body. This fills you with excitement, making you feel as though you've finally found the key to success. After consuming 2,000 points of evil deeds, you sadly realize that finding the key was merely an illusion. Relying on meridians to forcibly nourish your chi and blood is not only difficult at the start, but even harder in the middle, and in the end, it leaves you as helpless as a blind man riding a blind horse. Gained negative buff, irritability, cultivation speed reduced by 10%. After consuming 3,000 points of evil points, more than half of the blood in your body has undergone an initial transformation, but the remaining half is like impurities in metal during forging, extremely difficult to remove. Perhaps the only way to eliminate them is through the forging method. Gain negative buff, midnight by the deep pool, chance of losing control increased by 50%. Yili decisively stopped allocating his points. This is a bit out of line. How did the risk of losing control even come up? Wait, what's wrong with college students? Who says college students from my hometown can't take the college entrance exam? Haven't you heard of the heroic feat where a college student took the college entrance exam in place of a younger classmate, effectively sending that classmate straight to a vocational college? Looks like I'll have to find a copy of the hammering technique to take a look. Yili sighed. More than half of the blood in his body had completed its transformation. He figured he was considerably stronger than an ordinary peak tier level 2 martial artist. At least, judging by his current vitality and blood strength. Compared to who he was just a few minutes ago, he was now at a level that even the latter with Golden Soul Revival activated couldn't match. Yili briefly assessed his two forms. One was the state with heavenly gangs treading the void technique activated. Relying on damage reduction and speed, coupled with various perfected skills, holding his own against an early-stage third-tier martial artist should be a breeze. If the battle dragged on, with his tank advantage, he could certainly wear down an ordinary third-tier martial artist by trading blows until they were exhausted. The second was the Super Saiyan state activated by Golden Soul Revival. Although it consumed a lot of energy, the enhancement to his physical body was simply off the charts. Never mind early-stage Tier 3 martial artists or those at Tiers 1 and 2, he was even confident he could tear apart mid-stage Tier 3 beasts with his bare hands. He was, without a doubt, a human-formed Tyrannosaurus. As for why he distinguishes between these two forms, it's because each has its own unique visual effects when activated. Who could resist the temptation of shape-shifting? Yili chuckled softly and turned his attention back to the interface. With over 40,000 evil points remaining, he could certainly unlock that so-called artifact safety net. The question was it really necessary? Yili pondered for a moment and decided it wasn't necessary for now. According to the rules, the top-performing contestant in the exchange tournament would receive not only prize money and vitality pills but also a noble phantasm jointly sponsored by both schools. He wasn't sure exactly what that noble phantasm would be yet. He'd consider pulling from the Scotcha pool only after receiving it and confirming it wasn't a spear-type noble phantasm. With that in mind, Yili turned his attention to his martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS rank. Indestructible Golden Soul LV2 upgradable. With so much Sin points at his disposal, it would be a waste not to keep investing them. The last time he upgraded to LV2, he unlocked Golden Soul Awakening, which was akin to a Scion transformation. This made Yili feel a sense of anticipation what new ability would be unlocked if he upgraded to LV3. In any case, investing in his martial arts talent was definitely worth it. No time to waste. With a slight shift in his thoughts, Yili, drawing on his experience, began channeling the massive amount of Sin points into his stats panel. Ding! Consuming Sin points, beginning to upgrade the level of Indestructible Golden Soul. Your dense and clear Golden Soul has been nourished once again. Like parched earth receiving long-awaited rain, it thirstily absorbs every point of Sin points you've invested. After consuming 2,000 Sin points, your Golden Soul has become even more stable. After consuming 5,000 points of evil points, a faint pattern begins to emerge on your Golden Soul, a sign that it is evolving. You gather your true chi within your body to prevent spiritual backlash. After consuming 10,000 points of evil points, the pattern on your Golden Soul becomes increasingly distinct. Looking closely, you discover it is an intricate and mysterious inscription. The longer you gaze at it, the more a sense of clarity and inner peace washes over you. After consuming 15,000 points of evil points, your Golden Soul becomes even more stable, and the inscription gradually begins to glow. After consuming 20,000 points of evil points, the inscription finally fuses completely with your Golden Soul, and you awaken a new innate ability. The Undying Golden Soul has been upgraded to level 3, increasing self-healing speed and reducing healing resource consumption. New special ability, Eye of Illusion. Eye of Illusion, vision is drastically enhanced, and dynamic visual acuity is strengthened. Upon fusing with a bearer of the Golden Soul, it grants them the ability to see through lies, discern demonic forms, and identify weaknesses. Commentary: it is said to be a divine eye of the same caliber as the legendary Heavenly Eye and the Fire Eye Golden Gaze that fears smoke but not fire. If used properly, its applications are limitless. Yili suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light flashed briefly in his ink-black pupils, revealing extraordinary sharpness. A hint of delight couldn't help but flicker across his usually calm, handsome face. Seeing through lies, discerning true forms, and identifying weaknesses, this practically maxes out its functionality. These are all abilities that would astonish and be the envy of ordinary martial artists. Yili turned his head to look out the window. Even under the cover of night, he could now see objects 1,000 meters away with perfect clarity. As he surveyed his surroundings, his astonishment grew even greater. Not only could he spot the slightest wear and tear on the room's various fixtures at a glance, but even the formation engraved on the wall designed to gather spiritual energy was clearly visible. With a slight concentration, he could see several points of light glowing on the formation, apparently its weak spots. Was this what they called identifying weaknesses? Stepping down from the bed, Yili pressed his finger against the formation with a little force. The spiritual energy formation immediately began to tremble with just a bit more pressure. The entire formation exploded with a thunderous roar. It's broken. Yili's expression shifted slightly, only then did he remember that he had just set one foot into the true blood realm. With his current physical strength, a single, slightly forceful tap from his finger could snap not only the formation but even the bones of an ordinary person. He withdrew his hand, the gleam in his eyes gradually fading as he calmed his excitement. Even without activating Golden Soul Revival, he was now confident he could slap Tang Yao to the ground with a single palm strike. At the same time, news of the intercity exchange match spread like wildfire. The technological level in the high martial arts world was not backward. Within just a few hours, martial arts high schools across most of Ying province had heard about the results of this exchange match. News that a student from Linhai No. 1 High School had reportedly been granted early admission to Fengyun University was also spreading rapidly. Shanzhou City, Academy. In a room resembling a conference room, people were discussing the young man in the black robe. Writing a book is no easy task. I've been carefully crafting the plot for the martial arts exam lately. Please, everyone, give me a positive review. Your support is my motivation. I humbly thank you all in advance. Or 2. Chapter 44, let us see what he is made of. That's more or less how it went. In the Academy's conference room, seated at a long table made of blue stone, a figure with a commanding presence sat upright. Dressed in an elegant long robe, his hands crossed and resting flat in front of him, he looked at the figures on either side of the table and smiled gently. Although it's hard to believe, that Tang Yao was indeed defeated by a complete unknown from the martial arts department. I watched the footage of that match. That martial arts student's name is Yili, from Linhai City. He is certainly quite formidable. He is definitely the biggest dark horse to surprise me in this year's martial arts exams. As soon as the young man spoke, everyone present was visibly moved. They had heard of the young pavilion master of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion. Not only was he a second-tier, 6th-level martial artist himself, but he had also defeated a second-tier peak martial artist while fighting below his own tier. If memory served, their own team captain had originally regarded him as a strong contender in this year's martial arts exam. And now, he'd actually been defeated early on. Yili? Seated closest to the young man was a sweet-looking girl with long hair cascading to her waist, lively eyes, and rosy lips framed by pearly white teeth. Upon hearing the young man's words, she crossed her snow-white right leg over her left, propped her chin in her hand, and looked curiously at the refined young man. Bro, I've never really heard of this guy before. That's why they call him a dark horse. The refined young man glanced at her, his eyes brimming with affection, and chuckled. Besides, he seems to be able to use a secret technique that greatly enhances his abilities. Although his cultivation is only at the second tier, first level, after activating the technique, his strength and speed completely outclass Tang Yao, who is at the 6th level. However, everything comes at a price. A secret technique this overwhelming must come with severe energy drain and side effects. You can see this from the fact that Yili, after activating the secret technique, has been striving to end the battle as quickly as possible. Hearing this, the girl laughed in a sweet voice. So he is just relying on the power of that secret technique, isn't he? At the end of the day, his actual strength is far too low. You mustn't underestimate your opponent. The refined young man said with a hint of resignation. Judging by the footage, even without activating the secret technique, he can hold his own against Tang Yao, who is at the 6th level of the second tier. He is a formidable opponent no matter what. If you run into him, you mustn't be as reckless as you've been in the past. Oh, Yang Wan replied rather reluctantly. But she still snorted defiantly. A mere second tier, first level nobody. How could this lady possibly lose to him? You're worrying over nothing. You. The refined young man shook his head in exasperation. Then, turning to the others, whose expressions were grave, he continued, everyone, there is one more thing you need to be aware of. This Yili fights with extreme ferocity and shows absolutely no mercy. If you run into him during the martial arts exam, try your best not to get into a conflict with him. If possible, it would be best to make friends with him. Having said that, he waited silently for their reactions. Make friends? Someone asked in confusion. Team leader Yang, are we supposed to form an alliance with him? Exactly. The refined young man named Yang Wanfeng gave a faint smile and said with great composure, as long as he isn't set on winning first place in this martial arts exam, there is no direct conflict between him and me. We might as well be friends. But since he was able to defeat Tang Yao, he certainly won't willingly give up the championship, will he? The questioner furrowed his brow and asked anxiously, Captain Yang, what if he refuses to form an alliance? Then we'll beat the crap out of him. Yang Wan waved her fists excitedly. My brother has already humbled himself to befriend him. As long as Yili is a smart guy, he should go along with it right away. Otherwise, oof. I'll beat him into submission myself. As a second-tier, 6th-level martial artist, she was extremely confident in her own strength. Although Tang Yao, who was at the same level as her, had already been defeated, Yang Wan still didn't care much. It wasn't blind confidence. As the young family of Shanzhou, renowned for the blood-burning art, their heritage alone far surpassed that of the second-rate sword pavilion in Qingshan City. Within Ying province, there were even rumors that whoever encounters a direct descendant of the Yang family at the same rank must not attempt to fight them head-on. These 3 short sentences were enough to illustrate the overwhelming power of the Yang family's secret techniques. Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan, relying on the Yang family's heritage and their own natural talents, had become the 2 brightest stars in the academy. Together, the brother and sister were powerful enough to take on 3 martial artists of the same rank. Having said that, Yang Wan licked her sharp fangs, and flames seemed to ignite in her lively eyes. Since we both use secret techniques, we'll see whose is stronger. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's gaze remained calm as he said softly, Wanner, don't underestimate your opponent. Even if our attempt to win him over fails, try not to engage him in combat just yet. What? Why? Yang Wan puffed out her cheeks in protest. For the sake of your martial arts exam results and for Yi Li's life. A chill crept across Yang Wanfeng's refined face as he raised his eyes to explain. If that man were to hurt you, what do you think would happen to him? His icy voice echoed throughout the conference room, and the atmosphere instantly became charged with a murderous aura. Looking at the young man with the cold, menacing expression, flashes of past events crossed everyone's minds, and they all shuddered involuntarily. The gentle and refined young man, Yang Wanfeng, whom they had known before, now appeared to them as terrifying as the 1,000-armed Azura. They all remembered how, during the last exchange match with another province, an opponent had accidentally injured Yang Wan during the match. Afterward, when Yang Wanfeng took the field, he flew into a rage and took out 7 opponents in a row, a true sister-obsessed maniac. Yang Wan clearly thought of this incident as well. She immediately stuck out her tongue and laughed playfully, hee, I'll be careful. No, you definitely won't be careful. Hearing the girl's words, the same thought instantly popped into everyone's minds. Don't be fooled by Yang Wan's sweet words given her spoiled and headstrong nature. There's an 80% chance she'll still go looking for trouble with that Yili when the time comes. With that in mind, the group exchanged glances, and one by one, they began to wear expressions of schadenfreude. Hopefully Yili is a smart guy who is willing to form an alliance without a fuss. If that happens, everything will be fine. Otherwise, if he angers Yang Wan and, by extension, Yang Wanfeng, he is in for a world of trouble. Well then. As his gaze swept over the group, a smile returned to Yang Wanfeng's face, and he said gently, that concludes today's meeting. Everyone may go. Just then, one team member timidly raised his hand. Team leader Yang, I heard something else about this Yili. Go ahead. As Yang Wanfeng nodded in encouragement, the team member cautiously spoke up. It seems he has secured the only guaranteed admission spot at Fengyun University this year. If he is still participating in this martial arts exam, could it be that he is aiming for the top spot? At these words, everyone's expression shifted slightly, and they all turned to look at Yang Wanfeng, who was seated at the head of the table. As far as they could recall, he had mentioned more than once that he intended to secure this year's guaranteed admission spot at Fengyun University so that both he and Yang Wan could enjoy generous enrollment benefits. Not only did they know about this, but most of the students at the academy were aware of it as well. And now, some hot-headed upstart who suddenly popped out of nowhere had snatched the prize right from under their noses. This was a disaster. Having suffered such a massive loss of face, Team Captain Yang was bound to be furious. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Sure enough, under everyone's gaze, Yang Wanfeng's expression turned completely icy. He looked at the speaker and asked, seemingly calmly, "Are you sure he got the guaranteed admission spot?" "That's what my friends at Qingshan No. 1 High School all said." "That's outrageous." Hearing this, Yan Wan immediately stood up and stomped her foot angrily. "What gives him the right? Just because he beat some girl named Tang Yao? If that's the case, my brother could do it too. Why didn't they give it to my brother?" "Wan, sit down." Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath and forced a faint smile. "It's okay. The professors at Fengyun University must have had their own reasons for doing this." Even as he said this, a hint of irritation flashed in his eyes, and his clasped hands tightened into fists. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yang Wanfeng smiled nonchalantly. However, since he is a specially admitted student, he must be exceptionally talented. If he really comes to take the martial arts exam and competes for the top spot, I'll go face him myself. By the end of his sentence, everyone could clearly hear the gritted teeth tone in his voice. "Bro, you're way too nice." Yang Wan glared at him indignantly, her teeth clenched as she said, "That kind of bastard who has obviously pulled strings. It's best if this lady here never runs into him. Otherwise, I'll strip him naked, hang him from a tree, and see exactly what he is made of." Chapter 45, Overwhelming Stats. The next morning, sunlight illuminated the earth, casting a gentle glow. On a high-speed train bound for Linhai City, Lily sat in his seat by the window, a gleaming golden badge fastened to his waist. Engraved on it in bold, silver characters were the 4 words, Fengyun University. Even at Fengyun University, this golden sash was awarded only to students with outstanding performance, and it was, in itself, a top-tier storage artifact. For a student from a martial arts high school to wear it around his waist spoke volumes. It was the token Yu Wang had given him. Yili hadn't originally planned to wear such a conspicuous item. But he couldn't resist Wan Yongfeng's insistent plea. "Yili, please, I'm begging you. I've coached the school team for 5 years, and I've never won a trophy of this caliber. Just let me show off just this once." Seeing Wan Yongfeng's sincere plea, the kind-hearted Yili agreed to his request. Outside the window, the scenery was rushing by at breakneck speed as Yili casually skimmed through the messages sent by Old Master Yu. There were dozens of them. "Hey, Yili, are you free? No problem if you're not. No need to reply, I just wanted to tell you just how formidable our Fengyun University really is. Take Zhenjiang University in Ying Province, for example. It's considered a prominent martial arts university within the Hanxia region. In past years, whenever dungeon fusions triggered beast hordes, they were able to handle the situation properly just by bringing in a little outside help. But they're no match for our Fengyun University. First of all, when it comes to disasters like dungeon fusions or beast tides, our school handles them entirely on our own. We don't need any outside help at all. And when it comes to rewarding the students who participate afterward, we don't skimp one bit. That alone sets us apart. Plus, the missions our school issues, whether in quantity or quality, far surpass those of those so-called top-tier martial arts universities. So after you take the martial arts exam, if universities in Magic City or Shangjing try to poach you, don't you dare agree. Our school is just as good as theirs. It's not that I'm afraid you'll be poached, it's just that Fengyun University, well, they're known for Linhai No. 1 High School. As the date of the martial arts exam drew nearer, the atmosphere on campus grew increasingly tense. Even those who were usually the most laid back began to feel a sense of urgency at this critical moment. Logically speaking, nothing else should have been able to capture the attention of these martial arts students right now. But this morning, a major piece of news that left everyone both stunned and envious was broadcast throughout the school. Someone at the school had secured a guaranteed admission spot at Fengyun University. This privilege, which had always been the exclusive domain of Shanzhou City's top talents, had actually fallen to Linhai City this year, a truly unbelievable turn of events. Fengyun University. That's one of the top martial arts universities in all of Hanxia. In previous years, not only had no one from Linhai City ever secured a guaranteed admission spot, but hardly anyone had even managed to get into Fengyun University. In an instant, the entire academic building erupted in buzz as everyone speculated about who had earned the spot. Principal Li, who was in charge of the announcement, didn't keep everyone in suspense any longer. Having been holding it in for far too long, he immediately said with a smile, "Let us congratulate Li from Class 9, Senior 3, on securing a guaranteed admission spot at Fengyun University." Upon hearing this, the students of Linhai who'd been holding their breath for so long instantly erupted in chaos. And because of the rumors that had been swirling recently, many students were already familiar with Li, and they immediately lost their composure. That school team member they dubbed the Great Demon King had actually secured the guaranteed admission spot they'd all been dreaming of? In an instant, a wave of exclamations like "no way" swept through the entire academic building, and disbelief filled every corner of the campus. In the infirmary, a patient lying in an intensive care bed suddenly began breathing rapidly upon hearing the announcement. Shen Lian's beautiful face was now filled with a dazed and bewildered expression, and she appeared noticeably disoriented. A dozen or so seconds later, her parched throat convulsed violently. She pinched her cheek hard, then turned to look at the nurse on duty and asked in a trembling voice, Did you hear that announcement just now?" "Huh? Of course I did." The on-duty nurse, who had been looking surprised, immediately turned to look at her upon hearing the question, then couldn't help but exclaim, "That student named Li is really something. Our school has never had a student get a direct admission to Fengyun University before." "Really? Is that so?" Shen Lian could barely contain the surging emotions in her heart. As a member of the school team, she knew better than any other student at Linhai just how prestigious Fengyun University was. That was the very place she had longed for day and night. To gain admission to Fengyun University, she had even gone so far as to date Ren simply because Ren's uncle was a retired professor there. Even though he was only a junior-level professor, his understanding of martial arts cultivation far surpassed that of most instructors at martial arts high schools. Thanks to his guidance, Shen Lian's skills had improved by leaps and bounds, and she had made it onto the school team in just 2 short years. Even so, she was still a world away from getting into Fengyun University. And that childhood friend she'd cast aside from the very beginning had actually been directly admitted to the very university she'd been dreaming of? In that instant, a torrent of regret flooded Shen Lian's heart, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. While her heart was being torn apart, the injuries on her body were also taking their toll, still sending unrelenting waves of excruciating pain through her. Shen Lian was so filled with regret that she felt as if she were weeping blood. She knew all too well that she and Li no longer belonged to the same world. Detected, childhood friend, whom she had secretly loved for 10 years, is overcome with remorse and has completely broken down. Evil deeds value plus 5,000. What an unexpected bonus. Li, who had just stepped off the high-speed train, paused for a moment, but then didn't give it much thought and continued walking toward the exit in the distance. There were 3 days left until the martial arts exam. High-level tempering techniques might be a bit tricky, but finding a qi and blood tempering technique around grade B shouldn't be too difficult. In any case, advancing to the 3rd tier first is definitely the right move, everything else can wait. By then, as a 3rd tier practitioner, he'll storm straight into the martial arts exam. "I'll crush you with my stats, kid." Chapter 46, Unexpected Turn of Events. Linhai City, High-Speed Rail Station. A group from Linhai No. 1 High School was making their way toward the exit. Amid the crowd, Li walked slowly and turned to Zhu beside him. "Do you have a suitable cultivation technique?" The fact that Zhu could get him an S-rank breathing technique was proof enough of the immense power behind him. The boost provided by white mist and frosty snow was indeed powerful. Not only did it restore true qi at a rate far exceeding that of martial artists of the same rank, but it even provided bonuses when allocating skill points, clearly demonstrating the vast difference between an S-rank technique and ordinary breathing techniques.
I don't have any on hand right now.
Zhu's eyes flickered as she paused to consider, but there should be some at home.
It's not easy to come by. Would next month be okay?
Unlike the skills stored in the library, cultivation techniques involving lineage such as breathing methods and tempering techniques required a valid reason, even for her as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, to obtain them from her elders. I'll break through to the 5th level next month.
I can ask for it early then to take a look. Next month.
Yili rubbed the corner of his forehead, feeling a slight headache coming on.
Let us talk about it then.
Since that route was blocked, he'd have to turn to Old Master Yu or Linhai No. 1 High School. The former had just returned to Fengyun University and likely wouldn't be coming back to Linhai City anytime soon, so did that leave only Linhai No. 1 High School as an option?
All right.
Zhu nodded lightly, not seeing it as a particularly urgent matter. After all, he had only just broken through to the 2nd stage and was likely still in the process of consolidating his cultivation base.
By the way, regarding white mist and frosty snow, is there anything you don't understand?
As she spoke, she looked at Yili and asked in a tone tinged with anticipation.
I've reached the minor achievement level in this breathing technique. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me.
Got it.
If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me too.
Yili nodded casually. She'd been studying white mist and frosty snow for just over half a year and had already reached the minor achievement level among her peers. She was truly a prodigy.
Zhu? She had originally wanted to say, how could you possibly understand what I don't understand?
But when she recalled the proud demeanor he displayed not long ago while performing Frost and Snow Fill the Sky, she silently kept her mouth shut. Ever since meeting Yili, Zhu had come to understand a truth. There are certain people in this world who defy logic. Others collectively refer to them as geniuses. And he was precisely that kind of genius. With that in mind, a hint of emotion flickered in Zhu's gaze as she looked at him, a look that held both longing and admiration. She wanted the young man to forge a connection with the Jiang family. To that end, she was willing to offer anything: skills, cultivation techniques, and so on. If an ordinary person were shown such favor by the eldest daughter of the Jiang family of the far north, they would surely have seized the opportunity to attach themselves to her long ago, just to gain the Jiang family's approval. But the young man before her was entirely different. His free-spirited demeanor made it seem as though he didn't care at all about the Jiang family's favor. He exuded overwhelming self-confidence from head to toe. It was an extreme confidence in himself. Such confidence isn't uncommon among many talented martial artists, but when faced with such a golden opportunity, even they can't help but be tempted. A young martial artist like Yili, who is completely indifferent to his relationship with the Jiang family and even dares to beat up the Jiang family's eldest daughter. Zhu had truly never seen anyone like him before. That's precisely why he was so rare.
We have quite a few third-tier weapons at home.
Should I pick one out for you during the martial arts exam? She asked softly. Yili gave a non-committal nod and, looking toward the exit ahead, asked,
Who are those people?
Whom?
Zhu followed his gaze and was immediately taken aback. Enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau? Why are there so many of them here?
Outside the exit, in the spot usually occupied by taxi drivers, several figures clad in dark coats stood silently. They stood out strikingly against the surroundings. Their expressions were all grim and indifferent, their sharp gazes fixed directly behind Yili and his companions. Yili followed their line of sight and raised an eyebrow slightly. He saw a figure equally conspicuous striding toward them, escorted by several men. The man was tall and slender, appearing to be around 40 years old. His thick wrists were shackled, his expression somber, and his eyes tightly closed, yet he walked with ease. Through the vision of Yili's illusory eyes, the tall, slender man exuded a powerful aura. It was immediately clear he was no ordinary person. The few people responsible for escorting him all appeared quite young, their faces still bearing traces of joy, and they wore identical iron badges fastened at their waists. Yili deliberately stopped in his tracks. As they passed by him, he easily made out the words on the iron badges.
Zhenjiang University. This was also a martial arts university within Ying Province, though its overall strength paled in comparison to Fengyun University. So that its students from Zhenjiang University had come to escort the prisoner. Handing over a prisoner? Taking in the scene, Zhu looked somewhat surprised, then explained. Martial arts universities occasionally issue fugitive apprehension missions. After capturing the fugitive, they hand them over to the nearest Qingyi bureau for processing. I didn't expect to run into one just like this. Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. It's my first time seeing this, too. I wonder if I'll get a villain points reward for chasing down a fugitive like this. It feels a bit far-fetched. This kind of behavior is the stuff of great heroes ridding the world of evildoers. The system isn't that easy to fool. Not necessarily. Could excessive law enforcement also count as a villainous act? Yili's thoughts wandered. Within his line of sight, the group escorting the suspect quickly exited the station. The Qingyi Bureau enforcers assigned to meet them stepped forward. After a quick comparison with the photos, they took the handcuff keys from the group. The lead enforcer stepped closer, slipped his hand under the tall, thin man's clothing, and pressed against his bones and flesh. Presumably to guard against disguise techniques or the like. Yili nodded slightly as he walked out of the station. This was quite an eye-opening experience. He'd have to keep a closer eye on the province's most wanted criminals from now on. If he ever came across one, he could kill one to verify his hypothesis. Although he really disliked this kind of delaying tactic, he didn't have any excuse to strike right now. Damn it, this time he wouldn't even get to enjoy a straight-up fight. Something's wrong. Just then, the law enforcement officer inspecting the shackles suddenly turned pale. After all, ordinary shackles are as useless to a martial artist as a thin rope tied around a giant elephant. They're flimsy and shatter at the slightest struggle. Therefore, the martial arts university issues a pair of appropriately strong shackles free of charge to any student who accepts the apprehend the fugitive mission. But the pair he held in his hands right now, while sufficient for restraining an ordinary, low-level martial artist, were nothing more than a decoration for the major suspect standing before him, who was nearing the 4th rank. He let out a roar and was just about to retreat. The tall, slender man before him suddenly snapped his eyes open. Clang! With a crisp metallic crack, the tall, slender man snapped the chains binding his wrists. His aura erupted violently, and he immediately slammed a fist into the law enforcer's chest. Crack! The law enforcement officer's chest visibly caved in. His body was sent flying backward as a torrent of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, staining his navy blue overcoat red. Director Chen. Everyone was horrified. Seeing this, the lanky man's face lit up with wild joy. He thought he was done for, but it turned out these Zhenjiang University students, trying to save money, hadn't put heavy locks on him. That's what had given him a moment to catch his breath. Immediately afterward, while everyone was still in a daze, the lanky man surged forward without hesitation. Like a car speeding down the highway, he plowed straight through more than a dozen stunned bystanders and sprinted off into the distance. The remaining law enforcement officers quickly snapped out of their daze and sprang into action. One of them stayed behind to tend to the injured officer, while the rest gave chase after the tall, slender man who was fleeing into the distance. But the high-speed rail station was teeming with people, and many had been knocked unconscious by the man's earlier collision. Seeing this, the officers who had intended to give chase showed a fleeting look of conflict on their otherwise impassive faces, but ultimately came to a halt. They chose to check on the injured first. At the same time, they called the law enforcement officers stationed in the city, instructing them to immediately search for the tall, slender man's whereabouts. Just then, the law enforcement officer, who had just picked up the shackles from the ground, suddenly looked up at the students from Zhenjiang University and demanded in a tone of disbelief. You didn't use shackles engraved with magical arrays? One of the students' face twitched, but he steeled himself and replied. That old monster was already seriously injured when we found him. Shackles strong enough to a third-tier martial artist are incredibly rare. We wanted to save on that expense, so we used second-tier ones. You idiots, the law enforcement officer roared. Hurry up and go after him. If that scoundrel hurts anyone in the city, you'll all be punished. Hearing this, the students from Zhenjiang University's expression shifted slightly, and only then did they set off in pursuit of the tall, thin man.
Looks like I'll have to send the students home early these next few days. Wang Yongfeng took his eyes off the receding figures, turned to the group, and clicked his tongue, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, that suspect is Xiangbu the fugitive who killed more than a dozen pregnant women and caused such a stir in Zhenjiang City. Rumor has it that he was severely wounded by the Zhenjiang City Qingyi Bureau, but he is still a bona fide peak-tier third-level martial artist. You'd all better be careful once you get back." Just then, his voice trailed off abruptly. As his gaze swept over the group, his eyes suddenly filled with shock and confusion.
He wasn't the only one.
Even Zhu, after glancing around, couldn't help but freeze in surprise.
Where was Yi Liren? Chapter 47, They'll have to thank me. Ha 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 ha. Amid the labyrinthine skyscrapers, a tall, slender man sprinted through the streets, unable to suppress a maniacal laugh. Judging by the gasps of the crowd, the old man he had severely wounded was the bureau chief of Linhai City. He was also the only martial artist in Linhai City approaching the 4th tier. It must be noted that the Qingyi bureaus throughout Hanxia must remain vigilant against the dungeons outside the city as well as fugitives within it. It's rare for martial artists at the 4th tier or above to have the time to lend a hand everywhere. Among the students at martial arts universities in Ing province, there are very few monsters who have broken through to the 4th tier. This means, for the time being, the entire city of Linhai is safe for me. Thinking of this, Xiangbu couldn't help but let his joy show. Even though he'd been severely wounded by that old geezer from Zhenjiang City, he was, after all, a bona fide peak tier 3 martial artist. Even if there was a lot of exaggeration involved, his cultivation level was right there for all to see. Right now, with his full focus on his cultivation, there wasn't a single person in Linhai City who could keep up with him. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of Xiangbu's neck stood on end. A piercing whistling sound suddenly exploded in his ears. "Who's there?" Xiangbu felt a chill run down his spine almost instinctively. He ducked his head and dodged to the side. Boom! A long spear grazed his scalp and slammed heavily into the ground in front of him, sending a shower of rubble flying, while the spear shaft trembled violently from the momentum. Xiangbu turned to look, his pupils contracting slightly. He saw a black figure charging toward him at high speed, using its momentum to surge past him at a speed surpassing that of an ordinary third-tier martial artist. The figure tensed its right arm and delivered a punch that shattered the air, slamming heavily into Xiangbu's raised right arm. Boom! Xiangbu had intended to say something, but before he could open his mouth, the sheer force of the blow sent him flying backward. It turned out to be Yi Li, who, having unleashed the full power of the Heavenly Gangs treading the Void technique and the Roaming Dragon riding the Wind Cannon, had charged up behind Xiangbu, his aura surging higher and higher. Boom! Xiangbu slammed heavily into the wall, leaving several cracks in its surface. He felt a strange vibration emanating from the oncoming fist, one that caused the qi and blood within his body to churn uncontrollably. Only then did he finally get a clear look at the attacker's appearance. Black hair, golden eyes, a youth clad in a black robe, with a golden identification badge swaying in the wind at his waist. His handsome face was filled with intense murderous intent. With Xiangbu's keen eyesight, he could clearly make out the words Fengyun University on the badge. "You're from Fengyun University?" A mix of shock and anger surged through him, and he couldn't help but demand, "How many credits will you get for catching me? Even the Qingyi Bureau has given up the chase. Is it really worth risking your life like this?" Under Xiangbu's gaze, filled with shock and fury, Yi Li let out a cold laugh. "You're overthinking it. I'm not here to arrest you." "Then you." "I'm simply here to kill you." The youth's golden eyes burned with an even fiercer intensity. The moment his words fell, he stomped the ground, his black hair flying as he charged forward once more. The dragon shaking the mountain technique, mastered to perfection, surged through his palms. True qi surged and swirled within him, unleashing a full-force punch with over 10,000 kilograms of impact. His fists rained down like a raging storm. "How dare you!" Xiangbu roared in fury, spreading his arms wide to meet the attack head-on. Boom! 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 The air between them instantly exploded into ripples like water, with gales of wind sweeping out in all directions as punch after punch landed with a thud.
The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, and the towering skyscrapers swayed from the impact. At first, Xiangbu only felt that his opponent's punches were absurdly heavy. He must be a martial artist of the same rank who had perfected his physical form, which gave him a thrilling sense of satisfaction. But the longer they fought, the more something felt off. In just a dozen or so breaths, a surging chill welled up from within him, causing his qi and blood to churn uncontrollably, leaving him dizzy, lightheaded, and on the verge of vomiting. What the hell is this? The strange sensations inside his body sent shivers down Xiangbu's spine. Not only were his opponent's punches terrifyingly powerful, but the variety of skills he used was dizzying. Just what kind of god has popped up out of nowhere? The sense of perfection in Yi Li's punches and kicks also stirred a wave of envy and resentment in Xiangbu's heart. You're a third-tier martial artist too, you should understand my predicament. He roared furiously. We, as third-tier martial artists, have endured the hardships of martial training. Just because we killed a few pregnant women, does that mean we deserve to die? I don't get it. As he spoke, Yi Li unleashed another dragon shaking the mountain strike, imbued with surging cold energy, which finally forced open Xiangbu's center. With the Golden Soul Revival, the roaming dragon riding the wind manual, dragon shaking the mountain, and white mist, frost and snow, all these enhancements, he directly overwhelmed this critically wounded peak third-tier martial artist. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black spear materialized in Yi Li's palm. A blinding light burst from the spear's tip, revealing a distinct dragoness silhouette, and the threat of death suddenly descended upon Xiangbu's heart. Spare me! Xiangbu shouted at the top of his lungs, I'm a third-tier martial artist. I can atone for my crimes through meritorious service, even the Qingyi Bureau wouldn't kill me. He was telling the truth. As a rare resource, a peak third-tier martial artist would indeed be marked with a secret restriction by the Qingyi Bureau, serving as a sacrificial pawn to fend off the beasts outside the city. This was one of the reasons he wasn't afraid of the Qingyi Bureau. But as soon as those words left his mouth, the youth before him did not pause his attack. Instead, a cold glint suddenly flared in Xiangbu's eyes. If you kill me, those students from Zhenjiang University won't spare you. Xiangbu's body went numb, unable to move. He shouted his final words, which would also be the last words of his life. The next second, a massive hole exploded in his chest, followed by a sweeping dragoness shadow that obliterated his life force in the blink of an eye. Killed a martial artist at the peak of the third-tier, evil points plus 10,000. The system's prompt turned an excited blood red. Yi Li gave his spear a sharp flick, sending blood splattering across the entire wall. The eerie crimson light illuminated a pair of blazing golden eyes. His black robe remained as crisp and neat as when he had first arrived. What are you babbling about? Yi Li casually sheathed his spear, turned, and walked back in the direction he had come from, muttering to himself indifferently. Who cares about your nonsense? Just because you're not dead doesn't mean I have to die, does it? Tap, tap. He hadn't gone far before the sound of light footsteps reached his ears. Yi Li looked up and saw several students from Zhenjiang University hurrying toward him. They looked at the scene behind Yi Li, their breaths catching for a moment before their expressions turned grim. One of them even stepped forward, a hint of anger in his voice. Friend, this is our mission. You're meddling in it like this. Before he could finish, a golden ID badge was tossed his way. The man frowned as he caught it, and his expression instantly froze. Tell your dean to come to Fengyun University tomorrow to apologize and bring your advisor along too. The black-clad youth's voice was flat, his golden eyes gazing coldly at the group. Any further questions? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the air in that small space fell deathly silent once more. The faces of the Zhenjiang University students turned darker than the bottom of a pot. A golden ID badge, a core student of Fengyun University. When out on a mission, their status was equivalent to that of a deputy director of the local Qingyi Bureau. Damn it, damn it. How could we be this unlucky? The man at the front was ashen-faced, consumed by regret over his earlier decision. This mission was their mistake to begin with, and to top it off, they'd run into a core student from Fengyun University. With that person's authority, it would take nothing more than a single word to have them expelled from school. But there was nothing he could do. A moment later, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say,
No, thank you for your help.
Yili casually took the identification badge from his hand and walked straight back in the direction he'd come from. Confirming that his hunch was correct put the young man in a rather good mood. By the way, the martial arts exam is coming up soon. These 2 chapters are just a little change of pace for you all.
Thank you all for your gifts and positive reviews. They really motivate me. I'm on my knees thanking you, or 2.
Also, I'm terrible at coming up with names. If anyone has any good suggestions for names or character profiles, feel free to leave a comment here. I'll pick some to use in the story.
Chapter 48, I Want It All.
Thanks to Big Silkworm Baby for the God Tier certification. Once Yili left, the group of Zhenjiang University students instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense expressions finally began to ease. They looked at the young man leading the group and couldn't help but ask.
Brother Feng, was that really a gold-plated ID badge from Fengyun University?
Their tone was clearly tinged with disbelief. Earlier, they'd been too far away, and since they hadn't held it in their hands, they'd only caught a glimpse of the words Fengyun University from a distance. As for why they hadn't stepped forward to verify it on the spot. It wasn't a big deal if it was fake, but if it turned out to be real and they angered that black-robed youth, they'd be in even deeper trouble. Besides, given that the other party had managed to kill a severely wounded peak 3rd tier martial artist in such a short time, his strength was undoubtedly above the 3rd tier. The odds were very high that he was the real deal.
It's the real thing, I just confirmed it.
Under everyone's gaze, the student leading the group remained as pale as a sheet. Damn it, when you're down on your luck, even drinking water can get stuck in your teeth.
How many gold medals does Fengyun University have in total? To actually run into one in a tiny place like Linhai City, we've really hit rock bottom.
Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned somewhat complicated. While they were still struggling to track down the fugitive S-Trail, those students from Fengyun University had simply shown up and killed him. Now, with just one sentence, they were being told to go back to school and apologize to the principal and their teachers, and they had no choice but to comply. What could they do? Those guys were just that impressive. With that in mind, the group gritted their teeth and stepped forward to quickly dispose of the body on the ground. The most ridiculous part was that when the Qingyi Bureau arrived, they'd have to report the credit to them. They didn't have to worry about finding the right person to commend. There were only so many top students at Fengyun University, and the school would know exactly which ones were currently in Linhai City with a quick check. The student leading the group, after examining the body, was secretly startled. Damn, that was a brutal kill. Even though Xiang Bu, a peak 3rd tier martial artist, had been severely injured, his last-ditch counterattack was no joke. An ordinary 3rd tier martial artist would never have been able to kill him without paying a heavy price. This Fengyun University student acted with such decisiveness, yet walked away so casually and nonchalantly. Any fugitive who crosses paths with him in the future will truly be in for a treat. The sun was high in the sky when a taxi carrying 4 people headed toward Linhai No. 1 High School. Inside the car, Wang Yongfeng, in the front passenger seat, was on the phone. Meanwhile, Zhu, in the back seat, was observing the handsome, dark-clad youth beside him out of the corner of his eye. He said he'd gone to the restroom, but why did he carry a faint scent of blood? Ignoring Zhu's gaze, Yili leaned against the car window, his eyes fixed on the view outside. This was the first time he'd ever killed someone, and surprisingly, he didn't feel any nausea or queasiness. His heart was beating slightly faster, though, which made him feel a bit exhilarated. Back when Yili was at Tier 2, Level 1, and he faced off against Zhu, who was at Tier 2, Level 4, even with the perfect level Heavenly Gangs treading the void technique at his disposal, he had to take a hit before he could unexpectedly defeat him. Back then, he relied on an information advantage and his nearly unbeatable immortal golden soul. But now, facing a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd tier, he who was only half a step into the 3rd tier had managed to kill him quickly and without a scratch. Alright, Yili admitted it. The main reason he was able to execute a swift and scathed kill was that his opponent was severely wounded. Even so, after he activated the Golden Soul Revival form, the opponent still managed to hold his ground and exchange blows with him for several minutes without falling. That was truly terrifying. It was the first time Yili had encountered such a formidable enemy. truly worthy of a peak third-tier martial artist. After this encounter, his true chi was nearly depleted. If both sides had been at full strength, Yili would have furrowed his brow and retreated behind the others. Or he would have steadily built up his strength first before making his move, otherwise, he might very well have crashed and burned. But, no matter what, you've got to admit this was a swift, unscathed kill. Yili's lips curled upward. Although the lack of a humiliation phase this time meant he didn't earn a particularly large amount of evil points. Successfully verifying his new hypothesis still put him in a rather good mood. Killing people, even those who committed countless evil deeds, can earn you evil points. That's the weight of death. By that logic, would killing beasts also yield a sin points reward? Yili's mind wandered as he pondered this. All set. Just then, Wang Yongfeng, sitting in the passenger seat, hung up the phone, turned to look at Yili, and chuckled lightly. The artifact jointly sponsored by the two schools has already been delivered to your training room. It comes with instructions, be sure to read them when you get there. Also, is there anything else you need? Don't be shy, just ask the school, and they'll reimburse you. Hearing this, Yili didn't hesitate and immediately replied, I need a hammer forging technique of decent rank. A hammer forging technique? Wang Yongfeng was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, Isn't it a breathing technique? Since Yili had shown almost no signs of exhausting his true chi, he assumed the girl had already found a suitable breathing technique. Are you in such a hurry? If I work hard, I can get you an S-rank hammer forging technique in a couple of days after the exams are over. Shu suddenly spoke up, her voice rising at the end as she uttered words that left both Wang Yongfeng and the driver somewhat stunned. You've already mastered white mist, frost, and snow, haven't you? The driver's shock stemmed purely from hearing the term S-rank. Wang Yongfeng, on the other hand, was stunned by the content of the girl's statement. If he remembered correctly, white mist, frost, and snow was the S-rank breathing technique passed down through generations in the Jiang family. In terms of value, it was likely even more valuable than the S-rank breathing techniques circulating on the market. Setting aside for now how Yili had come to possess it, the mere fact that he had mastered it even among the genius martial artists Wang Yongfeng could recall would have taken at least several years. And it hadn't even been 2 weeks since Yili met Zhu, had it? And he's already mastered it? Is this for real? Wang Yongfeng's throat went dry as he stared at the black-robed youth in disbelief. Yili simply nodded casually. I suppose you could say I've mastered it. Hearing this, a storm of emotions instantly swept through Wang Yongfeng's mind. He has truly mastered it. Mastering an S-rank breathing technique in just 2 weeks, that kind of talent is just absurdly strong. He shot a startled glance at Zhu, but the girl remained completely calm as she continued. Then you should understand that, just as S-rank breathing techniques offer superior stamina and cultivation speed, S-rank forging techniques also have many extraordinary aspects compared to ordinary ones. Just like a furnace for forging metal, different forging methods yield different results. That's where the saying comes from, even within the same rank, there are differences after reaching the true blood realm. So, why don't you wait a few days for me? The girl asked in a cool voice, blinking her clear eyes. I never said I wouldn't wait for you. As Zhu looked on with a hint of bewilderment, Yili replied calmly. Can't I have it all? Zhu? Wang Yongfeng? Chapter 49, Breaking Through to the Third Tier. Thanks to Daily Update Nagger for the God Tier certification. Linhai No. 1 High School. With Wang Yongfeng practically stomping his feet until sparks flew, Yili quickly and smoothly obtained a B-rank forging technique called Great Sun Treasure Furnace. B-rank forging technique, Great Sun Treasure Furnace beginner level. It is said that this is considered one of Linhai No. 1 High School's most treasured, hidden techniques. Vice Principal Li felt quite helpless about this. After all, in the entire history of Linhai No. 1 High School, no student had ever obtained a third-tier forging technique before graduation. It was truly a bit of a surprise. Inside the training building, Yili walked into his training room, casually closed the door, and looked at the thick volume of Great Sun Treasure Furnace in his hands. Although Wang Yongfeng had solemnly assured him when he handed it over that Principal Li would be able to obtain an A-rank tempering technique from the ever-elusive head principal by next week. By that time, Zhu's rank tempering technique would already have arrived, so why settle for an A rank? Yili shook his head. His original plan had been to find just any forging technique to smoothly transition to the third tier before the martial arts exam. It wouldn't be too late to use a better forging technique when it came time to officially allocate his attribute points. With that in mind, Yili walked over to the long table and picked up a ring that glowed faintly. After a quick scan, he discovered it was a storage ring. It was most likely an extra perk provided by Lin Hai No. 1 High School. However, since he already possessed the gold medal, a storage item in its own right, the storage ring seemed rather superfluous. Without giving it much thought, Yili took everything out of it and laid it out on the table. A Hansha Bank savings card, a smooth, round red pill, a pair of form-fitting silver chest armor, and an instruction manual. The first two were likely the 1 million Hansha coins and the vitality pill included in the official team member rewards. The latter was probably the so-called artifact jointly sponsored by the two schools. Yili picked up the instruction manual, and the text caught his eye. Third tier intermediate artifact, Guardian Armor. Forged from the silver horn of the third tier exotic beast, the silver-horned rhinoceros. When infused with true qi, it automatically conforms to the body, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. It is comfortable and breathable, and can reduce the damage you sustain. After reading the description, a hint of disdain flashed across Yili's face. Perhaps the noble phantasms produced by his own system were simply too perfect, making this set of armor seem somewhat lackluster. Oh well, it's better than nothing. I wasn't expecting them to provide any real help anyway. Yili sighed and stowed the items on the table into his storage ring. Come to think of it, the most useful item among them was this storage ring. Then, to avoid confusing it with the harmonious coexistence ring on his right hand, he slipped the storage ring onto his left hand. Yili returned to his cultivation bed, and his strikingly handsome face gradually settled into calm. He had no intention of delaying his advancement to the third rank until after the martial arts exam. This operation had not only confirmed his hypothesis but also served as a wake-up call to improve his strength. If defeating a severely injured third-rank peak martial artist was this difficult, what would happen if those geniuses from the academy were all at the second-rank peak level? Wouldn't he be left with no choice but to wait for his due? That would be unacceptable. No one could stand in the way of his progress toward greater strength. His growing power had not blinded Yili, on the contrary, it had made him even more clear-headed. To outsiders, he was a so-called prodigy, but this unparalleled talent had been built upon the vast accumulation of evil deeds he had committed thus far. To maintain this pace, he must possess strength capable of crushing those so-called geniuses. I still can't let up. Yili chuckled softly as he sat down by the bedside, his mood quickly settling. Since he was already on this path, there was no reason to feel lost. After all, in a high martial arts world like this, only the strong can impose their will. System, give me some points. A pale blue light screen unfolded before Yili's eyes, and a vast tide of sin points surged into the interface. Current sin points, 36,200. Ding. Consuming sin points, beginning cultivation grade B tempering technique, Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Previously, you had already tempered your entire bloodstream using a crude method, putting one foot through the gateway to the true blood realm. Now, looking at this B-rank tempering technique is like a student who does the exercises before reading the textbook. You'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 50%. After consuming 2,000 sin points, you realize that although this B-rank forging technique delves into deeper cultivation theories, its complexity doesn't match that of an S-rank breathing technique. You skimmed through it and grasped its true meaning at a glance. Great Sun Treasure Furnace Preliminary Mastery. After consuming 4,000 points of evil deeds, you have mastered a refinement method that simulates the rising heat of the Great Sun to cause your internal temperature to soar. Under these extreme conditions, the blood coursing through your body gradually undergoes a metamorphosis. Great Sun Treasure Furnace Proficient. After consuming 6,000 evil deed points, your understanding of this tempering method has gradually deepened.
With every breath, scorching white vapor exhales from your mouth. Great Sun Treasure Furnace Proficiency. After consuming 10,000 points of evil points, you finally grasp the advancement methods recorded in this cultivation technique, and a sense of sudden enlightenment wells up within you. Great Sun Treasure Furnace Mastery. After consuming 12,000 points of evil points, you have mastered the technique of imbuing your true chi with a burning effect. From now on, cultivating fire element skills will yield twice the results with half the effort, and their power will increase. Great Sun Treasure Furnace Perfection. Side effect: your resistance to heat has increased. Side effect: your understanding of third-tier cultivation techniques like the forging method has deepened. A flood of text appeared on the light screen. Yili exhaled silently. The burning sensation was exceptionally intense. Although he hadn't smoked in his previous life, he couldn't help but think that if he deliberately channeled the true chi with its burning effect, he could easily light a cigarette even without a lighter. Another practical little ability had been added. In addition, with just a thought, Yili felt his blood begin to boil as if a piece of refined iron had been tossed into a scorching furnace. It wasn't unbearably hot, rather, a sense of gradual transformation began to take root. Without hesitation, Yili began allocating points to his cultivation. Ding! Consuming evil points, beginning to raise martial arts level. Your hammer forging technique has reached perfection. Under its influence, you have already covered 99 of the 100 steps required. You're just one final step away from the finish line. Consuming 200 points of sin points, a golden glow emanates from every drop of blood in your body. Your tendons and bones resonate in unison, and a sense of complete perfection and clarity spreads throughout your entire body. Point allocation complete. You have advanced to Tier 3, Level 1. Current martial arts level, Tier 3, Level 10%. Current sin points, 24,000. As the final line of text appeared, Yili's aura surged dramatically. Like a perfectly refined elixir, his entire being exuded a sense of perfection and harmony. His transformed blood and tendons shone in unison, drastically enhancing his five senses to a terrifying degree, to the point where not even a single feather could be added, nor a fly come near. His ethereal black pupils radiated a brilliant divine light, as if capable of piercing through the very essence of the world. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. This third-tier threshold, which had tripped up countless martial artists, was shattered by him in the space of a few breaths. So this is the third tier. Feeling the surging true chi and the intensified vitality within his body, Yili suppressed the look of astonishment on his face. Next up was preparing for the martial arts exam in 2.5 days. He just wondered how much benefit that so-called academy would bring him. Yili felt a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, at Shenzhou No. 1 High School, Yang Wanfeng, who had just finished training, was having a serious discussion with his younger sister, Yang Wan, about the martial arts exam. Also, thank you to the 3 Big Shots Daily Update Nagger, Big Silkworm Baby, and Red Novels for their top author certification. I'll find time to post extra chapters soon. I'm truly grateful for all your support. Chapter 50, Yang Wanfeng's decision. The martial arts exam approaches. Bro, do you think? In the spacious training ground, Yang Wan, who had just finished training, lay lazily on the ground and said casually, "That Yili, how should I teach him a lesson when the time comes? Waner, how many times have I told you never underestimate your opponent?" Yang Wanfeng smiled helplessly and continued, "If you don't activate the blood-burning art, you probably won't even stand a chance against Tang Yao. If he can defeat Tang Yao, he is certainly capable of defeating you as well. Even if you activate the secret technique and manage to beat him, so what? This is the martial arts exam. You have to hunt down the beasts at the test site to earn points." As he spoke, he smiled and ruffled the girl's hair, then continued. "Besides, except for the final 6 hours of free combat, if you rashly attack him at any other time and he reports you to the proctor afterward, what are you going to do?" "Then I'll just not go to the martial arts university. My brother will support me for the rest of my life." Yang Wan snorted nonchalantly. In her eyes, the other person had stolen her older brother's guaranteed admission spot, instantly transforming from a dispensable bystander in the martial arts exam into a heinous villain of the century. Besides, hunting beasts in the core area of the exam site earned the highest points. If Yili wanted to compete for first place,
he would inevitably have to face off against her and her group. This showdown seemed inevitable no matter how you looked at it. Since that was the case, she naturally intended to end it in a way that would satisfy her. By teaching him a harsh lesson. Don't throw a tantrum. Yang Wanfeng sat down on the ground beside her. Didn't I already tell you? I'll definitely go face him when the time comes. Why are you getting so worked up? Yang Wan didn't even glance at him as she retorted angrily. Because you're way too easygoing, brother. Even if you say you'll go take him on, you'll definitely not go all out. You always stop just short of the mark. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's eyes flickered. In fact, he simply never struck hard in public, those he taken a dislike to had all faced his revenge behind the scenes afterward. Yang Wan was clearly unaware of this. Yang Wanfeng pondered for a moment, then smiled as if resigned. All right, since you hate him so much, I guess I have no choice. Tell me, how do you want to teach him a lesson? Big brother will agree to anything you say. Really? Hearing this, Yang Wan sat up excitedly from the floor, looked at Yang Wanfeng, and pressed him. Anything goes? Well, Yang Wanfeng deliberately let a hint of hesitation flicker across his refined face. Then, under Yang Wan's expectant gaze, he seemed to make up his mind, sighed somewhat helplessly, and said, When have I ever lied to you? Although I originally just wanted to spar with him a bit, seeing how much you hate him, giving him a little lesson wouldn't be out of the question. Just tell me what to do. Great. Yang Wan leapt up excitedly, threw her arms around Yang Wanfeng, and said happily, I knew you were the best big brother ever. After saying that, she paused for a moment, then chuckled sheepishly. Brother, actually, I've already figured out exactly how to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng perked up. Go on. The core area of the martial arts exam site transmits live footage to the outside, right? That's right. Yang Wanfeng nodded. To observe the performance of promising martial arts candidates, special equipment was used to capture footage from the air above the core area of the exam site, enabling real-time broadcasts. Due to the high cost, students wandering in the outer or even inner zones weren't eligible to be filmed. What do you have in mind? I want to strip him naked and hang him from the tallest tree for everyone to see. Yang Wan pumped her fist excitedly. Let him lose all face in front of teachers and students across the province. Let us see if he dares to steal from others again. Isn't that a bit too much? Hearing the girl's words, Yang Wanfeng's lips curled upward instinctively, but he quickly smoothed them out. Furrowing his brow slightly, he said. Besides, in previous years, the groups of monstrous beasts in the core zone of the martial arts exam posed a risk of serious injury even to second-tier martial artists. For his own safety, he might not even come to the core zone. The monstrous beast in the inner zone are also worth a high number of points. Brother, I'm not done yet, Yang Wan interjected with a smug look on her face. It's actually better for me if he doesn't enter the inner zone that way. I won't have to worry about residual imagery. When the final 2 hours of free sparring roll around, brother, you can take him down however you want. That doesn't seem quite right. Yang Wanfeng clearly hesitated, as if he were deeply averse to such a thing. However, his hand trembling slightly with excitement betrayed his true feelings. Oh, come on, what's so bad about it? Seeing that her older brother was still reluctant, Yang Wan took the young man's hand and said in a pleading tone. Brother, he has stolen your direct admission spot. The whole school is talking about it now, we can't just let this slide anymore. Perhaps it was because Yang Wanfeng was always going on about the direct admission spots at Fengyun University, or perhaps it was because teachers in every class like to use examples of geniuses to motivate their students. At the academy right now, hundreds of martial arts students knew of a student from Linhai City named Yili, who had likely secured a direct admission spot at Fengyun University. And Yang Wanfeng, who talked about direct admission spots all the time, naturally looked a bit like a clown. Sure enough. When the subject came up, a flash of anger flickered in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, only to vanish immediately. He took a deep breath and said slowly, You're right. This Yili has gone too far. If I don't show him a little of my true strength, he'll really start to think I'm a pushover. Come to think of it, when he fought Tang Yao, he completely disregarded her dignity.
His fighting style was extremely brutal, it was jaw-dropping.
If I teach him a lesson in this martial arts exam, it'll be like ridding the world of a menace. A radiant smile instantly lit up Yang Wan's little face. Brother, in my eyes, you've always been a paragon of virtue.
Have you forgotten? Everyone at school even called you a pure and flawless genius.
Of course I know that, Yang Wanfeng said, waving his hand modestly and adding with a hint of resignation.
Don't get too excited just yet.
Even if I agree to teach him a lesson, finding him in the first place will be a problem.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Yang Wan patted her slightly rounded chest, her waist-length hair swaying with the movement.
She laughed with a touch of smugness.
I knew all along that you'd agree to my request, so I already made arrangements with everyone this morning.
Besides the two of us, whoever runs into Yili will lead him straight to the core area. He won't stand a chance of escaping.
With that, under Yang Wanfeng's approving gaze, Yang Wan clasped her hands in front of her flat stomach, turned around, and added with a touch of anticipation.
It's a sure thing. Oh my, I can't wait to see the look on that guy's face when the time comes.
The provincial martial arts exam was an immense event, and the entire province was swept up in the frenzy. The tense atmosphere hung over every examinee's heart like an invisible net, subjecting them to unprecedented pressure.
Amid such tension, time seemed to fly by. Those mere 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
As the first rays of morning sunlight fell upon the outskirts of Shanzhou City, a long-awaited sense of excitement began to fill the air.
Outside Shanzhou City,
in front of a vast dungeon covering an immense area, a massive makeshift camp had been set up. Several figures exuding powerful auras appeared one after another in front of the camp. Their gazes turned in unison toward the city in the distance, their eyes glinting slightly. There, hundreds of buses were rolling in one after another in a massive convoy, followed by dozens of military vehicles providing escort. This place was about to become the turning point in the fate of over 10,000 martial artists. The stage for the Ying Province martial arts exam had been set. All that remained was for the protagonists to take the stage.
Chapter 51, Taunting Up Close. Dungeon.
As the venue for the annual martial arts exams in Ying Province, the dungeon is characterized by its vast space and relatively low-level beasts. It is normally sealed off, and before each exam, a 7th-rank martial arts grandmaster is specially invited to thoroughly inspect the dungeon to ensure no 4th-tier beasts are present. However, it seems the dungeon is governed by its own internal rules, as no 4th-tier beasts have ever appeared there over the years. Nevertheless, just to be on the safe side, the tradition of inviting a grandmaster to inspect the dungeon has never been skipped a single year.
With so many budding martial artists, a new generation of martial powerhouses is bound to emerge in the coming decades or centuries.
Temporary campsite in front of the dungeon. At dawn, a teeming crowd stood on the plain in front of the dungeon, their expressions varied. Kai Guocheng stood at the entrance to the camp above, gazing solemnly at the many young martial artists below, his mind racing.
The day had finally arrived. The young talents of Ying Province had gathered here today. The young twins from Shanzhou City, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family from Linhai City, the dark horse named Yili, the little Vajra from Jiangqing City, and Tang Yao from the Sword Pavilion in Qingshan City. Why are there so many injured people from Qingshan City?
As his gaze fell upon the group of martial artists from Qingshan City, a look of confusion flashed across Kai Guocheng's eyes. He saw that hundreds of them were wrapped in bandages or had metal braces. They looked absolutely pitiful. The remaining few hundred kept casting resentful glances toward the martial artists from Linhai City. Yet the moment a handsome teenager in a black robe turned his gaze their way, they immediately fell silent and behaved themselves.
How strange. I'll ask a teacher from Qingshan No. 1 High School about this later.
Kai Guocheng stopped pondering and stepped forward, addressing the crowd in a loud voice. I am Kai Guocheng, the chief organizer of this year's Ying Province martial arts exam. Just like the liberal arts students who spent 10 years poring over their books, today is the day for you martial arts students who endured years of arduous training to prove the fruits of your labor. I'm sure the leaders at your respective schools have already given plenty of pre-battle pep talks, so I won't dwell on that here. I'll just briefly explain the rules. He rattled off a long string of words, and the tens of thousands of martial arts examinees below listen intently. In the crowd, the handsome young man dressed in a clean black robe nodded frequently. The rules of the martial arts exam were quite simple. According to Kaigwa Chang, the dungeon behind him was divided into 3 zones: the outer zone, the inner zone, and the core zone. The outer zone was mostly populated by early stage level 1 monstrous beast equivalent to level 1, tiers 2 or 3, and hunting them yielded lower scores. The inner zone was mostly populated by mid to late stage level 1 monstrous beast, and even early stage level 2 monstrous beast, and hunting them yielded higher scores. As for the core area, it's mostly populated by tier 2 beasts, with even a few tier 3 beasts roaming about, offering the highest scores. Each trainee is equipped with an amulet-like item to use in emergencies. It can form a shield around the user to block damage and transmit their location in real time to external monitoring devices to facilitate rescue efforts. Of course, once someone uses it, it means they've ended their martial arts exam early. Yili wasn't particularly concerned about the strange beasts. But this so-called amulet did catch his attention. If it were too powerful, it might interfere with his efforts to accumulate evil points. Still, it was only a passing concern. After a moment's thought, Yili decided not to make a big deal out of it. The reason was simple. How well crafted could a low-level talisman be if it could produce tens of thousands of copies at once? Even if it managed to withstand a single spear strike from his roaming dragon riding the wind, that would already be considered a decent effort. Judging by what had just happened, while the students from the other martial arts high schools in Qingshan City certainly harbored resentment toward him, whether they had the courage to actually strike, that was hard to say. With that in mind, Yili's handsome brow furrowed slightly.
Damn it, your white moonlight got pinned to the ground and beaten by me, and you guys aren't even thinking about revenge? Don't give in to the enemy's intimidation. I'm not underestimating the bond between you at all. Don't tell me you're too scared to act. Looks like I'll have to beat up Tang Yao again to stir up their fighting spirit. With that in mind, Yili's gaze shifted slightly, sweeping over the young girl in a sword-robed tunic in the distance who was biting her lip tightly. The girl seemed to notice his gaze. Her previously resolute face suddenly turned a bit pale. The martial arts exam begins at 8:30 a.m. and lasts for 24 hours. From the camp above, Kaigwa Chang shouted in a deep voice, "I remind you once again, the martial arts exam is no child's play. One misstep, and dying in there would be no surprise at all. Furthermore, aside from the core area where combat is permitted at any time, fighting in all other areas is only allowed during the final 6 hours. During the rest of the time, trainees are prohibited from attacking one another. If anyone is caught, I will immediately disqualify them from the exam, issue a major disciplinary warning afterward, and reset their exam scores to 0. His tone was extremely stern, and coupled with the powerful aura surrounding him, it carried a formidable sense of intimidation. This rule was easy to understand. It was clearly intended to prevent situations where, after entering the dungeon, some participants might get into a brawl for whatever reason, thereby affecting the results of the martial arts exam. However, outright banning attacks on one another wasn't feasible either. After all, when everyone ventures into the dungeon in the future, they might also be attacked by fellow human martial artists. Young martial artists must not be led to believe that martial artists inside the dungeon never attack one another, otherwise, they could very well lose their lives because of it. Upon hearing this, Yili's expression remained calm. No sign of dissatisfaction surfaced. Just then, Zhu walked over, handed Yili a sharp, large spear entirely made of blue and gold, and said softly, "A high-tier third-stage artifact, the Sea Dragon Blood-Stained Spear. It enhances the power of water element skills and amplifies cold energy as well." "Thank you."
Yili took the spear and nodded politely. Aside from storage artifacts, each person could carry 3 artifacts, and with this spear, he was exactly at the limit.
"No problem. I'll make time to head to the core area. If you need help then, just let me know."
Yili stowed the spear in his ring and said calmly, "Well then, good luck."
With that, he turned and walked away.
There was still some time before 8:30, so he planned to wander around and draw some aggro. Watching the teenager's receding figure, Zhu bit her red lip lightly, her gaze gradually hardening. "Yili, I will definitely get into Fengyun University.
Wait for me in the crowd."
A handsome youth in a black robe weaved his way through the crowd with ease. At his waist, a gleaming golden badge stood out prominently. The characters engraved in bold, silver-hued characters on it drew envious glances from many martial arts students. Soon, he arrived at his destination.
The gathering place for martial arts students in Shenzhou City.
Since no one knew him anyway, Yili simply stood at the front of their line, waiting with a neutral expression. According to Old Manu, this behavior was tantamount to rubbing it in their faces.
At the same time,
within the Shenzhou City contingent, a flurry of whispers broke out the moment they spotted the black-robed youth with the gold badge on his belt. Yang Wanfeng, with his scholarly and refined appearance, had been chatting and joking with his teammates to lighten the mood. Upon hearing the murmurs around him, the smile on his face froze instantly, and he looked up toward the figure not far away.
As the gold medal he'd been dreaming of day and night came into view, Yang Wanfeng's eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 52, I'm admitted on a scholarship, thanks. There was no doubt about it. That was the golden waist badge reserved for only the most important students at Fengyun University. Yili. The smile faded from Yang Wanfeng's face.
His hands gradually clenched into fists as his eyes fixed intently on the lazy-looking teenager in the black robe. With that badge on his waist, the other's identity was as clear as day. The martial arts exam was about to begin. Instead of waiting for the teleportation at his own city's designated spot, he'd gone out of his way to show up right in front of him.
He was clearly here to show off. Knowing I harbor resentment toward him, he still dares to come here specifically to provoke me? At this thought, a flash of intense murderous intent flickered in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, vanishing in an instant.
There was no other reason. In his view, Yili's behavior was nothing short of courting death.
Brother, what's wrong? Yang Wan noticed his unusual demeanor and asked in confusion. Nothing.
Yang Wanfeng's expression softened again, and he chuckled softly. I saw someone I care about a lot and got a little distracted.
He knew full well.
They hadn't entered the dungeon yet. If he made a move now, he'd immediately lose his eligibility to take the exam.
He'd have to hold off for a while. Once they entered the dungeon, he'd use his special ability to track him down during the final 6 hours.
Then he'd really have something to cry about.
Yang Wanfeng exhaled deeply.
However, even though his murderous intent had vanished in an instant, the youth in the black robe in the distance seemed to have sensed it, glancing casually in their direction.
Hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan also began looking around. Someone you care about? Who is it? Their eyes met instantly.
Yili's gaze was calm, yet tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Yang Wan's pupils fluttered slightly, and her eyes immediately fell on the strikingly conspicuous golden waist badge. She furrowed her delicate brows, and a faint trace of anger flashed across her sweet face. Brother, I think I just saw that Yili.
I saw him too. His gaze lingering on Yili, Yang Wanfeng's lips curled slightly as he said in a calm voice. Looks like he has just to show off.
When the time comes, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Just as the two were speaking, the youth in the black robe had already turned around. With a calm expression, he strode purposefully toward them.
Brother.
Seeing this, Yang Wan's heartbeat quickened for some reason, and a hint of nervousness crept into her voice. He is coming over.
Yang Wanfeng's expression quickly turned cold. All they'd done was glance at him a couple of times, and yet he'd come looking for them. What was that supposed to mean?
He subtly stepped in front of Yang Wan, gazing at the black-robed youth with a haughty expression. Although they couldn't just start a fight outside the dungeon, if the other side struck first, that would be a different matter entirely. He would show him exactly what the Yang family's most outstanding martial arts prodigy was capable of. Yili quickly came to a stop in front of the two, each lost in their own thoughts. He raised his pair of jet-black eyes. Though he was about the same height as Yang Wanfeng, Yang Wanfeng felt an uncomfortable sense of being looked down upon.
It wasn't just Yang Wanfeng. All the students from Shenzhou City felt the same strange sensation. The youth asked calmly, "What are you laughing at?" "What?" Yang Wanfeng furrowed his brow slightly and retorted with a touch of amusement, "Are we not allowed to laugh? You're getting a bit too hot-headed, aren't you?"
Behind him stood the many students from Shenzhou City who had once looked up to him. To save face, his tone unconsciously took on a somewhat harsh edge. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wan, standing behind him, seemed to be empowered by some force as she snorted derisively. It's just a spot secured through backdoor connections. Surely certain people don't really think they're invincible, do they? I advise you to tone it down a bit. As she spoke, she poked her head out from behind Yang Wanfeng and stared straight at Yili, lifting her chin like a proud swan. Otherwise, watch out, you'll get beaten up. I see. Yili nodded slightly and looked around. He saw a group of academy students, all glaring at him with hostile eyes. Clearly, the man and woman in front of him were their leaders, otherwise, they wouldn't have displayed such a united front against him. No wonder his enhanced senses had picked up a wave of killing intent. It turned out he'd really pissed off the main culprits. With that in mind, Yili looked at Yang Wan and asked with a light chuckle. So it seems you've already figured out how to deal with me? It's not about dealing with me, Yang Wan said smugly, holding up a finger and wiggling it from side to side as she laughed triumphantly. It's about taking care of you. This lady has already figured out exactly how to deal with you, you shameless bastard. Wanner, don't talk nonsense, Yang Wanfeng scolded her, feigning anger. He then turned to Yili, smiled indifferently, and said, My little sister has a bit of a mischievous streak, don't take it to heart. She is just joking. He paused for a moment, then smiled gently and continued. However, if possible, I'd also like to test Yili's strength in the core zone during the final 6 hours. I just wonder if Brother Yili has the guts to do it? As soon as these words were spoken, a strange look flashed across the eyes of all the students from Shanzhou City as they watched the black-clad youth with the gold medal around his waist with schadenfreude. Yang Wan even covered her mouth and giggled softly. She could clearly see that her older brother was deliberately trying to provoke Yili into losing his temper. To leave Yili with no room to refuse, her brother had resorted to a little trick. Ahem ahem. With that thought, Yang Wan cleared her throat twice, just as she was about to join in with a few mocking remarks. But then, Kai Guocheng's deep, solemn voice rang out from above. We will now begin the dungeon teleportation. Please return to your respective city's team formations so you can be closer to your teammates. With dungeon teleportation, the farther apart the two parties are before teleportation, the farther apart they'll be afterward. If they're holding hands, there's a high probability they'll be teleported to the same location. This was one of the basic rules the teachers from each school had explained before the exam began. Brother. Yang Wan's heart fluttered slightly. Just as she was about to take Yang Wanfeng's hand, a mocking laugh rang in her ears. The last 6 hours? Wouldn't it be better if I let you experience it right now? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a wave of overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon Yang Wanfeng's heart. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black afterimage sliced through the air like a meteor, appearing ghost-like before him. His entire body was ablaze with surging white mist, making his handsome face look as if he were an immortal. Yili's expression was calm, yet a terrifying storm seemed to be brewing between his brows. Hiding murderous intent, his words and actions were insincere. He had reached the limit of his patience with this refined young man before him. His inner energy erupted, and with the force of tens of thousands of kilograms behind it, he struck out with a seemingly casual palm strike. Whoosh! In that instant, alarm bells rang loudly in Yang Wanfeng's mind. As the long palm drew near, a tremendous sense of threat made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Paying no heed to Yang Wan, who stood behind him in a daze, he rapidly channeled his true qi. A green glow surged through his arms as he mustered all his strength and, gritting his teeth, raised his arms to block the attack. The aura of a second-tier, 8th-level cultivator erupted from his body, causing even Kai Guocheng, who was watching from above, to glance in his direction. Are you crazy? We're not allowed to fight until the last 6 hours. Yang Wanfeng shouted, his voice a mix of shock and anger. You idiot, I'm getting a directed mission. Yili said indifferently, placing his slender palm on the opponent's arms, which were surging with light. Almost simultaneously, a massive teleportation array rose from the ground below, instantly enveloping the figures of over 10,000 martial arts examinees. Buzz! Amid the shocked and horrified stares of Yang Wan and the other students from Shanzhou City,
Yang Wanfeng felt the scene around him shift for a moment, followed immediately by a colossal force striking his arms.
The terrifying force shattered his arms outright, then slammed into his chest. His once proud, resilient physique now emitted a muffled, agonized groan.
Boom!
In the vast, dense forest, Yang Wanfeng coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood as his gaunt body was hurled backward amid a spray of blood. He smashed through more than 10 large trees in succession, rolled across the ground dozens of times, and finally came to a halt only after slamming heavily into the trunk of a giant tree.
Ha ha!
Yang Wanfeng felt his throat filled with thick blood. His vision was filled with stars, and he was dizzy and disoriented. Every part of his body was racked with excruciating pain. But compared to the physical pain, the shock he felt in his heart at that moment was even more intense.
He raised his head and strained to look at the tall, upright figure walking toward him.
A look of uncontrollable horror welled up in his eyes as he managed to utter with great difficulty,
"Danchi burst, you're at the 3rd tier."
His entire aura was as perfect as a precious elixir. By channeling his chi and blood, he could perform the physically taxing elixir chi burst, which drastically enhances physical capabilities, a technique exclusive to the 3rd tier true blood realm. For martial artists below the 3rd tier, this was practically a blow from a higher dimension.
No wonder he could sense my gaze. No wonder he secured a guaranteed admission spot at Fengyun University. That time he defeated Tang Yao, he was simply playing the fool to catch the tiger, deliberately letting others believe he needed secret techniques.
A storm of shock raged within Yang Wanfeng's heart, and immense terror welled up from his very core. If only he'd known the other party had advanced to the 3rd stage, he never would have agreed to Yang Wan's request. Even if the Yang family's secret technique could make his strength comparable to that of a 3rd tier martial artist, he could barely even stand upright now, let alone unleash the blood-burning art. Seriously injured Yang Wanfeng, the Yang family's most outstanding genius in nearly a decade.
Evil points plus 3,000. Detected intense fear in Yang Wanfeng toward you. Evil points plus 2,000.
Paying no heed to the other's horror, Yili crouched directly in front of the refined young man and asked calmly, "3rd-tier martial artists are just as hot-headed.
Why don't you try smiling again? Also, tell your father how you and your little sister plan to deal with me?" Chapter 53, Sorry to disappoint you. Hearing Yili's voice calm as water yet tinged with a hint of mockery,
Yang Wanfeng, lying on the ground, moved his lips and stammered, "She just wanted to spar with you."
Rip!
A long spear, entirely blue and gold, materialized in Yili's palm and then plunged violently into Yang Wanfeng's thigh. The sound of flesh being torn echoed clearly through the air.
A piercing scream erupted from Yang Wanfeng's mouth. He instinctively reached to pull the spear out, only to be struck hard across the face by a backhand from the youth. Thud!
A tremendous force swept across his face, leaving Yang Wanfeng's ears ringing and his mind reeling.
With his remaining consciousness, he instinctively looked ahead. All he could see were the black eyes of the boy in the black robe, gleaming with a mysterious light. Lies.
Yili's voice betrayed no emotion, yet carried an overwhelming sense of pressure.
"This is your last chance. How do you and your sister plan to deal with me? She. Think it through before you speak. I'm giving you sincere advice."
As he spoke, Yili flicked the gun's grip with his finger. The barrel wobbled slightly, and he said calmly, "I mean it."
Creak. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth so hard that the intense pain made him wince uncontrollably. He gasped for breath, his mind going blank. Why? Why did he know this was a lie?
Yili raised his gaze. 3.
Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's heart clenched violently.
Once he spoke, given the other man's current temper, Yang Wan's fate was almost inevitable.
It would be absolutely horrific. Should he really say it?
If he did, Wan'er would be finished. And as her older brother, Yang Wanfeng's pupils kept dilating and contracting, clearly engaged in a fierce internal struggle.
2.
Yili drew his spear in one swift motion, holding it suspended before Yang Wanfeng's face, a face that was refined and gentle, yet now covered in blood.
In Yang Wanfeng's eyes,
the young man exuded an overwhelming aura of power, making him dare not even guess what the other was thinking.
Overwhelming fear weighed heavily on Yang Wanfeng's heart.
Just as Yili's brow furrowed slightly, a roaring gale roared in his ears, and the threat of death suddenly descended upon his heart. He screamed in despair.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. In the dense forest hundreds of meters away.
A sweet-faced young girl stood in a clearing, staring somewhat dazed at the thick jungle surrounding her. She vaguely recalled that in the very last second before being teleported into the dungeon, the youth in the black robe, his aura wild and terrifying, had struck her older brother's arms with a single palm strike.
Yang Wan's breathing grew increasingly rapid.
She stood up from the ground, a flash of panic crossing her eyes. Although her older brother was immensely powerful, having mastered the young family's generations-old blood-burning art to perfection, still, that Yili, the confidence radiating from his eyes and brows, was terrifying, and his aura was even stronger than her own.
He had even defeated Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion. Damn it! Why hadn't she realized just how formidable he was before? Why was she suddenly feeling so anxious now?
Yang Wan bit her lip hard, forcing herself to calm down.
This was the outskirts of the dungeon. Strange beasts could appear at any moment.
Even though she was powerful enough to slay them effortlessly, she still had to remain vigilant. Her older brother's martial arts rank had already reached the second tier, 8th level. Even if Yili had the advantage of a secret technique that allowed him to fight above his rank, the gap between them was still enormous. Even if she managed to startle her older brother with a sneak attack, it certainly wouldn't make much of a splash. She had to believe in him. He was her genius older brother who had shown for over a decade, a young martial artist standing at the pinnacle of the academy.
He would definitely defeat that good-for-nothing Yili.
Yang Wan clenched her fists, and a light of hope reignited in her eyes.
When they teleported, the distance between her and the two of them was no more than 5 or 6 meters. She figured the distance now couldn't be much different.
She got her bearings and then set off toward the direction where she heard a faint rumbling earlier. Along the way, strange beasts kept appearing, mostly low-level creatures like giant tree rats and skeleton soldiers. Strangely, however, these beasts not only failed to attack Yan Wan but instead fled frantically into the distance, as if they had encountered some terrifying enemy.
To earn points, Yan Wan casually killed them and collected the single drop of hardest blood from within their bodies.
As she advanced, the numbers on the score counter on her wrist continued to accumulate. Soon, a faint scent of blood wafted in on the gentle breeze from ahead. Immediately after, she detected that familiar aura from her memories.
It's my brother. He must have won.
A flicker of joy filled Yan Wan's heart. She hurriedly quickened her pace, bursting out of the dense forest into the clearing ahead, and called out joyfully, "Brother!" The next second, her voice cut off abruptly, and her pupils suddenly contracted. All she could see was a straight-backed, black-robed youth standing not far away. And in front of him, Yang Wanfeng, his face smeared with blood, was staring at her in terror, his eyes still clouded with an unshakable sense of guilt.
Noticing Yang Wan's arrival, the black-robed youth casually lifted his gaze.
Then, as if noticing the lingering trace of hope in the girl's eyes, he curved the corners of his mouth slightly, his hair brushing gently against his face. Holding the blood-stained spear, he spoke with a slight rise in his voice.
"I'm really sorry to have let you down." Hearing this, Yan Wan's heart clenched sharply. Chapter 54, Kneel before me first. There was no doubt about it. The refined young man lying beneath the tree in such a pitiful state was none other than her own brother, who had once been so full of vigor and confidence at the academy. Yet now, he looked utterly dejected and deeply remorseful. The young man in black before her had icy eyes. His flat tone instantly shrouded the area in a chilling aura of murderous intent. Yang Wan covered her mouth, watching the scene in terror, unable to comprehend why her brother, that prodigy, had fallen to such a state. This situation, so that means Why?
The shocking sight made her legs feel as heavy as lead. She stood frozen in place, her mind momentarily blank. Her older brother was a genius at the 8th level of the second tier. When he unleashed his secret techniques, he was more than a match for third-tier martial artists.
Yet now, he had actually met this fate at the hands of Yili?
Noticing Yang Wan's expression, Yang Wanfeng, standing beneath the tree, felt a surge of shame and indignation well up inside him, and his face burned with embarrassment.
How majestic had he once been? And now he'd actually been defeated by such an opponent. And right in front of his younger sister, who admired him most of all. The overwhelming humiliation nearly drowned out young Wanfeng's reason. But fortunately, he still had a plan. As long as Wan can buy me 5 minutes, I'll be able to use my supernatural ability to heal some of my injuries. As long as I can unleash the blood-burning art, even if this kid is a third-tier martial artist, I can still fight him. With that in mind, young Wanfeng did his best to calm his mind. He deliberately put on a pained expression, looked up at young Wan with tears in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Wan, run. Don't worry about me. This man, he." Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, the black-robed youth slapped him across the face with the back of his hand. The force was ferocious, enough to rival a car traveling at full speed. The surging wind pressure slammed straight into his face, yet a hint of a smile curled at the corner of Yi Li's mouth. He clenched his fingers tightly, stomped hard on the ground, and unleashed a second burst of Dan Qi throughout his body as he struck out with a punch like a drumbeat. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, and the energy belonging to Yang Wan was as thin as paper. It was torn apart with ease. His fist slammed heavily into Yang Wan's arm. The distinct sound of breaking bones rang out suddenly. Crack! That graceful figure was sent flying by the immense force, snapping one massive tree after another as it crashed through them. Boom! Yang Wan crashed down in a heap amidst the chaos. When the dust settled, her surroundings were littered with splinters of shattered wood, and her slender arm was now bent at a horrifying angle. Intense pain shot straight from her arm to the top of her head. Yang Wan's sweet face uncontrollably, and piercing screams poured from her mouth, echoing throughout the area. It hurts. It hurts. Instinctively clutching her arm, Yang Wan writhed and rolled on the ground. The tough bones of her entire arm had been brutally shattered by that immense force. Even an experienced martial artist would momentarily lose their composure due to such excruciating pain. There was not a trace of her former arrogance. All that remained of Yang Wan at that moment was a pitiful, disheveled figure. Wan. Under the tree, young Wanfeng struggled to get to his feet, only to find a long spear entirely blue and gold hovering right before his throat. Feeling the sharpness pulsing from the spearhead, a look of terror instantly flashed across his refined face. Even though he secretly used his supernatural abilities to heal his wounds, he hadn't regained much of his combat strength yet. Though he felt terrible for letting Wan down, he had no choice but to let her hold out a little longer. Young Wanfeng clenched his teeth tightly. A faint green glow shone within his meridians, continuously healing the injuries to his body. Enough, stop screaming. Yi Li, spear in hand, his black hair gently sweeping aside as his robes fluttered in the wind, raised his gaze to young Wan and said casually, "To keep you from losing consciousness, I've been aiming well above your head, yet you're still screaming so pitifully. Have you never been injured before?" Yang Wan looked pitiful, but in reality, her injury was merely a severe fracture of her right arm, far from incapacitating for a second-tier martial artist. As his strength had grown, fewer and fewer people at Ying Province Martial Arts High School dared to provoke him. Rare resources like these two opponents had to be used to their fullest potential. For example, how many evil deeds points could he earn by crippling Yang Wanfeng and stripping Yang Wan naked before hanging her on a mountainside? That was certain. Then, gritting her teeth, she stood up from the chaos. Her smooth forehead was covered in cold sweat, and as she looked at Yi Li, fear involuntarily welled up in her eyes. Her voice trembling, she asked, "Can we stop now?" "What do you think?" Yi Li asked calmly. How amusing she actually still wanted to call a halt. Then, Yang Wan bit her lip tightly, a hint of tears in her voice. "What do you want?" "Well." Yi Li pressed his finger to his chin, adopting a pensive expression. A moment later, a look of "I've got a great idea" flashed across his face, and he chuckled softly. "Well then, just kowtow to me first. Consider it an apology. After all, I'm not exactly a villain." As he spoke, he cast a seemingly casual glance at young Wanfeng, who lay with his eyes tightly shut and a deathly pale face. The implication was clear. Yang Wanfeng's face turned ashen, and he said hoarsely, "I understand.
Although the other man was smiling now, no one knew what he was really thinking. Moreover, thanks to his rank talent, protection of the Azure Forest, 30% of the injuries within his body had already healed. In another 10 minutes or so, he'd recover enough to cast his secret technique, and that would be the other man's doomsday. So close, just so close. What was a little humiliation like this now? Just as Yang Wanfeng was about to struggle to his feet, Yili reached out and pressed him back down. As Yang Wanfeng stared at him in bewilderment, the youth in the black robe said indifferently, "I didn't tell you to kowtow, what's the rush?" He turned his head to look at Yang Wan, who stood nearby with a bitter expression, and continued, "You come here and kowtow to me." What? Yang Wan's mouth fell open slightly as she stared at him in disbelief. "You want me to kowtow to you and apologize?" As the prodigy of the Yang family, she had never even apologized to anyone, let alone kowtowed to an opponent to admit her mistake. "You." Yang Wan instinctively wanted to lash out, but the excruciating pain radiating from her arm served as a timely reminder, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. The fact that he had managed to defeat both her brother and her in such quick succession meant his strength was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. He had reached a level where direct confrontation was out of the question. It must be that he had cast a secret technique the very moment the fight began. By drastically boosting her power, she seized the opportunity to severely wound both her brother and herself, who had been so eager to save him. "So, if we can just stall for a little longer, we'll still have a chance." Just then, Yang Wan suddenly saw Yang Wanfeng, who was sitting under the tree, lift his head and cast a complex glance her way. Wan agreed to his terms. But a look of inner conflict flashed across Yang Wan's face. She understood the logic, but to bow her head to someone of her own accord was simply too much to ask. Even Yang Wanfeng had never accepted her apology. Yang Wanfeng gave a bitter smile and said in the gentlest tone he could muster, "Do as I say. Trust me." In fact, over the years, he had long regarded Yang Wan as his personal possession. Asking her to do this now caused him immense inner anguish. But there was no other choice. If he didn't bow his head here for the moment, his martial arts exam would be over. Although Yili's results would also be disqualified afterward, but he didn't care at all. "Listen." Yili shifted slightly to the side, looking at Yang Wan, who stood frozen in place, and said mockingly, "Your brother has already advised you to bow your head and apologize. Are you going to listen, or not?" Yang Wan's face instantly turned as pale as paper, as if all the blood had drained from her. "You've used your words to sow discord between the once close Yang siblings. Malice points plus 2,000. Just as expected. This system of mine just loves to watch the drama unfold." Yili chuckled inwardly. Chapter 54, Time to Settle the Score. Listening to Yili's words, Yang Wan pressed her lips tightly together, a hint of mist welling up in her lively eyes. Her brother, who had always been so attentive to her every need, was now actually asking her to abandon her dignity and kowtow to her opponent. Of course, she knew he was just trying to buy time. But for some reason, a bitter, humiliating feeling welled up inside her, and as she recalled all the thoughts she had before the martial arts exam, that feeling grew even stronger. Not only had she failed to defeat her opponent, but now she was expected to kowtow and apologize to him. It was utterly absurd. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her face practically screaming resentment, and steeled herself to ask, "Is it okay if I don't kneel?" Surprisingly, Yili nodded calmly, "Of course." "Really?" "I never lie," Yili said with a faint smile. Then, with a backhand strike, he struck Yang Wanfeng, who was fully focused on healing his injuries. A dull thud echoed instantly. "Brother!" Yang Wan cried out in shock. Yang Wanfeng's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He struggled to prop himself up, and the look in his eyes as he turned toward Yang Wan was instinctively filled with venom. "What are you doing?" Unnoticing her brother's glare, Yang Wan whipped her head around, her eyes fixed intently on Yili, and shouted in grief and anger, "Just because I refuse to kowtow and apologize to you, you have to lay a hand on my brother? We've never done anything to you, have we?"
Is it really necessary for you to target us like this during the martial arts exam?
You may have been granted special admission, but my brother and I still have to take the martial arts exam like everyone else.
Are you trying to ruin us?
Yang Wan's breathing was ragged, and the corners of her eyes were reddened, as if she suffered a tremendous injustice. Hearing this, Yili said nothing, but simply walked quietly toward Yang Wanfeng, who lay on the ground. The killing intent radiating from his body surged in the breeze. Seeing this, a look of sheer terror instantly welled up in Yang Wanfeng's eyes. This genius, once hailed in Shanzhou City as a thousand-handed Azura, now looked like a lamb led to the slaughter weak and helpless, constantly backing away.
Wait!
Yang Wan finally cried out, her voice choked with tears, "I'll kneel.
I'll kowtow to you."
Thud! As soon as the words left her mouth, her fair knees gave way, and along with her former pride and arrogance, she slammed heavily onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. Yili shifted slightly to the side, watching her silently continue. Yang Wan bit her lip hard, her palms braced against the ground as her head slowly lowered, gradually approaching the dust-covered floor. Under Yang Wanfeng's eyes, which were bulging with fury, Yang Wan's head finally touched the ground. All traces of arrogance had vanished from her sweet face, and she cried out, almost sobbing.
"I'm sorry. I was wrong."
Hearing this, Yang Wanfeng slowly closed his eyes. Watching the little princess he had cherished since childhood fearing even the slightest displeasure on her part being trampled on by someone else nearly broke his heart.
"That'll do. Get up."
Yili tapped his chin lightly, looking down at Yang Wan from above. Hearing this, Yang Wan quickly scrambled to her feet, vigorously wiping away her tears.
Yang Wanfeng's body relaxed slightly. But before he could even feel relieved, Yili stretched and said, seemingly offhandedly, "The sparring is over. Next, let us settle the score with the next one." "Settle the score with the next one?" Yang Wanfeng's expression shifted slightly, and a sense of foreboding welled up inside him. He couldn't help but ask, "What else is there to settle?" Yili ignored him, simply gazing quietly at Yang Wan with a half-smile and asked, "You want to strip me naked and hang me from the highest peak in the core zone, don't you?" The moment those words left his mouth, Yang Wan's expression changed drastically. "How did you find out?" she blurted out. "You'll have to ask your older brother about that," Yili said, spreading his hands. Yang Wanfeng, who had been relatively composed until then, turned ashen-faced the instant he heard this. The other party had actually brought it up outright. The image he had cultivated in Yang Wan's heart over all these years was on the verge of complete collapse. With that thought, Yang Wanfeng was just about to speak. Boom! Before either of them could react, Yili swung his spear with tremendous force, slamming it into Yang Wanfeng's body. A surging wave of cold energy instantly flooded Yang Wanfeng's body, freezing all his meridians solid, while the terrifying force from the spear struck him so hard that he was knocked unconscious. At the same time, the amulet at his waist was successfully activated, and a pale white shield rose up, transmitting his location outward. This meant that for Yang Wanfeng, this model martial artist of Shanzhou City, the martial arts exam was officially over. "I'm a man of principle. I believe in returning a person's own methods to them, but with double the force." Sheathing his spear, Yili looked at the stunned Yang Wan and said in an icy tone, "I'll get straight to the point. Next, I'm going to beat you unconscious and hang you on a peak in the core zone. But I'm a kind-hearted person. I might leave you a set of clothes, or I might not. But no matter what, from now on, you'll be together with your hypocritical, incompetent brother. May you enjoy 100 years of bliss." Chapter 55, The Wind Blows Hard on the Mountaintop. As the young man's icy voice echoed through the air, Yang Wan, overwhelmed by the sudden flood of information, turned deathly pale and began breathing heavily. "All this, did my brother tell you all this?" She instinctively took a step back as she asked in a trembling voice. "Did he tell you everything?" "He did. He confessed everything willingly." Yili shifted his feet slightly. Hearing this, Yang Wan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She could never have imagined in her wildest dreams that her brother, who had always been so devoted to her, would turn out to be such a coward at a critical moment.
Not only had he revealed everything she had ever said, but he had even taken the initiative to ask his own sister to kneel and kowtow. He had, without hesitation, cast aside all his former pride and dignity. Should she praise him for being flexible and adaptable, a good older brother who knew how to bide his time? Her gaze swept over the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, and a faint, melancholy curve appeared at the corner of Yang Wan's lips. You have used your words to create a massive rift between the once close Yang siblings. Evil deed points plus 2,000. Not far from her, Yili was still walking toward her at a leisurely pace. Watching the black-clad youth draw nearer, Yang Wan felt an urge to resist, but the memory of their earlier clash flashed through her mind. This made her raise her hand to cover her severed left arm, and she couldn't help but shudder. Beads of sweat beaded on her smooth forehead, and the palm of her hand pressed against her back turned white from the force. The best course of action now would be to immediately use the amulet to contact the teachers outside the exam hall. That way, her chances of being saved would be very high. She wouldn't even have to endure the humiliation her opponent had spoken of. But the psychological resistance was unbearable. This young lady of the Yang family, who had been arrogant for over a decade, simply could not accept the outcome of failing the martial arts exam. Her fate. It was supposed to be charging into the core zone amid cheers and laughter, slaying the beasts with great panache before the leaders of Ying Province and the instructors of the Martial Arts University, taking first place, and entering the long-dreamed of Fengyun University. It absolutely shouldn't be like this. To be crushed in such a merciless manner by a boy she had never even given a second thought to. Yang Wan's heart trembled violently. An extraordinary sense of oppression washed over her. The boy's expression was impassive, his stride steady, closing in with an aura more oppressive than her brother's in her memories, and with a presence more terrifying than any of the monstrous beasts she imagined. That was the figure of the black-robed youth before her. She had never given him a second thought before, yet now he seemed like Yama, the Lord of Death, closing in step by step. No, she couldn't just sit here and wait to die. It didn't matter if she was seriously injured. She had to escape from him and secure the scores needed to get into Fengyun University. Boom! Having made up her mind, Yang Wan clenched her trembling teeth, forced her quivering body to steady, straightened her back, and used her true chi as fuel to set her blood ablaze. The Yang family's secret art, blood-burning art. Under immense pressure, she finally unleashed this hidden secret technique. In the blink of an eye, her aura surged dramatically, even her lively eyes glowed with a blood-red radiance, and a faint air of lethal intent began to emanate from her entire body. You're using a secret technique, huh? The young man chuckled. It was unclear whether it was mockery or surprise. You're really going all out for your future. Yang Wan remained silent, effectively acknowledging his words. Come to think of it, I've never let an opponent off the hook before. Looking at the girl, a smile flitted across Yili's handsome face. He stopped in his tracks and chuckled softly. But since you've worked so hard, I'll make an exception today and give you a chance. I've just advanced to the 3rd tier. My cultivation base is still unstable, and my refinement technique is only at the B rank level. I can only cast Dan Chi Burst a maximum of 7 times. So, if you can block all 5 of my upcoming Dan Chi Burst attacks, I'll leave. At those words, Yang Wan, who had been on the verge of despair, suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Are you serious? This time, her voice didn't tremble. Of course. I never lie, Yili said calmly, nodding. All right. Yang Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety and fear in her heart, and looked at the youth in the black robe. Every muscle in her body gradually tensed, and the chill running down her spine finally subsided. The next second, her figure shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, racing deep into the dungeon. Yang Wan's reasoning was simple. She didn't know if the youth's promise was true or false, but as the one who had activated the secret technique, fleeing first was definitely the right choice. Although the chances of successfully escaping from a 3rd-tier martial artist were slim, as long as she reached the vicinity of the core area, the 3rd-tier beasts there, even if they couldn't stop him, would at least keep him too busy to pay attention to her. Come on, I can do this. After all, she was the prodigy of the Yang family of Shen Province. Ha! Yang Wan ran with all her might, her speed increasing by the moment. She darted through the thicket like a bolt of lightning, the surrounding scenery rushing past her as she ran. After a good dozen breaths, she had already put several thousand meters between herself and her original location. As she ran, she didn't forget to keep an eye on what was happening behind her out of the corner of her eye, checking to see if any danger was catching up or if there were any unusual sounds. However, there was no one behind her. At most, the occasional silhouette of a strange beast would flash by. Did I shake them off? Yang Wan couldn't help but wonder. Although she didn't think she'd be able to shake them off so easily, if she'd actually succeeded, that would be wonderful. The moment that thought crossed her mind, the sound of howling wind suddenly rang out behind her. Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted from behind her and surged toward her. Here it comes! Yang Wan clenched her teeth, spun around instantly, and as her feet skimmed the ground, she assumed a peculiar fighting stance. A sense of harmony and calm suddenly emanated from her body, and a faint black and white glow emerged from her palms so mystical it seemed capable of deflecting the force. In that instant, her gaze locked with the attackeress. The youth's jet black eyes were now razor sharp, and his aura was as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure in the black robe spread his arms wide. 1. Yili's voice was cold and detached. The next second, his fist charged with explosive chi slammed heavily into Yang Wan's mystical stance. Boom! A terrifying force erupted instantly, violently shattering the black and white light. Yang Wan's previously composed expression changed drastically as her graceful form was suddenly sent flying. Rumble! She crashed through and snapped several massive trees in succession before crashing to the ground, rolling repeatedly. Amidst the shower of wood chips, a metallic, sweet taste rose in Yang Wan's throat, but she forced herself to quickly get back on her feet, looking up with a grave expression. A few of her ribs were broken, but at least she held her ground. As for the rest, I can do this. If things keep going like this. Just as she thought that, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept toward her, slamming straight into her face. Yang Wan's pupils contracted. All she could see was a figure in a black robe that had already appeared right in front of her. The stranger's calm voice carried a hint of mockery. 2. As the words rang out, he loomed over her and unleashed a terrifying punch. Boom! Yang Wan's arms had already gone numb from the previous blow. She couldn't lift them even an inch. With a look of utter despair, her entire body was slammed into the ground. Crack! Amid the cracked earth, Yang Wan gasped for breath as the sweet, metallic taste of blood surged from her throat, quickly staining her lovely face crimson. Her slender body trembled uncontrollably. Though her heart still beat, her spirit was nearly spent. Her once lively eyes now seemed to have lost their sparkle, hollow as those of a walking corpse. Every part of her body was racked with excruciating pain. But the direct cause of her mental collapse was that the confidence and dignity she had just regained were shattered in the very next second by the teenager's two brutal punches. Why? In a daze, Yang Wan's voice carried an indelible sense of grievance and bitter anger. Why are you treating us like this? What do you mean, why? Yili walked up to her, bent down, and said calmly. First of all, it was your brother who asked for the fight, and it was you who said to take me down first. You've already plotted all your dirty deeds, and now you're standing here pretending to be wronged. Aren't you being a little too shameless? Yang Wan. Yili reached out and yanked her out of the pit, tugging on her long black hair to bring her sweet, blood-stained face up to meet his gaze. He said calmly, when you were plotting to ruin my reputation, you should have known this day would come. The result is obvious. It's not me whose reputation is in tatters, but you and your dear older brother. I'm really looking forward to seeing if you can still maintain your usual arrogance after today. Also. As he spoke, Yili tugged on her black hair, slowly lifting her off the ground, his tone mocking. The wind on the mountain peak will be strong later. You'd better grit your teeth and bear it. Don't please. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. Just as Yang Wan tremblingly pleaded for mercy, the young man slapped her across the face, and her consciousness instantly plunged into darkness. You have used your strength to completely shatter the Yang family's eldest daughter's confidence. At this moment, she has lost all will to resist you.
Evil points plus 8,000.
Unlocked achievement, shatter your passionate dreams with 2 punches. Effect, when the intensity of the opponent's home field cheering far exceeds yours, your punching speed increases by 20%. Chapter 56, The Unexpected Young Siblings. Outside the dungeon, at a makeshift camp. Hundreds of figures sat here, most of them teachers from the major martial arts high schools in Ing province.
On the large screen in front of them, footage from the dungeon's core area was projected.
Kai Guocheng sat in one of the central seats, smiling as he watched the screen. The caliber of this year's candidates is clearly much higher than last year's. Tang Yao from Qingshan Jiangu, Zhu from the Zhang clan of the far north, and Little Vadra from Jinguang Temple in Zhenjiang. As representatives of the new generation from major factions, all of them had performed exceptionally well in this martial arts exam, breaking into the core area before noon. Hearing this, the teachers from various martial arts high schools also smiled and nodded in agreement.
Among them, the teachers from Shanzhou City wore the most somber expressions, looking quite uneasy.
Not only were there no signs of the young siblings in the core area, but on the real-time leaderboard displayed nearby, neither of them had even made it into the top 100.
Concerned, the teachers conducted a thorough search and discovered that Yang Wan's data had fluctuated slightly, while Yang Wanfeng's remained as still as a stagnant pool. This meant he hadn't yet slain a single monstrous beast.
Although they knew that, given the young siblings' strength, taking first place shouldn't be difficult, this bizarre situation still left them feeling somewhat uneasy.
Lin.
Kai Guocheng turned his head toward a striking figure beside him and chuckled softly. In your opinion, who among this year's martial arts students is most likely to win the championship?
As a representative sent by Fengyun University, her strength was undoubtedly unquestionable.
She had been scanning the leaderboard in the screen for someone's name just now, so she must have a favorite in mind. It's not even halfway through yet, I can't say for sure.
Lin Yinyan smiled faintly, her gaze returning to the light screen ahead, though she felt a twinge of confusion. Her teacher had selected this year's directed mission students in Linhai City. A couple of days ago, she also received news that a Tier 3 peak fugitive had been killed in Linhai City by a core student from Fengyun University, and now the pieces were falling into place. Driven by curiosity and awe toward her new junior, she had volunteered to come watch the competition. Otherwise, she would long since taken on a stack of bounty hunting missions to earn some cash. But she'd been watching for quite a while now and hadn't even caught a glimpse of a single person. Could it be that since they'd been granted directed mission, they were taking the exam with a laid-back attitude? Why did Fengyun University send people this year? From the seats behind them, an academy teacher, trying to ease his unease, turned to his companion and asked, "Didn't they usually send no one in previous years?" "I'm not sure. Maybe it's because of that student who got a directed mission," his companion replied uncertainly. "But didn't they have directed mission students in previous years too?" Teacher Shan Zhou waved his hand in exasperation. "Forget it. It's no use asking you." With that, he stood up and walked out of the camp, gazing toward the entrance of the dungeon in the distance. "It's really strange, why isn't there any sign of activity? Could they be saving their best move?" Teacher Shan Zhou muttered to himself. Although there were no 4th-tier beasts in the dungeon, there were still quite a few late 3rd-tier beasts. Unlike the 1st and 2nd-tier beasts driven by instinct. Once a beast crosses into the 3rd tier, it gradually undergoes a metamorphosis, developing toward sentience. At even higher tiers, beasts can even take human form outwardly, they are indistinguishable from humans. Unless one actually engages them in combat, even martial arts masters of the same tier would find it difficult to discern their true nature. This is one of the reasons why various nations maintain strict control over major high-level dungeons. Although late-stage 3rd-tier beasts are not as terrifying as those of higher tiers, their nascent sentience allows them to lie in wait and set simple traps to hunt down martial artists who venture into their territory. Consequently, the points earned for slaying them are significantly higher. The young siblings might very well be hiding in some corner, planning to slay several 3rd-tier beasts at once and make a spectacular debut. At this thought, the academy instructor couldn't help but smile. This young Wanfeng, he is always so eager to show off. There's just no dealing with those two siblings. The Shanzhou instructor felt reassured and turned to walk back toward the camp,
intending to check on the situation again. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. He saw several Hansha warriors tasked with rescuing students rushing over. On the stretcher they were carrying lay a young man with a scholarly appearance, his face contorted in pain as he moaned incessantly. The young man was covered in wounds and radiated an astonishing chill that had turned his face ashen. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was smeared with blood. He was clearly critically injured and had lost consciousness. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! There's a student here who needs emergency treatment." Several Hansha warriors shouted urgently, rushing into the medical area in a flurry of activity as numerous teachers looked on in astonishment.
"Is that Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou City?"
"Well, that can't be, but he sure looks like him. I remember he's a genius at the second tier, 8th level. That's 2 levels higher than me. What kind of monster could beat someone like him into such a state? Could it be that a 4th tier monster has appeared in the dungeon? I'm not sure, but the academy is probably done for this time."
"No way, have you forgotten about Yang Wan?"
For a moment, the teachers who had also come out for some fresh air buzzed with discussion, their words brimming with astonishment at the turn of events. Seeing this, the academy teacher stood there, completely dumbfounded.
Yang Wanfeng had been eliminated? How could that be possible?
He clutched his head with both hands, staring blankly at the spot where the group of Hansha warriors had vanished, remaining motionless for a long time. He simply couldn't believe it. Just then, a sudden gasp rang out from the camp not far away.
It was as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Chapter 57, Is that Yang Wan?
Inside the dungeon, on a vast plain.
Once you emerge from the vast forest formed by the outer and inner rings, you arrive here.
The view on the plain is quite open at a glance. You can see a towering mountain standing in the distant core area. This area is dominated by over a dozen third-tier beasts, each staking out its own territory. Normally, they do not interfere with one another. But today, several figures radiating powerful auras burst out of the dense forest, some covered in blood, some breathing heavily, and some with notches even chipped into their sword blades. Yet without exception, they were all full of vigor and carried themselves with pride. These were none other than the martial arts prodigies from various cities. Zhu and Tang Yao were also among them at that moment.
"Where's Yi Liren?"
Tang Yao looked at Zhu, who was emerging alone from the dense forest, and asked, seemingly offhandedly,
"Wasn't he with you?"
Linhai City and Qingshan City aren't far apart, and as 2 of the leading figures at martial arts high school, they were old acquaintances.
"Is that any of your business?"
Zhu raised his eyes to glance at her and replied in a cool, detached tone.
"He got a directed mission.
It doesn't matter whether he comes here or not."
"I know that."
"Then why are you asking?"
Zhu said indifferently.
"If you want revenge, you could find him before coming in here. Given his personality, he definitely wouldn't have turned you down." Tang Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. She had assumed he was a close friend of Yi Li's and had intended to ask him about Yi Li's score so she could compare it to her own. That monster-like teenager was skilled in combat, but when it came to slaying strange beasts, he might not necessarily be her match. Since she couldn't get the answer from Zhu, she'd just have to wait until she got out to check the leaderboard. Tang Yao gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist, her eyes flashing. She admitted she wasn't a match for Yi Li right now, but the road ahead was still long. Surely one day, she would be able to overtake him. "Hello there, you two." Just then, a burly, shaven-headed monk walked over and grinned broadly at them.
"This monk is from Zhenjiang No. 1 High School. My Dharma name is Wu. May I ask how the 2 of you are addressed?"
Upon hearing this, everyone except Zhu and Tang Yao was visibly taken aback.
Jingwan Temple in Zhenjiang City was renowned throughout Ying Province, and over the years, it had produced countless famous martial monks.
After enrolling at Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, Monk Wu had become famous on campus within just 2 years thanks to his formidable martial arts skills, earning him the nickname Little Vajra in Zhenjiang. And the Buddhist master known as Great Vajra was none other than his own master.
Zhu said coldly. "Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao."
Tang Yao rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, looking down at him with a half-smile.
Instead of going out to slay beasts for points, you've come here to chat. What's the matter?
Not at all, not at all, Monk Wu laughed hurriedly.
I just wanted to ask if, on your way here, you happened to see Yang Wanfeng from the academy, or his younger sister, Yang Wan?
No.
Is there something you need from them?
Hee, to be honest, this monk is on fairly good terms with both of them, so I'm a bit worried. Monk Wu pressed his palms together and looked toward the dense forest behind him.
Then, with a look of puzzlement, he said,
Given their strength, they should have arrived before us.
Why haven't we seen them yet?
Yang Wanfeng's martial arts rank had already reached the second tier, 8th level. He was, without a doubt, the top-ranked practitioner in this year's martial arts examination in Ying Province. Coupled with his blood-burning art, which had reached the pinnacle of mastery, he could even hold his own against a third-tier martial artist. It was truly strange that he hadn't shown up yet.
Could it be that they've already fought their way in?
Monk Wu tilted his head to look at the distant mountains, inwardly puzzled.
I don't know.
Tang Yao waved her hand dismissively and walked toward the core area, clearly unconcerned about the young siblings he mentioned. Although she and the martial arts prodigies from Ying Province present had all heard of the siblings' names to some extent.
The difference was that most of them regarded Yang Wanfeng as a true genius.
In Tang Yao's eyes, however, the only true geniuses in Ying Province were Yili and herself.
Xu looked toward the dense forest and muttered to herself uncertainly, could it be that they ran into each other?
Yili hadn't shown up, nor had that Yang Wanfeng. It was a bit of a coincidence.
Considering the former's straightforward personality, the two might indeed have run into each other. Layman Jiang, do you have any clues? Noticing the girl's expression, Monk Wu asked tentatively.
Xu withdrew her gaze, suppressed her inner anxiety, and replied in a cool tone.
No.
With that, she too moved lightly forward, heading toward the central area ahead. There's no need to worry. Even if Healy isn't a match for Yang Wanfeng due to the huge disparity in their levels, he should still be able to make a clean getaway if he tries.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that Yang Wanfeng have a younger sister who's at the second tier, 6th level? Oh no.
Xu spun around abruptly, panic flashing in her eyes, just as she was about to head back into the dense forest. Not far away, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd.
Holy shit! Is that Yang Wan? No doubt about it. Oh my god. How did she get beaten up like this? Where's her brother, Yang Wanfeng? Good grief. If Yang Wanfeng sees this, he is going to tear this kid to pieces, isn't he?
Even Monk Wu, who had just been questioning the two of them, now stood frozen in place. His gaze, along with everyone else's, was fixed intently on a single direction. Looking into the distance, they could see, deep within the vast forest, a handsome young man dressed in a black robe walking slowly toward them. His expression was impassive, and his demeanor was as composed and unhurried as if he were the ruler of the world. But what made everyone hold their breath was what he was carrying in his hand. A tall, half-dead figure was casually suspended in his palm. Though the figure's eyes were rolled back, her hair was disheveled, and her posture was utterly bedraggled, her sweet face still stood out strikingly.
It was none other than Yang Wan, the daughter of the young family of Shanzhou.
Most of those present came from distinguished and influential families and had seen their fair share of the world, but this was the first time any of them had witnessed a scene like this. Never mind the martial arts exam, no matter where in Ying Province this situation occurred, it would be nothing short of explosive.
This guy, he is seriously something else.
Their voices were strained as they exchanged glances, each clearly seeing the shock in the other's eyes.
In the martial arts high schools of Ying Province, was there really anyone who dared to offend Yang Wanfeng, the young master of the Yang family, like this? They must be out of their minds.
They knew better than anyone what it meant to be hunted down by a second-tier, 8th-level martial artist during the martial arts exam.
Chapter 58, May I ask your name?
Outside the dungeon, at the makeshift camp. Watching the scene on the screen, the teachers present were equally stunned.
Is that Yang Wan from the Yang family? Who on earth is this kid who managed to beat Yang Wan up like that?
It's Yili from Linhai No. 1 High School. A flurry of murmurs erupted. The teachers clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Except for the core zone, where free combat is permitted, participants may not attack one another in other areas unless it is within the final 6 hours. This was one of the basic rules of the martial arts exam. Over the years, virtually no students had ever violated it. Even when they did, it was mostly due to friction arising from the ownership of beasts. But such incidents were usually limited to ordinary martial arts students. A situation like today's was truly the first of its kind in their memory. Kai Guocheng stared at the light screen, his expression unusually grave. This Yili isn't he being a bit too bold? Whoosh! Just then, the academy teacher who had gone out earlier pushed the curtain aside and entered. Upon seeing the scene on the light screen, he nearly fainted. Yang Wanfeng had just been severely injured, and he'd been pinning his hopes on Yang Wan. But who would have thought she'd end up in such a pitiful state as well? What on earth is going on here? He shouted angrily at Kai Guocheng, "This man has violated the rules of the martial arts exam. I demand that the authorities immediately revoke his eligibility to take the exam." Well. A hint of hesitation flashed in Kai Guocheng's eyes. If this had been an ordinary student, he would have made the decision on the spot without a second thought. But who was Yili? A core student at Fengyun University. In other words, he was highly likely to become a powerful martial artist capable of defending an entire city in the future. If possible, Kai Guocheng still hoped to make a good impression on him. However, this behavior was already despicable. Even if he were to grow stronger in the future, it was far from certain that he would become an asset to Hanxia. Kai Guocheng's thoughts raced, and he quickly made up his mind. Just as he was about to send someone to revoke Yili's exam eligibility, the intelligent young woman from Fengyun University spoke up. "Wait a moment. I think it's too early to make a judgment right now." "What do you mean?" Kai Guocheng immediately turned to look at her. "It's simple," Lian smiled and said frankly. "I don't believe a young martial artist who dares to hunt down fugitives would attack a fellow martial artist for no reason." With that, a document materialized in her palm, and she pushed it toward Kai Guocheng. "This is a report issued recently by the Qingyi Bureau. Yili single-handedly pursued a fugitive at the peak of the 3rd tier. And ultimately succeeded in eliminating him." Lian Yun's tone carried a clear sense of admiration. As soon as she finished speaking, all the teachers present including Kai Guocheng stared in disbelief. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd tier is almost on par with most directors of the municipal Qingyi Bureau. A student who hasn't even graduated from martial arts high school could actually eliminate a fugitive of that caliber? How is that possible? The teacher from the academy snatched up the document and exclaimed in disbelief. But after glancing at it a couple of times, his breathing grew heavy, and the document slipped from his hands. "It's true." Seeing his reaction, the same thoughts simultaneously crossed the minds of everyone present. Then, their hearts gradually began to burn with excitement. "Senior Kai, a performance like Yili's would definitely be considered outstanding even at Fengyun University." Leaning back in her chair with her arms crossed, Lian smiled faintly. "Without a doubt, he is a true genius. Since things have come to this, let us wait and see how things play out. Once they all come out, we can ask for details then, how about it?" Inside the dungeon. "Please wait, sir." Monk Wu's expression darkened. Just as Yili was about to set off up the mountain, he finally said in a deep voice, "Is that the daughter of the Yan family of Shanzhou you're carrying?" "The Yan family of Shanzhou?" Yili stopped in his tracks, glanced over, and asked calmly, "Do you know this person?" "I do." Monk Wu's expression darkened. "Then that must be her." Yili nodded and continued walking up the mountain. "Sir." Monk Wu spoke up again, gritting his teeth and snapping, "If my friend finds out about your behavior, he certainly won't spare you. He is the young master of the Yang family of Shanzhou. I'm sure you've heard of him. He is also participating in this martial arts examination, and he is a 2nd tier, 8th level martial artist." "Sir." Seeing that Yili showed no sign of stopping, Monk Wu began to grow anxious. He raised his voice, a note of anger creeping into his tone.
We martial artists should stand together and uphold martial virtue. By humiliating others like this, are you intending to place yourself in opposition to all of us martial artists? If you persist in your misguided ways today, this monk will rally everyone present to teach you a lesson in the Dharma. Monk Wu's mind was racing. Since the opponent had defeated Yang Wan, whose strength was roughly on par with his own, defeating him himself would likely be no difficult task. The immediate priority was to make his side strong enough to intimidate the opponent, thereby forcing him to spare Yang Wan. If Yang Wanfeng alone wasn't enough, then he would rally all the martial artists present. He spoke these words with utmost candor, even though most of those present didn't want to get involved in this mess. They felt it would be impolite to step forward and distance themselves outright. This gave him the opportunity to use their reputation as a banner. And this time, Yili finally stopped in his tracks. In his experience, the hypocritical Buddhist order was most skilled at spouting nothing but morality and righteousness. He hadn't expected it to be the same in another world. True Buddhist masters were still far too few. Did they have to pick on him right when he was happiest? I have no interest in your so-called Buddhist teachings. He turned to face Monk Wu, who was speaking with righteous indignation, and said calmly, "But today, I intend to humiliate this man, every single one of you here, without exception. Whoever wants to fight, step forward now." As soon as those words were spoken, the air on the plain fell deathly silent. More than a dozen martial arts prodigies from across Ying province stood in complete silence, even their breathing becoming cautious. Earlier, from a distance, they hadn't seen clearly, and it hadn't occurred to them. But upon closer inspection, wasn't this the very same rising star who, upon first entering the second tier, had soundly defeated Tang Yao of the Sword Pavilion, head on the one who'd been enthusiastically recommended for early admission by a senior instructor at Fengyun University, and whose name was the talk of every martial arts high school? Since Tang Yao herself was standing nearby without moving, they who couldn't even beat her dared not make a move. If they happened to anger this special admission monster, every single person present without exception would have to beg for mercy in tears in front of teachers and students across the entire province, all for the sake of their grades. Ahead of them, the youth in the black robe stood composed and serene, his clothes fluttering in the breeze. One man stands above the rest. Tang Yao gazed at that slender figure, her hands clenched tightly, her heart trembling uncontrollably. That very posture was exactly the image she had always dreamed of. The only difference was that he was holding someone in his hands. Holy crap! Monk Wu looked around, his heart pounding with shock. He rushed straight from his seclusion to take part in the martial arts exam and wasn't yet fully aware of the rumors circulating outside, but judging by the reactions of those around him, this man seemed to be quite a formidable figure. This was rather awkward. Monk Wu looked at Yili and noticed that the other man was also quietly staring at him. He immediately gave an awkward smile. "Layman, may I ask your name?" Chapter 59, Instant Kill on the Spot with a Clear Conscience. "Your father." Yili's expression remained unchanged as he immediately chose the most direct approach. "If you've got the guts, come at me. Don't waste my time." This monk was just like that refined young man at the second tier, 8th level. Even though he didn't even know their names, they both radiated a murderous intent toward him. It wasn't just that they had murderous intent, they weren't even very good at hiding it. As a third-tier martial artist, this feeling was like a teacher in his past life catching a student cheating on homework. The teacher saw it clearly, while the student was convinced they'd hidden it well. But since they're harboring murderous intent, this makes things easier. We'll just see if I decide to strike or not. Layman. Hearing Yili's reply, Monk Wu's expression darkened instantly. "This monk knows you're a genius, proud and arrogant, but you must also learn to be humble. Geniuses may be rare elsewhere, but here, there are at least a dozen of them." He acknowledged the black-robed youth's strength. Anyone capable of defeating Yang Wan was certainly no ordinary opponent. At the very least, if he were to face the youth himself, his chances of winning wouldn't be very high. But equally, if the other side wanted to attack him, they'd have to weigh the cost carefully. The Little Vajra of Zhenjiang No. 1 High School was by no means just a title. Hearing this, quite a few people discreetly retreated to the back.
They still had to take the martial arts exam. They had no intention of going head-to-head with this dark horse from Linhai City. Since this little golden warrior of Zhenjiang was ready to fight, it would be the perfect opportunity for them to witness the youth's true strength. They wanted to see just what kind of person could defeat that future sword immortal, who was currently at the peak of his powers at the Qingshan Sword Pavilion.
You call yourselves geniuses? Hearing Monk Wu's words, a mocking smile flashed across Yili's face.
Among the people present, even someone like Tang Yao, who was all talk and no substance, had been counted among the strongest. If this bald monk hadn't come looking for trouble, he wouldn't even have bothered to lift a finger.
Then,
under the gaze of a dozen or so intense stares, a formidable aura suddenly surged from the youth, far surpassing that of everyone present, while the intensity of his vital energy soared steadily.
There are no geniuses here.
Yili's voice was flat, yet carried an air of absolute certainty. None of you are.
Enveloped by this overwhelming aura, the smile on Monk Wu's face vanished completely.
In its place was a solemn expression, as if facing a formidable enemy. Under the pressure, he steeled himself and spoke.
Sir, have you thought this through? If you attack now, the best outcome will be mutual destruction.
It would be better to call it quits right here.
Whoosh!
Before he could finish his sentence, Yili's figure transformed into a blurry afterimage. Amid a chorus of gasps, he appeared before Monk Wu in the blink of an eye. Looking at the stunned Monk Wu before him, Yili seemed to strike out with a casual palm strike. Yet, empowered by the Dan Qi burst, the strike sent a deafening boom through the air.
You're being foolish, sir.
Then this monk will show no mercy. Monk Wu's eyes widened, his teeth clenched as true qi surged through his body, instantly enveloping him in a thick layer of golden light. He looked like a golden Buddha, seemingly indestructible. After years of arduous training, he was confident that no martial artist of his rank could breach his defenses.
The next second, that hand with its prominent knuckles landed lightly on his chest. Boom!
In an instant, a deafening roar, the kind only heard when metal is being forged, suddenly exploded through the air. Wu's chest caved in by nearly an inch. Before his horrified eyes, his burly frame was violently hurled backward by the immense force, blood spurting wildly. Everyone present was left speechless, their gazes turning in unison toward Wu, who had tumbled dozens of meters across the ground. His breath was faint, and his face was as pale as gold paper. He clearly appeared to be gravely injured. More than a dozen martial artists, all hailed as geniuses at major martial arts high schools, were now reeling from the shock. A second-tier martial artist, highly skilled in physical cultivation skills, had been severely injured with a single palm strike?
Damn the organizers, what kind of god did you let into this year's martial arts exam?
In full view of everyone, a severely injured second-tier, fifth-rank martial artist, evil points plus 500. That's really stingy. Watching the floating light screen, Yili cursed inwardly.
So what if I just beat up a noob? Is it really worth less than 1,000 points? But complaints aside,
Yili had grown accustomed to his system's habit of awarding points based on who it liked. It was just that, having gotten used to seeing tens of thousands of points credited to his account lately, looking back at these 500 points now, they really did seem pitifully meager. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality.
Oh well, these 500 points were basically a windfall anyway.
Yili let out a silent sigh and turned his head to look at the dozen or so genius martial artists not far away. Seeing Yili's gaze sweep over them, they all let out a nervous laugh and hurriedly clasped their fists, saying,
"Impressive skills, friend. It's getting late, so we won't bother you any longer. We'll be on our way."
With the other party's strength, this year's martial arts exam championship was already a foregone conclusion. To compete for second place, they'd have to pick up the pace. With that, they turned and ran off in unison. In just a few breaths, they had sprinted a great distance away, leaving only blurry silhouettes in their wake.
Detected, student representatives from all major martial arts high schools in Ning Province are experiencing intense fear toward you. Evil points plus 2,000. An unexpected windfall.
Yili raised an eyebrow slightly. As long as these people behaved themselves, he hadn't intended to lay a finger on them.
He hadn't expected to gain evil points this way. Was this what they called the deterrent effect of brute force? With a sudden realization, he nodded toward Zhu, who stood nearby. Are there any monsters I can't defeat?
The girl had been a great help to him. It wouldn't be a problem for her to take out a few beasts on the side.
No.
Zhu pursed her lips slightly and said firmly, I can handle killing beasts all by myself.
All right, then. Yili gave a slight nod. I'll be going now.
With that, he continued carrying Yang Wan in his arms as he made his way toward the towering peaks of the core zone. It's worth mentioning that on the way to the core zone, he had slain quite a few first and second tier beasts. Yet the evil points he earned were only in the double digits, truly, barely better than nothing.
Once I get stronger, I'll try killing some high-tier beasts to see if anything changes.
Yili's thoughts churned as he darted across the plain like lightning, rapidly making his way up the mountain. Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 late third-tier beasts. After expending 80% of his stamina, Yili successfully reached the summit. He hung Yang Wan, who was grimacing in pain, from the mountain peak. Violent gales swept in, tearing most of her clothes to shreds in just a few breaths. Yili watched the scene calmly. One thing that didn't quite match his expectations was that he didn't sense any prying eyes here. In other words, even the external live streaming technology couldn't capture what was happening here.
That was a bit of a shame, though. Is it because the peak is too high?
Yili propped his chin in his hand and muttered to himself.
As a result, he didn't gain much evil deed points. Hanging the Yang family's daughter from Jiangshan province on the peak of Cracked Mountain, plus 2,000 evil points.
As he looked at the vast expanse of Yanwan's exposed skin, Yili's mind was on something else entirely. His actions during this martial arts exam would likely draw the displeasure of many instructors. It wouldn't be surprising if someone publicly denounced him over it afterward. But he didn't need to worry about that. Yili smiled indifferently. He had his own code of conduct. Even if, due to the system, he were to draw the ire of the vast majority of martial artists in the future, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. As long as he became powerful enough someday, if he declared himself a good person, everyone would have to believe he was a good person. A powerful individual who walks his own path has always only needed to have a clear conscience. The young man's black hair fluttered gently as his bright eyes gazed at the faint glow of dawn on the horizon.
Ding! Infamy level up. Infamy level LV2, your infamy echoes throughout all the major martial arts high schools in Ing Province. Golden quality reward granted. Chapter 60, the strongest martial arts student in Ing Province. Thanks to the great Ma Chuanguang, who loves shrikes. Early the next morning, the air outside the dungeon was a bit chilly. For martial artists, staying up all night was a fairly simple matter. Inside the massive makeshift camp, everyone's gaze was fixed on the giant light screen. There were only 3 minutes left until the rankings were sealed. The current rankings were essentially the same as those that would be officially announced later. 10th place, Zhenjiang No. 1 High School, Wu. 9th place, Zhangbei No. 1 High School, Wang Zixuan. 3rd place, Qingshan No. 1 High School, Tang Yao. 2nd place, Linhai No. 1 High School, Zhu. Surprisingly, despite the difference in their levels, Zhu's final score was significantly higher than Tang Yao's. It was clear that, driven by his dream of driving out every last one of the beasts, he had put a great deal of effort into honing his beast-slaying techniques. Additionally, a spear is more efficient than swords or daggers at piercing a beast's armor. Given these factors, the result was quite reasonable. Not to mention that Zhu also mastered the treatise on the dragon riding the wind, a third-tier rare skill that could be called a divine technique for breaking armor. Therefore, when it comes to slaying beasts, martial artists who excel in various competitions may not necessarily stand out more. Adopting this method for the martial arts exam also indirectly suggests that Hanxia places greater value on warriors capable of slaying beasts. And as champions of their respective provincial martial arts exams, they will naturally receive priority training in the future. The winner of the provincial martial arts exam was also announced at this moment. First place in the martial arts exam, Yili from Linhai No. 1 High School.
Inside the vast camp, which resembled a tiered lecture hall, everyone's gaze was now fixed on that name. Behind his name stood a score so high it was almost terrifying. After reviewing the historical records of the martial arts exams, Chief Coordinator Kai Guocheng's voice trembled as he could barely contain himself, describing the result as unprecedented. The gap between Yi Li's score and that of the runner-up, Zhu, was almost insurmountable. The reason was simple. The summit of Mountain Crack seemed to hold extraordinary significance for the beasts within the dungeon. Just as in major high-level dungeons, where only king beasts can dwell, all the beasts coveted that spot. And the peak Tier 3 beast that originally inhabited the summit after a fierce battle had its massive body torn apart by that black-haired, golden-eyed youth, who then hurled it off the cliff. Driven by an inexplicable allure, powerful third-tier beasts continued to launch assaults on the mountaintop. Yet the youth atop the peak slaughtered every single one of them. Beast blood cascaded down the cliff face in torrents. By 4 a.m, not a single third-tier beast dared to ascend the mountain to challenge him. This meant that the sentient third-tier beasts within the dungeon had officially acknowledged the youth as the king. Never mind winning the martial arts exam in Ying province. Even when looking at this year's martial arts exam across the entire Hansha region, the youth was undeniably the top-ranked outlier. My goodness! Li, the vice principal of Linhai No. 1 High School, slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, his voice thick with ecstasy. You kid are practically the living godfather of Linhai No. 1 High School. Who could have imagined that it took him less than a month to rise to fame and make a name for himself in Ying Province's martial arts exam? They hadn't even had time to distribute next month's nourishing elixirs yet. Li could already envision how the teenager's name would be etched in the history of the Hansha martial arts exam in the most striking way. Many teachers looked at him with envious eyes. A young martial artist like Yi Li, who already possessed the potential to become a martial arts grandmaster, would undoubtedly bring immense prestige to any martial arts high school. If resources were abundant, perhaps in less than 50 years, the young man could advance to the 7th rank, become a true martial arts grandmaster, and instantly make a name for himself across the region. A martial arts student like this is the stuff of dreams for every martial arts high school. Principal Li, congratulations. Kai Guocheng looked back at the excited Li and chuckled. By next year, the resources allocated to Linhai No. 1 High School should be considerably more generous. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Yun, who was intently watching the screen beside him, lowered his voice, and asked with some curiosity. Lin, in your opinion, what is the potential of this boy named Yi Li? Fengyun University was a hotbed of activity, gathering talented martial artists from all over Hansha. As one of them, her assessment would surely be valuable. Even by Fengyun University's standards, he is undoubtedly a genius. Without much hesitation, Lin Yun replied, he is much stronger than I was 2 years ago. Her words made no attempt to hide her recognition of the young man's strength. She let out a soft sigh, then smiled playfully. I've met quite a few geniuses myself, but even they would probably have to admit that Yi Li is a genius when they see him. Kai Guocheng's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively pressed further. How does he compare to that Tianyang holy son at Fengyun University? You mean senior son? Lin Yun crossed her arms with a hint of hesitation, pondered for a moment, and said. Compared to that monster there is quite a gap in strength, but in terms of potential, they're probably about the same? She paused for a moment, then continued with a smile. But it's hard to say. Yi Li is still young, while that old guy is about to graduate, who knows for sure? You rate him that highly? Kai Guocheng looked somewhat surprised. After all, the Heavenly Son Holy Son was a young martial artist with a formidable reputation, even within Fengyun University. On the university's so-called Fengyun rankings, he had consistently dominated the top 3 spots for years. My opinion isn't definitive, just take it as a bit of fun. If my senior sister were here, she could probably give you a definitive answer. After all, she is also in the top 10 on the Fengyun rankings, and if it weren't for her personality, she'd most likely be in the top 5. Lin Yun waved her hand, her tone taking on that laid-back inflection again as she laughed. No need to rush. My senior sister will be his senior sister someday, too. Those two are bound to meet sooner or later, and that's when I'll know the answer. Hearing this, Kai Guocheng nodded and stood up, walking toward the campus exit.
He let out a long sigh.
With that, this year's martial arts exam was finally over. He was this year's champion of Ying province, and also the strongest martial arts student in the province. In just a few hours, this news would spread throughout all 12 cities of Ying province. I've been writing this book for a year and a half, and this is the first time I've received such a precious gift. Last night, I was so excited my hands were shaking. This is truly exhilarating.
Thank you, big shot.
But I've been out of the province these past 2 days, so updating has been a bit difficult. To express my gratitude, starting no later than the day after tomorrow when I return home, I'll launch a campaign to update 3 chapters daily. I kneel in gratitude for all the gifts and support from everyone.
Or 2. Chapter 61, SSS Rank Talent Poem Spirit, Soul Unification.
At the summit of Lian Mountain, gale force winds swirled. Ignoring Yang Wan, who remained unconscious, Yili sat cross-legged atop the peak. At the high summit, the air pressure was low, and even his breath felt icy. A rare glimmer of excitement flashed in his pitch-black eyes.
His infamy level had actually increased.
Yili's heart raced as he casually summoned his interface.
Current infamy points. Ready to draw a artifact. A golden quality reward package awaits opening. It really wasn't easy. His second golden light had finally arrived.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Yili murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. All his hard work over this period had not been in vain, and he owed a great deal to the strong support of the young siblings and the many martial arts department students. I hope I draw a useful skill or noble phantasm. Last time, the immortal golden soul granted him unparalleled regenerative power, instantly transforming him into a tank-like warrior. When clashing head-on with opponents of the same tier, he faced virtually no risk of defeat. Truly a god-tier talent with an extremely high floor. But in terms of showmanship, it's a bit one-dimensional. While his blazing golden eyes certainly look imposing and his every move during a clash is imbued with a sense of violent aesthetics, it's ultimately just a massive boost to his physical capabilities.
To be honest, it's not flashy enough, strike that. Its versatility just isn't broad enough. Relying solely on Yili's current arsenal. If he were to face a Tier 3 peak martial artist skilled in long-range combat in the future, forget about crushing them to earn malfeasance points. It would be difficult enough just to maintain a semblance of dignity during the battle. Winning a battle in a disheveled state versus achieving a victory that sweeps all before it. It's obvious which of the two deals a greater psychological blow to the enemy. If the golden quality reward, I draw ISNT up to par, I'll head over to the artifact will to snag some magical gadgets. With that in mind, Yili made up his mind. Suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, he silently told himself. Open the gift pack. Boom! As Yili thought it, a massive golden pillar almost as thick as the one from last time instantly shot skyward from the panel. To the people on the distant plain, it looked as spectacular as a thread connecting the mountaintop to the sky. The thick cloud layer was violently shattered by this golden beam. Dazzling radiance surged through the clouds, casting a clear and brilliant glow. In that instant, tens of thousands of martial arts students at the foot of the mountain, on the plain, and deep within the dense forest were all drawn by the spectacle and looked up toward the distant sky. What's going on?
Wah! Immediately afterward, amid countless stunned gazes, the air throughout the entire dungeon suddenly grew dark. Pitch-black clouds rolled in from the sky. Centered on the peak of Cracked Mountain, the land within a radius of dozens of kilometers was instantly enveloped by an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Countless skeletons scattered throughout the dungeon, long since stripped of flesh and blood, began to tremble violently at that very moment. Almost simultaneously, high above Cracked Mountain, an extremely eerie aura plunged down from the void, merging with the gale and the youth seated cross-legged atop the mountain peak. The terrifying might swept across heaven and earth, so intense that even the unconscious Yan Wan sensed something amiss. Her eyelids fluttered slightly amid the raging gales. She struggled to open a sliver of her eyes and gaze toward the mountain peak ahead. The next second, her heart nearly stopped beating from sheer horror.
Is that Yili?
All she could see was an extremely pure, surging black cloud emerging from the slender figure clad in a black robe, swirling and rapidly spreading in all directions. In just a few breaths, it had enveloped the entire cracked mountain. Within this eerie black cloud, the aura of death and rebirth was overwhelmingly dense. On Cracked Mountain, the third-tier beasts long since dead slowly opened their eyes. A hint of crimson quietly emerged in their hollow pupils. After a series of chilling cracks, they all raised their massive bodies from the ground and bowed respectfully toward the mountain peak. Dense and numerous, the dozens of third-tier beasts now looked just like loyal servants. In such an atmosphere, how could the young man possibly appear to be an ordinary third-tier martial artist? He was clearly a young ruler whose presence commanded awe. Phew! Yili exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. In those incredibly deep, ink-black eyes, Yangwan's utterly dumbfounded expression was reflected. At the same time, relevant information flashed through his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the SSS rank martial arts talent, Spirit Domination and Soul Subjugation. Spirit Domination and Soul Subjugation LV1, a functional talent that allows you to completely control the spirits of those who have died by your hand, forcing them to sign a life and death imperial pact, acknowledging you as their master. They will devote their entire lives to serving your interests and will never be reborn. Upgradable. Legend has it that the souls of the dead return to a certain mysterious mountain. The deities born from that mountain possess this talent by nature. To attain authority surpassing theirs, please feel free to accumulate as much evil deed points as you wish. Special Ability 1, Undead Slayer. Undead Slayer, you possess a natural advantage over undead creatures, preventing them from attacking you under any circumstances, and your damage against them is increased by 500%. A talent with an absurdly high cap. As he read the description on the interface, a hint of delight flashed in Yili's eyes. Then, under Yangwan's dazed and vacant gaze, he rose slowly with an impassive expression, his calm voice tinged with a hint of mockery. I'll be waiting for you. Come and get your revenge. It was only at that moment that the massive black clouds atop Cracked Mountain gradually began to dissipate. The martial arts students, who had never witnessed such a scene, looked on in confusion. Having not yet reached the third tier, they could only attribute it to a dungeon anomaly. Of course, Yangwan was the exception. Looking at the young man before her who had just unleashed that terrifying spectacle, her eyes were filled with sheer terror, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. Revenge? She didn't have the slightest thought of revenge left in her. Yangwan was just about to utter a plea for mercy. Just then, the teleportation array signaling the end of the martial arts exam finally rose from beneath their feet. Chapter 62, A World of Difference in Treatment thanks to the great heart-wrenching Koan. At dawn, as the sun rose in the east, beautiful rays of light refracted off the magnificent dungeon formation. Figures rose one after another. The once desolate plain was suddenly dotted with black specks. Tens of thousands of students wore a variety of expressions, but all shared a sense of relief and satisfaction. The martial arts exam was over. For them, it felt as though a mountain that had weighed heavily on their chests for so long had suddenly collapsed. They felt incredibly relieved. Although, for this world, the martial arts exam was truly the first major hurdle. A sense of relief quickly filled the air over the open field. Yili stood among them, moving lightly, his expression slightly more relaxed. He had achieved his goal in this martial arts exam. Although the students from Qingshan No. 1 High School never came to ambush him, fortunately, the young siblings had been more than up to the task. Not only had his evil deeds points risen significantly, but his infamy level had also gone up by 1 rank. He had also secured a new trump card. Through this, all that remained was to enjoy the thrill of battle. Yili! Just then, Kaiguo Chang leapt down from the camp above and, facing a somewhat surprised Yili, whispered with a broad smile. Congratulations! I'll let you in on a little secret, you're currently ranked first in the province. Barring any surprises, this year's martial arts exam championship is yours for the taking. Given the potential Yili had demonstrated so far, it was more than enough for him to reach out and befriend him. As long as he developed steadily in the future, grew at his own pace, and learned to temper his sharp edges to avoid assassination attempts from various nations. In as little as a few decades, or as long as a century, Hanxiao will give birth to a new martial arts grandmaster that is practically a foregone conclusion. With the mindset of, if I can make friends, I will, he smiled gently and said. By the way, according to the academy and what that young master from the Yang family who has regained consciousness said, at the very beginning of the martial arts exam, you were the one who attacked him and Yang won first. Hearing this, Yili remained composed. He was just about to point out that since the other party had openly challenged him, there was no way he would refuse given his personality. Kai Guocheng then continued with a smile. However, based on what we learned from some academy students who left early, we can basically conclude that Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan were the ones who initiated the challenge against you first. Therefore, your results will be provisionally held. This time, Yili was genuinely taken aback. He had already braced himself for disqualification and hadn't even thought of a defense. Yet, it turned out nothing would come of it? Had he already managed to elicit such a concession from the higher-ups? Seeming to sense Yili's surprise, Kai Guocheng smiled. Since you weren't the one who instigated the fight, there is naturally no reason to disqualify you from the exam. After saying this, he paused for 2 seconds before adding. Although the main issue doesn't lie with you, the Yang family of Shanzhou might not be very satisfied with this response. From now on, try to stay out of the public eye as much as possible. Even if you do appear in public, you must be extremely cautious. The head of the Yang family is a 5th-rank martial artist who has honed his skills for many years. Although he is advanced in age, his cultivation level speaks for itself, and the Yang family has no shortage of 4th-rank martial artists capable of taking action. As he spoke, Kai Guocheng kept a close eye on the teenager's reaction. These words served as a subtle reminder to Yili regarding the situation. Just because the organizers of the martial arts exam chose not to pursue the matter after understanding the full story didn't mean the Yang family of Shan province would do the same. In fact, the likelihood of deliberate retaliation in the future was quite high. After hearing Kai Guocheng's words, Yili nodded slightly. He said softly, I understand. This had been within his expectations. Moreover, if the Yang family pressed the issue too aggressively, Yili had no intention of showing any further mercy. That's good. Hearing this, Kai Guocheng visibly let out a sigh of relief. He'd been afraid the young man might be too headstrong and choose to fight it out to the bitter end. That would have been trouble. Never mind unseasoned prodigies, even among those who fully matured, cases of untimely deaths were all too common. Being able to heed the advice of others, that is what humility is all about. With that in mind, Kai Guocheng nodded with satisfaction. He then stepped slightly to the side, revealing Lin Yun behind him, and introduced her with a smile. This is Lin Yun from Fengyun University. She came here specifically to see you. Hello. Lin Yun stepped forward, a mischievous smile playing across her intelligent face. I'm also a student of that old Gizishu. According to seniority, I'm your senior. Yili gave a polite nod, paying no mind to her reference to old Gizis. Is there something you need from me? Wow, she's really putting on an act. Lin Yun sighed inwardly, cleared her throat, and then said in a serious tone. I didn't have anything to discuss at first, but after seeing your performance in the martial arts exam, I do now. As she spoke, Kai Guocheng discreetly stepped back, giving the two some space to talk. Lin Yun glanced around and noticed that the other martial arts exam candidates were all heatedly discussing their experiences inside the dungeon. Only then did she walk up to Yili and say with a faint smile, actually, it's not really business, I just wanted to ask if you're interested in the Academy's missions? Academy missions? Exactly. Lin Yun stretched and chuckled lightly. If you're interested, I'll help you connect to the school's mission system early on, so you can accept missions through your waste token in the future. Of course, for some special missions, you'll still need to return to campus to accept them in person. Also, if you run into a tricky mission, you can use the badge to send a distress signal. The connection between badges can bypass most isolation measures. Within 100 kilometers, there is absolutely zero delay. It works better than any phone. As she spoke, Lin Yun's gaze fell on the golden badge at Yili's waist. She immediately continued, her tone tinged with envy. With this gold-level badge, you can basically pick and choose from most of the missions issued by the school.
Feeling her intense gaze, Yili asked curiously, "Aren't you a gold badge?" "I'm a silver." Lin Yun's voice carried a hint of resentment. "Junior, just because you got a gold right off the bat doesn't mean gold badges are a dime a dozen at Fengyun University. Let me tell you the truth, there are no more than 20 students in the entire Fengyun University who have a badge like this. Every single one of them is a core student hand-picked by the academy. I worked my butt off for 2 years and barely managed to get a silver badge. Tell me, isn't your waist badge pretty high level?" "I see." Yili tapped his chin lightly. As Lin Yun stared at him in astonishment, he calmly asked, "So your rank isn't as high as mine? Can you kowtow to me?" Lin Yun? Lin Yun felt as if she couldn't catch her breath. Ever since she watched the broadcast, she'd known Yili wasn't the meek type, he was likely the domineering sort. But she never could have imagined this. In front of her senior classmate who clearly had far more experience, he not only failed to show the slightest restraint but became even more arrogant, actually asking her to kowtow to him? Lin Yun took a deep breath and explained through gritted teeth. "The status and benefits of a gold medal student are much higher than those of a silver medal student, but they're not on the same level as an emperor and his subjects." "I see." Yili seemed a bit disappointed. He thought he was a little emperor. Then, without giving it away, he asked, "So, what exactly are the benefits of being a gold medal student?" "Status and benefits." Lin Yun composed herself and sighed. "Let us just take completing on-campus missions as an example. Setting aside the restrictions on accepting missions for now, even the difficulty level of the missions differs between the two. Core students with gold medals have the same status as a deputy director of the Municipal Qingyi Bureau when carrying out missions outside the campus. Silver medal students, on the other hand, only have the authority of an ordinary law enforcement officer." "Do you know what that means?" "Most of the time, the latter can only rely on themselves, while the former can even mobilize law enforcement officers stationed at the Municipal Bureau to assist in their operations. The gap in status is plain to see." Chapter 63, The Perspectives of the Nations of the Four Seas. "That impressive?" Yili was slightly surprised. From now on, he'd be considered a minor official in Hansha. "Of course." Lin Yun's voice carried a hint of pride. "Core students at Fengyun University are all martial artists who would be considered geniuses at any martial arts university. Any school that doesn't give them preferential treatment is the one with the problem." As she spoke, her voice paused for a moment, then her expression grew serious. "I've mentioned all these benefits, but you should also understand one truth: there is no such thing as a free lunch. Although your senior sister here often wishes for a free meal too, being a gold medal student comes with its own risks. You should know that without me having to say it." "I don't know." Yili shook his head nonchalantly. His previous self had been too busy acting like a sycophant, and he'd always had his own things to do. He'd never had time to look into any of this. "You don't know?" Lin Yun froze, a strange expression crossing her face. With such talent, he'd already demonstrated the technique Dan Chi burst in the footage before even graduating. Although the execution of the Dan Chi burst was still somewhat lacking, he was undoubtedly a martial artist who had entered the third stage of the True Blood realm. He was definitely a standout among his peers, far more gifted than she was. Since he was such a standout, his teachers must have often told him things like, "In Hansha, it's not easy for a genius to grow up," or similar adages. After all, even Lin Yun's ears had nearly developed calluses from hearing that phrase so often when she was a child. However, as she grew older, she gradually stopped hearing it. Most likely, her elders felt that, given her talent, there was no need to worry about her being assassinated by other nations. Lin Yun felt a twinge of pain in her heart. "Could you please stop being so cryptic?" Yili furrowed his brow slightly, watching Lin Yun's changing expression, and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." In her previous life, when watching movies and TV shows, she hated these cryptic people the most. Why were there still so many of them after she'd come to this high martial arts world? Was it really that hard to get straight to the point? She'd made up her mind. From now on, whenever she encountered one of these riddle spinners, she'd beat them up every single time. "Let me put it this way, then." Lin Yun pondered for a moment, then said with a solemn expression,
our Hanxia is the country with the vastest territory on Blue Star.
With so many dungeons and frequent beast tides, the domestic situation is constantly in turmoil.
To this day, there are only a handful, perhaps 10 martial arts grandmasters within the Qingyi Bureau capable of stabilizing the situation, and they're all stationed in cities surrounding the major top-tier dungeons. Even so, the situation rarely improves. Even martial arts grandmasters from prestigious sects are frequently summoned by the government to fend off beast hordes or hunt down cultists. And these grandmasters from the prestigious sects are all incredibly arrogant. Asking them to help is like trying to summon a deity every single time.
Do you understand now?
Under these circumstances, it's hard for any powerful figures within the country to free up their time. Whenever those major powers overseas make a move, it's always Hanxia that ends up at a disadvantage. After all, we lack high-level combat forces that can be deployed. The nations across the four seas are more than happy to see their former big brother reduced to this state, including even our former major power allies.
If they could, they'd want Hanxia to stay in this state forever.
As she spoke, Lin Yun's gaze seemed to casually sweep over her surroundings, but Hanxia frequently produces new geniuses.
If left unchecked, within 200 years at most, Hanxia will likely regain its former glory on the international stage. If you were the nations of the four seas, what would you do?
You'd have no choice but to kill them all whenever the opportunity arose. After all, a dead genius is worthless.
Lin Yun sighed helplessly. I see.
Yi Li tapped his chin lightly.
Simply put, the nations of the four seas would not allow Hanxia to have such an extraordinary figure. Well, are you scared?
A smile played across Lin Yun's beautiful oval face as she eagerly awaited Yi Li's reaction. After all, even back when she was a naive young upstart, hearing about these events had filled her with a sense of pity. The thought that Hanxia is doomed.
Because of that, she hadn't even eaten her favorite ice cream all day.
In Lin Yun's view, if even she who lacked talent was this worried, Yi Li, who possessed talent, would surely be even more nervous.
The reason was simple.
That sudden feeling of being at odds with the entire world was like a small boat sailing on a raging ocean, suffocating and terrifying, and it was enough to make any martial artist's face turn pale. This feeling doesn't fade with age. On the contrary, the older one gets and the more one understands the world, the greater the impact and sense of oppression such a situation brings. In other words, someone like Yi Li, who perfectly fits the criteria, would instantly feel immense pressure.
Afraid?
Yi Li raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise in his voice. Why should I be afraid?
Now that he figured out the root of the problem, the next step was easy to solve. It was simple. Once he fully developed, wouldn't he just be able to single-handedly crush all the other nations?
Seeing this, Lin Yun opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she held it back.
Damn it, this guy was actually this calm. Why be afraid? Of course, it's because you're bound to face assassination attempts from the various nations in the future. Lin Yun actually really wanted to ask him if he even knew what humility was.
But upon seeing the confidence radiating from the young man so intense it seemed ready to overflow, she immediately dismissed the thought.
He might not know what humility is. But he definitely possessed unparalleled confidence. Was this aura the result of everything he accumulated along his journey?
Lin Yun fell silent, then said after a long pause, "It's still best to be cautious.
It's not just the various nations who have it in for you. Just within arm's reach, for instance, there was the so-called Yang family of Shanzhou."
Naturally, Yi Li nodded slightly. Unlike her, he had complete confidence in his own integrity. Not only would he fight those from the various kingdoms, but he wouldn't spare a single person in Hanxia who rubbed him the wrong way either.
That's good.
Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief, taking it as a sign that he had taken her words to heart and was now on his guard.
This showed that, even if they weren't on the same wavelength, the two of them could still have a pleasant conversation. However, you don't need to worry about assassination attempts from the other nations for now.
Lin Yun looked up again, stepped forward, patted Yi Li on the shoulder, and said with a reassuring smile, "You'd have to be at least a fourth-tier martial artist to even catch the attention of the other nations. Otherwise, if they had to assassinate every genius, no matter how many high-tier martial artists the other nations had, they'd probably work themselves to death. After all, martial arts grandmasters aren't born that easily, are they? I remember there was a genius who became a second-tier martial artist at 6 but didn't break through to the third tier until he was 60. The enemy nation's agents who'd been tailing him for half his life nearly died of frustration.
As she spoke, Lian stretched lazily, a touch of amusement creeping into her voice.
Once Yili nodded, she held out her palm, her whole demeanor returning to that laid-back state. Talking this much has really worn me out.
Hand over the gold badge, I'll connect the call for you.
Sure. Yili tossed it casually, and the gleaming gold badge flew toward her in a graceful arc.
Be careful.
Lian caught the gold badge and muttered under her breath, her heart skipping a beat.
This is a gold badge, after all. There aren't many gold badges in the entire Fengyun University. How could she treat it like some toy trinket, tossing it around so carelessly? Lian gritted her teeth.
If she had a gold badge, she'd definitely treat it like a precious treasure. That way, not only would she get discounts on all kinds of martial arts training, but she could also apply for research funding to study divination. She couldn't even imagine how awesome that would be. Sighing inwardly, she still officially activated the relevant formation within the other person's gold badge and logged into Fengyun University's campus network.
All right, with that, you're officially a student at Fengyun University.
Lian handed the gold medal back to the other person with some reluctance, then said in a solemn, weighty tone. If professors from those sly universities like Kyoto University or Magic City University come looking for you later, you absolutely must not agree to anything.
No matter what terms they offer you, Fengyun University will give you double. With that, she laughed. Those two sentences were from old Deng Ah. No, Professor Yui asked me to pass them on to you. Senior sister has to head back to campus to take on a mission and earn some cash. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Could you give me a high five?
Yili asked politely, looking every bit the well-mannered, handsome young man.
Goodbye. Chapter 63, The Fengyun Rankings. Outside the dungeon.
As one bus after another drove out of Shanzhou City's borders, heading for various destinations, news of the martial arts exam's conclusion began spreading rapidly across every corner of Ying province. Although the official results hadn't been released yet, as in previous years, insiders had already leaked the information. This year's results were even more explosive than ever, and naturally, this year was no exception. There were two major headlines making waves. A martial artist from Linhai City named Yili won this year's Ying Province Martial Arts Exam Championship with a score that left the competition in the dust. The much-hyped young family twins both fell short, failing to even come close to getting into martial arts university. On forums related to martial arts high school, many students from Ying Province were starting threads to discuss the news. Who is this Yili guy? He snatched the championship right from under the academy's nose? Isn't that the guy who was rumored to have been given a direct admission to Fengyun University not too long ago? Wow, this guy totally blew my mind. Since when did Linhai No. 1 High School have such an amazing martial arts student? I'm entering martial arts high school next year. I'm definitely applying to Linhai No. 1 High School then. To the person above, it's not the school that's impressive, it's this Yili guy who's amazing. If I follow the crowd, I'm as good as dead. I'm choosing Qingshan No. 1 High School. Who knows, maybe I'll even get into Qingshan Jianga after graduation. Doesn't anyone care about the academy's cries of despair? All the teachers there thought they were going to save face this time, but who would have thought the young twins would drop such a huge bomb? The title of martial arts exam champion in Ying Province had long been monopolized by the academy, so when it was finally snatched away, the news spread like wildfire. People seemed to relish this unexpected upset. There were also rumors that the reason the young twins were eliminated so quickly was because they ran into that young martial artist named Yili in the core zone. If things continued at this pace, the results of this year's martial arts exam would likely stand out as the only truly unique ones in recent years, and Yili's name would be seen and remembered by future martial arts students. As night fell, the bus finally entered the boundaries of Linhai City. Linhai City, a quiet residential neighborhood.
Weary from his journey, Yili returned to his home for the first time in a long while. He took out the golden waist token, his expression betraying his joy. Ever since connecting to Fengyun University, he had been able to directly browse the library's holdings through this gold token. It contained everything from 5th-tier cultivation techniques to 2nd-tier skills. Both were catalogued, differing only in the extent of their coverage. Moreover, judging by the typical practices of such academies, if a 5th-tier cultivation technique is available in the library, then even a 6th-tier one is likely to be provided by someone within the academy. Although these skills couldn't be redeemed directly at the moment, one had to go to the academy's main campus to obtain them. Yili now had the privilege of coming and going freely at Fengyun University, so this wasn't much of an obstacle. Recalling the words Lin Yun had spoken as she was leaving, he couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up. The road ahead is wide open. Yili chuckled to himself. There was one more thing that had caught his attention. Just as she was leaving, Lin Yun suddenly turned back as if she just remembered something and said to Yili, "By the way, this Fengyun gold card of yours isn't just packed with features. It also lets you check the Fengyun rankings in real time. Take a look if you're interested." The Fengyun rankings? It's something the school developed to motivate students to improve. It's a highly symbolic ranking based on everyone's specific performance in missions and the outcomes of their daily battles. Lin Yun took out her silver medal, gave it a gentle shake, and smiled. There are only 30 spots, all reserved for the most prominent figures at Fengyun University, truly the cream of the crop. Well, you're definitely talented. Your senior sister, can't hold a candle to you. It won't be long before you catch up to me. But compared to them, you still have a long way to go. They're all a proud and arrogant bunch. Who knows, you might run into one of them when you take on a mission someday. For your own sake, I'd still advise you to learn a bit of humility. Upon hearing this, Yili tentatively activated the harmonious coexistence ring. A flash of light later, a bewildered Lin Yun remained kneeling, watching Yili leave. But this laid-back girl's personality was simply too Buddhist. She merely stood up, brushed off the dust, thought for 2 seconds, and then turned to leave. You made the Buddhist senior from Fengyun University kneel before you. Evil points plus 500. That's a bit low. Too bad she's a good person. Humility, huh? Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Yili lay back on his bed, his mind churning. It would likely take a few more days to reach Fengyun University, so there was no need to rush just yet. Besides, barring any surprises, the S-rank hammer forging technique that Zhu had promised should arrive any day now. Tier 3, Level 1 is about to become a thing of the past. Next comes the era of stat allocation. The 40,000 sin points quietly resting on his stats panel are the foundation of Yili's relentless progress. The corgi I just adopted 2 days ago has had a persistent high fever this morning. I've been busy taking it to the vet all day, so there probably won't be a third update at midnight. I'm so sorry. Or 2. I'll make it up to you right away. Chapter 64, Snow Mountain Body Sculpting. Zhu was moving even faster than expected. Knock knock knock. Yili had just finished washing up and changed into a clean set of clothes when a knock came at the door. Coming. He walked over and turned the doorknob. A familiar, aloof-looking girl poked her head through the open door and slipped inside. It worked! As soon as she stepped inside, Zhu exclaimed excitedly, "I got the Zhang family SS rank hammer forging technique for you." Impressive. Yili didn't hold back his praise. After all, she had truly been a great help to him. However, from now on, as long as he had enough credits, he could redeem it directly from the library at Fengyun University. While her free gift was certainly welcome, he'd have to know when to stop. Otherwise, if he ended up losing everything one day, that would be a real problem. Here you go. Shu took a rather thin tome from his storage ring, handed it to Yili, and said with a rising inflection, "This is the Snow Mountain Body Shaping Technique. It's extremely difficult to cultivate. Martial artists who haven't studied White Mist Frost Snow will find it virtually impossible to master. For this reason, it's considered a very obscure cultivation technique even within the Zhang family. Aside from a few direct disciples, practically no one learns it and no one is capable of learning it.
As she spoke, she paused for a moment, then pursed her lips slightly and said with a touch of emotion.
But for someone like you, it should be quite easy to master.
The sheer impact of Yili having mastered the S-rank breathing technique white mist, frost, and snow in just a few days was simply too overwhelming. She still remembered it vividly even now. Although, admittedly, that had indeed happened not too long ago.
Thanks.
Yili took the tome, and a cool sensation immediately coursed through his entire body.
He then asked, somewhat surprised. It's this thin?
This S-rank forging technique was at least half as thin as the S-rank breathing technique he received last time.
Thin means it's hard to learn.
Shu explained softly, adding with some hesitation, as far as I know, even the most gifted ancestor in the Jiang family's history took 2 months just to barely get the hang of it. Recalling that this predecessor had also spent 2 months practicing that breathing technique, she held back the second half of her sentence. Do you want his insights and reflections? What if he could have mastered it in 3 days to begin with, but reading those reflections ended up taking him another 2 months?
That would be a real hassle.
Hearing this, Yili nodded slightly, though inwardly he sighed a little. Back then, to max out white mist and frosty snow, he poured 50 years of hard work into it. This time, with the even more difficult snow mountain body sculpting, it would likely be another massive investment.
But it didn't matter.
The resources in his stats panel had been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Is there anything else?
Yili's voice was calm, much softer than usual, but it still carried a hint of urgency.
With an S-rank hammer forging manual tucked away and a massive reserve of evil points in his account. He was itching to start allocating his skill points right away.
Zhu didn't pick up on the hint to leave.
After pondering for 2 seconds, he finally mustered his courage and asked. I'm heading back to the Jiang family next. Do you want to come with me?
The Yang family in Shanzhou must be keeping a close eye on you lately. The Jiang family in the far north can offer you protection.
No, thanks. Yili nodded politely.
He was planning to visit Fengyun University in 2 days to check on things. He simply didn't have the time to seek refuge at the Jiang family's estate to avoid so-called trouble. He had absolutely no desire to feel like a guest living under someone else's roof. Upon hearing this, the light in Zhu's clear eyes dimmed slightly. She had actually anticipated the teenager's response and had already steeled herself for it. Even so, hearing his refusal firsthand still stung a little.
Well then. A moment later, Zhu lifted her head and asked tentatively, Are we friends? I suppose so.
Yili replied calmly, Anyway, anyone who has a grudge against you can let me know. I'll still help out with that much. It would also give him an excuse to get into a fight. As he said this, he paused, and a look of realization immediately flashed across his face.
I see. So, did someone try to take you out when you returned to the Jiang family this time? If that's the case, I could go with you. No, nobody's after me.
Shu shook her head instinctively.
Is that so? What a pity. Yili looked a little disappointed. Anyone who could make an enemy of the Jiang family's eldest daughter must be a major player with a ton of influence.
Yes. Zhu lowered her head, but a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, and her clear eyes sparkled with a light she'd never shown before.
He sees me as a friend. It was worth it. All the effort I've put in over this past period was worth it. Well then, I'll take my leave. I wish you the best of luck.
Shu gave a slight bow, then nimbly pushed open the door. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything.
See you at Fengyun University.
With that, she stepped out of the room and jogged gleefully back the way she'd come.
You're asking a question you already know the answer to.
Watching her retreating figure, Yili shook his head and closed the door, still puzzled. She was the richest of the rich, and she'd helped him out so many times. No matter how you looked at it, she was practically a friend.
A friend that means someone who'll fight for you.
It's a win-win. I can repay a favor and earn some evil points at the same time.
Why not? Yili's thinking was actually quite simple.
For those who treat him well, he'd find a way to repay them. For those who treat him badly, he'd crush them all into the dirt. This way, he could maintain a positive mindset while plowing through everything in his path without a shred of guilt.
A path without regrets, it's practically invincible. To stay on this path, he must keep moving forward and growing stronger. In the face of the world and its calamities, only the strong can carry out their own will. Walking back to his bedroom, Yili sat cross-legged on the bed. He reached out and opened the book Snow Mountain Body Sculpting, and a pale blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Current wickedness points, 40,500. New entry, S-rank tempering technique. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting beginner level. Here we go. Yili exhaled silently. There was nothing to hesitate about. Over 10,000 wickedness points surged into the interface with a roar. Ding! Beginning to increase proficiency in Snow Mountain Body Sculpting. Will continue to consume sin points. As you open this tome, the clear text catches your eye, and you're surprised to find that understanding it isn't all that difficult. Your mastery of the S-rank breathing technique White Mist in Frosty Snow has reached a level that's almost instinctive. Even the most gifted senior from the Zhang family was nowhere near your level at this age. Gained buff, cultivation speed increased by 70%. Your current speed is like being in a long-distance race, swiping a shared bike with a stolen phone, and speeding away while others watch with eyes that could practically bleed. After spending 1,000 points of sin points, you've read most of this forging technique, but your understanding remains superficial. To grasp its true meaning, you choose to keep reading. After spending 2,000 evil points, you've read through the entire tempering technique. Even though your understanding hasn't deepened significantly, you've grasped a few key concepts. It involves using true chi imbued with a freezing effect to temper your body, causing your blood to undergo a further transformation. After consuming 4,000 points of evil points, you have mastered the method of tempering your blood with true chi, gaining a certain degree of resistance to extremely cold environments. Snow Mountain Body Shaping beginner level. Although he wasn't sure how long it would have taken him to achieve this level of mastery through solitary cultivation, there was no doubt that the time required would have far exceeded 2 months. A martial artist who could master the basics in just 2 months. The poet held his breath. Yili let out a sigh, only to discover that with each breath, a sound resembling the howling of wind and snow was already resonating within his body. Amidst this sound, the blood coursing through his entire body was slowly undergoing a transformation. Is this the persistent effect of an S-rank breathing technique? Yili's spirits soared, and his attention returned to the text continuously appearing on the interface. Chapter 65, True Blood Perfection, Tier 3 Peak. After consuming 5,000 points of sin points, you began attempting to use your breathing technique to accelerate the tempering process and discovered the relevant techniques. The speed of tempering true blood was greatly accelerated, several times faster than that B-rank tempering technique. Snow Mountain Body Sculpting Proficient. After consuming 10,000 points of evil points, you become adept at creating a snow mountain-like environment within your body. Every drop of blood in your body is like countless beings forced to climb a mountain, constantly strengthening themselves under harsh conditions. Snow Mountain Body Shaping Mastery. After consuming 15,000 points of vice points, the snow mountain environment you create approaches perfection. The countless mountaineers formed from your blood take an interest in this snow mountain at your command. They will eagerly begin their ascent. Snow Mountain Body Shaping Perfection. After consuming 20,000 points of evil points, this internal snow-capped mountain is flawless, radiating an astonishing allure within the human body. Without your prompting, countless mountaineers formed from your true blood are already ravenous with desire, all fiercely and obsessively determined to scale your mountain. If asked why, they would surely answer, because the mountain is there. The forging technique has leveled up, and the Snow Mountain Body Sculpting has reached perfection. Side effect: through your rigorous cultivation of the forging technique, your martial arts level has risen to Tier 3, Stage 2. Side effect: you have become extremely familiar with the environment of the snow mountain, and your ability to withstand extreme cold has increased dramatically. Comment: this consumed 20,000 evil points, yielding an improvement equivalent to 80 years of arduous cultivation. If you were to unleash a Dan Chi burst at this moment, martial artists of the same rank would surely be knocked to the ground, trembling, by your avalanche-like surge of Dan Chi. As the final line of text appeared, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted from Yili's body. Boom!
The sound of shattering ice echoed, and the temperature in the entire bedroom plummeted by several dozen degrees. Snow-white mist quickly formed on the windows. Though it was clearly the sweltering heat of June, the room felt as cold as a top-tier ice cellar. Yi Li's eyes flickered slightly. After performing a simple Dan Qi burst, a hint of icy blue quietly rose within his pitch-black eyes, threatening to spread to his eyebrows, eyes, beard, and hair. If one's cultivation realm determines the quantity and upper limit of a Dan Qi burst, then the refinement technique determines its quality. Among martial artists of the same rank, with the same true Qi consumption, the higher the level of the refinement technique, the greater the power of the Dan Qi burst. Phew! Yi Li exhaled lightly. The visible cold mist surged into the air, creating a truly mystical sight. With just a slight channeling of true Qi, a sense of perfection washed over him. As the snow mountain body shaping technique reached perfection, the chill contained within his true Qi grew even more terrifying. In addition, the speed at which his blood was being tempered had increased several-fold. Compared to that B-rank Great Sun Treasure Furnace, this tempering method was immeasurably more sophisticated. One had to remain fully focused while enduring pain as if his 5 internal organs were being scorched. The other allows the tempering to proceed automatically in the blink of an eye, without the slightest discomfort, and with vastly improved efficiency. Anyone would know which to choose. No wonder it's rare for martial arts masters to emerge from humble backgrounds. Precious things truly are precious for a reason. Yi Li nodded slightly, his thoughts racing. Everyone around him was now warning him that the Yang family of Shan province had their sights set on him, and he must be careful. It seemed he'd have to find an excuse to wipe out the Yang family. Otherwise, he'd truly be unable to sleep or eat in peace. Now that the tempering technique had reached perfection, it was time to take his cultivation to the next level. With a single thought, Yi Li channeled a massive surge of evil deeds points into his martial arts level column. Ding! Beginning to consume sin points to continuously raise martial arts level. Through ascetic training far beyond what ordinary people can endure, your understanding of snow mountain body shaping has reached perfection. Coupled with the assistance of the Great Sun Treasure Furnace, a wondrous sense of harmony has emerged between the two as you temper your true blood. Gained buff, refining speed increased by 1000%. Your speed is like that of an AE-86 drifting at top speed down an unnamed sacred mountain. The myriad twists and turns on the path of martial arts cultivation appear to you as a single, straight road stretching all the way to the heavens. You need no assistance whatsoever. You are now a genius riding the gale. After consuming 500 points of evil deeds, the second level of the third tier, which had long been near perfection, began to show cracks. That wisp of golden light within your true blood became extremely pure, causing the quality of your dawn to rise significantly. You have advanced to the third level, third stage. Possessing the highest level tempering technique, you can naturally temper the highest quality true blood. You have finally come to understand the saying, beyond the third stage, even martial artists of the same rank differ in ability. Gained buff, true blood quality increased by 100%. So that's it. No wonder this golden glow of mine looks so much better than the one in that fugitive's blood the other day. Yi Li had a moment of realization. On the light screen, the progress continued unabated. After consuming 5,500 points of sin points, the golden glow of true blood within your body began to expand, growing to 1/3 of its original size. Your 5 senses have significantly improved, and your black pupils endowed with the Eye of Illusion have gained dynamic vision far surpassing that of martial artists at the same tier. You have advanced to the 6th level of the 3rd tier. After consuming 12,500 points of evil points, true blood surges through your entire body. The golden radiance within you is as clear and natural as if it were part of your very being, making the quality of your human Dan even more perfect and emitting a mellow fragrance that soothes the soul. You have advanced to the 9th level of the 3rd tier. After consuming 14,500 points of sin points, you have fully adapted to the sensations of the true blood realm. The Dan Qi surrounding you is flawless, and its burst of power is nearly instantaneous. Your martial arts rank has increased. You have reached the peak of the 3rd tier. This advancement consumed a total of 14,500 points of sin points, equivalent to nearly 20 years of normal, arduous cultivation. Current sin points, 6,000.
The moment the text vanished, an unparalleled surge of power coursed through his entire body. Boom!
The energy surging around Yili exploded outward, sending a terrifying blast of cold air crashing into the surrounding walls and structures. The wooden bed beneath his feet was shattered into countless fragments, and even the entire floor trembled visibly twice. Completing the first major stage of physical cultivation brought an enhancement far surpassing any previous one. Power sufficient to split mountains and shatter rocks surged into his body in an instant, flowing through every fiber of Yili's being and causing his breathing to become slightly labored. Even if he were to stop cultivating from now on, he would still command a certain degree of prestige in Ing province.
That's exactly right.
Yili's heart raced, his eyes sparkling with delight. Standing amidst a pile of wood shavings, his entire being radiated a sense of having reached the perfect dance stage. He turned his head and gazed into the distance. Even dust settling hundreds of meters away was now crystal clear to him. Empowered by senses that were almost superhuman, Yili perceived a world entirely different from before. His dark eyes shone with a piercing intensity, as if a lion lurked within them.
After a brief moment of excitement, Yili's gaze returned to the interface. Current evil points, 6,000. It was time to come up with a plan.
Yili furrowed his brow slightly.
Chapter 66, Old Man U.S. Shock and Actions. Fengyun University, within Ing Province.
Morning sunlight streamed into a majestic, towering building, where a dense crowd of figures moved about, each exuding an extraordinary aura, with even the weakest among them at the second-tier level. On the rooftop of a tall building, Lian looked ahead with a hint of exasperation at an elderly man in a blue robe, his beard and hair billowing in the wind. Her teacher loved to head up to the top floor every day, striking a pose of great authority for the students passing by below. If a young freshman who had just enrolled saw him, they'd surely be intimidated by his demeanor, fidgeting nervously and looking for an opportunity to strike up a conversation.
Teacher.
Yun, look, just now, a student over there was staring at me longingly. He must be hoping to take this old man as his master. Yueng stroked his beard and said with a smile, "What a pity. He is wearing a second-year uniform, but his aura hasn't even reached the third tier yet. He is clearly destined to have no connection with this old man's disciples."
Hearing this, Lian smiled gently. "What about Yili? He is definitely destined to be my disciple."
Old Master Yu whipped his head around, his tone brimming with obvious delight, and chuckled. "That boy has the potential to achieve great things one day. He'll carry on my legacy. Besides, you wouldn't believe that those old fools in the combat division. When they heard I'd given my only guaranteed admission spot to a martial arts student from Linhai City, every single one of them mocked me for acting too hastily.
I can't even be bothered to argue with them.
What goes around comes around, we'll just have to wait and see. Wait until that kid Yili wipes out their combat division, let us see if those old fools can still laugh then. I'm not just bragging for him, but this might not even take 2 years. His rise on the wind and cloud rankings will likely be faster than even your senior sister's."
"You're right. I think so too," Lian nodded silently in agreement.
It might be hard for anyone else to pull off, but she felt that handsome young man was truly capable of pulling off such a ruthless and spectacular feat. The specific reason was evident from this martial arts exam.
"What?" Seeing that she showed no sign of doubt, Master Yu was somewhat surprised. Did he perform exceptionally well on this martial arts exam?
Before she left, his disciple had looked completely skeptical, exclaiming, "I'm going to see what's going on."
How had she changed so much upon her return?
It was more than just good.
Lian wore a peculiar expression. After a 2-second silence, she said in a tone laced with astonishment, "Master, have you ever heard of anyone scoring in the 7-digit range on the martial arts exam? In all my life, this is the first time I've seen it. Didn't senior sister Chen only score in the 6-digit range back then?"
Yili single-handedly wiped out nearly all the third-tier beasts in the entire dungeon.
"Is that for real? 7 figures?
Old Man Yu paused mid-stroke of his beard, his expression one of astonishment.
"Did that kid steal something from the beasts?"
"No, he snatched the throne from the dungeon. The beasts wanted to take it back, but he is such a killing machine his clothes were practically soaked through with their blood. Lin Yun was very pleased with his reaction and smiled as she stated the absolute truth. In the end, he wore down all the third-tier beasts in the dungeon. Not a single one dared to come up the mountain anymore, so that's when he stopped killing. The air fell silent for over 10 seconds.
I see.
Yu Wang resumed stroking his beard as usual, nodded slightly, and murmured with relief, no wonder, no wonder. In most dungeons, there is a king beast, and the location with the most abundant spiritual energy is naturally the king beast's lair, the so-called throne. That kid went straight for the dragon rider's face. No wonder those third-tier beasts, fresh out of their spiritual awakening, couldn't handle it. But unfortunately, the young man's approach to handling this situation was to kill his way through to the end. It's hard to imagine what he'll be like in the future, once his strength grows and he enters those high-level dungeons teeming with high-tier beasts. At this thought, old man Yu swallowed hard, then broke into a smile again. Where is he?
Didn't he come back with you?
No, he said he still had some unfinished business and would come by in a couple of days.
That's good.
Old Master Yu turned his gaze back downward and chuckled softly. I've already credited him for the points earned from slaying that wanted criminal last time. When he comes by, take him to the library to pick out some weight. What tier is he at? As soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly turned to look at Lin Yun. Her tone was so natural that it wasn't until now that he realized something was off. The last time they met, Yili seemed to be a young martial artist who had just entered the second tier. He'd only been able to hold his own against Tang Yao, a second tier, 6th sub-tier cultivator, by relying on a powerful secret technique of unknown origin.
And now he is actually treating third-tier monstrous beasts like little monsters to farm? Third-tier true blood realm. Is something wrong?
Lin Yun was somewhat puzzled.
Third tier?
No mistake, yes, using Dan Shi burst. Thinking the other person was doubting her judgment, Lin Yun immediately waved her hand and said with certainty, although it's a bit rough around the edges, it's definitely Dan Shi burst. It should be at the early third tier level, around the first or second sub-level.
Yu Wang was stunned.
He fell into a long silence, even stopping the movements of his hands. That second-tier martial artist from their last meeting had transformed into a third-tier martial artist just like that?
How long did it take? A week at most. What kind of natural talent is this? When did the path to martial arts mastery become such a smooth and wide highway? Could it be the result of years of quiet accumulation culminating in a sudden breakthrough, but isn't that foundation a bit too absurd?
His thoughts raced, and in the end, Old Master Yu could only conclude that Yili possessed top-tier natural talent. Having remained dormant for too long, he was able to make such rapid progress in just a single week.
Is there more?
He took a deep breath and, on a whim, asked. Actually, there is, Lin Yun nodded. Hearing this, the corners of Old Master Yu's eyes twitched slightly. Go on. Lin Yun sighed. Master, you'd better pack up your things.
What? Master Yu was taken aback. Is he going to take my seat? Not exactly.
Lin Yun cleared her throat twice and said rather solemnly, according to that head official, he gave the young family's twin prodigies a real beating. One's future martial arts training will be affected, and the other declared he'd give up martial arts as soon as he came out, and both of them failed their entrance exams. Given the local rumors about the young family of Shanzhou, I believe they target Yili, even though he is now a core student at Fengyun University. Since this concerns his life and safety, I suggest you pay a visit to the young family and issue a gentle warning. Upon hearing this, Old Man Yu's gaze gradually grew sharp.
The young family of Shanzhou recruits numerous retainers locally and is rumored to be ruthless in their actions, yet bold and accountable.
It is said that they don't even give much face to the local enforcers of the Qingyi Bureau. Once you offend them, regardless of who is right or wrong, the young family will come knocking to settle the score. The reason they managed to survive this long is that whenever the Qingyi Bureau came to investigate a case, they would hand over the suspect without hesitation, leaving them entirely to the Bureau's discretion.
Not only was there not a single flaw in their conduct, but they also helped spread the young family's reputation throughout Shanzhou City. Over time, the young family's reputation grew stronger by the day. Countless followers flocked to them, and fewer martial artists dared to provoke them.
Under these circumstances, it was no wonder that Lin Yun was worried about Yili's safety.
A faction led by an early-stage 5th-rank martial artist, and they've gone and caused trouble for this old man's student. There was not a trace of warmth in old man Yu's smile as he asked, who initiated the fight when Yili defeated the twin stars? Many students in Shanzhou City say it was the young siblings who challenged him first, but it was indeed Yili who struck first, Lin Yun replied candidly. Then there's no problem. If they challenged him, he fought back, that's only fair. Old Master Yu turned and walked downstairs, his voice carried by the gentle breeze. I'm heading to Shanzhou City. When Yili arrives at the school, just take him through some standard tasks as usual, and while you're at it, pick out 2 Tier 3 skills for him. The corners of Old Master Yu's mouth twitched slightly. They're worth credits. Got it. You can leave it to me. Lin Yun nodded excitedly. I'm heading to Linhai City right now. Chapter 67, Go and Take Out Yili. Shanzhou City, the Young Family Mansion. It was mid-morning, and though bright sunlight streamed into the vast compound, the atmosphere felt strangely chilly. In front of a grand, traditionally decorated mansion, a group of people dressed in unusual attire stood quietly, as if waiting for something. Just then, an elderly man dressed in luxurious robes with a gaunt face stepped out. His cold expression held a hint of anger, making him appear incredibly imposing. Head of the family, how is Wan Feng? No sooner had the old man appeared than an elegant, beautiful woman at the front of the crowd hurried forward and asked anxiously. I heard he injured his meridians. Will he still be able to cultivate in the future? Upon hearing this, the head of the young family, who was nearing the 200-year mark, felt the corner of his eye twitch twice. His gaze settled on her as he spoke calmly. More than 3/4 of his meridians have been frozen and damaged, but the assailant was sensible enough not to completely cripple him. If a 4th-tier physician treats him, he should be fully recovered in about 5 years. Hearing this, the young family members in the courtyard, who had been worried that young Wanfeng would be crippled by this incident, causing the young family to lose its brightest rising star of recent years and gradually fade into obscurity in Shanzhou City, finally let out a sigh of relief. 5 years, for a genius 2nd-tier martial artist like young Wanfeng, is neither short nor particularly long. Given the young family's resources, enlisting a 4th-tier healer with a talent for healing was by no means a difficult task. But the beautiful woman furrowed her brow. Intense anger flashed across her alluring face, and she cried out in bitter indignation. That damn Geely, how dare he subject my son to such suffering? 5 years. How many 5-year periods does a person have in their lifetime? By then, that Yili will have already graduated from Fengyun University, while Wan Feng will only just be able to resume his cultivation as usual. She looked up at the elderly man and said through gritted teeth, head of the clan, this matter absolutely cannot be left at that. To her surprise, upon hearing these words, the many Yang family members present all nodded in agreement. The reason was simple. The Yang family had been in Shanzhou City for so many years, killing so many people and recruiting so many retainers, all in the name of their reputation for retaliating for every grudge. How could they set a precedent and tarnish their reputation just because of a 3rd-tier martial artist from Fengyun University? Revenge every wrong, and take full responsibility for one's actions. These 2 phrases were not only the Yang family's guiding principles that had made their name, but also the powerful selling point used to recruit their retainers. After all, what independent martial artist wouldn't be tempted by a faction willing to avenge them at any cost? The Yang family of Shanzhou had adhered to this creed for over a century. Even if Yili is the highest-scoring martial exam candidate in the history of Ying Province, he is still nothing more than an ordinary True Blood realm cultivator who has just entered the 3rd tier. If they refrain from taking action against him simply because he is a student admitted on a scholarship to Fengyun University, how will they recruit followers in the future? Without followers, how will the Yang family cultivate the blood-burning art? Head of the family, I've looked into it thoroughly. At that moment, another middle-aged man stepped forward and said in a subdued voice. That kid is currently living in the South District of Linhai City. I even know his exact house number. As long as you give the go-ahead, he won't live to see his first day at Fengyun University. They certainly couldn't confront Fengyun University head-on, but dealing with a student who hadn't even enrolled yet was something they were quite confident they could handle. Yili.
The head of the Yang family savored the name, a startling glint of murderous intent flashing in his cloudy eyes as the hands clasped behind his back gradually clenched into fists. He asked, "This Yili, is he currently at the third-tier True Blood realm?" "That is correct." Someone nodded and said, "According to teachers at major martial arts high schools, he has likely just entered the third tier." A third-tier martial artist, not even 20 years old. The head of the Yang family chuckled lightly, as if in admiration, truly a prodigy in martial arts. Recalling his own past, he had barely broken through to the second tier by the age of 20. It was only through the Yang family's secret techniques over the years that he had successfully advanced to the fifth tier, becoming a renowned figure in the region. Although the forced breakthrough had left him with a hidden ailment, preventing him from advancing any further in this lifetime, the assistance from his retainers was more than enough to solidify the Yang family's position in Shanzhou City. Precisely because of this, the old man deeply understood the difficulties of martial arts cultivation. This made him realize one thing at that moment. If Yili wasn't eliminated today, he would one day become a force capable of toppling the Yang family. I won't let the Yang family's century-old reputation be tarnished on my watch. The head of the Yang family's voice was icy with a single sentence. He made his stance clear. "Yang Rong, take those two fourth-tier senior retainers and go handle this." "Are you referring to the disillusion sword and the one with the dragon steel hand?" one of them exclaimed in surprise. 30 years ago, the former had single-handedly cut through a faction guarded by a third-tier powerhouse using only a Qingyun sword. Afterward, his beloved was killed by the remnants of that faction. Disheartened, he changed his name to Disillusion Sword. He had just joined the Yang family to avenge his beloved. The latter was a martial artist well versed in external cultivation techniques. His iron fists were powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Over the years, he had slain no fewer than 50 and certainly no fewer than 100 monstrous beasts. Both were martial artists renowned throughout Shanzhou City and indeed the entire Ying province. They were also two of the most formidable among the Yang clan's few fourth-tier powerhouses. And now they're going after a kid who has just entered the third tier. Head of the family. A middle-aged man named Yang Rong had a striking scar on his face, as if left by the scorching heat of a raging fire. Looking up at the dignified elderly man above him, his face twitched as he said hesitantly, "Isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Setting aside the losses, once fourth-tier martial artists intervene, the commotion will likely be. Fourth-tier martial artists can commune with the heavens and earth. The skills they unleash are entirely different from those of first-tier practitioners. Their presence is overwhelming and nearly impossible to conceal. If the Qingyi Bureau detects this, the Yang family will lose two fourth-tier martial artists, a blow that would undoubtedly be devastating. What is there to fear?" The head of the Yang family shot him a cold glance and asked in a calm voice, "So what if we're exposed? Those two have already incurred our enmity. They owe the Yang family anyway. Afterward, we'll simply hand them over to the Qingyi Bureau. Or do you think a third-tier martial artist not yet 20 years old isn't worth two fourth-tier martial artists who've exhausted their potential?" Upon hearing this, the scar on Yang Rong's face twitched slightly. Indeed, compared to such a young martial artist with limitless potential, the loss of two fourth-tier martial artists was surprisingly acceptable. With that in mind, he bowed and clasped his hands, saying respectfully, "I'll go handle it right away." "Wait," the beautiful woman snapped, then looked up at the dignified elderly man and said through gritted teeth, "Head of the clan, may I go in his place?" "You?" "Exactly," the woman replied. "I broke through to the 6th sublevel of the 3rd tier just 2 days ago, 2 sublevels higher than Yang Rong. I have a better chance of success." As she spoke, a surge of murderous intent welled up in her eyes, and her tone grew icy. "Besides, I genuinely want to kill the man who crippled my son with my own hands." Taking in her expression, the Yang family patriarch pondered for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "Very well, then you may go." "Thank you, patriarch." A look of joy spread across the beautiful woman's face, and she hurriedly clasped her hands in a bow. Dismissed. The Yang family patriarch gave a faint then left a parting remark before turning and walking back into the house. About an hour later, the crowd outside had all dispersed. Chapter 68, An Uninvited Guest at Fengyun University. Inside the room, the scent of medicine filled the air. Yang Wanfeng, lying on the bed, was pale as he slowly sat up.
Grandfather! Just lie down.
A hint of concern flashed across the young family patriarch's weathered, deeply lined face. He didn't care one way or another about those clan members outside with mediocre aptitude. It was only this exceptionally gifted grandson whom he truly cared for. The old man knew full well that his time was running out. He had at most 20 years left to live. By then, Yang Wanfeng, having come of age, would be the best possible successor.
With the young man's talent, he would undoubtedly elevate the Yang clan of Shanzhou to new heights. It wasn't even impossible that he might add a new faction to the 3 sects and 6 schools of Hanxia.
Don't worry. Grandfather has already made arrangements for that. Yi Li. Your mother will personally lead 2 4th-tier retainers to ambush and kill him. He won't live much longer. The distinguished-looking elder patted the young man by the bedside, his tone considerably gentler than before. As for your injuries, grandfather will also invite the best 4th-tier physician in Ing province to treat you. Combined with the Yang family's secret techniques, you might even be fully recovered in 3 years. The hardest blood from those 4th-tier retainers will be obtained shortly. Once that happens, grandfather will perform the secret technique to ensure you'll at least be able to get out of bed and walk.
Yang Wanfeng nodded slightly. Upon hearing Yi Li's name, a flash of venom instinctively flickered in his eyes. He took a deep breath before saying, "Thank you, grandfather. What is there to thank me for? We're all family."
The head of the Yang family waved his hand dismissively. Whether for the Yang family's century-old reputation or for its future development, this Yi Li must die. The distinguished-looking elderly man paused to ponder for a moment, then said with a hint of puzzlement, "By the way, regarding your sister, Yang Wan, she must have been traumatized by something. She has locked herself in her room and refuses to come out or see you."
Yang Wanfeng looked slightly awkward.
She might have been startled by that Yi Li's tactics. Don't worry about it, I'll go check on her in a couple of days.
You two have always been close.
The head of the Yang family nodded, clearly not giving the matter much thought.
Whoosh! Just then, a faint whistling sound suddenly echoed from the horizon outside.
Immediately afterward, a powerful aura abruptly descended upon the skies above the Yang family mansion.
Sensing this aura,
the head of the Yang family sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed on the window as he murmured with a somber expression,
"A 5th-tier martial artist? Their aura is even stronger than mine.
What business do they have at the Yang family estate?"
"Grandfather? Stay right here and don't move.
I'll go take a look." The head of the Yang family stood up and walked toward the door. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a figure, enveloped in a gentle breeze, gliding through the air from the distance and landing directly within the Yang family compound. The visitor's sleeves fluttered in the breeze, embroidered with several dynamic, flowing clouds.
Someone from Fengyun University?
Standing in front of the house, the head of the Yang family furrowed his brow slightly and asked in a clear voice, "A faculty member from Fengyun University has made a special trip to the Yang family. May I ask what brings you here?"
"As far as I know, none of our clan members were admitted to Fengyun University." Given that the visitor was from Fengyun University, his tone remained quite courteous.
Upon hearing this, Old Master Yu stepped forward and said with a smile, "I am Old Master Yu, Yi Li's mentor and a senior faculty member at Fengyun University."
Yi Li's mentor?
They arrived so quickly. Does Fengyun University really value him to this extent? The head of the Yang family felt a slight pang of unease. After a moment, he asked, feigning ignorance,
"I see. But you haven't answered my question yet. May I ask what brings you to the Yang family?"
Of course, he knew the answer to this question all too well.
It was for Yi Li's safety.
But even though he knew it, he had to go through the motions on the surface. Otherwise, once news of Yi Li's death spread afterward, as the head of the Yang family, it would be very difficult for him to completely distance himself from those retainers. The director of the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City was a 5th-tier powerhouse. Although he might give the Yang family some face, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to take action against them. That bastard, still playing dumb, Watching the puzzled expression on the elegant old man's face, old man Yu cursed inwardly. Yet a smile spread across his weathered face.
I've heard some rumors, so I came to take a look. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the Young family compound, and he asked, seemingly offhandedly, I've long heard that the Young family of Shanzhou has been widely recruiting retainers. I wonder how many fourth-tier martial artists you've managed to recruit so far. Fourth-tier martial artists aren't that easy to recruit. The head of the Young family smiled as well and shook his head. Over the years, even with the generous terms the Young family has offered, we haven't managed to recruit many. That's truly a revelation. The white-bearded old man, Yu Wang, said with a tone of praise, his expression somewhere between a smile and a scowl. I'm truly sorry. As a faculty member of Fengyun University, you are, of course, a distinguished guest of the Young family. The head of the Young family gazed calmly at the elderly Mr. Yu and said, in a measured tone. However, this matter involves the Young family's privacy, so I'm afraid I cannot disclose the full truth. I imagine Fengyun University wouldn't go so far as to pry into another family's private affairs, would it? As a professor at Fengyun University, it was virtually impossible for him to take direct action against the Young family in public. Of course. Hearing this, the old man nodded slightly and said with a smile, in fact, to maintain good relations with my students, I've always been an old man who knows his boundaries. It was a full 400 li from Fengyun University to this location. He had already rushed here at his absolute fastest. The Young family's fourth-tier martial artists probably don't have much free time on a regular basis. Even if that bastard acts quickly, he likely won't be able to mobilize them immediately. I should have made it in time. With that thought, old Master Yu wore an expression as if he suddenly remembered something, and said with a light chuckle. Come to think of it, my listening to the wind chant has reached the realm of perfection. The listening to the wind chant? That's right. Old Master Yu nodded slightly and explained patiently. This is one of my fifth-tier skills. I won't go so far as to say more, but I can definitely hear every sound within a 10 li radius of the Young family compound with crystal clarity. What do you mean by that? The head of the Young family frowned deeply. It means. Old Master Yu stepped in front of him, his voice suddenly turning icy despite the smile on his face. Within the next 5 days, if even one of these 8 fourth-tier martial artists from the Young family within a 10 li radius goes missing, don't blame me for turning my back on you. Upon hearing this, the head of the Young family's expression shifted slightly, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Young family actually had 10 fourth-tier martial artists. The fact that the other party had mentioned 8 meant that Yang Mei had already set out with those 2 fourth-tier retainers. Good girl, she sure moved fast. With that thought in mind, the head of the Young family suppressed his inner joy and feigned difficulty as he said, Sir, isn't your behavior a bit too high-handed? Aren't you afraid I'll report this to Fengyun University? Go ahead and report it, said the old man with a chuckle as he walked toward the inner room, waving his hand as he spoke. I'd like to stay here for 3 or 5 days. That won't be a bother, will it? Well, there's one more thing. Old Master Yu turned to face the head of the Young family and said with a smile. Before my disciple reaches the 5th tier, no matter what happens to him, no matter who is responsible, I'll come here first and personally kill you, the head of the Young family. Hearing this, the head of the Young family's expression instantly turned grim. This madman. As soon as Yili dies, I must immediately notify the Qingyi Bureau and have them take this madman away. Chapter 69. Before we take action, does anyone want to leave? Linhai City, South District. In a quiet, ordinary residential complex, Lin Yun, dressed in a light purple robe, entered one of the apartment buildings after double-checking her location. This should be it. She stopped in front of a particular door and looked up at the door number once more. 1802. Good, no problem. Just as she was about to knock, the door swung open from the inside. Squeak! As the door swung open, a familiar-looking young man in white stood behind it, looking at her calmly. Come in. Oh, Lin Yun hurriedly stepped inside. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw luggage on the floor. He was clearly getting ready to leave.
He knew the Young family was after him, so he had to hurry to Fengyun University to seek refuge.
Lin Yun chuckled to herself.
His behavior up until now had been so erratic that she'd almost forgotten Yili was still just a young martial artist not yet 20.
It wasn't until she saw his actions at that moment that Lin Yun finally felt a sense of relief.
So you do get scared sometimes after all.
That's more like it.
That's exactly how an inexperienced young martial artist should act.
Did you come specifically to pick me up, or is it because of the Young family?
Yili casually pulled up a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over her. He didn't think the other person had any ulterior motives after all. They departed ways just the day before, and the fact that she'd come knocking again today clearly showed the urgency of the situation. The only thing he currently had that could be considered urgent was the feud with the Young family.
Smart.
Lin Yun gave him a thumbs up, then stretched lazily.
Our teacher is probably keeping the Young family in check right now.
As long as he is there, any 4th tier or higher power shouldn't dare make a move.
Then why didn't she come to escort me herself?
Yili asked, looking at her in confusion.
She has always liked to take the initiative. Lin Yun waved her hand and said.
She can't sit still when she wants to do something.
Don't worry about her, she'll definitely keep the Young family in check anyway.
All right. Yili tapped his chin lightly.
Do you have anything else to do? Lin Yun yawned.
If you don't have anything else, let us head to school now. Once we're on campus, the Young family won't dare lay a finger on you, they won't even dare to stake out the area near the school.
Is our school really that formidable?
Yili stood up. Of course. Lin Yun leaned against the doorframe, rubbing her eyes which were ringed with dark circles as she smiled.
Don't you see how many skilled fighters we have at our school?
The Wind and Cloud rankings are full of tough guys at Tier 3 and above at any other martial arts university. They'd all be star players on the school team. She pointed at herself, tilted her chin slightly, and said with a touch of pride, by the way, your senior sister here is on that Wind and Cloud rankings list, too.
What rank? Lin Yun fell silent for a moment.
Seeing that Yili was still staring at her, she gritted her teeth and said, I'm not good at fighting, I'm second only to some 3rd tier, 6th level guy.
What rank is he? 29.
Then you might as well have just said your last, Yili chuckled.
Lin Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to blush on the spot. I'm not angry.
In 2 years, I won't be able to beat him anymore, there's no point in getting worked up over this. Once he meets senior sister Chen, he'll naturally understand what it means that there are always people better than you, and that the sky is not the limit. After composing herself, Lin Yun picked up the luggage from the floor and rallied her spirits.
All right, let us go.
With that, she stepped out of the room first and pressed the elevator button. Buzz. The elevator began to rise slowly from the 1st floor. The residents in this building have such strange schedules, coming back from outside in the middle of the day. Lin Yun furrowed her brow slightly, a look of exasperation flitting across her delicate, oval face. She had only just come up a short while ago, yet the elevator had already gone back down to the 1st floor. She hated waiting for the elevator. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder. Lin Yun looked back in confusion and saw Yili standing behind her, his expression calm. A gleam flashed in his dark eyes as he stared intently at the elevator entrance, as if he'd spotted something worth noting.
I'm the only resident in this building.
Yili's voice was distinctly flat, yet to Lin Yun's ears, it sounded as startling as a muffled thunderclap. There's a killing intent in the elevator, a very strong one.
What?
Lin Yun hurriedly channeled her true chi, the lazy expression vanishing from her face in an instant. Whoosh! Without a moment's thought as to why the teenager's perception was sharper than her own, Lin Yun formed a hand seal with one hand. Her purple robe fluttered of its own accord, and intricate, dense mystical runes surged all around her.
Divine calculation of heaven, distinguishing fortune and misfortune, rise and fall, shadow and light. Grade A talent, reverse divine calculation. Ha!
In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun's face paled slightly, and her breathing quickened a bit. Her eyes were fixed intently on the elevator, which had already reached the 16th floor, her tone as if facing a formidable enemy. Two martial artists, one at the 4th tier, 2nd level, and one at the 3rd tier, 6th level. Run! With that, she grabbed Yi Li's wrist and prepared to run downstairs. Ha! Lin Yun had barely taken 2 steps when she was forced to stop. Yi Li stood motionless where he was, and her hand felt as if it were caught in a rubber band wrapped around rebar. She couldn't budge him an inch. What are you waiting for? Lin Yun was horrified. If she didn't run now, was she supposed to wait for the enemy to come up? We can fight this. Don't panic. Yi Li's expression remained calm as he gently rotated the storage ring on his finger, quietly watching the numbers rising beside the elevator. Given the enemy's strength across the way, there was no way she could escape by running. Might as well kill them. Wouldn't that solve the problem? On the other side, Lin Yun followed his line of sight and felt a chill run down her spine. On the small screen next to the elevator, the number 18 was clearly displayed. Ding! The next second, the elevator doors swung open. 2 unfamiliar figures came into view. A burly man with unusually large hands, and a strikingly alluring woman. The man kept his eyes cast down, appearing very calm, though an aura of profound depth emanated from him. The beautiful woman, on the other hand, raised her almond-shaped eyes and gazed coldly at the 2 people outside the elevator. Then, her red lips parted slightly, and she spoke in a voice that sent shivers down their spines. Would you 2 like to come down with us? Thank you. Before Lin Yun could refuse, Yi Li politely nodded and stepped into the elevator first. Seeing this, Lin Yun gritted her teeth and followed him inside. Phew! After pressing the button for the 1st floor, the elevator doors slowly closed. Inside the cramped space, the air seemed to have solidified, creating a suffocating and oppressive atmosphere. Are you Yi Li? As soon as she spoke, Yang Mei's emotions began to run high, and she asked in a trembling voice. Is it you who crippled my son? Linhai City borders Shanzhou City. To prevent him from leaving Linhai City's jurisdiction, she had rushed here from the Yang family residence as fast as she could. All to find the culprit who had crippled young Wanfeng as soon as possible. Now, that very culprit was standing right in front of her. Not only that, but he looked completely calm and composed. Yang Mei wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. Yes, madam. Yi Li's gaze first swept over the 4th-rank martial artist, then turned to the beautiful woman as he chuckled lightly. Not only that, but now I'm going to hunt down his horse as well. Chapter 69, you call this a 3rd-rank martial artist? What did you say? Yang Mei couldn't believe her ears. Just as she was about to say something, the white-clad youth before her suddenly raised a pair of icy golden eyes. Aura of authority and mystery, utterly captivating. In an instant, the goosebumps on Yang Mei's back felt as if they were about to explode. A sudden wave of dread welled up within her. He should just be a martial artist who has only just entered the 3rd tier, so why was he making her feel this mix of fear and dread? Grab him! Yang Mei roared in a mix of shock and rage, instinctively backing up toward the corner to give the burly man some room to move. The burly man nodded slightly. His towering figure took a step forward, and he extended his broad palm, pressing down on Yi Li's shoulder with overwhelming force. In an instant, his massive palm landed on Yi Li's shoulder. As his arm trembled, a terrifying force of over 10 metric tons suddenly poured down, intent on pinning him directly to the ground. But the very next second, a look of astonishment flashed across his face. His opponent stood firmly, not even bending at the waist in the slightest. The immense force he unleashed seemed to vanish into thin air, meeting no resistance whatsoever. Is this a 3rd-tier martial artist? No sooner had this thought crossed the burly man's mind than a terrifying, searing pain surged through his abdomen. Put! A long, blue and gold spear encircled with dragon scales whistled through the air, piercing straight through his protective aura and plunging deep into his abdomen. Stop watching, you're going to die. Yi Li let out a light chuckle, released the spear, and, with his body and horse in perfect unison, unleashed a burst of Dan Qi, finally executing the most terrifying dragon shakes the mountain strike he had ever performed. Before the burly man could even cry out in pain, he was struck squarely in the chest by a punch from Yi Li,
whose essence, energy, and spirit were at their peak. With the dual boost of the perfected Snow Mountain body shaping and Golden Soul revival, shattering the defenses of a fourth-tier martial artist was as easy as turning over one's hand. Boom! A colossal force far beyond what a third-tier martial artist could possess erupted with a thunderous roar. The burly man's body was sent flying uncontrollably backward, smashing straight through the elevator doors, hurtling into the hallway, and finally slamming into the wall with a loud thud. A distinct cracking sound rang out as the residual force shattered the wall as well. He was suddenly left hanging in the air, dozens of meters above the ground. At this height, under normal circumstances, a fourth-tier martial artist would certainly be able to adjust their posture mid-air and land steadily. But for some reason, this burly man known as the Dragon Steelhand now felt his limbs stiffen completely, utterly unresponsive to his commands. Despite his desperate efforts to adjust his posture in mid-air as quickly as possible, he still crashed heavily to the ground amid the howling wind. Ha! With his internal organs compressed by gravity, the fallen giant coughed up a huge mouthful of crimson blood accompanied by a staggering surge of cold energy. An eruption of Dan Qi accompanied by cold energy? No wonder his limbs wouldn't obey him. The burly man's face turned ashen, the excruciating pain radiating from within his body left him unable to move even a single finger. Although he had been somewhat careless, he had indeed been instantly defeated by his opponent in just 2 moves. Blood kept spilling from his mouth, and the spear lodged in his abdomen continued to drain his life away. Is this how I die? A deep sense of resentment and bitterness welled up in the burly man's eyes. A single punch that left him critically injured, terrifying punching power amounting to dozens of metric tons, and an explosion of pill energy infused with cold energy. You guys actually call this just entering the 3rd stage? Inside the elevator. The moment she saw the burly man taken down in 2 moves, Yang Mei's eyes widened in shock. That was the famed Dragon Steel Fist of Shanzhou City. In terms of raw physical strength alone, no one in the entire Yang family except for the family head could go toe-to-toe with him. And now he'd actually been sent flying by a true blood realm cultivator who just entered the 3rd stage? A storm of shock and disbelief surged through Yang Mei's mind. But clearly, there was no time to dwell on these questions now. Because the teenager's figure had already appeared right in front of her. Stop! Yang Mei's mind was in a panic. She instinctively tried to step back, only to feel the wall behind her. Oh no! The moment that thought crossed her mind, the youth's long, pale fingers struck like lightning, clamping down on her face. Yang Mei let out a piercing scream as her Dan Qi erupted throughout her body. She grabbed the outstretched arm with both hands and tore at it with all her might. After all, she was a 3rd-tier, 6th-level martial artist. Even though she lived a life of luxury and comfort for years, her basic combat instincts were still intact. However, despite her Dan Qi burst, the arm gripping her face didn't budge an inch. Instead, it suddenly unleashed an overwhelming force she couldn't resist. Boom! Under Lian Yun's stunned gaze, Yili slammed the beautiful woman hard against the wall. The terrifying force swept over her face, and Yang Mei's consciousness instantly began to fade as her eyes rolled back. In the final moment of her fading awareness, she forced a voice from the depths of her throat: disappointment. Boom! Her head was slammed against the wall once more, and the second half of her sentence was brutally cut off. Amidst a shower of debris, the teenager struck blow after blow with swift, direct movements, carving out a web of fine, intricate cracks in the wall. During this time, Yang Mei's blood energy flared up more than once as she attempted to unleash the blood-burning art, but without exception, every attempt was brutally cut short. Amid the hair-raising thuds. In less than a second, Yang Mei's alluring face was already streaked with blood, looking utterly hideous, with only her mouth still emitting a wail so faint it was barely audible. Just then, a colossal surge of sword energy suddenly struck from below. Boom! In the face of this incredibly sharp sword energy, the entire bottom of the elevator and even the concrete structure beneath it was blown to smithereens. Yili casually tossed Yang Mei over. Freed from his grip, Yang Mei began to fall, only to be caught by a figure darting toward her at lightning speed, landing swiftly on the ground. With a light tap of his toes, the figure darted out to the open space outside the apartment building. Yili narrowed his eyes slightly and, after landing, looked out toward the building's exterior.
There stood a slender man clad in a blue robe, exuding a terrifying aura. In his arms lay Yang Mei, her consciousness drifting in and out, his expression dark and grim. Sensing Yi Li's gaze, the blue-robed swordsman raised his vacant eyes and clenched the hilt of his sword with his slender hand. He slowly raised his long sword, pointing it at the two inside the building, and spoke in a cold voice. "Young lady, if you wish to stay alive, leave now. Today, I want only this young man's life. I've already crushed the silver token. Within a quarter of an hour, the enforcers from Linhai City will arrive here." Faced with the swordsman's overwhelming aura, Lin Yun stepped forward quickly, held up the already shattered silver token in her hand, and shouted in a clear voice, "If you don't want to die, leave now." Shattering a Fengyun University silver token served as an emergency signal. If she couldn't intimidate him, she could only hope that the Linhai City law enforcement officers would arrive quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun's not-so-sharp mind raced. Amid her fear and shock, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, though she didn't know what methods had been used, that fourth-tier martial artist from earlier seemed to have been severely wounded by Yi Li. She never expected the Yang family to send two fourth-tier martial artists, plus a third-tier martial artist, to ambush and kill Yi Li. The swordsman before her was powerful, but if she and Yi Li joined forces, holding out for a quarter of an hour shouldn't be too difficult. Just then, under Lin Yun's stunned gaze, Yi Li walked forward slowly and said calmly to the swordsman in the green robe, whose face was dark with anger. "I suggest you brace yourself, because in a moment, I'll send both of you flying." He originally planned to earn some extra evil points by smashing heads, but the other party suddenly jumped out, ruining his plan. Damn it, this just adds insult to injury to his already meager balance. He hadn't intended to play the role of the living king of hell, but now he'd have no choice but to do so. Chapter 70, Solo Kill of a Tier 4 Track Record Verifiable. Yi Li was furious right now. After leveling up to the peak of Tier 3, his evil points in the back end had dropped to just 4 digits. To maximize his profits, he'd chosen to take a risk and hadn't immediately finished off that beautiful woman. It looks like this is going to take some effort. Yi Li exhaled softly. Powerful true chi began to circulate at breakneck speed. A white mist resembling blazing flames emerged from his skin, and his body took on a faintly translucent quality. Even at his current level, facing a martial artist in the early stages of the 4th tier would be quite a struggle. Only by activating Golden Soul Revival could he briefly gain the physical strength needed to overwhelm his opponent. But a 4th tier martial artist possesses not only a stronger physique but also a true chi output far surpassing that of a 3rd tier practitioner. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have chosen to quickly dispatch that burly man. The elevator had been cramped, and the burly man, worried about hurting the beautiful woman, hadn't unleashed his full potential as a 4th tier martial artist, which is why Yi Li was able to take him down. However, this blue-robed swordsman, who was also a 4th tier martial artist, had no such reservations. Even if it meant alarming the surrounding citizens, he could strike without restraint. "Stay calm." Hearing Yi Li's words, Lin Yun hurriedly exclaimed, "Yi Li, his aura is even stronger than the one from earlier." "Stop blabbering. I said I'd kill him." Yi Li cut her off, his gaze fixed firmly on the green-robed swordsman. A mysterious light flickered in his eyes, as if he could see through all illusions. "Arrogant brat." Upon hearing this, the green-robed swordsman's vacant gaze gradually sharpened. Veins bulged on the back of his hand as he swung his 3 chi-long green blade down through the air. A formidable aura of the 4th tier Heavenly Gate realm erupted suddenly, and a terrifying, visible sword energy roared forth, charging straight toward Yi Li. Wherever the sword energy passed, the flat, solid concrete ground cracked inch by inch, the steps shattered, and countless fragments of stone were swept up in its wake. The sheer force of this strike far surpassed that of a 3rd tier martial artist. Facing the surging, razor-sharp sword energy, Yi Li's vast golden eyes burned even more intensely, and the white mist swirling around his body blazed with fiery intensity. He took a step forward and, without a hint of fear, charged straight into it. Boom! The mighty sword energy collided with the figure in white in front of the building, then exploded with a thunderous roar. A raging gale swept out in all directions, whipping up billowing dust and sending shards of rock flying. Inside the house, Lian shielded her eyes with her hand, straining to see through the dust and smoke. Immediately afterward, a voice filled with both fury and shock echoed throughout the area.
Bone regeneration? What kind of ability is this? Bone regeneration?
Lian's heart thudded violently as she hurried out of the building and looked toward the open space ahead. There, the swordmaster in the blue robe glared at a white-clad youth who had surged ahead of him. His gaunt face was frozen in astonishment, and even the motion of his sword was delayed for an instant. Yet even so, his movements were faster than the youth's. The swordmaster redirected his true chi, gripped his long sword tightly, clenched his teeth, and shouted aloud. Slash! An astonishing sword aura suddenly erupted from the 3 chi long blue blade as if it had received some kind of boost and slashed down at the enemy mere inches away. Golden light surged in Yi Li's eyes, and the mystical, golden glowing blood raged unchecked within his body. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled all his vital energy into his Dan, instantly executing a perfect Dan Chi burst, which collided head-on with the oncoming sword aura. Boom! The sword aura exploded, blood spattering everywhere. Before the blue-robed swordsman's eyes, filled with disbelief, Yi Li's severed 5 fingers regrew at an unimaginable speed. Faced with the Dan Chi burst of an S-rank hammer refinement technique, he could even block the sword aura of an early-stage 4th-tier martial artist. Yi Li's eyes flashed. His newly regenerated 5 fingers clenched suddenly, the energy surging through his body gathered once more. The muscles in his upper arms compressed like springs, then snapped open all at once the moment he struck. Dan Chi burst, a double explosion. Clang! An avalanche of martial energy swept toward him. The long sword in the blue-robed swordsman's hand was forced into an exaggerated arc, unable to fully block the onslaught. The remaining immense force crashed directly into the swordsman's chest. Yang Mei, in his arms, absorbed part of the force. She was instantly jolted as if struck by lightning, snapping out of her unconsciousness in an instant as a mouthful of crimson blood spurted from her lips. Yi Li moved like a shadow, seizing the opportunity. He spread his arms wide, and the follow-up burst of Dan Chi was unleashed in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 The perfectly executed burst of Dan Chi surged forward in wave after wave, like a tidal surge. The immense force relentlessly pounded the green-robed swordsman's form, leaving him no time to tend to Yang Mei, who lay in his arms, coughing up blood from the relentless impact. His originally sullen face was now flushed crimson from the strain. This is 3rd tier? You've got to be kidding me. The blue-robed swordsman kept retreating, his body skimming the ground, as a wave of disbelief welled up within him. The hand gripping his long sword was trembling slightly. His body, forged through countless trials, was nearly frozen stiff by the oncoming chill. His opponent's technique was so perfect it was infuriating, and he unleashed bursts of Dan Chi one after another as if he had an endless supply of true Chi. Such terrifying combat prowess! This was no young martial artist who had just entered the 3rd tier. He was practically a veteran warrior who had honed his skills for 100 years at that level. The quality of the true blood within his body was likely nearing the absolute peak. The blade in his hand kept emitting a mournful wail, as if it might shatter at any moment. At this moment, the white-robed youth's hair and beard stood on end, his arms were stretched wide, and every ounce of his vital energy had been channeled to the absolute limit. The skin and flesh on the knuckles were nearly torn to shreds, exposing stark white bone, yet the wounds were constantly regenerating. A single punch struck like a meteor, shattering the earth, and the 10th Dan Chi burst exploded with a thunderous roar upon that blue-edged sword. Crack! The treasured weapon that had accompanied the swordsman for untold years shattered in that instant, turning into countless tiny shards that scattered in all directions. Before the green-robed swordsman could even feel a pang of regret, the youth seized the opportunity, swung his right arm in a wide arc, and landed a punch on his face with the force of a thunderclap. The immense force slammed directly into his face. The 4th-rank martial artist was instinctively dazed, and his slender frame was sent flying by the blow, knocking over one sedan after another. Amid the roaring noise, his entire body was hurled backward dozens of zhang. Yet he still managed to form a dense shield of sword energy around himself, intending to buy time. His lingering consciousness caused him to lift his head, only to be met by a pair of emotionless golden eyes mere inches away. Yi Li moved as swiftly as a shadow, already positioning himself directly in front of him. The muscles in his back bulged as terrifying force surged from the tips of his fists. He swung his arms in a wide arc, his fists crashing out like a raging storm. The swordmaster in the blue robe clenched his teeth, flung Yang Mei from his arms, and clenched his fists as well, meeting the onslaught head-on. Boom! 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 Their fists and palms collided relentlessly in the air, their strikes brutally forceful, sending wave after wave of energy exploding outward. Sword energy surged in all directions, causing the earth to tremble. Cars forged from steel exploded on impact, and trees thick enough for several people to embrace toppled at the slightest touch. Is he a third-tier martial artist? This scene left Lin Yun, watching from behind, speechless. That fourth-tier martial artist whose strength was absolutely on par with the top 10 on the Wind and Cloud rankings was now being completely overwhelmed by Yili. Overpowering opponents of higher tiers or third-tier martial artists this insane these days? A monster. Yang Mei staggered to her feet, her heart filled with terror as she watched the scene unfold. He killed both of her fourth-tier retainers. She'd seen it with her own eyes just moments ago. The flesh severed from the youth by the swordsman instantly regrew. Even the exotic beasts in the dungeon, renowned for their self-healing abilities, couldn't hold a candle to this. This youth is a monster. Boom! Yili swung his right arm in a wide arc once more, his fist striking like thunder, shattering a great bell as he forced his way through the center gate. The protective sword energy surrounding the swordsman was instantly blown away by this punch. His gaunt face turned deathly pale, and the true chi within his body ceased to circulate for a split second. Spare me! I was forced to serve the Yang family. Seeing Yili charging at him once more, he finally cried out in terror, I was bound by a blood contract. If I disobey. The white-robed youth gave him no chance to continue, exhaling as he channeled his power into a punch that sent his chest caving in dramatically. He was sent flying. Ha! The blue-robed swordsman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His body flew backward, smashing through several large trees in succession before finally tumbling over a dozen times and crashing to the ground. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices, and the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. He instinctively tried to get up, but his shattered internal organs could no longer provide him with any energy at that moment. He didn't have the slightest strength to move. Phew! Yili exhaled a breath of stale air. The golden glow in his eyes slowly faded, gradually returning to his original black pupils. Nearly 70% of his true chi had been depleted, and that was even with the quality of his true blood boosted to the maximum by Snow Mountain body shaping. If this had been a normal peak-tier third-rank martial artist, he would likely have met his end long ago. A fourth-rank martial artist in full combat mode is truly hard to kill. Still, the rewards were substantial. Text flickered across the light screen, appearing exceptionally cheerful. You have repeatedly inflicted critical injuries on a level 3, rank 6 martial artist. Evil points plus 5,000. You have killed a level 4, rank 2 martial artist. Evil points plus 12,000. You have killed a level 4, rank 3 martial artist. Evil points plus 13,000. Yili's lips curled slightly into a smile. Now his pockets were finally full again. Chapter 71, Severing the Shackles of Fate. On an open space not far away. Looking at the spirited young man in blood-stained white robes, Yang Mei's face was filled with despair. She had rushed here from the Yang family estate in such a hurry. How could she have anticipated such an outcome? Because of the commotion just now. Residents from many of the surrounding buildings were now peering out, their gazes fixed on the scene, a mix of curiosity and terror. Amid the deathly silence, Lin Yun cast a pitying glance at her. Though she felt little sympathy, on the contrary, she found it rather satisfying. She knew full well, if Yili's strength hadn't exceeded expectations, it would likely have been the 2 on her side who had died. I really never expected the Yang family to be this bold. Lin Yun walked over to Yili's side and said through gritted teeth. Rest assured, they dared to lay a hand on a core student of Fengyun University. As soon as word reaches the school, the entire Yang family will pay a heavy price. Judging by the force they deployed this time, she didn't believe for a moment that they'd let her off the hook afterward. At that moment, she was seething with hatred toward this beautiful woman. Fortunately, with the evidence that they attacked Fengyun University as core students, plus this eyewitness, the Yang family would likely be unable to escape punishment this time. Upon hearing Lin Yinyun's words, Yang Mei hurriedly glanced at Yi Li. When she saw that highly conspicuous gold waist badge, her heart sank to the pit of her stomach, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. A core student? No one had told her about this. Not even the head of the Yang family knew. Right, rumors had been circulating that Yi Li was a special admissions student, but such students had always been bronze badge students in the past. Who could have imagined he was a gold badge student? Yang Mei clenched her jaw, staring intently at the teenager's face, which still radiated a murderous aura, as her emotions surged violently within her chest. If they attacked an ordinary bronze tier trainee, the Yang family could have used the excuse of a personal grudge or lax discipline. All they need to do is hand over the 2 4th-tier martial artists involved to the Qingyi Bureau to settle the matter. But if they attacked these core trainees holding gold medals, the implications would be entirely different. That would be almost equivalent to attempting to assassinate the deputy director of the city-level Qingyi Bureau. The difference between the two. It meant the charge would instantly escalate from personal grudge to attempted rebellion. Even if the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City were to wipe out the entire Yang family this time, they would have every justification to do so. No wonder, despite possessing such power, they hadn't killed her in the elevator. It turned out they wanted to keep her alive so they could report the incident to the Qingyi Bureau afterward. By then, even if the Yang family hadn't been wiped out by the Qingyi Bureau, they'd be on the brink of annihilation. Just thinking about her fate at that point sent a shiver down Yang Mei's spine. She feared that even after death, she'd be nailed to the Yang family's pillar of shame, reviled by future generations of the Yang clan for all eternity. With that in mind, Yang Mei made her decision. She jerked her head up and shouted fiercely, "Yi Li! You crippled my son even as a ghost. I, Yang Mei, will never let you off the hook. And to think you could use my name to wipe out the Yang family? That's nothing but a pipe dream. Just you wait. The Yang family will absolutely not let you off this easily. Generation after generation of our descendants will come forward to seek revenge on you. Just because you won once doesn't mean you'll always win." Before her words had even finished, she violently unleashed the true qi within her body. Instantly, a spray of crimson blood gushed from her mouth, and her vital energy rapidly waned. Oh no! She is going to kill herself. Lin Yinyun's face turned pale. She darted forward to stand before her, then her pupils contracted slightly. Yang Mei slowly collapsed to the ground, her breath as faint as a thread. She was clearly on the brink of death. Even so, she curled the corners of her mouth into a grin, baring blood-stained teeth as she fixed Yi Li with a deathly glare. "Yi Li!" she screamed in a voice thick with venom, "I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life living in the shadow of fear." As her words trailed off, Yang Mei slowly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting death's arrival. This is trouble. Seeing this, Lin Yinyun briefly assessed her condition, furrowed her brow, and immediately felt a headache coming on. Already severely injured, with all her meridians now shattered, there was certainly no chance of saving her. What were they to do? With no living witness, even if the Qingyi Bureau and Fengyun University wanted to take action, they could only give the Yang family a mild reprimand. As for Yi Li, any possibility of reconciliation with the Yang family was completely gone. According to the Yang family of Shanzhou's creed of revenge for every wrong, it seemed they would truly follow through on their threat, seeking vengeance against Yi Li for generations to come. Call emergency services quickly. Lin Yinyun looked up at Yi Li and said in a grave voice, there might still be a chance to save her. Yi Li walked over to the barely breathing Yang Mei, bent down, and checked for a pulse. Thankfully, she wasn't dead yet. Fortunately, third-tier martial artists have tenacious vitality, otherwise, he'd really be in a bind. Do you have a plan? Seeing Yi Li breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Yinyun hurriedly asked. No sooner had the words left her mouth than, before her stunned eyes, Yi Li snapped her neck in a flash. Lin Yinyun's vision went black on the spot. She had intended to explain the consequences to Yi Li, insisting that even if they were to kill Yang Mei, Wait until the Qingyi Bureau arrived. But just as the words reached her lips, she was interrupted by the teenager's calm yet authoritative voice. Stand up. A faint glimmer of life suddenly surged from the corpse on the ground. Stand up. Stand up. The white-clad youth's voice grew more and more matter-of-fact with each command. It didn't sound like a furious shout, but rather like a calm, ordinary order. Immediately afterward, under Lin Yun's stunned and bewildered gaze, 3 figures emerged from the shadowy ground before Yili, identical to how they had appeared in life. A swordsman in a blue robe, a burly man, and a beautiful woman. Not only did they look exactly like living people, but even the aura they emitted was identical to what it had been before. The only difference was that they were all now kneeling behind Yili, each with a different expression on their face. Yili's gaze swept over the 3 as he spoke calmly. Since the descendants of the Yang family seek revenge against me, why not simply prevent them from being born? A feud that has persisted for generations like this should be severed by his own hand. If the enemy family has no descendants, the feud will naturally come to an end. Lin Yun? Could you really be a genius? Chapter 72, The Wind is Rising. So, the Yang family. Linhai City, Qingyi Bureau. The 20-odd enforcers on duty today had mobilized in full force and were rushing toward a residential complex in the southern part of the city. 10 minutes ago, an emergency signal had been transmitted from this very location. A silver-rank student from Fengyun University had shattered his silver badge here and requested backup. This was no trivial matter at Fengyun University. Only students who had reached the 3rd tier were eligible to receive a silver badge. Whatever could cause them to shatter their badges and call for help must be an anomaly capable of throwing an entire city's population into chaos. Halt, we're here. The elderly man gave a soft command, and under his lead, the 20 or so figures clad in sky-blue trenchcoats came to a stop in front of a residential complex. The 20 or so law enforcement officers who had rushed to the scene were all at the 2nd tier or higher, truly elite forces in Linhai City. The signal source is inside the residential complex. 2nd squad, hold this perimeter. 1st squad, follow me inside. After pinpointing the location, the elderly team leader immediately issued a cold command, then led the way inside. His expression was somber. An incident severe enough to force a 3rd-tier martial artist from Fengyun University to issue an emergency distress call. Strictly speaking, such an event hadn't occurred in a long time in a small place like Linhai City. Otherwise, the Qingyi Bureau of Linhai City Wun Ti have only its director as a 4th-tier martial artist. Not long ago, the director had been ambushed and seriously injured by a fugitive at the peak of the 3rd tier and was still recovering. Fortunately, that fugitive was eventually killed by a top-tier student from Fengyun University. Although the elderly team leader hadn't met the student in person, he had seen the photo provided by Fengyun University. He was truly a strikingly handsome young man. If possible, he would really like to thank him in person. Pushing aside his jumbled thoughts, the elderly man slowly channeled his true qi and looked around warily. The neighborhood security guard sat quietly in the guardhouse, watching the group of law enforcement officers enter the complex without uttering a word. He'd never seen such a large contingent before. He hadn't even dared to look when the explosion went off inside the complex moments ago, let alone try to stop this group of Qingyi Bureau officers. If they'd been food delivery drivers or residents, he might have stood a chance. Tap, tap, tap. A dozen or so law enforcement officers strode briskly into the complex, then gradually came to a halt. A young girl in a yellow dress, her expression complex, emerged from the complex, her eyes still wide with the shock of having witnessed something utterly shocking. Only after spotting the arriving enforcers did she hold up the shattered silver badge in her hand. She signaled that she had summoned their assistance herself. An anomaly? The elderly team leader's gaze swept over the broken silver badge, and he asked instinctively, what exactly happened? Well. Lin Yun immediately felt a headache coming on and raised her hand to rub the corner of her forehead. She'd been at Fengyun University for 2 years now and had seen all kinds of martial arts prodigies, but this was the first time she'd ever encountered a true blood realm cultivator capable of directly killing 2 4th-tier martial artists and 1 3rd-tier martial artist. Not only that, But this true blood realm cultivator also possessed the extraordinary ability to summon their souls and command them at will.
That's just ridiculous, isn't it? Recalling Yili's earlier performance, Lin Yun couldn't help but shudder. Come to think of it, this seemed to be the first time a true blood realm cultivator had ever won a gold medal at Fengyun University. No wonder her teacher kept emphasizing to the school that this was an exception. An exception has its reasons. With such a terrifying display of power, never mind awarding him a gold medal. Even if they were to add Yili to the Fengyun rankings ahead of schedule, she wouldn't see anything wrong with it. If anyone took issue with that, she could simply retort, if you can do it, go ahead and do it yourself. After much deliberation, Lin Yun decided to fulfill the other party's instructions first. In as calm a tone as she could muster, she said, "The young family of Shanzhou intends to wreak havoc in Hanxia. Please contact the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City and have them dispatch enforcement officers immediately to surround the young family's compound." Disrupt Hanxia? Surround the young family? The elderly team leader looked somewhat taken aback. Shanzhou City was right next to Linhai City, so he had naturally heard of the so-called young family.
Although many of their actions had drawn the local Qingyi Bureau's displeasure, they were generally considered law-abiding and would actively send people to help
during beast-tide attacks. Why the sudden decision to send troops to besiege them?
Just as he was about to ask a few more questions, a series of light footsteps suddenly sounded behind Lin Yun. The old man furrowed his brow slightly and immediately looked behind Lin Yun. Then, his aged eyes suddenly narrowed. A youth in a tattered white robe was walking toward them, carrying a bloodstained blue and gold spear in his hand, his demeanor calm and composed. Most importantly, the old man recognized this youth. The young family of Shanzhou has conspired to assassinate the deputy director of Linhai City, intending to rebel and sow chaos in Hanxia.
The culprits have been apprehended with the evidence.
Yili casually tossed the gold medal to the old man and said calmly, "Please contact the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City and have them surround the young family's compound for me.
Don't let a single one get away." A house raid? The phrase instinctively popped into Lin Yun's mind.
She instantly sucked in a sharp breath, and her normally laid-back heart began to race for some unknown reason.
Should she say that's normal? Absolutely. After all, even a monkey would get excited upon hearing the words house raid.
The elderly man leading the team clutched the gold badge symbolizing his rank.
Though he desperately wanted to retort, "If you're the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, then who am I?"
He understood the urgency of the situation, however, and the fact that the other man held a Fengyun University gold badge meant he was indeed his equal in status.
Moreover, the other man had done Linhai City a favor.
This short chapter isn't over yet. Click the next page to continue reading the exciting content that follows.
As deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau, how could he possibly be ungrateful? The elderly man immediately took a deep breath.
Amid the stunned gazes of those behind him, he clasped his hands and said in a solemn voice,
"Understood."
He turned around and barked loudly.
The young family of Shanzhou attempted to assassinate the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau in Linhai City.
The perpetrator has been caught red-handed.
Prepare a vehicle immediately and escort this deputy director to Shanzhou.
The law enforcement officers were all seasoned veterans of the Bureau. Their reactions were swift, and they quickly snapped out of their stunned silence. They bowed and clasped their hands, shouting in unison,
"Understood." Shanzhou City, the young family manor.
As the sun set in the west, dazzling radiance swirled through the sky-filling clouds, bathing the entire vast compound in a beautiful golden glow.
The weather's nice today.
Standing in front of the main hall, Yang Wanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. After consuming the hardest blood of several fourth-tier martial artists and combining it with the young family's secret techniques, he was finally able to get out of bed and walk. But even so, Yang Wanfeng still couldn't bring himself to feel happy. Fengyun University must have lost its mind. A fifth-tier elder who looked kind and approachable had arrived. Although he had white hair and a white beard just like his own grandfather, and was also a fifth-tier martial artist, the old man was clearly far stronger than his grandfather. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't be spending his days walking aimlessly around the young family compound with a blank expression on his face. Most importantly, although a fourth-tier physician had promised to treat his injuries for the next 3 years, 3 years was simply far too long for Yang Wanfeng, who harbored such lofty ambitions. And all of this was thanks to that Yili. At this thought, Yang Wanfeng clenched his fists tightly, his neatly trimmed nails digging into his flesh, yet he felt no pain at all. Simply because the anguish welling up inside him was so intense. From childhood to the present, no one his age had ever made him hate someone as much as Yili did. Therefore, this was Yili's fault, not his own. Come to think of it, mother should have taken care of that Yili by now. Yang Wanfeng exhaled softly, his previously agitated mood finally eased somewhat. She cut short his dream of winning the championship and blocked his path to cultivation for the next 3 years. His younger sister, who'd been inseparable from him for over a decade, now completely ignored him. It was simply an unforgivable sin. That's exactly why you have to die. Yang Wanfeng's tone was icy, brimming with intense hatred and murderous intent. At the same time, dozens of li away from the Yang family compound, figures clad in sky-blue windbreakers stretched out as far as the eye could see, forming a sea of figures under the twilight sky that resembled the clear blue sky of midday. And at the command of a young man, this expanse of azure sky was now surging forward at a rapid, unstoppable pace, overwhelming the massive estate ahead. Chapter 73, Is it too late to run now? Dusk. The great sun on the horizon was sinking steadily, about to disappear completely below the horizon. The wind is picking up. Yang Wanfeng, standing in front of the main house, raised his head slightly. Watching the large trees in the courtyard swing in the wind, he let out a soft, involuntary chuckle. Well then, Yili, it's time for you to die. After venting his frustration, he turned and walked back into the house. His body was weak at the moment, and he couldn't afford to stay out in the wind for long. Just then, a familiar young girl's voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Brother, who did you say was going to die? Yang Wanfeng froze upon hearing this, then immediately looked toward the source of the voice. Sure enough, he saw Yang Wan, her face pale, leaning against the wall, her eyes slightly red as she looked at him. Yang Wanfeng's heart leapt with joy. Wanner, have you recovered? Grandfather gave me some of a retainer's heart's blood. At least I can move around freely now. Yang Wan's calm voice carried an unprecedented sense of detachment. I heard you mention Yili. What's wrong with him? She had heard him utter something about going to die, and she also heard the name Yili. But she hadn't connected the two. After all, he was holding a Fengyun University gold medal. Within the borders of Hanxia, that gold medal was, for many prestigious sects and major clans, virtually equivalent to an ancient pardon from execution token. No faction in Hanxia dared to kill students bearing that gold medal. Even if there were grudges, they would wait until the student graduated to settle the score. Coupled with the fact that, for some reason, she had been thinking about that youth in the black robe constantly over the past couple of days, she took the initiative to ask him, ha. Upon hearing this, a smile tugged at the corner of Yang Wanfeng's mouth, and he said, unable to hide his excitement, Mother sent 2 senior retainers to Linhai City to ambush him. Yili is going to die today. Senior retainers was a special designation the Yang family bestowed upon its retainers. Only 4th-rank martial artists were eligible for this honor. Yang Wanfeng looked at the girl, expecting her to smile just as he did. To his surprise, Yang Wan's eyes widened in shock. What? Forgetting all reserve, she exclaimed in utter astonishment, has Mother lost her mind? What if he escapes? He is a top student at Fengyun University. Oh. Before she could finish her sentence, a flash of panic crossed Yang Wanfeng's eyes, and he hurriedly interrupted her. He hadn't told anyone in the Yang family yet that Yili was a top-tier student. The reason was quite simple. He heard that Fengyun University's core students enjoyed a very high status in the outside world. If his grandfather found out about this, he would most likely decide not to kill Yili. At most, he'd step in to teach him a lesson or two to save face for the Yang family. But if that happened, what about his own vendetta? His meridians had been frozen and damaged by the cold energy. His cultivation level would be locked for the next 3 years, and it was uncertain whether his cultivation speed would ever to its peak after recovery. Meanwhile, Yili had already advanced to the 3rd tier.
Although he was currently only at the first or second sublevel, what about 3 years from now? Given Fengyun University's training standards, Yili's advancement rate would likely be 2 sublevels per year. If that were the case, after 3 years, he'd probably be well past the 6th sublevel of the 3rd tier. By then, there would be no way he could ever catch up to him. So, rather than fretting, it would be better to keep Yili stuck at the 3rd tier forever. Even if there was an element of gambling involved, Yang Wanfeng was confident that with the Yang family's centuries-old legacy behind him, even if he lost the bet, he wouldn't lose everything.
Shanzhou City still needed the Yang family, and the Yang family still needed him. No matter how you looked at it, this was a worthwhile gamble. With that in mind, Yang Wanfeng nervously glanced around. After confirming no one was nearby, he murmured slightly awkwardly. "Wanner, keep your voice down. Grandpa doesn't know about this yet." Yang Wan was now completely panicked. She asked in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Attacking a core student at Fengyun University is a crime equivalent to assassinating the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. That's a capital offense that could bring down the nation." As she spoke, her face grew paler and paler, and she stumbled backward, her legs trembling. Subverting the nation? Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng felt his head buzz, and only then did he realize just how monumental a deed he had committed. His expression changed drastically. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Yang Wan now wanted nothing more than to immediately cut ties between this idiot in front of her, the Yang family, and herself. "I never would have thought you'd do something like this." Recalling the strange phenomenon Yili had summoned that day on the peak of Cracked Mountain, her voice trembled. "I'm done with you. I'm leaving right now." "Wanner, why are you panicking?" Seeing Yang Wan turn to leave, Yang Wanfeng instantly felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Didn't I think that the guaranteed admission spot was a sure thing? Why would I have gone out of my way to find out the weight of that gold medal? Besides, even if it's a capital offense in the Chaos Kingdom, as long as the Yang family isn't held directly responsible, what's the problem? Let Mother turn herself in to the Qingyi Bureau afterward, and hand over those 2 senior retainers to them. I don't believe they'll come after the Yang family." As he spoke, his breathing grew ragged and his face flushed red. He was clearly deeply dissatisfied with Yang Wan's attitude. Yang Wan was on the verge of being driven mad by this man, whom she had once admired most of all. That was her own mother, and he was just saying he'd give her up like that? Just as she couldn't help but want to curse, several household servants suddenly ran into the courtyard from outside, looking panicked. "It's terrible." Upon seeing Yang Wan and the other, they dropped to their knees with a thud and cried out urgently. "Young Master, young Miss, over 100 enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau have arrived and have already surrounded the Yang residence. They're demanding that everyone from the Yang family come out. The Patriarch is currently confronting them. You two must go see for yourselves immediately. It's over." At that moment, Yang Wan felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her whole body nearly collapsed to the ground. Yang Wanfeng, standing beside her, was in even worse shape. He staggered and fell straight onto the cold, hard ground, his body making a dull thud upon impact. His face, already flushed crimson, had now turned deathly pale, completely drained of color, as if all his vitality had been sucked out. His teeth chattered incessantly, making a clatter-clatter sound. He was clearly terrified to the extreme. "What's going on? What are they trying to do?" Yang Wanfeng shouted in panic, his voice filled with disbelief and despair. He whipped his head around to look at Yang Wan. His lips trembled slightly as he asked, his voice quivering with sheer terror. Wanner, what should we do? What should we do now? Will the plan I just mentioned work? How should I know?" Yang Wan's voice, filled with grief and anger, took on a hint of sobbing. "Thanks for your support, everyone." Chapter 74, The Conditions for First Merit. Inside a sedan speeding through Shenzhou City. For convenience, all 3 had changed into the enforcement uniforms of the Qingyi Bureau. However, aside from Yili, the expressions of the other 2 were somewhat unusual. The driver, the deputy director from Linhai City, glanced at the handsome young man in the rearview mirror, and a hint of admiration flashed across his weathered face.
Core student status at Fengyun University is typically reserved for juniors and seniors. But judging by his age, the young man was likely not even 20 yet, at most a freshman or sophomore. Such natural talent was truly unparalleled. If he could join the Linhai City Qingyi Bureau after graduation, the old man felt he'd wake up smiling even in his dreams. Unfortunately, it was destined to remain just a fantasy. After all, even he who had guarded Linhai City for decades had carried out only a handful of major operations, like a raid on a family estate, and those had all targeted restless minor factions. This young man, despite his youth, was already setting sights on raiding the young family's assets in Shanzhou. Clearly, he would not be an ordinary figure in the future. Thoughts churned in the old man's mind as he turned his gaze back to the road ahead. A moment later, he said in a measured tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, we'll arrive at the young family estate in Shanzhou City in 10 minutes. Hearing this, Lin Yun, sitting in the back seat, felt a flutter in her heart. She turned her head toward Yili, unable to help but wonder how he planned to orchestrate this operation. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lin Yun had already gained a general understanding of the young man's approach to things. Toward those who were kind to him, or, more broadly, toward ordinary people, he could converse quite politely. But if anyone harbored ill intentions toward him, even the slightest hint of it, the young man would strike without the slightest mercy. He possessed extraordinary talent and an unwavering resolve. If she could become his friend, she might actually be able to live out the rest of her life doing nothing but relaxing and staying safe and sound. With that thought in mind, Lin Yun took a deep breath and spoke carefully. "There's one more thing." Yili, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. "Go ahead." The Martial Arts University and the Qingyi Bureau maintain close ties on a daily basis. Since you have a gold medal from Fengyun University, according to the Qingyi Bureau's rules, they'll treat you as one of their own until you graduate. So, you have the authority to command this operation. If possible, don't hold back with them. Given how they treat gold medal students, as long as you don't fade into the background, they'll credit you with first-class merit. Lin Yun's tone was quite serious. It was a subtle reminder to Yili that he must take control of the operation when the time came, so he could claim the so-called first-class merit afterward. First-class merit of this level could likely be exchanged for several first-class credits at Fengyun University. For him, the benefits were numerous. The elderly man behind the wheel remained silent, clearly agreeing with Lin Yun's words. It's true what they say, comparing yourself to others is a sure way to drive yourself crazy. Lin Yun let out a sigh of relief, leaned her head against the car window, and smiled bitterly. Being able to lead an operation like this before you've even enrolled will be beneficial for your future path. If perform exceptionally well, you might even get the chance to participate in this year's martial land baptism. Martial land baptism? Yili looked up. It's a major perk that Fengyun University offers to outstanding martial artists. Only students ranked in the top 10 of the Fengyun rankings are eligible. As for just how precious this opportunity is, let me put it this way, even someone with Senior Sister Chen's temperament fought her way into the top 10 of the Fengyun rankings just to secure this spot. You haven't met Senior Sister Chen yet, but that's okay. All you need to know is that she is an emotionless martial arts prodigy. Mentioning Senior Sister Chen's name, Lin Yun's tone was filled with awe and admiration. How strong are the top 10 on the Fengyun rankings? Yili made a mental note of this unfamiliar term. The other person had described it so enticingly, and it seemed to be truly powerful. If the timing were right, it might be worth giving it a try. They can all take on 4th-tier martial artists. Lin Yun replied instinctively, but immediately realized her mistake. The other person had just killed 2 4th-tier martial artists, so her words sounded as if she were saying, "They're all about the same as those 2 you just killed." So she hurriedly added, "It's hard to say about the top 5, but with your current combat strength, you'll definitely make it into the top 10. Just be patient and wait." Even if one were in the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud rankings, without corresponding performance, they wouldn't qualify for the martial land baptism. So, rather than letting the young man fixate on them, it was better to wait until he had wrapped up this mission. "I understand." Yili gave a slight nod. He could appreciate her good intentions. But to be honest,
Worrying that he might freeze up was really a bit of an overreaction. He'd be better off worrying whether he might go too far. Outside the car window, night was gradually falling. A moment later, the sedan carrying the three of them slowly came to a stop in front of a colossal mansion of staggering scale. "We're here." The elderly man exhaled a breath of stale air, raised his eyes to the rearview mirror, and couldn't he help but feel a surge of excitement. To be honest, he really wanted to go down and take a look. But Linhai City still needed him to hold the fort. He couldn't linger here too long. "If the spring breeze has compassion for the blossoms, might it grant me youth once more?" The elderly man, who served as deputy director of Linhai City, sighed inwardly, suppressed the urge welling up inside him, and finally offered a parting word of advice. "My friend, the head of the Yang family is a fifth-tier martial artist. Although the director and deputy director of Shanzhou City are also fifth-tier, it's best to err on the side of caution, just in case." Yili politely murmured, and nimbly stood up to get out of the car. Come to think of it, Palm of Spirit, Soul of Unity had provided him with a complete and unreserved report on the physical condition of Yang Mei and her two companions. This helped Yili resolve some of his doubts. Why would two fourth-tier martial artists with such promising futures risk their lives to follow Yang Mei to Linhai City to assassinate him? The answer to this question became clear the moment he saw the blood contracts on their hearts. With their lives in someone else's hands and as fourth-tier martial artists, no less, how could they not obey? Furthermore, he discovered that this so-called blood contract could actually draw a martial artist's precious heart's blood out of their body. This method of treating retainers truly opened Yili's eyes. However, under normal circumstances, this might have warranted serious attention. Now, none of that mattered anymore. After all, suppressing a rebellion has always required nothing more than a list of names and coordinates. Woohoo! Under the cover of night, a gale swept in. Lin Yun, inside the carriage, instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly. Through the gap between her fingers, the young man stretched lazily, a terrifying killing intent radiating from his body. The golden badge at his waist stood out strikingly, and his sky-blue overcoat flapped wildly in the gale. Yili took a deep breath, holding it until a chill filled his entire chest. That frigid true chi far surpassing that of martial artists of the same rank circulated through his body at breakneck speed, like a turbocharger. Sensing the aura emanating from the young man, Lin Yun couldn't help but ask, her voice trembling, "Are you planning to wipe out the entire Yang family?" "That depends on how they behave." Yili left those words behind in a calm tone, then took a light step forward, his figure slowly blending into the massive mansion shrouded in the night. Chapter 75, Take It For Me. Thanks to the great bizarre little comrade. In front of the Yang family compound, a swarm of law enforcers had completely surrounded the area, their expressions impassive, hands resting on the precious swords at their waists. Silently, a faint yet palpable aura of murderous intent hung over the entire Yang family compound. The head of the Yang family's face was grim. The frustration churning within him was practically written all over his face. He never in his wildest dreams would have imagined it. A third-tier, sixth-level martial artist, accompanied by two senior retainers in the early stages of the fourth tier, had gone to ambush and kill a youngster who had just entered the third tier, and yet they had actually failed. Worse still, they allowed the victim to safely report the incident to the Qingyi Bureau. The Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City had now mobilized more than half of its enforcers to present him with evidence of the Yang family's criminal plot to destabilize the nation. A member of the Yang family named Yang Mei, accompanied by two fourth-tier retainers, had attempted to assassinate a core student of Fengyun University. The Qingyi Bureau of Hanxia had always been lenient toward the nation's many prestigious martial arts clans, but this matter was universally recognized as a red line. Only then did the head of the Yang family realize that young martial artist named Yili was actually a core student at Fengyun University. Who could have imagined that? He hadn't heard a single word about this from Yang Wanfeng. Out of trust in his grandson, and though he would normally have investigated the matter thoroughly this time, in order not to miss a golden opportunity, he acted so swiftly to exact revenge for the first time. As a result, disaster struck. The elderly head of the Yang family swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over the many pale-faced Yang clan members behind him. For the first time, he found himself thinking of killing Yang Wanfeng. Across from him, 3 elders of the 5th rank stood in neat formation.
2 of them were the director and deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City.
The third was the mentor of Yili, the man he'd just spent the entire day showing around the Yang family estate. At that moment, the man was staring at him with bloodshot eyes. A cool breeze swirled around Yu Wang, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost palpable. If not for the 2 men holding him back, he would likely have charged forward long ago. It must be said that the oppressive presence of these 3 5th-rank martial artists was truly formidable. Hundreds of Yang family members all felt their knees go weak. They had no desire to resist whatsoever and could only look helplessly at the Yang family patriarch, hoping he would come up with a solution.
Just then, Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan emerged from the courtyard. They, too, were deathly pale, their legs trembling. The Yang clan patriarch was instantly overcome with rage. He took a step forward, coming directly before the 2 of them. He turned to Yang Wanfeng and demanded in a deep, stern voice, "Do you know that Yili is a gold medal student?"
I know," Yang Wanfeng didn't dare meet the old man's gaze. With his head bowed, he looked sincere as he gritted his teeth and said,
"I'm sorry, grandfather.
I didn't tell you the whole story, and now I've dragged you into this." The head of the Yang family forced down the rage welling up inside him. He knew that if he struck here, it would confirm that he was in on it as well. Moreover, he'd heard that the other side had caught the culprit red-handed, which meant Yang Mei wasn't dead yet.
Since that was the case, keeping Yang Wanfeng alive would still be useful.
Yang Mei was surely a smart woman herself. She certainly didn't need him to teach her the simple choice between one person going down or the whole family going down together. The head of the Yang family cut off the conversation and turned to face the 3 5th-rank martial artists who were maintaining order. Clearing his throat, he chuckled softly. "Gentlemen, as I said earlier, I truly knew nothing about this matter. It was Yang Mei's own decision." "I believe I mentioned that as well," the bureau chief from Shanzhou City interrupted him, saying coolly.
"Neither you nor I have the final say in this matter. We'll have to wait until young Master Yili arrives to discuss it further."
"All right." The head of the Yang family gritted his teeth and nodded. Just as he was about to retreat back into the courtyard, he sensed a presence rapidly approaching. It wasn't just him. All 3 5th-tier elders' expression shifted slightly, especially old man Yu, whose eyes lit up instantly. All 4 turned their gaze toward the entrance of the courtyard. They saw a green afterimage, trailing a tail of howling wind, streaking toward them and landing directly in front of the courtyard, a slender figure wielding a long spear. Yili stepped out of the wind with unhurried composure, his expression calm, and casually tossed the figure he was holding by the arm in front of the crowd. The person was dressed in everyday clothes and had a rather beautiful face, though at that moment, their complexion was deathly pale, and their body trembled uncontrollably. It was Yang Mei. The moment he recognized her, the head of the Yang family's breath caught in his throat, though inwardly he let out a sigh of relief. She had indeed been captured alive, which meant there was still hope.
Yili paid no heed to the hundreds of gazes fixed on him.
After briefly sizing up the head of the Yang family, he turned his head toward the overjoyed old Yu. "You said you'd help me hold down the fort at the Yang family, but you ended up letting 2 4th-tier cultivators slip through." He sighed and parted his thin lips. "Old Deng, you're no good either.
Humiliating a 5th-tier elder over 100 years old, evil deeds plus 800. That 1's on me."
Old Mr. Yu's face flushed red as he scratched his head awkwardly.
"You're Yili?" A smile appeared on the face of the deputy director of the Shanzhou City Bureau. "Pleased to meet you. I'm the deputy director of the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau. We can get to know each other better later." As he spoke, he gave a light wave of his hand, and over 100 law enforcement officers outside the compound sprang into action, quickly sealing off every exit from the Yang family compound. All 187 official law enforcement officers of Shanzhou City are present. Please give your orders.
All right.
Yili nodded slightly.
So you're brother Yili. You truly are a young prodigy, a fine-looking young man. The head of the Yang family took a deep breath. A smile instantly spread across his weathered face. He strode forward quickly, extending both hands in a gesture of goodwill.
No need to be so formal.
Yili extended his hand to shake the old man, then said with a light chuckle, "I'm here to raid your estate."
"We're about to begin." The moment his words fell.
Swish, swish, swish. The sound of over 100 blades being drawn echoed through the air. The eyes of all the enforcers turned in unison toward that tall, slender figure, awaiting his further orders. No words were needed, the air instantly thickened with a palpable aura of violence. The head of the Yang family Si twitched, and his heart pounded wildly. Despite his inner turmoil, he forced a smile.
"My friend.
I've heard about the attack on you, but until now, I truly knew nothing about this matter."
"It was the decision of this Yang Mei you brought with you."
The head of the Yang family's smile grew more sincere, and his tone became increasingly respectful. "Including her, those 2 retainers have been dealt with by the Qingyi Bureau. Furthermore, the Yang family will present you with 2 copies of a 4th-tier contemplation technique as a small token of compensation."
"What do you say?"
As his words trailed off, a deathly silence fell over the crowd.
"I told you, we caught them red-handed."
Yili's voice betrayed no emotion. He kicked Yang Mei, who was sitting on the ground, sending her tumbling, and said indifferently, "You tell us what exactly has the Yang family been up to?" Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family and even Yang Wanfeng in the crowd let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Yang Mei on the ground looked pitiful, but her eyes were clear and lucid, showing no signs whatsoever of being controlled by secret arts. This was something the Yang family members, who were well versed in such matters, could tell at a glance. Amid the hopeful gazes of the Yang family members and the solemn stares of over 100 enforcers, Yang Mei, lying on the ground, suddenly raised her head and shouted loudly.
The assassination was the family head's idea. Aside from Yang Wan, the Yang family seeks to destabilize the nation. Take them all. The moment his words fell, over 100 figures clad in green robes swept out from the night, and the gale that had been at rest suddenly grew fierce. A grim, murderous atmosphere abruptly descended upon the land, and the vast golden eyes the youth raised seemed almost divine.
Chapter 76. What kind of thing keeps talking even after it's dead? Yili didn't consider himself a cold-blooded person. He still possessed human emotions and desires. He wasn't some sage of heaven and earth, incapable of treating others as mere straw dogs. Otherwise, having obtained this kind of system, wouldn't it have been easier for him to simply set out on a path of killing everyone he encountered? Perhaps it was a bit pretentious, but Yili's plan was to keep moving forward while staying true to himself, earning his evil deeds points with his head held high. If he were to search his heart, he knew he'd likely struggle to become an emotionless executioner. But as far as earning as many evil deeds points as he pleased, according to his own principles, there was absolutely no problem with that. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. The teenager's calm voice echoed throughout the Yang family compound, and the icy chill it carried sent a shiver down the spines of every Yang family member present. A single sentence had decided the fate of the Yang family. The aura he exuded was terrifyingly overwhelming. Yili. In the crowd, Yang Wan's sweet face had drained of all color. Though she was terrified inside, her heart was beating faster and faster. Her gaze lingered on the young man's profile, but she quickly averted her eyes when he looked her way. The Yang family's century-old legacy. Hearing Yili's words, the head of the Yang family turned deathly pale. His voice was hoarse and strained. For a moment, he struggled to come to terms with the situation. He knew that ever since Yang Mei had revealed the Yang family's crimes, no matter what happened from now on, the Yang family would no longer exist in Shanzhou City. The direct descendants would be sent to the front lines to fight the beasts. As for himself, the family head, he would most likely end up a prisoner. The root cause of all this was simply that the Yang family had harbored murderous intent toward this martial artist named Yili. No, it went back even further. It was Yang Wanfeng and his sister who provoked him during the martial arts examination, indirectly leading to the current tragedy. And why was Yang Mei such a coward, spilling everything so cleanly and completely at once? For a moment, the Yang family head's mind was in turmoil, and his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. If he could go back a week, he would absolutely have killed Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan without hesitation. But there aren't that many ifs in this world. It was too late for any words now. The youth in green stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his golden eyes sweeping over the crowd of young clan members. Then he gave a light wave of his hand. Whoosh! Over 100 enforcers formed a battle formation, their auras blending into a single, unified force. The smooth blades of their swords reflected the full moon in the sky as, led by Ely, they surged forward in a mighty wave toward the young clan members. Many members of the young clan were so terrified by this spectacle that they collapsed to the ground. Some cried out for mercy and obediently allowed themselves to be shackled, while others fled in panic into the courtyard, trying to find a way to escape. For a moment, cries for mercy echoed over the young family compound. Some attempted to break through the encirclement and resist, but the moment they unleashed their aura and charged toward the youth in green, they were either knocked down with a single slap or punched so hard they sank into the ground, unable to be pulled out. The scene was utterly pitiful. A few seconds later, a dozen or so enforcers rushed over, laboriously pulling these severely injured members of the young family out of the ground and fitting them with shackles. As they looked in the direction Yili had left, their expressions betrayed a hint of admiration. Although they had suspected that a young martial artist whom even they had to obey, not to mention a core student at Fengyun University, would be no ordinary figure, they never imagined he would be this extraordinary. Not only did he personally lead the charge into the young family compound, but he also spared no true chi in helping them quell the riot. It's important to note that in operations like the crackdown on prestigious sects, the casualty rate among law enforcement officers is often extremely high, second only to that of beast hordes. The fact that he charged ahead without regard for his own life significantly lightened their burden. He was truly the kind of boss every employee dreams of. For these members of the young family to even think of resisting was truly beyond the pale. Meanwhile, inside the young family compound, Yili's figure darted swiftly through the courtyard, knocking down one rebel after another who attempted to resist, while the system's announcements rang constantly in his ears. Amid his delight, he also began to grasp the true horror of Palm Spirit, Command Soul, forcing his former enemies to serve him wholeheartedly. At first glance, it didn't seem like much, but once he experienced it, he realized that this form of service was truly out of the ordinary. Yili had originally thought it was simply a matter of them helping him in a fight, but now he discovered that he could even have them use the resources they accumulated in their lifetimes to assist him. For example, the young family manor covered a vast area with a complex layout. Several times, he nearly gotten lost. But every time that happened, Yang Mei would appear. "My lord, I know a shortcut. Please follow me." With her help, Yili successfully caught quite a few members of the young family who were trying to escape. No wonder they say you must kill the traitors first when two nations go to war. Yili felt a rush of satisfaction as he mused on this from the bottom of his heart. The wind howled in his ears, and as his familiarity with the mansion grew, his pace quickened. Finally, at a corner, he cornered a familiar figure, a disheveled yet refined young man. It was Yang Wanfeng. What a coincidence! Yili walked up slowly and spoke as if greeting him. "Yili. Brother. My God." Yang Wanfeng watched Yili closing in on him, scrambling backward on all fours as he screamed in terror. "Don't come any closer. I surrender. I'm willing to submit to the Qingyi Bureau. Before he could finish, his face was seized by five-knuckled fingers and slammed violently onto the ground. The force wasn't overwhelming enough to cause pain, but not enough to knock him unconscious. Lies. Yili released his grip and looked at young Wanfeng, who was still conscious, asking calmly, "What is your name?" "My name? You beat me like this, led an assault on the young family, and you still don't know my name?" Dizzy and disoriented, young Wanfeng was momentarily stunned, then a surge of intense shame and rage welled up inside him. This guy was way too insulting. But, given the circumstances, he still staggered to his feet, obediently knelt before Yili, and gasped, "Yang Wanfeng." "Yang Wanfeng." Yili nodded and repeated the name. Then, suddenly recalling a rather dark joke, he asked, "Do you know what can still talk even after it's dead? A skeleton monster?" "Wrong." Yili shook his head slightly and chuckled, "It's your horse." With that, he snapped his fingers lightly. Under Yang Wanfeng's stunned gaze, Yang Mei's figure silently materialized beside him. The once beautiful woman now wore an expression of reverence with impeccable etiquette. She knelt before Yili and spoke softly. "My lord, what are your orders?"
Yang Wanfeng?
"Wait, are you serious?"
Publicly humiliating the eldest son of the young family of Shanzhou City, evil deeds plus 3,000. This. Yang Wanfeng simply couldn't believe his eyes. In that moment, he felt as though many things had suddenly clicked into place. Why had the other party exposed the young family's crimes? Why had Yili claimed they'd been caught red-handed? Yang Wanfeng's pupils dilated, his voice thick with horror. What on earth is this extraordinary ability? He had never heard of a martial arts talent in the world capable of turning the dead into servants. One last question. Yili did not answer his question. After rising to his feet before Yang Wanfeng, a long spear materialized in the green-robed youth's palm, his tone devoid of any hint of threat. "Is it you who wants to kill me?" Yang Wanfeng opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say a word. Even if he were a fool, he had sensed during their interactions that the other seemed to possess some ability to see through lies. For a moment, his mind raced, trying to come up with a way out of this predicament. But that composure crumbled the instant he saw Yili grip the spear tightly. It wasn't teeny. Yang Wanfeng's heart and liver felt as if they were being torn apart, and he cried out in panic, "It's Yang Wan! She harbors a grudge against you and insisted I help her take revenge." Boom! Before he could finish speaking, his head exploded like fireworks, and he fell straight to the ground. Killed a second-tier, 8th-rank martial artist. Evil points plus 1,000. Sure enough, as his strength increased, many methods proved more rewarding than killing. Yili sighed silently. To be honest, he didn't even have the slightest desire to enter into a life-and-death imperial pact with such a hypocritical little man who spewed nothing but lies. It was truly disgusting. Chapter 77, You want me to play a dating game with you? Having dealt with Yang Wanfeng, Yili rose to his feet. But he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he raised his gaze toward the sky beyond the courtyard. There, beneath the night sky, astonishing surges of true qi were erupting one after another, causing a commotion that disturbed the neighborhood. The ground trembled slightly, and dazzling light illuminated half the sky. He sensed that there were at least a dozen figures battling outside the courtyard, each radiating a power far greater than his own. Clearly, 4th-tier and even 5th-tier martial artists were clashing outside. The director and deputy director of Shanzhou City, Yu Wang, an instructor at Fengyun University, the head of the Young family, over a dozen of the Young family as senior retainers, and several high-ranking enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau. They're fighting fiercely. It won't end anytime soon. Let us go try our luck later. Picking off a wounded opponent along the way would be a bonus. Yili sheathed his spear, rested his finger on his chin, and after a moment's contemplation, leapt onto the roof beam and headed toward the courtyard's perimeter. Not until Yili's figure vanished into the night did the young girl dare to take a deep breath of fresh air. She was tall and had a sweet face, but her delicate, porcelain-like features were now completely drained of color. It was Yang Wan. Even as she braced herself against the wall, her frail body trembled uncontrollably like a sieve, and with red-rimmed eyes, she stared at the corpse in the corner, Yang Wanfeng. Until then, even though a rift had formed between her and Yang Wanfeng, the experiences of the past few years had left her with a glimmer of hope for him. But that hope vanished without a trace the moment she saw him lying to the youth in the blue robe. Facing death, he still tried to pin the blame on her. Yang Wan's heart was filled with a mixture of grief and indignation. All those vows to protect you for the rest of your life, they were all lies. In Yang Wanfeng's eyes, his own life had probably always been more important. It was only because the enemies he faced were consistently weaker than him that he'd been able to maintain that noble, righteous facade. The moment he encountered a stronger, more ruthless enemy, that facade shattered instantly. But no matter what, he was dead now. And the figure she had once admired in her heart had been replaced by someone else. Tears welled up in Yang Wan's eyes as she stared at the corpse, almost biting her lip until it bled. Brother, be more careful in your next life. I truly wish we'd never met. After more than a decade together, even a dog would feel a twinge of sadness.
Having said that, she looked up toward the direction where the young man had vanished, and a fiery emotion welled up within her heart. He had led the assault on the young family. She should have hated him with a passion. But why, every time she saw him, did her heart flutter uncontrollably? Yang Wan fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, she murmured softly, "Yili." "Ha?" Just then, from behind her, a young voice tinged with surprise boomed like a clap of thunder, "Your perception is pretty sharp." In that instant, Yang Wan felt as if her scalp were about to explode. From just a moment ago until now, she hadn't even realized someone was standing behind her. She whipped her head around and stared intently. A figure in a blue robe appeared before her. The handsome young man she both loved and hated had materialized right in front of her, his palm, ablaze with white mist, reaching out toward her head like a crushing weight. "Yili? You didn't leave?" Yang Wan let out a startled cry. Without pausing to ask any further questions, she immediately channeled her true chi, simultaneously unleashing the blood-burning art, which instantly boosted her aura to a level approaching the 3rd rank. But even so, it was like a mantis trying to stop a cart. She was instantly overwhelmed by that vast aura, far superior to her own. Boom! Yili casually struck away her outstretched arms with a single palm strike, then clamped his hand around her slender neck and slowly lifted her off the ground. Yet he felt a twinge of confusion. Judging by her instinctive scream just now, she shouldn't have noticed him, so why? "If you didn't notice me, then why did you call my name?" Yili asked, puzzled. Yang Wan's face flushed crimson as her legs struggled frantically. Yili furrowed his brow slightly and tightened his grip. "Move one more time, and you'll never move again for the rest of your life." Hearing this, Yang Wan's expression froze, and she finally stopped struggling. "Answer my question." Yili eased his grip slightly and said calmly, "Ever since I first arrived at the Yang family estate, you've been spying on me, haven't you?" Since Yang Mei, who had been brought here, had said she was unaware, then she must truly have been unaware. Judging solely by her original actions, her offense wasn't punishable by death. But if she had ulterior motives, that would be a different story. Just like now, while no other member of the Yang family dared to look at him, Yang Wan had been sneaking glances at him from start to finish. Clearly, something wasn't right. "What do you want to do?" "I want to." Yang Wan's expression kept shifting. "I wouldn't advise you to lie." Yili's expression was calm, yet his dark eyes were as cold as the center of a lake blanketed in midwinter snow, causing Yang Wan's heart to clench sharply. Her breathing grew rapid. After a brief moment of struggle, she finally managed to say in a hoarse voice, "I want to stay by your side." It wasn't a baseless notion. From the moment the authorities came to raid her family's home, this thought had taken root in Yang Wan's heart. The young man had just graduated from martial arts high school and had already become a 3rd-tier martial artist, possessing an unfathomable talent for martial arts, mysterious and powerful. His future prospects were limitless. In contrast, her own family, the pillar she had once relied on, had been seized. From now on, she would likely end up as a member of the Qingyi Bureau in one of those 1st-tier cities. While this might seem acceptable on the surface, in reality, her life would be in constant danger. She had heard that core students at Fengyun University were allowed to bring one servant to accompany them during their studies. If the young man agreed, then she, the former young miss of the Yang family, might just lower herself to serve as his servant. Of course, in reality, the two would have to be in a romantic relationship. Then he'd teach me skills and lend me resources, and life would be a breeze. Who knows, I might even break through to the 3rd tier before I turn 20. At this thought, Yang Wan's heart grew even warmer. Hearing this, Yili furrowed his brow slightly, a clear look of disgust flashing in his eyes, and he flung her aside with a single motion. "What kind of romantic nonsense are you spouting?" "Ha." One crashed heavily to the ground. After coughing violently twice, she got to her feet and said through gritted teeth, "I really do like you. I'll do anything." "Lies." Yili sneered coldly. "And do you like me because I killed your brother, or because I wiped out the Yang family?" "I don't like either." Yang Wan's expression shifted slightly. She hadn't expected his words to be so cutting. Upon hearing her words, wouldn't an ordinary guy be over the moon and agree right away? Even Yang Wanfeng, when he was alive, couldn't resist that.
Yang Wan was frantic with anxiety.
But for the sake of her future, she steeled herself and said, "But I truly want to stay by your side.
For that, I'm willing to do anything." "That much is true," Yili said, raising an eyebrow slightly, before asking. "But what exactly can you do?" "I'm pretty I can be your girlfriend." Yang Wan lifted her head and bit her lip hard, as if making a tremendous sacrifice. "I'm also pretty talented.
As long as you're willing and truly treat me well in the future, I'll definitely be able to help you." Even with a few scars still visible on that soft, sweet face, she remained impossible for anyone to look away from.
"I see. I get it, you want me to invest in you."
But Yili paid no attention to her face. Nodding, he walked up to her and said calmly, "Here's the deal, if you can block my palm strike, I'll agree to this."
"Really?" Yang Wan recalled how she de-blocked 2 of his punches last time and hurriedly asked in surprise.
"Of course." Yili's reply was the same as before. He answered calmly, "I never lie."
Yang Wan immediately grew excited. "All right then."
Before she could finish her sentence, the moment the syllables left her lips, Yili had already gathered all his inner energy into a concentrated sphere and struck out with a palm strike. The seemingly light palm strike landed on Yang Wan's chest, and the distinct sound of snapping bones suddenly rang out. Crack! Yang Wan's body was instantly knocked back as if struck by a heavy blow. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from her lips. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as her body flew backward uncontrollably, smashing through one solid wall after another like a cannonball. Each impact was accompanied by tremendous force, sending fragments of brick and stone flying in all directions and filling the air with dust. Finally, her body slammed violently onto the ground dozens of meters away, emitting a dull thud. Her eyes rolled back, and her breath was faint as a thread.
"What the hell?"
Yili's voice was icy as he withdrew his hand. Glancing at the unconscious young family heiress, he snorted coldly and turned to walk back toward the courtyard exit.
She must have taken a blow to the head. He'd been all set to settle the score. It was one thing for her not to thank him, but to actually expect him to play her romantic games? With someone like that, she must be joking. A huge thank you to all the big shots for your support or two. Chapter 78, The Young Family. The Young Family, what the hell are you even fighting for?
Outside the Young family compound, a furious gale raged. Lights of various colors continuously burst forth from the bodies of the 4 old men. The intensity of the battle caused the ground beneath the Young family compound to tremble and crack. Although the Young family had only 1 5th-tier martial artist the family had among its clan members and retainers, there were still a good 10 or so 4th-tier martial artists. Even if those few 4th-tier Yang clan members were too cowardly to put up a fierce fight, the remaining 8 high-ranking retainers would still have to fight desperately just to stay alive.
The Yang family's lineup was one that even the Qingyi Bureau in some 4th-tier cities couldn't match.
The Hanxia troops stationed outside the Yang family compound, in order to avoid harming their own men, could only use weapons up to the level of anti-tank sniper rifles. But once a martial artist reaches the 5th tier, even if ambushed, they can instantly dodge incoming sniper rifle bullets.
For a time, the battle raged with intense ferocity.
Piercing sonic booms rang out one after another, leaving no doubt as to the sheer power of the 5th-tier martial artists. With the overwhelming advantage of 3 5th-tier martial artists on their side, the Qingyi Bureau maintained a firm upper hand despite the temporary stalemate. The Yang family's downfall was only a matter of time. On the ravaged ground, Yu Wang stood with his hands behind his back, a gentle breeze swirling around him, his breathing steady, clearly holding a firm upper hand. He cast a glance at the battle unfolding nearby and spoke indifferently.
"Wouldn't it be better to keep your body intact so you can slay beasts in the future and earn merit?
That way, you'd still have a chance to survive." Across from him, the dignified-looking elderly man knelt half on the ground, gasping for breath. His body was covered in wounds, and one arm was missing. He looked quite pitiful. Upon hearing this, the head of the Yang family let out a hollow chuckle. "Sir, I have no more than 20 years left to live."
"Do you expect me to spend the rest of my life as a laborer in the Qingyi Bureau?"
Unlike his opponent, who had broken through to the 5th tier, 6th level at just over 100 years old, he, a 180-year-old 5th tier, 1st level martial artist, was not far from the age limit of 200. The thought of spending the rest of his life battling those strange beasts was a life the young family patriarch would rather die than live.
At least I'll be able to live, Old Man Yang said calmly. Ha! For someone who was a professor at Fengyun University, you don't even know the saying, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality?
The head of the Yang family forced himself to sit up. Though he did his best to steady his voice, a hint of exhaustion and despair was still evident. He had led the Yang family to glory in Shanzhou City for decades, only to be brought down by a young martial artist not yet 20. At that moment, his heart was filled with regret and resentment. With a despondent expression, the head of the Yang family gazed at the battle unfolding in the distance. At that moment, all of the Yang clan's fourth-tier martial artists had already surrendered, and of the 8 fourth-tier retainers, 5 had been gravely wounded. Only 3 were still struggling to hold their ground against the 2 Shanzhou City bureau chiefs. Judging by their expressions, they likely won't last much longer. Truly, one misstep leads to the loss of the entire game. The head of the Yang family let out a long sigh.
With things having come to this, no matter what, the Yang family was undoubtedly finished.
He could only blame himself for not being ruthless enough back then. If he sent a few more fourth-tier martial artists to surround and kill that kid, the outcome might have been different. Come to think of it, the other side had been quite decisive. They'd been targeted for assassination that morning, and by that evening, they'd already raided the Yang family compound. With that in mind, the head of the Yang family looked at old Master Yu, a touch of sarcasm creeping into his voice. That kid acts with such ruthlessness. Aren't you afraid you're raising a menace?
That's none of your concern.
Old Master Yu shook his head and asked with a touch of amusement, you make it sound as if my disciple attacked your Yang family for no reason.
Wasn't it you who sent the assassins?
He is the one who prevented my grandson, Yang Wanfeng, from cultivating for 3 years. The head of the Yang family's eyes burned with hatred. I'll settle this score with him one day.
Come on, don't you know exactly what kind of person your grandson is?
Old Master Yu said with a chuckle. The student he had originally chosen for the scholarship was actually Yang Wanfeng, but he later discovered that this so-called model genius not only engaged in lewd acts while looking at photos of his own younger sister in private, but also secretly added his own blood to other people's meals and elixirs. Old Master Yu wasn't sure exactly what effect this had. But judging by Yang Wanfeng's sneaky, smug expression at the time, it was most likely nothing good. If that hadn't been the case, he would have given the direct admission spot to this model genius from Shanzhou City long ago. Fortunately, he'd taken the time to observe him firsthand. Seeing the head of the Yang family's expression shift slightly, Old Master Yu continued with a laugh, I'll wager with you that, given your grandson's underhanded nature, he was definitely trying to pull a dirty trick but ended up getting beaten up by my star pupil instead. As soon as these words were spoken, the head of the Yang family's aged face went through a series of changes, and he fell silent. Next time you try to sow discord, take a good look at your own character first. Don't think I wouldn't dare kill you. If it weren't for wanting to lighten the burden on my colleagues at the Qingyi Bureau, that blow just now would have cost you more than just an arm. Master Yu stroked his beard smugly, if you don't believe me, keep struggling. Hearing this, the head of the Yang family clenched and unclenched his fist repeatedly. A moment later, he said in a deep voice, I understand.
I surrender.
A ball of blood-red true qi appeared in his palm. With a wave of his hand, the 2 fourth-tier retainers who had been struggling to hold their ground immediately raised their hands and shouted their surrender.
I'll give you credit for knowing when to back down.
Old Man Yu took a heavy set of shackles from his storage artifact, tossed them to the other party, and then casually cast a restriction spell on them.
This marked the end of the operation to surround and eliminate the Yang family.
It shouldn't be too difficult to credit Yili with the primary achievement now that kid might finally have a bit of respect for me. Old Man Yu was in quite a good mood. Just then, a familiar, tall figure emerged from the Yang family compound, his handsome face betraying a hint of excitement.
It was Yili.
Upon seeing the scene outside the compound, the excitement on his face quickly faded.
Is it over?
Yili asked with a touch of resignation. If only I'd known, I wouldn't have wasted my time arguing with that young one. Not only was her wickedness score low, but the whole thing left a bad taste in my mouth. It was a double loss, a total loss. Later, I'll have to use these eyes of illusion to thoroughly ransack the Young family estate inside and out, otherwise, I'll never be able to let this go.
It's over.
Yueng walked up to Yili with a smile and cleared his throat twice. Tomorrow, you'll come back to Fengyun University with me to avoid any more mishaps along the way.
All right.
Yili nodded slightly. He'd actually been planning to head over early anyway to assess the situation as soon as possible. The skill library hadn't been updated in too long, and it was gradually falling behind the latest iterations. Take the Heavenly Gang's Treading the Void technique, for example. It was incredibly effective at the second tier, but when he used it against an opponent this morning, that fourth tier Qing Shan swordsman still managed to sever his arm clean off.
It hurt like hell.
If it weren't for Yili's stable golden soul and unwavering will, he'd have needed quite a while to recover.
Yili.
The head of the Yang family clenched the shackles in his hands as resentment churned endlessly within him. Compared to the once vibrant young man he used to be, how pitiful his current state was.
When his opponent walked away, he actually glanced back at him. Was there a hint of regret in that gaze?
Regret what?
Regret my surrender? The Yang family was already destroyed. Was this brat still not satisfied, wanting to kill him as well? Did he really think of me as an old dog to be bullied at will?
The Yang family patriarch's breathing grew increasingly ragged as the rage in his heart churned ceaselessly. He wanted to make a last-ditch effort, yet felt he lacked the confidence to succeed. Finally, after watching Yueng walk completely into the courtyard, the murderous intent in his eyes finally surged forth.
Intense, pure, and long suppressed.
The old man's earlier surrender had been nothing more than a ploy to find an opportunity to kill the youth. At the entrance to the courtyard, Yili seemed to sense something and whipped his head around. He saw the two fourth-tier retainers, who were about to be fitted with shackles, suddenly lunge forward. The attention of the two Shanzhou City Bureau directors was instantly drawn to the scene, and they shouted in unison, "How dare you!" In that instant, the head of the Yang family felt his heart meridian tear apart as he forcibly broke through the restriction imposed by Olju, leaping to his feet and charging toward Yili. Traveling at a speed that broke the sound barrier, he was instantly upon Yili.
Chapter 79, You old show-off, if you keep showing off, I'll send you flying.
In the high martial arts world, it is common knowledge that an ordinary peak-tier third-rank practitioner's maximum punching power can reach 8,000 kilograms. Yili's punching power reaches 12,000 kilograms because his peak-tier third-rank cultivation was achieved through the refinement of a perfect level S-rank breathing technique and an S-rank tempering technique. In the history of Hanxia, this is practically an unprecedented case.